Late July. The blinding sun scorched the earth. Hot. Far too hot. Meng Yuan tugged at the collar of his t-shirt, parked his mountain bike under the shade of a tree, whistled for the security guard to Huang to watch his beloved bike, then ducked his head and slipped into the courtyard of his childhood friend Chen Xing's home. Under the ancient cypress by the courtyard gate, the big yellow dog sprawled on the ground, all four legs splayed. Its eyes were half closed, its belly rose and fell, and its pink tongue lolled out hanging like a crumpled necktie. It completely ignored Meng Yuan's whistle, even rolling its eyes as if to say that having no air conditioning was bad enough, and now it was being ordered to guard a bike. Was there any humanity left in this world? One look at it, and you could tell it had practically turned into a hot dog. Auntie Zhao, hello. Seeing the middle-aged woman sitting on a small stool vigorously scrubbing dirty clothes, Meng Yuan flashed a silly grin, showing his big white teeth as he greeted her. This was Chen Xing's mother, Zhao Qin. Wearing a yellow blouse, Zhao Qin wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Are you and you came to play with Chen Xing? That brat is still lazing in bed in his room. I don't know if he's gotten up yet. Annie will call him for you. Meng Yuan hurriedly stopped her from rising and said, Auntie Zhao, I'll go call Chen Xing. No need to trouble you. That works too. I just happen to need to keep washing these clothes. Crossing the central courtyard and circling past the open skylight, Meng Yuan, thoroughly familiar with the layout, found his way straight to Chen Xing's room. No exaggeration. Coming to Chen Xing's house was no different from going to his own. He could find the room with his eyes closed. There was no helping it. The two had been classmates since kindergarten. Their homes were close by as well. It was almost impossible for them not to play together. Gazing at the bedroom door plastered with a sticker reading Manly Man's Wonderful Den, Meng Yuan did not bother knocking and simply barged in. Hey, little Chen, still not up? Meng Yuan called as he stepped into Chen Xing's bedroom. His eyes, however, did not go to the bed, but immediately locked onto the bottles of Zhen Guoli yogurt by the wall. These days, it was strange the quality of the various brands of yogurt had not improved in the slightest, yet the packaging arms race was brutal, each one more elaborate than the last. Even Zhen Guoli had launched bottled yogurt. Wasn't that just ridiculous? The thought flashed through his mind. Meng Yuan swiftly activated his passive skill of light-fingered opportunism, grabbed a bottle, twisted it open, then grinned at Chen Xing and said, Annie, Zhao really spoils you letting you keep yogurt safely in your room. If it were my mom, she'd guard against me like I was a thief. Hey, why are you staring at me? Get up already. Do you have any idea how precious a summer vacation without homework is? Not a single second should be wasted. We have to stretch 24 hours into 36. Come on up. In a bit, I'll take you out on my bike to go play in the water. He deliberately lowered his voice for the last two words. After all, they had just finished the high school entrance exams and were still young. Even if playing in the water was a good way to beat the heat, their parents would definitely forbid it if they overheard. After chattering for quite a while, Meng Yuan suddenly realized that Chen Xing had remained silent all this time. His eyes were fixed tightly on him, as if he were possessed. You, what's wrong with you? Don't tell me you're mad just because I drank one bottle of your yogurt. Here, take it, I haven't even finished. If you pry open all four corners, you can still squeeze out plenty. Oh right, it's bottled this time, never mind then. Meng Yuan was still cracking jokes. What did you just say you were going to take me to do? Chen Xing's voice was a little hoarse, but he finally spoke. So you just didn't hear clearly. Meng Yuan leaned in a bit and said, to play in the water. There's a little pool in the hills my cousin went to before. It's only about 2 meters deep, really safe. Meng Yuan leaned in a bit and said, to play in the water. There's a little pool in the hills my cousin went to before. It's only about 2 meters deep, really safe. Play in the water, my ass. Absolutely not. Chen Xing's sweet little mouth spewed thorns, and the room was instantly filled with metaphorical birdsong and floral fragrance turned foul. Did you take the wrong meds? Is your morning temper really that bad? Meng Yuan stared at his friend like he had gone insane, a string of question marks in his head. I'm not going, and you're not allowed to go either. If you dare go, I'll break your legs. Damn, why does that sound exactly like something my dad would say? Meng Yuan bared his teeth, clearly displeased. Chen Xing did not explain. He grabbed the clothes by his pillow, pulled them on, jumped off the bed, and strode toward the door. Halfway there, as if still uneasy, he turned back and pointed at Meng Yuan. You stay put and don't wander off. I'll stay put. Not going anywhere, Meng Yuan mumbled, his mouth full of crumbs from a bag of cookies he had produced from walk nowhere. Chen Xing slammed the door shut with a snap and ducked into the bathroom. His mind was in turmoil. The information he had received that morning was simply too much. He desperately needed to wash his face and calm down. He was in complete disarray. The torrent of information he had taken in that morning was overwhelming. He needed a splash of cold water and a moment of clarity. In the mirror, Chen Xing sported the classic student haircut with long bangs, wore black-rimmed glasses of about 150 degrees, and his skin was slightly sallow, giving him the look of someone who had spent the night piloting planes. His features were actually quite decent and rather delicate. Overall, his looks were above average. What a handsome lad, he murmured. In his own eyes, he was the very image of a movie star. Chen Xing launched straight into a bout of shameless self-praise. After washing his slightly oily face, brushing his teeth, and rinsing his mouth, he sank into deep thought. An hour earlier, if someone had told him that systems really existed in this world, he would have scoffed and mocked them for overdosing on short video brain rot and starting to hallucinate. Yet when a system actually descended upon him, his own brain promptly crashed. That morning, just after he woke up, there had been a crisp ding in his mind. Host has reached 40 years of age. Life is bitter and miserable. Life reversal system initializing. Compiling report on the host's life of failure thus far. In the summer following the high school entrance exam, the host and his childhood friend Meng Yuan went into the mountains to play in the water. They misjudged the depth of the pool, thinking it only 2 meters when the deepest point was 4. While the host was having fun, he accidentally swam to the center of the pool and encountered danger. Meng Yuan tried to save him, became entangled in waterweed, and drowned. Meng Yuan successfully restarted his life. The host nearly did the same. The only reason he did not die was that an old man passing by used a long stick to pull him from the water. The death of his friend struck the host hard. After entering high school, the host did not dare to form close relationships and developed a withdrawn personality until he met the transfer girl. Feeling warmth for the first time, he thought he had encountered his destined one and played the devoted suitor for years, clinging to her side from high school through university. Later, not long after graduation, he suffered a cliff edge breakup. The host accompanied her from high school into university, only to be abruptly discarded not long after graduation. A long string of information flooded into Chen Xing's mind, playing out the story of a bad woman toying with a goblin. The system's account of why he was dumped was brutally realistic. He simply did not have enough money. Even though his later self was a graduate of a 211 university with a starting salary close to 10,000, the support his original family could offer was meager. His savings were a mere drop in the bucket before the ever-rising housing prices of a major city. House, car, bride, price. None of these could be lacking. The pressure was like a mountain. So that woman considerately relieved him of his burden. Years of affection and companionship burst like bubbles in the face of reality, and the woman's cold, ruthless expression left Chen Xing so scarred by the breakup that he did not dare to start another relationship. No way, there's no chance, I'm that pathetic, he cursed. The tragic cartoon sheep had now become an adjective. At this moment, still a vibrant young man, Chen Xing's first reaction was disbelief. He was determined to become a Sigma man. How could he be played like a fool by some bad girl? Besides, he was only 15, nowhere near 40. This stupid system had even gotten his age wrong. How could it be reliable at all? Most likely he had stayed up too late and was hallucinating. So Chen Xing promptly pulled the covers over his head and went back to sleep. But his doubts had just been shattered. Meng Yuan had really come to invite him to go play in the water, and the timing matched the system's description perfectly. He was starting to panic. No, he was very panicked. Masaka, could it be? He refused to become some groveling lapdog. Sigh. Chen Xing rubbed his face hard. Forget it. Better to deal with the problem in front of him first and figure out how to save the life of his beloved big fool. Reviving one hardy, ever-hungry laborer for the motherland was also a contribution to the cause of socialist construction after all. Shaking the water from his hands, Chen Xing was just about to head back to the room to stop the glutton inside from launching an Aliokani at rate. Before he could take a step, a semi-transparent panel suddenly appeared before him, the system finally revealing its full form. Chen Xing's eyes widened and his mouth fell open in silence. Inwardly, he exclaimed, so binge-watching short videos actually works. A line appeared on the panel. This system only serves as assistance for school life and romance. Dear viewers, there is no need to overthink it. Life reversal system. Host Chen Xing. Charm 65. Intelligence 71. Stamina 59. Wealth 3. Locked. Before Chen Xing could complain about his stats, the system chimed again. Mission: prevent your childhood friend Meng Yuan from nearly drowning. Difficulty 3 stars. Reward 3 distributable attribute points. After examining the system panel, Chen Xing began to ponder this so-called life reversal system's mission. Even if the system had not issued this mission, he would have stopped Meng Yuan from going to play in the water, but that 3-star difficulty rating was worth serious consideration. 3 stars was not impossibly difficult, but it certainly could not be called easy. Could it be that even if he did not go swimming with Meng Yuan today, even without needing him to save his life, Meng Yuan would still be in danger? That brat swims like a fish, but the ones who drown are always the ones who can swim. Him sneaking off to the water alone is actually quite likely. Hiss. So the kid is practically fated to die. Chen Xing's brows knit together as he realized the matter was far from simple. Telling his mom probably won't work either. If Meng Yuan actually listened to her, he would have turned into an obedient straight-A student long ago. A teenager's rebellious streak could be fierce, and Meng Yuan was no exception. If anything, he was particularly unruly. But I can't keep an eye on him every single second either. He'll think I'm gay or something. I have to make him not want to get into the water himself. Suddenly, a terrible, yet undeniably effective idea surfaced in Chen Xing's mind. After racking his brains and finally coming up with a plan at the door, Chen Xing pushed it open only to discover that Meng Yuan had almost wiped out all the snacks Zhao Qin had bought for his summer vacation. "Damn, are you part pig?" Chen Xing scolded him with a laugh. Meng Yuan sucked his fingers and said, "If being part pig means I get to eat your snacks freely, then I don't mind." Chen Xing slapped his forehead, utterly defeated by him. "Tell me you were joking just now, right? In this kind of heat, you really don't want to get into the water." Meng Yuan swung his arms as if mimicking Phelps. "Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I?" Chen Xing's change of attitude was so abrupt that even Meng Yuan was taken aback, and his next sentence left Meng Yuan completely baffled. "But I need to bring a companion." Chen Xing put on an air of secrecy. Who is it? Zhou Rong or Wang Lily? Will they be wearing swimsuits?" Chen Xing shot him a glare and said irritably, "We're going to a shabby little pond. Swimsuit, seriously? What's wrong with your brain?" "Hey, just kidding. Be honest, this companion is a girl, right?" "Sort of, I guess." "Damn, for real." Meng Yuan put down his snacks, genuinely impressed by how wide his buddy's social circle seemed. "Well, let's all say it together. Xinga is awesome." Watching Meng Yuan literally bouncing with joy, Chen Xing let out 2 dry laughs. "Who exactly is it? Don't keep me in suspense, hurry up and tell me." "You'll know soon enough." "Soon? Don't tell me it's Xiaohong." "Chen Xing, you must be starving." Xiaohong was the top performing girl in the area, but unfortunately a total tomboy. "Of course it's not her. She's busy studying," Chen Xing denied flatly. "Good. As long as it's not Xiaohong, anyone else is fine." When they reached the door and were about to set off, Meng Yuan finally learned who this companion was. For crying out loud, De Huang counts as a girl too. Meng Yuan stared gloomily at the big yellow dog beside his beloved bike. "Just answer me. Is it female or not?" "You're hot, it's hot too. It's guarded your bike for so long, taking De Huang for a swim isn't too much to ask, is it?" "Not too much, not too much." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Sigh. Meng Yuan sighed. Forget it. He had never really believed a girl would come swimming with him anyway. Having his childhood friend Chen Xing, there was more than enough. While Meng Yuan was humming along, not paying attention, Chen Xing bent down beside De Huang's water bowl and added a little something to it. Halfway there, the two ran into Zhao Qin, who was on her way home from buying groceries. "Heading out to play, eh?" "Yeah, going out to have some fun. Don't go near the water, understand?" "I heard a kid from the next town over drowned. About your age. He went to play in the water after the high school entrance exam and died. His parents cried themselves half to death." Got it. "The only one playing in the water is the dog," Chen Xing hurriedly swore. Zhao Qin nodded, finally reassured. With Chen Xing bringing De Huang along, they really did not look like they were going swimming themselves. Watching Zhao Qin walk off, Meng Yuan slowed the bike and looked back. "Chen, you're ruthless. You actually called yourself a dog." Chen Xing only smiled and said nothing. The pool was not in town, but near a small hill by their home village of Xiangxi. Even on bicycles, it took them over 20 minutes, and the big yellow dog following behind was panting with its tongue lolling out. By the time they reached their destination, wheezing and huffing, Meng Yuan immediately started stripping right there, as impatient as if he were about to go onion on with a woman in bed. Chen Xing, meanwhile, led De Huang a bit upstream. "Feeling anything yet, De Huang? Don't let me down." He had secretly put some laxative into De Huang's water bowl earlier, but worried the dog might not be able to handle too much, he had used a relatively small dose. Now De Huang was acting perfectly fine, and Chen Xing almost regretted being so gentle with it. Had he known, he would have increased the dose. Downstream, Meng Yuan had already taken off his clothes and was nearly at the deep water when De Huang finally felt something shuffled to the side and began to prepare. At last, atop a heart-shaped rock, De Huang blossomed. "Good job, De Huang, you've performed a great deed today." Pinching his nose, Chen Xing forced down his nausea, scooped up the sacred object, and tossed it into the water. It drifted lazily downstream. Humming a tune, Meng Yuan was moving from the shallows toward the deep end when a yellowish mass came sailing at him. Not far away, Chen Xing was shouting, "Dodge! Dodge!" Alert, Meng Yuan glanced upstream, cursed loudly, and felt his hair stand on end. At that moment, he moved faster than Phelps's arms, churning as if he were about to take flight. Fortunately, he managed to dodge and was not struck by the yellow object. Unfortunately, in his panicked scramble, he may have accidentally swallowed a few mouthfuls of water infused with the sacred object. Gasping for breath after escaping the water, Meng Yuan took quite a while to recover before he could yell at Chen Xing. "Where the hell did that dog shit come from? I almost, damn it. How would I know? De Huang, was that you're doing? Hurry up and apologize to Yuan. How can you be so rude? Don't you know you can't just relieve yourself anywhere?" Chen Xing looked over at the returning De Huang. Woof! Fortunately, De Huang could not speak human language, or it would have cursed them out on the spot. In its heart, it was protesting. "I deliberately chose a rock so as not to bother you, and even tried to teach you that love is like dog shit. and now I'm the one being blamed. Was there no justice left in this world? This dog ought to file a complaint with the highest authorities. De Huang lay down on the ground, as if he had lost all strength to explain himself. Stupid mutt. Total buzzkill. Wearing only his underwear, Meng Yuan watched as the dog droppings deftly slipped past several rocks, flowed into a small stream, and finally drifted out of sight. Still in the mood to swim, Chen Xing asked, feigning innocence. Swim my ass. I bet the entire water source of Xiangxi village is contaminated now. They'll have to rename it Stink Creek, Meng Yuan groaned. In truth, a single pile of dog feces wasn't nearly that powerful, but the feeling of disaster nearly landing on his head was too intense. This time Meng Yuan had been genuinely traumatized. Ugh. He began to retch dryly, as if recalling that he might have swallowed some water steeped in dog excrement while making his frantic escape. And you idiot, you just had to bring De Huang along. Chen Xing ignored Meng Yuan's verbal assault because another chime had just sounded in his head. Ding. Mission: prevent childhood friend Meng Yuan from nearly drowning. Completed. Reward: 3 distributable attribute points. As the host has completed a mission for the first time, an extra item is awarded: hair smoothing serum X1. Chen Xing was elated. There was even a surprise bonus. On the way back, Meng Yuan unusually remained silent, riding ahead with a quiet demeanor. His short sleeves clung to his damp back, creating a hint of desolation in his silhouette. Meanwhile, the instigator Chen Xing was lost in the joy of his special reward, feeling no shame for his actions. After all, he was saving Meng Yuan. Only when his son grew up would he understand the weight of his old father's love. I'm going back to take a shower, Meng Yuan said in a muffled voice at the fork in the road. Going to play in the water tomorrow. Chen Xing chuckled, only to receive a middle finger from Meng Yuan in response. He no longer wanted to swim and even started to dislike dogs. From today onwards, Meng Yuan decided not to go out for a week until Chen Xing forgot about this incident, leaving only him in the world to know about his mishap in the water. Upon returning home, Zhao Qin had not yet started cooking. Chen Xing knew his mom was waiting for him to finish playing before he came back. Just as he stepped into the yard, Zhao Qin got up from her chair and headed to the kitchen. Since Chen Xing graduated from elementary school, Zhao Qin had quit her job as a hotel waitress to focus on taking care of his schooling, with the family's expenses relying solely on his father Chen Dewang's mobile phone shop. Though it was called a mobile phone shop, it was actually just a small franchise of China Unicom selling some headphones, routers, and other electronic products. The earnings were not substantial, but as long as they didn't spend extravagantly and didn't suffer from any major illnesses, the income was more than enough to support the three of them. Chen Xing's happiness index had always been high, primarily because he had loving parents. It's important to know how many parents quarreled daily due to financial struggles. Being harmonious and loving had already surpassed 80% of families. Is Dad coming home for dinner today? Chen Xing asked casually as he passed the kitchen. Zhao Qin, while tying her apron, replied, just got a call saying he's dealing with something at the shop, won't be back for dinner. Oh, okay. It was as expected. Whether Chen Dewang came home for dinner was not critical. Chen Xing was merely finding a topic to chat with Zhao Qin to increase his presence and avoid her nagging about him only playing and sleeping. After closing the door to his room, Chen Xing sat on the bed and opened the system panel. Host: Chen Xing, charm 65, intelligence 71, stamina 59, wealth 3. Unlocked assignable attribute points 3 items, hair conditioner X1. Let's allocate some points. Chen Xing allocated points to his lowest attribute value, wealth. He wanted to see how the system's effects would manifest, since wealth was the easiest to observe. Having money is having money, and clinking coins is clinking coins. Soon the wealth value soared to an impressive 4 points. Chen Xing discovered that he had magically gained 300 yuan in his pocket. 3 crisp, bright red bills. Looking at the most handsome currency in the world, Chen Xing couldn't help but grin widely. His original pocket money was only 23 yuan, and with an increase of 1 point in wealth, it turned into 300. Wait a minute, isn't 300 a bit too little? Chen Xing suddenly realized that if the effect of increasing wealth was just this, then at 100 points, wouldn't he just be a 10th Sandiyuan household? This is in the 1980s. What good is being a 10th Sandiyuan household? It can't even buy a toilet in a county town. No, the system can't be that useless. It must be more complicated than this. Anyway, there are still attribute points to allocate later. Or should I try again? Chen Xing felt curious and impulsively allocated another point to his wealth. At 5 points of wealth, the amount in Chen Xing's pocket changed once again. 1,000 yuan. Hiss. It seems the system has its own tiers concerning wealth value. Chen Xing stroked his chin deep in thought. Unfortunately, he couldn't see other people's wealth values, and without comparisons it was hard to find a pattern. But at least he understood that the increase in wealth value was not merely a simple arithmetic progression. It seemed to get more cost-effective as it progressed. Damn, I lost out. I should have focused on earning money first. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so impulsive. Chen Xing regretted and slapped his forehead, immediately adding a point to his intelligence. Darn it, let's fix my pig brain first. However, the feeling of regret only lasted for a moment as Chen Xing quickly became excited again. After all, these were all obtained for free. As long as the system was real, he could complete tasks later to gain attribute points. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Chen Xing's lips. He would eventually max out all his values. With the body of Superman and the assets of Batman, who could stand in my way? After fantasizing about the future for a while, Chen Xing's attention returned to the extra rewards. First, let's see what this hair conditioner is useful for. He clicked to use the conditioner in the item bar and ran to the bathroom, once again admiring his exceptional appearance. After fiddling with his hair for a bit, Chen Xing was pleasantly surprised to find that his hair was indeed much better than before. It felt completely different from the dry and oily mess from before. Instead, it was extraordinarily smooth and refreshing, resembling the models in shampoo commercials. Not bad, not bad. Chen Xing was very satisfied and raised the previously low-rated system in his heart a few notches. System, you are indeed useful. I was rude just now. Dinner. The food is ready. Zhao Qin brought the last dish of spicy stir-fried meat to the table and shouted for Chen Xing. Coming. Chen Xing responded, and after riding for a long time, he was indeed a bit hungry. He quickly served himself and his mom a bowl of rice, sitting down at the table to feast. Zhao Qin also brought her bowl and smiled in satisfaction as she watched Chen Xing devour his meal. It seemed her cooking had improved again. Hey Chen Xing, what happened to your hair? Cough, cough, cough. One sentence nearly choked Chen Xing, and Zhao Qin hurriedly patted his back. Eat slowly. Is someone competing with you for food? No, the food is just too delicious, hee. Of course, I specially consulted your grandma about cooking tips. Zhao Qin smiled slightly, and then brought up the hair issue again. Why has your hair suddenly become so smooth? Really? Chen Xing blinked. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm starting to mature. Does hair change during puberty? Zhao Qin had only completed elementary school and didn't really understand these things, so she could only be half convinced by Chen Xing's nonsense. Chen Xing couldn't find a reason and didn't dare to talk more about it, so he changed the subject. Mom, it seems like the results of the high school entrance exam will be out in a few days. How many points do you think your son can score? God knows, if I can get 630 points, I'll be thankful. Indeed, as soon as the topic of grades came up, Zhao Qin became interested. I estimate I can get around 650 points. I felt like I performed exceptionally well during the exam. The full score for the high school entrance exam is 750 points plus 60 points for physical education, totaling 810 points. If the system is correct based on its description, Chen Xing indeed performed well, scoring around 650 points. Is 650 points enough to get into Huaiqing? No. To high school. What was the cutoff last year? Zhao Qin recalled with her head held high. I think it was 645 points. Then there's really a chance. Zhao Qin's mood instantly brightened. If you can get into No. To high school, I'll have your dad buy you a phone. Hearing this, Chen Xing rolled his eyes. They said the same thing during the transition from elementary to middle school. Although a phone was indeed given later, it was quickly confiscated after summer vacation. However, thinking of the 3,000 yuan in his room, Chen Xing instantly calmed down. I'll buy it myself. This is the confidence that cash brings me. That evening, Chen Duong returned home on his motorcycle. Just as he was about to pour himself a drink before dinner, Zhao Qin mentioned to him that their son Chen Xing had said earlier that day he might have been accepted into No. To middle school. That's wonderful news. Chen Duong took a sip of wine and smacked his lips thoughtfully. But don't get too excited just yet. The results won't be announced for another 2 days. If you act as though his admission is already certain and then he doesn't make it, won't that crush his spirits? I only mentioned it offhand. I'm not foolish. I haven't gone blabbing it everywhere. I've told no one but you. And now you're scolding me, you old grump. Even though she knew Chen Diwang's words held merit, Zhao Qin still huffed, wearing an expression of wounded innocence. Glancing at the closed door of Chen Xing's room, Chen Duong chuckled softly, pulled Zhao Qin onto his lap, set aside his chopsticks, and wrapped his arms around his still graceful wife as he said, I was wrong. I was utterly wrong. How could the esteemed Madame Zhao possibly misunderstand such things? It's all my overthinking. Then he feigned slapping his own face. Punishment, punishment. Is that enough? Are you still angry? Zhao Qin gave him a light pinch and teased with a laugh. You haven't earned more money, but your mouth sure has sharpened. If my mouth weren't sharp, how could I ever have won over such a beautiful woman back then? Oomph. Madame Zhao, why do you look so radiant today? Go away. You just drank. You're not kissing me. Just one kiss, one little kiss. No. Inside his room, Chen Xing wore a mischievous smile. The walls were simply too thin. He certainly hadn't meant to overhear any of this. His parents really were, well, even at their age, acting like love-struck teenagers. Still, it felt truly good. A strong, loving bond between parents was, after all, the first gift they could ever give their child. He recalled a classmate from junior high whose parents constantly fought. so bitterly they nearly divorced. Only when the boy stood on the balcony threatening to jump did the chaos subside. Yet as soon as the high school entrance exam ended, they separated anyway. Lost in memories of the past, Chen Xing gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning he was jolted awake by the system's chime. Ding. Main quest: I maintain daily physical training. Run 5 kilometers without interruption 030. Difficulty: reward 1 stamina point. Note: 1 point awarded per 30 consecutive days. I reward resets upon completion. Damn it, the system's turned into an alarm clock. Chen Xing rubbed his drowsy eyes, blinked blankly for a moment, then examined the so-called main quest. 1 stamina point for 30 days of consistency. That does seem rather modest. Wait, won't my stamina naturally improve through consistent training? Add the system's bonus and progress will accelerate dramatically. And since stamina becomes increasingly difficult to increase later on, this fixed time-gated reward is genuinely valuable. After this rapid analysis, Chen Xing triumphed over his inner sloth and began dressing. The dormant beast within my body has awakened. Stepping outside, he glanced at the clock. It was only 5:30 a.m. His mother hadn't even risen to prepare breakfast yet. Well, if it was 5:30 then so be it. He'd finish his run and still catch some extra sleep afterward. Leaving home, he chose the most familiar route, the same path he'd walked to and from junior high. The first 1 or 2 minutes passed smoothly. Since the system required uninterrupted running, Chen Xing kept a moderate pace. His breath remained steady, unlabored. Soon, however, the reality of his current stamina level, 59, began to assert itself. Huff, huff, huff. I'm truly pathetic. Indeed, I really do need to train. Chen Xing mocked himself. He hadn't even reached 1 kilometer, and already he was gasping heavily. Could he truly complete 5 kilometers? A giant question mark formed in his mind. But having started, he had no choice but to push forward. Otherwise, those first few hundred meters would have been wasted. Just do it. Gritting his teeth, he shook his head and resumed running. Nearly 40 minutes later, he finally completed the 5-kilometer stretch, his legs trembling, barely able to hold him upright. My legs have suffered enough. My stomach mustn't suffer too. Time for breakfast. Spotting a nearby breakfast stall, Chen Xing staggered inside and collapsed onto a chair. Boss, 4 buns, 2 pork, 2 leek vermicelli, and a bowl of pumpkin porridge. Coming right up. The vendor responded, then stole a curious glance at Chen Xing. He'd seen many early morning runners, mostly retired elders or middle-aged civil servants, but never someone so young. His own daughter, for instance, wouldn't stir from bed before noon, even during summer vacation. Exhausted, Chen Xing devoured his meal in record time, then fished out a red banknote from his pocket. Boss, please pack 2 more breakfast sets. Whoa, so you're quite the affluent young man. I see why you have time for early runs. The vendor suddenly understood, gave Chen Xing a closer look, and began counting out change. Back home at just past 6:30 a.m., Zhao Qin emerged from her room bleary-eyed and froze in astonishment upon seeing Chen Xing walking in from the courtyard. You, what on earth did you do? Went for a run. You've always complained I never move around at home. I decided to exercise and strengthen my body. Chen Xing gestured toward the sweat glistening on his brow. Oh, and I brought breakfast for you and Dad. Placing the buns and soy milk on the table, he retreated to his room. Zhao Qin tapped her forehead, convinced she was still dreaming, until she drew near the table and caught the fragrant aroma of steamed buns, confirming it was all real. What in the world? Since when has this brat grown so generous? His allowance is meager, and yet he bought breakfast for me. Though her words carried mock disdain, a warm smile bloomed across her face. After all, this was the first time Chen Xing had voluntarily bought her food, and running was unquestionably a healthy habit. His physical well-being was precisely what she'd always wished for. Over the next few days, Meng Yuan didn't come looking for Chen Xing to hang out, and Chen Xing didn't seek him out either. Instead, he spent time online searching for techniques to make long-distance running easier. Unsurprisingly, all the advice boiled down to rhythmic breathing. Inhale for 3 steps, exhale for 3 steps. Utterly impractical for Chen Xing's current condition. How could he possibly maintain such precise breathing? After 2 kilometers, he'd be panting like the family dog basking in the sun, tongue lolling out. Yet these days brought unexpected joy to Zhao Qin. She no longer needed to rise early to cook breakfast. In gratitude, she cheerfully handed Chen Xing 100 yuan and entrusted him with buying breakfast each morning. Another morning arrived. As usual, Chen Xing warmed up for a minute, swinging his arms, and stepped out the door. This time he chose a different route, not the one leading to his former junior high. After jogging steadily for roughly 1 kilometer, he spotted a slender figure ahead of him just beyond a narrow alley, a girl. She stood about 165 meters tall, her jet black hair tied high into a ponytail, dressed in the short-sleeved uniform of the same junior high Chen Xing had attended. A classmate. As he passed, Chen Xing deliberately glanced her way and was struck speechless by her beauty. The middle school uniform was white with a blue collar, the school name embroidered on the right chest, decidedly unattractive. Yet even that ill-fitting garb could not conceal the girl's emerging beauty. Her fair skin took on a crystalline luster beneath the morning sun, a perfect oval face, and exquisitely delicate features were enough to quicken the heartbeat of any adolescent boy. What on earth? How could someone be so beautiful, as if courting danger? Chen Xing could not help stealing 2 extra glances for a moment. He felt as if numbers were dancing above his head. Lifespan 1. Lifespan 1. The girl happened to look up at that moment. Their gazes met, and then she actually blushed, her cheeks flushed like a painted sunset. A soft gasp escaped her. Mom, I'm in love. Chen Xing unconsciously slowed his running pace. He liked to think he was not someone who worshipped beauty alone, yet he had never before met a girl who stirred him so. It was not merely her looks. Among the girls Chen Xing knew there might be one who matched her in appearance, but her pure unspoiled temperament was devastating. The kind of force that hit hard as someone like Chen Xing, who had never been in love. Strangely, he himself had not yet blushed. Why had she done so first? Had his latent Wu Yinzu charm been seen through at a single glance? Chen Xing was astonished. Then he watched the girl step back 2 paces and quickly tuck a bag behind her, as if afraid he might see it. But Chen Xing's gaze was keen. Though her movement was swift, he still caught a corner of the bag. It was a small woven plastic sack filled with empty water bottles. So that was it. No wonder she had blushed. Chen Xing understood in an instant and immediately looked away. Staring at someone was indeed rude, especially if the other person suffered from an embarrassing condition or, as in this case, was engaged in something that might provoke shame. It was all the more impolite, and Chen Xing felt a pang of guilt. He blurted an apology out of reflex. Sorry, I saw you in a school uniform and thought you were a classmate. I didn't mean to stare at you all this time. He stopped and scratched his head, awkwardly apologizing. Lin Xiu pressed her pale lips together and said nothing. She swiftly brought the bag back in front of her, then turned and hurried away in small, quick steps. She had never imagined that going out to collect bottles at 5:30 in the morning would run into a boy about her age. And such a rude one staring at her like that. Lin Xiu walked faster and faster, feeling a little aggrieved, her lips pouting slightly. Still, she comforted herself. Though she wore a junior middle school uniform, she was actually about to enter the 2nd year of high school. He surely did not know her. Chen Xing sighed. He had committed an offense, wounded a girl's pride. Damn it. After a moment of self-reproach, he realized he had stopped his run and would have to start the 5 kilometers over again. This made him feel even worse. All the way home, Chen Xing replayed the girl's face in his mind, puzzled that the town could hide such a beautiful girl and that he had never noticed her before. She must have been holed up at school studying and neglecting other things. A few days passed. The date came to July 8th. Around 9 in the morning, an excited Zhao Qin burst into the room and dragged Chen Xing awake. He had just finished his run and was dozing off again. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, Chen Xing asked, "What's up? Did Dad win 5 million in the lottery? Am I going to be a rich kid overnight?" Smack. He felt a light slap on the head. "Don't be ridiculous," Zhao Qin scolded. "Your homeroom teacher posted the entrance exam results in the group chat. You little rascal, you actually scored 657. She pounded her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. "A few days ago when you mentioned it, I was anxious and hopeful. Now that the results are out, the weight has finally fallen from my heart. If I thought it was something big. Just 657, and you wake me from my nap." Chen Xing curled his lips in disdain. If Zhao Qin knew he would later score 590 on the college entrance exam and still get into a 211 school, she would be overjoyed for days. Zhao Qin, however, was already gloating. "Hey, you little brat, don't act modest. I heard Xiao Hong over at the next school scored 785, a second in the county, surely into the Air Olympiad class." Impressive, impressive. Congratulations," Chen Xing mumbled, pulling the blanket over his head. Even if Xiao Hong went to Tsinghua, it had nothing to do with him. Sleeping was his priority. Zhao Qin poked him through the blanket and cursed him a little before bounding out, phone in hand, and clearly eager to call relatives and friends with the news. Her son could go to Air too, she thought joyfully. Perhaps a call was not enough. At noon, Zhao Qin cooked, then went to her mother's house to tell Chen Xing's grandmother the good news. Alone at home, Chen Xing lounged on the sofa after eating and watched television. It was then that his middle school class monitor Zhao Zikai arrived at the house with a lean, dark-skinned, middle-aged man. "What? Sanzhong's experimental class?" Chen Xing asked in puzzlement after listening to the man's explanation. "Yes, young man. You scored 657, right? That mark would only place you in an ordinary class at Air but at Sanzhong you could enter the experimental class. Don't buy the notion of preferring to be the tail of a great bird rather than the head of a small one. Last year our undergraduate admission rate was only 15 points lower than Air Zhong's. Look, this is a comparison of last year's university entrance scores between our experimental class and Air Zhong's ordinary classes. Our average is 13 points higher. Sanzhong is by no means inferior. I sincerely suggest you come to Sanzhong. I'll reserve a spot in the experimental class for you. Zhao Zikai chimed in with a smile. Teacher Wang makes good points. I went to Sanzhong's experimental class. If you come too, we'll have company. With his mother out, Chen Xing could not make the decision on his own. After a dozen thoughtful seconds, he replied tactfully, Teacher, I need to discuss this with my parents. They're not home. I can't decide by myself. Teacher Wang did not press the issue. Choosing a school was ultimately the student's right, and besides, Chen Xing's score had only just attracted their attention. There were higher-scoring students whose families still had to be visited, and they had no time to haggle. All right, Chen, take your time. The doors of Sanzhong will be open to you, they said as they took their leave. Chen Xing kept a courteous smile until Teacher Wang and Zhao Zikai left the yard, then let the smile fade. Not a chance he'd pick Sanzhong. Even if that comparison chart were true, he would not go. Why? Everyone knew Sanzhong had been driving its students to the brink these past years to catch up with Zhong. Extra hours, even for night study. What use were those extra points if life became a prison? Rumor had it each year 1 or 2 students at Sanzhong tried to jump from buildings to end it all. Besides, Chen Xing's future reliance would not be on scores, but on the system inside his head. He was essentially unbeatable. What did exam scores matter? The next day, Chen Xing returned home after his run and took a shower. Instead of going back to sleep, he rode his bicycle to the town's secondary school. Today was the day to fill in the application forms. Although the application after the high school entrance examination was not as formal as that of the college entrance examination, it was still a very important matter. Zhao Qin repeatedly urged Chen Xing not to make mistakes in filling out the forms and to check several times. Chen Xing found it quite absurd. How could one possibly fill out the forms incorrectly? Was it really that easy to mistakenly write an extra stroke in the second middle school? Zhao Qin was indeed worrying too much. Upon entering the classroom, he was greeted by familiar faces. After all, they had just finished their entrance exams, and everyone was still in the process of growing up, so their appearances had not changed much. He started off by finding Meng Yuan. Chen Xing spotted Meng Yuan chatting with a girl in the last row and walked over. A Yuan. Meng Yuan turned around upon hearing the call. He looked at Chen Xing with a slightly strange expression. In the past few days at home, Meng Yuan had suddenly realized that Chen Xing probably brought De Huang along to play in the water that day just to prank him. However, he felt too embarrassed to bring it up now, since it was him who ended up unlucky, and he could only swallow his frustrations. That damn Chen Xing. Chen Xing chuckled upon hearing this. It seemed Meng Yuan wasn't as dull as he appeared. His self-reflection at home was indeed useful. How did you do, Meng the handsome? Even if you call me handsome, I still cannot forgive you. Then I'll call you Wu Yanzu. Wu Yanzu is acceptable. Who could refuse being called Wu Yanzu? Meng Yuan instantly broke into a smile, and their friendship set sail once again. I scored 631 full marks in physical education. Going to Sanzhong? Chen Xing asked knowingly. Of course, where else could I go? I wanted to attend Yizhong, but my mom wouldn't allow it, saying that even if it's just an ordinary high school, I have to go. Yizhong is a vocational school in the county filled with delinquents and troublemakers who mostly skip classes and fool around. Enough, stop pretending. If you really got into Yizhong, you wouldn't be happy either. Chen Xing exposed Meng Yuan's pretentiousness. What about you? How many points did you score? Meng Yuan wasn't angry. Instead, he asked about Chen Xing's score. 657 points. I probably won't have the honor of attending the same school as Wu Yanzu. Damn, did you secretly study behind my back? How could you score so high? Didn't you only get 50 in physical education? How are your academic subjects so impressive? Just being modest, I did a little better than expected. Chen Xing chuckled, acting so pretentiously that it made one want to punch him. At that moment, a girl nearby chimed in saying, Chen Xing, since we're going to the same high school, I'm also planning to go to Zhong. Chen Xing looked at the girl he had never spoken to before, awkwardly touched his nose and replied, Sure, who knows, we might even be in the same class. Should we add a group? I've added all the classmates from our class who are going to Zhong. The girl said enthusiastically. Sure. Chen Xing took out the phone that Chen Wang had given him from his family's mobile phone store and joined the group. Upon entering, he found about a dozen classmates, each with a terribly non-mainstream ID. Names like Qing Shang, Love Never Falls, and D-Tuner Brother made him chuckle. Chen Xing, your QQ name is pretty cool. Is it from an anime? The girl laughed and teased while holding her phone. Chen Xing didn't respond and quietly changed his name from Demon God vs. Dragon Emperor to Chichu Kuba. When all the classmates had arrived, Chen Xing noticed that there were indeed no pretty girls in his class, nor were there any so-called school flowers or class beauties. The best-looking girl could only be considered plain. This was probably why the boys in their class performed slightly better than those in other classes. After a while, a middle-aged man with a bald head entered the classroom, holding a stack of papers. He, the head teacher of the junior high, was a stern person. After discussing the important points regarding filling out the application forms, He distributed the forms and instructed the students to begin filling them out. Outside the classroom, Chen Xing spotted teacher Wang from Sanzhong, who had come to his house last time, peeking through the window. Their eyes met, and he nodded friendly. Chen Xing clicked his tongue and ruthlessly wrote down the name of Zhong on the application form. Although the teachers at Sanzhong were very eager for everyone to apply there, and the teachers at Zhong hadn't even come by, most students who scored over 650 points chose Zhong. Simply put, its reputation precedes it. A truly good school does not need promotion or teachers to recruit students. It inherently attracts quality candidates. As expected, when the head teacher, He collected the application forms, teacher Wang from Sanzhong rushed into the class, asking each student he had visited. Several students in a row all filled in Zhong, and teacher Wang showed a bitter expression. Chen, where did you apply? Zhong. Personally, I wanted to go to Sanzhong, but my parents insisted that if I filled in Sanzhong, they would get divorced. I have no choice. Oh, I see. Teacher Wang's mouth twitched. Hey, don't be sad, teacher. My friend is going to your Sanzhong. Can you give him a spot in the experimental class? Chen Xing pointed to Meng Yuan and said cheerfully, how many points did this student score in the entrance exam? Over 600. Specifically, 633. That's too unfortunate. The experimental class has limited spots. He'll go ask other students. Teacher Wang's face changed rapidly, but unfortunately he added, damn, I don't even want to go to the experimental class. After the other party left, Meng Yuan was unwilling. He hadn't even been chosen as a backup. It was just a joke. Why are you getting angry? Does Wu Yinzu care about this ridiculous experimental class? Chen Xing flattered him, though it was insincere. Meng Yuan loved it. Hee, that's true. The two chatted and left the classroom. Where should we go to play later? Meng Yuan asked. I don't know. There weren't many places to have fun in the small town. There were no game halls in the shopping mall. It was no wonder Meng Yuan wanted to go play in the water earlier. There simply weren't any other options. Shall we go to the county town? I brought 50 yuan. We can go to an internet cafe. Sure. Chen Xing thought for a moment. It had been a long time since he played LOL, and his hands itched a bit, so he agreed to this suggestion. So the two of them each returned home to put their bicycles away and then gathered at the bus station. The bus took an hour to reach the county, and after playing for 5 hours in the internet cafe, Chen Xing returned to the town around 4 in the afternoon. That was great. Next time when my pocket money arrives, we should go to the internet cafe again. Meng Yuan rubbed his hands together, looking very satisfied. Chen Xing nodded. In fact, he had enough money to treat Meng Yuan to a long session of fun, but frequent visits to the internet cafe weren't a good thing, so he kept quiet about it. After parting at the bus station, Chen Xing set off on his way home alone. The bus station wasn't far from Chen Xing's home. Crossing the iconic building of the small town, Jinghe Bridge, he would soon see the two-story courtyard. Turning back in surprise, Chen Xing found a stylish girl with a remarkably beautiful face standing before him. Seeing that the newcomer was Shi Hongdou, Chen Xing asked curiously. Oh right, girls should be called childhood sweethearts. However, although they were nominally childhood sweethearts, their relationship was not as close as that of Chen Xing and Meng Yuan. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, Shi Hongdou's parents divorced early. She was given to her father, but every winter and summer vacation, she would spend a month or so with her mother, so they had little time to play together during holidays. Secondly, there was the issue of gender. After all, they were of the opposite sex, and during adolescence they would unconsciously distance themselves from each other, a behavior to avoid misunderstandings, as if no one wanted to be misinterpreted as dating. In back, Shi Hongdou wore an oversized white shirt on top, with light blue denim shorts below her slender straight legs and black sandals, instantly outshining the ordinary girls in town. Of course, this was related to her mother being the vice president of a cosmetics company, which had given her a strong aesthetic sense since childhood. She was the only one in Chen Xing's mind whose beauty could rival the girl he had run into while jogging last time. What date is it today? I remember in previous years you only returned when the summer vacation was about to end. Were you kicked out by your mother? A dog can't spit out ivory. Shi Hongdou's beautiful nostrils flared as she pouted. Chen Xing, I kindly brought you chocolate. Why do you have to say such harsh words? Chocolate. Chen Xing glanced at her waist, and indeed Shi Hongdou was holding a box of liqueur chocolate, exquisitely packaged and undoubtedly expensive. Is this really for me? Factually, it's for De Huang. I just asked you to help bring it along, Shi Hongdou said proudly, crossing her arms. What's De Huang's is mine, and what's mine is mine. Since you're so generous, I won't be polite. Chen Xing immediately beamed, taking the chocolate from Shi Hongdou's hands. Stealing a puppy's stuff, you really are more of a puppy than a puppy. Thanks for the compliment. Having received the benefit, Chen Xing didn't bother to argue with the girl. It let her say a few words. After the gift exchange, Shi Hongdou suddenly fell silent. Due to frequently shuttling between her parents, she had almost no peers she played well with, and Chen Xing could barely be counted as half. "I'm going home," she said lightly. "Okay." Chen Xing hadn't finished his sentence when the system suddenly issued him a task. Task solve, Shi Hongdou's unhappiness. Difficulty 4 stars. Reward 4 charm points. Alright, this chocolate is so exquisite, Hongdou, do you want to come play at my house? Upon seeing the task, Chen Xing immediately changed his tone while his heart was puzzled. Rescuing Meng Yuan was only a 3-star difficulty, yet making Shi Hongdou happy was 4 stars. The reward was even more generous. Meng Yuan's life seemed a bit worthless. Was this guy a cheap product? He had initially planned to head back home, but upon hearing Chen Xing's invitation, Shi Hongdou stopped and turned back asking, "Playing at your house? Playing what? Playing what?" Chen Xing scratched his head. He had just said it casually without any real idea. Maida Huang has recently learned how to do a backflip. After pondering for several seconds, Chen Xing said seriously. Uffed. Shi Hongdou laughed. "Chen Xing, do you think I don't go online? Is this your way of flirting with me, and how come you're using it on me?" As she spoke, she moved a little closer to Chen Xing, and the scent of gardenia perfume suddenly wafted into Chen Xing's nose, causing him to awkwardly take 2 steps back. "You're blushing." Shi Hongdou teased, a sly smile flashing across her face. "It's hot." "Hee Chen Xing, you need to practice more." "Practice what? What do you think, flirting with girls? I have no intention of that, okay? You don't think I like you, do you? I didn't agree when you wanted to play house and make me your bride when we were kids. Get lost." Shi Hongdou glared with her beautiful eyes. This guy not getting along led her to mention childhood matters. Becoming childhood sweethearts was indeed Shi Hongdou's biggest blemish. "Just say if you're going or not," Chen Xing said straightforwardly, spreading his hands. "Sure, since I have nothing to do anyway, I'll go see if your Huang has learned new tricks. I remember it used to eat poop, just like you." "Damn, I didn't." Chen Xing exploded with anger. "Don't explain, an explanation is just a cover-up. I'm your neighbor, I can tell at a glance if you like me or not." Thinking of his task to solve Shi Hongdou's unhappiness, Chen Xing forced himself to suppress his aggressive words. The way she mocked him didn't seem like someone with worries. Oh, what could he do to make her happy? Walking side by side with Shi Hongdou, Chen Xing's gaze involuntarily drifted towards her delicate profile. "Last week, Meng Yuan and I went to Xiangxi to play in the water, and De Huang went along too, but the result?" Chen Xing thought about it, and the only interesting thing recently was to sell Meng Yuan out, so he began to tell Shi Hongdou about Meng Yuan's embarrassing incidents. "Haha, does that mean he won't dare to play in the water anymore?" Sure enough, Shi Hongdou burst into laughter after hearing it, but Chen Xing's frown deepened because the system had not indicated that the task was completed, meaning Shi Hongdou was still unhappy. Could it be the sunshine-type depression syndrome? What's wrong with this girl? The so-called sunshine-type depression syndrome refers to someone pretending to be happy when others are around, but immediately becoming emo when alone at home. Chen Xing suspected that Shi Hongdou exhibited such symptoms. But her family wasn't lacking money, and she was good-looking. What could she possibly be unhappy about? Her parents' divorce. But hadn't that happened a long time ago? Could she still not let it go now? Chen Xing thought long and hard, attributing her unhappiness to her parents, but whether that was true needed further exploration. As soon as Shi Hongdou entered Chen Xing's house, the Sharpie Zhao Qin immediately noticed her and walked over in surprise. "Xiao Hongdou, why are you at my house?" "Hello, Aunt Zhao." Chen Xing said De Huang can do backflips, so I came to see. Don't listen to his nonsense. De Huang has gotten so fat it can't even jump, let alone do backflips. Hee, I know. Actually, I came to see Aunt Zhao, Shi Hongdou sweetly said. Zhao Qin's eyes lit up with joy as she took Shi Hongdou's hand and led her into the house. Zhao Qin had watched this girl grow up, and previously the two families had jokingly mentioned arranging a marriage. Nowadays, Chen Xing was becoming more ordinary, while Shi Hongdou was getting more beautiful, so the topic had not been brought up again. But having self-awareness was one thing. To say Zhao Qin didn't want to take Shi Hongdou as a daughter-in-law would definitely be a lie. What if Shi Hongdou just made a mistake and fell for her son? Chen Xing followed behind as a supporting character, not knowing what his mother was thinking. Otherwise she might have complained. "Mom, did you sneakily eat my prepared meal? And daydream too?" Zhao Qin pulled Shi Hongdou into the room, telling her to play with Chen Xing for a while as she went to get some fruit for the two of them. "When was the last time I entered Chen Xing's room? It probably dates back to the 3rd or 4th grade of elementary school." Filled with curiosity, Shi Hongdou followed closely behind Chen Xing and immediately spotted the macho man's wonderful room sticker. Chen Xing widened his eyes, feeling insulted, and flexed his non-existent biceps. Seeing Chen Xing fiddling with his arms, Shi Hongdou stifled a laugh and said, "You do a good job with your morning exercises. This girl's tongue is too sharp. She really thinks she can get away with anything just because she's good looking. As Shi Hongdou covered her mouth and laughed, her beautiful eyes squinted slightly, with long eyelashes fluttering like a beautiful butterfly. Alright, being good-looking really is useful. Chen Xing suppressed the urge to throw a punch and stepped aside to let Shi Hongdou enter the room first. I didn't expect your room to be quite clean, Shi Hongdou said, sniffing the air. And there are no strange smells, which is commendable. Of course I have a cleanliness obsession. I've loved cleanliness since I was little. Hearing Shi Hongdou's compliment, Chen Xing perked up, taking full credit for Zhao Qin's hard work in cleaning his doghouse that morning without a hint of embarrassment. What a shameless person. Shi Hongdou smiled at the corner of her eyes, teasingly saying, but as the saying goes, a clean room with no odd smells means either a eunuch or a gay person. Chen Xing, which one do you belong to? Damn, you're so full of rhymes. Are you preparing for graduate school? I don't want to go for graduate studies. Studying is too tiring. Shi Hongdou thought Chen Xing was actually suggesting she pursue graduate studies. Forget it, I can't expect her to catch the reference, so Chen Xing changed the topic. What score did you get on your high school entrance exam? What do you mean? Shi Hongdou puffed up her cheeks, unusually sensitive about her score. I just want to know which high school you're planning to attend. Chen Xing shrugged, indicating he meant no harm. He was a poor student himself, so how could he mock others based on their scores? This isn't his area of expertise. 630 points. Shi Hongdou thought for a moment, hesitating for a few seconds before telling the truth. That's not bad. You're going to Sanzhou. Meng Yuan is also in Sanzhou. No, I'm going to Erzhong. Chen Xing looked confused, since when did Erzhong have an option for beauty points? How come I didn't know? Otherwise I could have gotten into the experimental class. Shi Hongdou was amused by Chen Xing's self-importance. What are you talking about? My mom is planning to let me attend Erzhong as a visiting student and then go to the liberal arts class. Visiting student? Chen Xing scratched his head, vaguely remembering that there seemed to be a visiting student option at Erzhong, but one needed connections or to pay 1,000 yuan for a point. This year's cutoff for Erzhong was 650 points, which would amount to 2,000 yuan. Sure enough, you're a little rich girl. Chen Xing glanced at the wine-filled chocolates on the table, thinking to himself. Just then Zhao Qin walked in, carrying a platter of neatly cut fruit skewers. Thank you, Aunt Zhao, Shi Hongdou said sweetly. You two have fun, and I have something to do outside. Zhao Qin smiled and closed the door behind her as she left. With the close proximity, Chen Xing should seize the opportunity. Zhao Qin silently cheered on Chen Xing in her heart. So we'll be in the same school in the future. But I should be in sciences, and my Chinese and English aren't very good, Chen Xing said while munching on an apple. Although he wasn't doing well in most subjects, he figured he was even worse in the humanities, so he was likely to choose sciences in the future. Shi Hongdou nodded, popping a cherry tomato into her mouth. Then, the two fell into an unexpected silence. Being somewhat familiar, but not too familiar, leads to this. They both wanted to find a topic, but had nothing much to discuss. Chen Xing couldn't exactly tell her that he recently acquired a life-altering system that would definitely make him awesome, and that she should follow him to ensure 3 meals a day. No 3 meals in 9 days. Shi Hongdou couldn't open up to Chen Xing, either saying that she had noticed her mother seemed to be getting involved with a man recently, and might be getting remarried, which was why she was in a bad mood. How about we watch a movie? Ultimately, Chen Xing spoke, first breaking the awkward atmosphere. Sure. Shi Hongdou sighed in relief. She wasn't great at small talk either. Chen Xing got up and turned on the family's internet TV, only to discover to his dismay that all movies required some ridiculous platinum VIP membership, while he had only a few coins in real life. Chen Xing awkwardly turned to look at Shi Hongdou. Let me handle it. Shi Hongdou pulled out her phone, helplessly scanning the QR code. After a lot of effort, Chen Xing seemed to have hit the jackpot. Chen Xing felt helpless. He hadn't watched TV much lately, so how would he know it had changed so much? He remembered when internet TV used to offer many movies for free without requiring VIP access. The two finished watching the 2-hour movie in a subtly tense atmosphere. It's getting late. I should head home now, Shi Hongdou said. After all that fuss, Chen Xing still hadn't completed his task, but thankfully there was no time limit, so he nodded and planned to think of a way later. Aunt Zhao, I'm heading home, Shi Hongdou said as she stepped outside, greeting Zhao Qin, who was watering flowers. Hey, you're leaving so early, Zhao Qin said hurriedly. Stay for dinner. No, Aunt Zhao. I'm going home for dinner. I don't even know where you live. Old Shi is a busy man, always tied up with his fishing farm. Who's going to cook for you? No, it's really fine. Just listen to Annie. Coincidentally, Uncle Chen won't be back for dinner today, and I made too much rice. You can help me eat some. Okay, fine. Zhao Qin was so hospitable that Shi Hongdou had no choice but to agree. However, Zhao Qin was right about one thing. When she returned home, nobody would cook for her, as she had originally planned to fend for herself. Having settled Shi Hongdou, Zhao Qin shot a glance at her useless son, and then took Shi Hongdou's hand, asking what she wanted to eat. I'm fine with anything. Watching the two women in the kitchen, who seemed like mother and daughter, Chen Xing suddenly felt as if he had been picked out of a trash bin. Zhao Qin fully embraced her role as a talkative, warm-hearted, middle-aged woman, quickly guiding Shi Hongdou in selecting the dishes she wanted, all the while chatting about mundane matters as she cooked. Shi Hongdou's mother was a typical strong woman. When they visited that place, they always ate out and never cooked at home. Now watching Zhao Qin cook in the kitchen felt a bit unfamiliar, yet had a warm sense to it. Thus Zhao Qin kept asking questions, and Shi Hongdou honestly answered, leading to a conversation that lasted until the dishes were ready. "Aunt Zhao, let me help you serve the dishes," Shi Hongdou said. No, there's no reason for guests to serve dishes. What about that rascal Chen Xing? He's grown up and can only sit there eating right. Zhao Qin looked at Chen Xing, who was sitting at the dining table. Chen Xing, who had been scolded for no reason, was bewildered, then helplessly stood up to help serve the dishes. "Your meal, Your Highness." "Here you go, miss." "Miss has been on a diet lately, just half a bowl," Shi Hongdou said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. "Hey, you have quite a few demands." Chen Xing used clean chopsticks to scoop out half a bowl of rice and handed it back to Shi Hongdou. "Thank you, just eat yours." Zhao Qin's cooking skills had indeed improved rapidly thanks to her daily consultations with her grandmother, who cooked at the village committee. Moreover, the food at home was always fresh, and they used Jinlongzhi Wuchang rice, making Shi Hongdou's small appetite grow as she ate. "Can I have another half bowl?" she asked Chen Xing. "Could I possibly say no?" Chen Xing sighed, then obediently served another half bowl for the young lady. After eating, Shi Hongdou contentedly supported her slightly bulging belly, while Chen Xing was shooed away to wash the dishes by Zhao Qin. "Aunt Zhao, is Chen Xing usually this capable at home?" "Of course. This kid is very obedient and often fights to do housework. He'll definitely be a good man in the future." Zhao Qin spoke deliberately loudly so that Chen Xing in the kitchen could hear. Thus, feeling acknowledged, Chen Xing's spirit awakened, and he washed the dishes with even more vigor. When he finished washing the dishes and came out, Zhao Qin was gently comforting Shi Hongdou, holding her hair with one hand as she spoke softly. "Your mother isn't too young anymore. Finding true love now is quite normal. You should be happy. And don't think that just because she gets married she won't love you anymore. I know your parents well. They are both remarkable individuals, just not skilled in the realm of love. But they have always loved you in their own way. It's not just about cooking and doing housework that shows a mother's love. Striving to earn a good future for you is also a form of love." Shi Hongdou lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling slightly. "Aunt Zhao, I understand now. I'm not a child. Oh, I was just a bit taken aback when I first found out. Hongdou is so smart and understanding. I won't say much more." Chen Xing stood at the kitchen door, the voice echoing in his mind. "Ding. Task to resolve Shi Hongdou's unhappiness has been completed. Reward 4 charm points." "What? The task is complete? My mom did it without me." Chen Xing was shocked. In the time it took him to wash a dish, his mother had conquered a 4-star difficulty task. If this were a game, Zhao Qin's score would definitely be 13-0, while Chen Xing would only have 3-0. The game ended with a tally. Mom took the MVP. Chen Xing was just lying down and winning. However, what can he say? Chen Xing felt happy and accepted being called a layabout. Moreover, the scoring system would alienate people's contributions. Without Chen Xing washing the dishes, could his mom have found the time to chat with Shi Hongdou? Without the chat, could she have resolved Shi Hongdou's concerns? Chen Xing had clearly contributed to his mother's success. About half an hour later, Shi Hongdou had digested enough, so she prepared to leave. This time, Zhao Qin did not try to keep her. After all, it was indeed getting late. "Chen Xing, go see Hongdou off." She stood up, brushed off the wrinkles on her pants, and said to Chen Xing, who was engrossed in his phone, "Mom, have you lost your mind while chatting? Shi Hongdou's home is right across from us. It's just a road separating us. She can get home in 2 steps. Why trouble me to send her?" The task had already been completed and the reward obtained, so Chen Xing naturally didn't want to move. Zhao Qin looked at him with disappointment, feeling frustrated. After all her hard work, her teammate was not only slacking, but also unhelpful. Chen Xing was that kind of teammate. This rascal hadn't learned a bit of his father's silver tongue. How would he chase girls in the future? How would she expect to have a daughter-in-law and grandchildren? Suddenly, Shi Hongdou, holding back laughter, chimed in. "Aunt Zhao, there's no need for him to send me off. It's not very dark out as a girl. I just need to be a little careful." As soon as this was said, Chen Xing immediately felt the murderous gaze from Zhao Qin. 321.5 warning. Zhao Qin directly employed the countdown method that Chen Xing feared the most. All right, I'll send you. Is that okay?" Chen Xing said helplessly, reluctantly getting up. As they stepped outside, Shi Hongdou said, "I had a great time at your house today." The streetlights illuminated her profile, her snow-white earlobes glistening, making one unable to resist the urge to bite them. "Received your praise." Recently, he had been feeling an inexplicable thrill whenever he saw beautiful girls. The last time he encountered the girl picking up water bottles was like this, and now, with Shi Hongdou, was it possible that he had truly entered the age where his hormones were surging? No, women are devils and obstacles on the path to success. The system had summarized that he would be played around by bad women throughout his life, so Chen Xing must be careful never easily falling for a woman's tricks. Especially beautiful women who are the best at deceiving. Just think about how Sigma males would act. Since the distance was close, Chen Xing hadn't thought much when Shi Hongdou spoke again. "We're here, thank you for today, and thanks to Aunt Zhao as well." Her soft short hair danced in the night breeze, and her lively eyes were crystal clear, coupled with her unintentional tilt of the head. Who could withstand that? Even a Sigma male couldn't do it. "No problem, you can come over to my house more often to play." For some inexplicable reason, Chen Xing blurted that out. But the next second he regretted it, for Shi Hongdou unexpectedly smiled mischievously. "Sure, then I'll come over every day for meals." Oh no, whether Shi Hongdou comes over for meals is not the important part. Chen Xing's family wouldn't mind an extra pair of chopsticks, but by late August the carefree summer vacation, free of homework and full of pure joy, was drawing to a close. Chen Xing was about to begin high school in the county town, and the Chen family was preparing for a major move. The agony of middle age. "That brat is stealing my wife away, leaving me alone in this empty house." Chen Duong leaned against the doorframe and sighed, complaining to his wife. Their family owned no property in the county town, so Chen Xing would need to rent accommodation while attending school. Yet their mobile phone shop back home could not be abandoned. Thus, once Chen Xing enrolled in high school, Chen Duong and Zhao Qin would inevitably live apart. Zhao Qin would stay in town to care for their son, washing his clothes and cooking his meals. Once a woman reaches a certain age, her heart naturally centers entirely on her child. As for her husband, well, they barely know each other anymore. You stand there like a statue, no initiative at all. "Why don't you help carry something?" Zhao Qin ignored her husband's dramatic lament, arms laden with pots, pans, and bowls, as if she intended to relocate the entire household. "No initiative. Half the things in that van were hauled by me. I rest for 2 minutes and get scolded. Truly ungrateful." Chen Duong wore a pitiful expression. "And if you cart everything away, am I supposed to starve? Am I expected to scavenge from the trash bin? Your precious son is your only concern. Stop being lewd, get moving." As if Chen Xing shares your surname, not ours. Zhao Qin swatted him lightly, urging him onward. Fine, fine. Chen Duong exhaled deeply, then glanced around. "Where's Chen Xing?" "I'm here. Right here. Just used the restroom. Finished washing my hands." From the bathroom, the household's unofficial respawn point, Chen Xing emerged, his hands still dripping wet. Boys grow rapidly at 15 or 16. In just one summer, Chen Xing had shot up from roughly 175 meters to nearly 180 meters, tall enough now to rival his father. "You rascal. You sneak off to the restroom the moment work begins, then reappear precisely when the heavy lifting is done." Chen Duong chuckled, clapping his nearly astral son on the shoulder, his face alight with affection. Defamation. Utter defamation. A man has 3 urgent needs. That's simply nature. Chen Xing swiftly snatched the load from his father's hands and hurried toward the van, eager to prove he wasn't shirking his duty. "Hurry up." The driver's growing impatient. Zhao Qin urged them again. Outside the courtyard, a classic Wuling Hongguang minivan idled at the gate, its interior crammed with belongings. "He's my cousin, no worries." Chen Duong approached the driver's window with a relaxed smile, offering a Zhonghua cigarette. "Cousin, not in a rush, are you?" "Rush? It's not far. We'll wait as long as needed." The driver lit the cigarette, exhaling smoke lazily. "Nothing left to load. We're ready to go." "We're all set," Chen Duong confirmed. With high school enrollment looming, are many families relocating to the county town. "Must be a busy season for you." The driver grinned. Not bad at all. Plenty of charter bookings. Parents spare no expense for their children's education. Of course, they say education is life's greatest endeavor. Your son attends no. Too high, right? Yes, he got in by sheer luck. Then greatness surely awaits him. Admission to no. Too high practically guarantees university. And soon he'll be a white-collar professional sipping tea, reading the newspaper, earning tens of thousands per month. Flattered by the driver's effusive praise, Chen Duong pressed the remaining half-pack of Zhonghua into his hand. "Drive slowly." Since the van was already overloaded, Chen Duong stayed behind, waving farewell from the roadside. "Relax. I'm an old hand at this wheel. Nothing to worry about." Watching the van shrink into the distance until it vanished completely, Chen Duong turned back toward his suddenly hollow home and felt an unexpected pang of melancholy. They parted ways for mere minutes, yet why did it feel like loss? How strange. Growing older truly made one sentimental. Chen Duong chided himself, then noticed Lao Shi across the street preparing to depart with his daughter. Heading to the county town, Chen Duong asked. "Yes, Hongdou starts school soon. I'm dropping her off at her aunt's." Shi Hongdou's father answered. His skin was sun-darkened from daily work at the fish farm, yet his refined, symmetrical features betrayed a handsome youth. "Her aunt's place is ideal. Having kin nearby offers real security." We have no relatives owning homes in Huaiqing. We've always lived in the township. True, Shi Hongdou nodded. Though socially reserved, he felt deep gratitude toward the Chens. His daughter had dined at their home several times over the summer, and she'd spoken warmly of them. Hearing the two men converse, Shi Hongdou politely rolled down her window and greeted Chen Duong. Uncle Chen, hello. Hongdou's grown even lovelier, like a film star. No, most stars wouldn't compare. Though compliments on her beauty were routine, Hongdou still glowed inwardly, thrilled by the quiet affirmation of parental approval. Wait, something felt off. Parental approval. Her pulse quickened, a blush bloomed across her cheeks at the thought of Chen Xing. What nonsense was she thinking? A few shared meals, and now her mind wandered there. Truly absurd. Fortunately, Shi Hongdou was sparing with words. After securing their belongings, he simply said, "Off we go," climbed into the driver's seat, and pulled away. Noticing his daughter's flushed cheeks, he frowned. Is it hot in the car? I turned on the AC ages ago. Hongdou shook her head quickly. I opened the window earlier. Sunlight hit my face. It's fine. All right. Unconcerned, Shi Hongdou drove steadily while reminding her, be respectful and responsible at your aunt's. Tell me immediately if you need anything. Got it. No need to repeat yourself. Hongdou pouted, closed her eyes, and feigned sleep in the back seat. Truthfully, she preferred her mother's plan, buying a new apartment near No. Too high. But Shi Hongdou insisted he couldn't manage both the fish farm and her care. Staying with her aunt offered supervision, support, and academic oversight. Privately, Hongdou felt uneasy. Living under another's roof felt alien, stifling. Though her aunt treated her kindly, she was no substitute for her own mother. Could such prolonged cohabitation ever avoid weariness? She dared not voice these thoughts to her father. She knew his response would erupt. How could my own sister possibly neglect you? Enough. She'd settle in for now. Perhaps her anxiety was unwarranted. Hongdou exhaled softly and let her mind fall still. Huaiqing. 2 weeks earlier, Zhao Qin had already secured and paid a deposit on a rental. So upon arrival, Chen Xing and his mother began unloading directly into their new home. Zhao Qin had rented a modest single-story house, conveniently located just 1 kilometer from Huaiqing No. 2 High School. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. 600 yuan per month. Zhao Qin spoke with reluctant admiration. 600 yuan was indeed the upper limit for rentals in a small county town, unless one opted for an apartment complex. Mom, you're amazing. Chen Xing declared, genuinely pleased. Many students renting near No. 2 High shared cramped quarters with their mothers, separated only by a flimsy curtain. Securing a residence with private space was already extraordinarily considerate. As long as you study diligently, every effort I make will be worthwhile. Guaranteed. I'll get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Chen Xing boasted. A first-tier university is more than enough. Tsinghua and Peking, far too distant. Zhao Qin remained pragmatic, her expectations grounded. Then it's as good as done. If you earn admission to a first-tier university, I can finally return home with your father to run the shop. That's when our good life truly begins. No sweat. I'll even find a wealthy benefactor if I must, just to lift you into comfort. Papa, what nonsense. You're just like your father. Haha. Back in their hometowns, Sha County Snacks restaurant, Chen Duong sneezed repeatedly. She must be missing me, he thought, beaming with quiet happiness. A profound sense of contentment settled over him, warm, tender, and wholly complete. On August 25th, Chen Xing was woken up early by Zhao Qin to brush his teeth and wash his face. Today is the first day of high school. Host Chen Xing. Charm 69. Intelligence 72. Physical strength 60. Wealth 3. Unlock status locked. With a charm value of 69, Chen Xing felt that he could already be called a little handsome guy. He believed there couldn't be anyone with a charm value of 100 in the world, even though celebrities would only score around 80. The system explained that the increase in charm value is not about getting plastic surgery to look handsome, but rather a gradual process, where one's skin and facial features slowly change, making one appear more pleasant without realizing it, ultimately enhancing their attractiveness from within. Chen Xing felt the same way about himself. Although he seemed unchanged, he could still sense that he had indeed become a bit more attractive. His intelligence value remained at 72, indicating that the developmental organs during puberty did not include the brain. His physical strength had increased slightly due to consistent running. In a few days, he would complete his first 30 days and gain a bit more. Though it wasn't much, it would be sufficient. Seeing tangible progress makes effort not too difficult. As for his wealth value, don't ask why it has dropped back to 3. He could only blame Zhao Qin for taking his phone away, forcing him to secretly buy another one. After all, in this day and age, studying is inseparable from smartphones. Although he occasionally used his phone for entertainment while studying, Zhao Qin should trust him. Chen Xing was quite self-disciplined. After analyzing his panel, Chen Xing turned his gaze away to wash his face. Zhao Qin had also finished getting ready. On the first day of school, she needed to accompany him partly to pay the tuition and partly to familiarize herself with her son's classroom location so she wouldn't get lost if called to the school later. On the way, the mother and son chatted. "Mom, I think you're overthinking it. How could your obedient son get called in? It's hard to say, oh, what if you skip classes and go to an internet cafe or don't do your homework? Hey, the trust between us is at a significant crisis. I'm very disappointed. Just eat your buns. Why so much nonsense?" Zhao Qin pointed at the buns Chen Xing had just bought, saying impatiently, "These buns don't taste good. They're not as good as those from our town. Having something to eat is good enough. Stop being picky. Seriously, I have to study hard every day from now on, so you need to keep up with the logistics. Do you understand the principle of having supplies ready before the army moves?" Chen Xing said. Zhao Qin scoffed. "I can only guarantee you won't starve. Don't ask for too much. That's too cruel. Oh, I'll report to the authorities that you're abusing me." "Report me. I'm your mom." The mother and son exchanged retorts, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the second middle school. What greeted them was a tall archway with the words Huaicheng Second Middle School carved in large letters on a horizontal stone tablet. Because it was the first day of school, the entrance was already crowded with parents accompanying their children, creating a noisy scene. Fortunately, a relatively young man, seemingly a teacher, was standing at the entrance of the security room holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Parents, please go to the central hall on the first floor of the teaching building to find the class allocation sign, and then find your class based on the classroom location provided. Each class teacher will be waiting in the classroom for everyone, or just go there to pay the tuition." "Let's go to the teaching building first," Zhao Qin said as she grabbed Chen Xing's arm. "Okay." Behind the gate of the second middle school was a circular flower bed. In addition to the small paths on both sides, there was also a path paved with blue-gray stone slabs in the middle. The environment of the second middle school is indeed quite nice. It's much better than your junior high school, Zhao Qin remarked to Chen Xing, feeling more reassured, thinking that the second middle school truly lives up to its reputation. It's because they have money. Half of Huaicheng's educational funding probably goes to the second middle school. That's because the school is good and the Education Bureau supports it vigorously. Indeed. Since they were praising their own school, Chen Xing unusually did not retort. "Class 12 of high school, why is it so far back?" Zhao Qin was somewhat dissatisfied with the class allocation. In her perception, the further back the class, the worse it was. Otherwise, why would the Olympiad classes be classes 1 and 2 and the experimental classes be 3 and 4? Class 12 was already one of the last few classes among the regular classes. In the future, the science classes would still be divided into 2 or 3 classes for the liberal arts. Isn't this just being at the very bottom? The regular classes are assigned randomly, not based on grades. Look, aren't the average scores of the various classes pretty similar? I can't help but shrug my shoulders and comfort her. Besides, with your son just barely passing the score line, there's plenty of room for improvement regardless of where he goes. Zhao Qin listened and glared at Chen Xing. "Who told you to score so low? Now you know you need to study hard, right? Otherwise you'd be allocated to a worse class." I know. And keep your voice down. Who says our class must be bad? That's just your stereotype." "Let's hope so." Following the location given on the sign, Chen Xing and Zhao Qin arrived at the 5th floor of the teaching building and found the classroom for class 12. "These will all be my classmates in the future." Chen Xing curiously surveyed the boys and girls in the classroom, glancing to see if there were any pretty girls. The quality was much higher than in junior high, and several profiles looked quite good. This was his first thought. However, unfortunately, since the parents were also present, Chen Xing couldn't get a good look. "Find a seat while I'll go pay the tuition." After Zhao Qin said that, she went to the podium, and at that moment Chen Xing also saw his homeroom teacher. A man bald. Okay, not interested. He quickly shifted his gaze. Since he was an uncle, what was there to see? He would have plenty of time to look at him over the next 3 years. For now, he should take care of his eyes. Being tall, Chen Xing consciously walked to the back row in the corner to sit down, and was then reprimanded by Zhao Qin after she finished paying the tuition. "Why did you sit in the back? Can you see the blackboard from there?" "My eyes are sharp. I can see everything clearly." Wearing glasses and still bragging, I see your mind isn't on studying. Hey, you're scolding me before the books are even handed out. This isn't fair. I sat in the back because you gave birth to me so tall. Zhao Qin thought about it, and indeed felt a bit guilty. As long as you can see the blackboard, it's fine. "Oh, don't worry. The seating is temporary. The homeroom teacher will definitely adjust it later based on the situation." "Whatever you say." Several parents gradually entered the classroom, and the homeroom teacher quickly collected the tuition. "Ahem, everyone please quiet down and listen to me." The homeroom teacher quickly took control of the class, saying, "My name is Wu Yongxiang, and I will also be the homeroom teacher for class 12 onwards. My phone number is 139x times x times 4399, and my WeChat account is the same. Parents can add my WeChat. I'll create a class group shortly." After paying the tuition and adding the WeChat group the parents can leave in turn, the children are now high school students and don't need to be accompanied all the time. Upon hearing this, the parents gave their children a few reminders before leaving the classroom. Behave in school, Zhao Qin said to Chen Xing. They'll be good, Chen Xing replied with a smile. After the parents left, Wu Yongxiang wrote down the tasks for this morning on the blackboard. 1. Self-introduction. 2. Arrange seating. 3. Distribute military training uniforms. A bold boy asked Wu Yongxiang, Teacher, what about the afternoon? Wu Yongxiang rubbed his sparse hair and smiled slightly. In the afternoon, we will have military training. The classroom was instantly filled with wails. What? We have military training in the afternoon? No way, I've been lying around all summer. Well, I can't handle it. Chen Xing didn't react much. The military training had already been announced. It was only for 7 days, and since he had been running for a month, it shouldn't be too hard. All right, quiet down. Wu Yongxiang knocked on the desk and pointed at the student by the door in the first row. You start, introduce yourself. The boy standing at the doorway was suddenly pointed at by Mr. Wu Yongxiang and asked to introduce himself. Caught completely off guard, he stammered incoherently, utterly at a loss for words. Shy, you're a young man. Everyone in this classroom will be your classmates for the next 3 years. What is there to fear? Be bold. Be confident. Mr. Wu Yongxiang stepped beside him, placing a reassuring hand on the desk. My name is... Louder. The students in the back can't hear you. I am Jiang Haofei from Hushi Town. Jiang Haofei finally managed the briefest possible self-introduction, shouting it out with such effort that he exhaled deeply afterward, as if emerging breathless from near death. That's it, Mr. Wu Yongxiang stared at him astonished. Jiang Haofei responded with an awkward, bashful smile and a quiet nod. All right then, next. Unwilling to waste time, Mr. Wu didn't press further and instead gestured toward the girl behind him. My name is Dong Li. I live on Heping Road in Huiqing. My address is... Hold on. No need for your house number. The classroom erupted into laughter. Mr. Wu Yongxiang's brow furrowed in dismay. How had she just volunteered her full home address? Was this voluntary self-exposure? Next. Following Jiang Haofei's unremarkable start, several students in succession offered equally bland introductions, nothing more than name and hometown. They're all formulaic. Chen Xing thought to himself. If he followed the same script, he'd blend seamlessly into the crowd, committing no error. When it came to the second row, he spotted a familiar face, a male classmate from junior high. Though they'd barely exchanged words before, he felt far more at ease around him than with these newly met peers. Everyone spoke politely, predictably, until a boy with a buzz cut sprang up, grinning broadly. My name is Yao Jun, and I want to be class president. At once the classroom's energy reignited. Yao Jun met Mr. Wu Yongxiang's gaze unflinchingly, his expression warm and confident. Agreed. Yao Jun will serve as class president of class 12. Perhaps to inspire initiative, Mr. Wu Yongxiang immediately endorsed Yao Jun's proposal, prompting others to follow suit without hesitation. I'd like to be vice president. I'd like to be academic committee representative. I'd like to be math class representative. Chen Xing glanced around. This wouldn't do. He was last in line, and by the time his turn came, the only position left might be trash can custodian. Unfair. Fortunately, Mr. Wu Yongxiang quickly realized his impulsive decision needed correction, and swiftly added, all appointments are provisional. I'll reassign roles later based on individual performance and academic results. At those words, enthusiasm waned and introductions grew terse once more. My name is... When a boy spoke, Chen Xing lowered his head and closed his eyes to rest. When a girl spoke, he opened them wide, studying her carefully. This was efficiency incarnate. Roughly halfway through the roll call, a girl seated near the center of the classroom rose, and Chen Xing's eyes widened to their fullest extent, not merely because of her striking beauty and fair complexion, but because of her extraordinary, unmistakable presence, a profoundly weighty one. A presence so overwhelming even a younger student would instinctively cry out, Mother. Hello everyone, I'm Ruan Xiao. I'm also from Huiqing, a graduate of experimental junior high. I hope we'll support each other over the next 3 years, and perhaps become friends. Ruan Xiao. You're anything but Xiao. Her precocious physical development endowed her with an arresting statuesque figure. Out of respectful deference to her, as a peer, Chen Xing found himself offering a silent, reverent gaze. And he wasn't the only one. Other boys in the class stole glances at Ruan Xiao, whispering inwardly, this defies science. Utterly unreasonable. Meanwhile, the girls watched enviously, hands instinctively covering their own flat chests, already planning to drink papaya milk upon returning home, determined not to fall short of Ruan Xiao. Ruan Xiao's entrance had broken the ice. Students who'd previously been strangers now murmured quietly among themselves. Chen Xing's tall seatmate leaned in, eyes fixed on her, murmuring, she must be the most beautiful girl in our class. Indeed, Uncertain whether the remark was directed at him, Chen Xing replied politely, and to his surprise the boy instantly brightened. Hi, I'm Ma Wanya. The tall boy extended his right hand in friendly greeting. Ma Wanya. Well, an impressive name. How many eyes do you have? A faint twitch tugged at Chen Xing's lips as he introduced himself. Brother Chen, I'm Ma Wanya, Yi as in wild beast, not Yi as in elder. Whoa, truly inventive wordplay. Wild beast Yi, not bad at all. League of Legends player. Chen Xing grinned. No, I'm a wholesale market trader. 5 king tier emblems. Impressive, Chen Xing said, bowing slightly. And you? I'm both, a dual-role specialist League of Legends and wholesale market trader. Plus I play Naruto San Guasha Valorant and CSGO. Huh, then you're definitely a playboy. Not at all. I'm sincere with every one of them. Once gaming entered the conversation, rapport bloomed instantly. They chatted like old friends, heads tilted close together, exchanging banter line by line. After Ruan Xiao sat down, subsequent introductions lost their luster. Ripples faded to mere ripples. Though a few other girls were attractive, none matched her magnetic impact. By the time Chen Xing's turn arrived, novelty had long worn off. Many classmates didn't even glance his way, including the girl whose presence carried such gravitational weight. Such is life, you rehearse your words, inwardly refining them endlessly, only to realize no one truly cares. Who cares? Do you really think you're Tony Leung? You're just an ordinary NPC. One without even a question mark above your head, incapable of triggering a quest. Yet Chen Xing felt no disappointment, only quiet satisfaction. Being invisible suited him perfectly. Better yet if the homeroom teacher overlooked him entirely. The moment that thought surfaced, Murphy's Law struck. Mr. Wu Yongxiang studied Chen Xing for a few seconds, stroking his chin. You're quite tall. Chen Xing, you'll serve as our temporary PE representative. After class, lead the boys to the gymnasium next door to collect your military training uniforms. Chen Xing blinked. Hadn't anyone else volunteered for PE rep? How had it landed on him? Well, PE rep was still far better than trashcan custodian. At least it was an official title, perhaps granting minor privileges during PE class, assuming PE wasn't preempted by another subject. Yes, sir. A stroke of blind luck, an unexpected appointment. Curious glances turned his way. His eyes met Ruan Xiao's, and he flashed her a broad, gleaming grin. The gymnasium of Huai City No. 2 middle school was also something a student like Chen Xing from the countryside had never seen before. It was fully equipped. It was cleverly composed of 8 small courts, 4 of which were spacious basketball courts, while the other 4 were standard badminton courts, independent, yet conveniently convertible and usable. Surrounding these 8 courts was an indoor track, and on the walls of the gymnasium were vision charts and height measurement charts. At this moment, a pile of military green uniforms was stacked in the center of the gymnasium, and many classes had already sent people to pick them up. As the sports committee member, Chen Xing took the lead, explained his class to the teacher in charge of the military training uniforms, and then led everyone to carry away the pile of uniforms belonging to Class 12. Chen Xing, from now on I'm going to stick with you. Being the sports committee member is so impressive. Ma Wangya whispered as he moved closer to Chen Xing. Where do you see the impressiveness? Isn't it just being a hard worker? You don't understand. When we were in middle school, being the sports committee member was awesome. Every time we had PE class, he would pick the best equipment. Basketballs, footballs, badminton rackets. All the good stuff went to his people while we were stuck with the bad ones. Because of this authority, he even got a girlfriend. Ma Wangya said with a look of envy. Is it really that exaggerated? Chen Xing's mouth twitched. It's no surprise that students in our country can maximize even the smallest of powers. If I lied to you, I'm a dog. Try leaving the good stuff for Ruan Xiao during PE class. She won't say anything, but she will definitely sense your good intentions, and over time. Hey, stop. Hold on, I'm not that thirsty, and my mom told me to study hard. Hypocrite. Ma Wangya looked at Chen Xing with disdain. When Ruan Xiao talks, your eyes are wider than mine, yet you still have the nerve to say you're not interested. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Xing made a shushing gesture and then entered the classroom. He was merely respecting beauty, looking a little more to increase his HP limit without any intention of pursuing Ruan Xiao. 20 or so boys each carried a little, stacking the military training uniforms on the podium. Wu Yongxiang handed Chen Xing a ruler and asked him to draw a simple height chart on the blackboard. Measure your height to get the corresponding size of the military training uniform. Wu Yongxiang walked to the door, giving Chen Xing space. Some shorter classmates looked reluctant. Measuring heights in public felt like social death, but the homeroom teacher's words were law, so everyone complied obediently, with Chen Xing reporting the data to Wu Yongxiang. Zhang Haofei was the first to go up. 169 centimeters, Chen Xing reported 170. As a boy, he knew how important that 1 centimeter was. Zhang Haofei was very understanding, throwing a grateful glance and Chen Xing responded with a no need to be polite smile. To be fair, Chen Xing showed respect to the classmates who went up later, reporting 160 for those close to it, and 170 for those near that mark. It wasn't until a heavy-set girl stepped up that Chen Xing broke this hidden rule. 156. Yuan Xiaoxiao leaned against the blackboard, her feet slightly raised, but unfortunately even a person like Chen Xing, who inflated his numbers, couldn't bring himself to say she was 160. Hearing that her height was only 156, Yuan Xiaoxiao pouted, obviously looking sad. For some reason, Chen Xing's mind twitched, and he suddenly comforted her softly. It's okay, you just developed in other areas. Yuan Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a moment, then her face flushed bright red. You? She understood what he meant, but didn't expect this tall boy to be so bold. Chen Xing also realized he had misspoken and quickly apologized, then glanced at Wu Yongqiang, relieved to see him looking towards the corridor. Sorry. I spoke without thinking. Pervert. Chen Xing regretted it. Oh, when did he become so desperate? He really shouldn't hang out with Meng Yuan every day, as it influenced his thoughts with his yellow trash. Rather than blaming himself, he chose to blame others. After shifting the blame to Meng Yuan, Chen Xing cheerfully resumed reporting heights. After the last classmate measured their height, he reflected a bit and gained a general understanding of the height levels of Class 12. Since they were all in their first year, the average height for girls was around 160 centimeters, while for boys, it was around 168, not yet reaching 170. But this was normal. The girls had basically completed their height potential, while boys were still growing rapidly. In another year, the average height for boys would likely surpass 170, and the gap would continue to widen. The tallest in Class 12 was not Chen Xing. For instance, Ma Wanye was 181 centimeters tall, and there was even a senior brother who reached 185, resembling a little Yao Ming. As for Yuan Xiaoxiao, she wasn't considered very short, as there were several girls beneath her. After the military training uniforms were distributed, Chen Xing obediently stepped down to give the podium back to Wu Yongqiang and listened to him speak. According to Wu Yongqiang, it was also his first time being a homeroom teacher, so he had no experience. He asked everyone to cooperate with him, and he would strive to help the students achieve good results in the college entrance examination. Chen Xing sat below, his mouth slightly agape, very surprised. Teacher, you're only 35. I thought you were in your 40s because of your baldness. Then Wu Yongqiang talked about some interesting things like the funny professors he encountered in college until the clock pointed to 12, and he clapped his hands to let everyone go eat. Remember to come back to school in the afternoon and wear your military training uniform. Got it, teacher, the classmates replied in unison. Ma Wanye, being cheerful, invited Chen Xing to walk with him. Where do you live? Ma Wanye asked. It should be around Meihua village where my mom rents a house. I'm not too sure myself. In the eastern direction of the school, eh? Yes. Then we're on the same route. What a coincidence, haha. Are you renting a house too? Yeah, my hometown isn't in Huai City either, but I live alone, Ma Wanye said with a grin. I envy you, that sounds nice. It's okay if my mom gave me a bit more living expenses, it would be even better. Chen Xing nodded, knowing to be discreet in their conversation. When it came to money, he didn't pry further, as it was someone else's privacy. Behind him, Yuan Xiaoxiao and her new classmate Fang Xini were also leaving school together. Xiaoxiao, I just saw you blushing suddenly at the podium. What was that about? Yuan Xiaoxiao stared at Chen Xing's back, biting her silver teeth lightly. It's nothing, I just feel a bit unhappy about being short. I think it's fine, a height doesn't matter for girls. Many tall boys actually prefer shorter ones. Who cares if they like it? Yuan Xiaoxiao huffed, feeling very annoyed with boys, especially tall ones. If his surname was Chun, it would be even more annoying. After returning home and finishing lunch, Chen Xing napped for another half hour. The t-shirt was not very breathable, and the collar had a plastic feel. Is this really the standard for an 180 yuan shirt? Chen Xing thought to himself that the principal must be quite well off. However, he only complained in his mind, as in reality, he couldn't even enter the principal's office. The sun at the end of August was still scorching. Just walking made Chen Xing sweat on his forehead, indicating that the afternoon military training wouldn't be as easy as he thought. Entering the classroom, Chen Xing scanned the room. Ma Wanye had taken a larger military training uniform during morning height measurement, and it hung loosely on him. At this moment, he was leaning over and chatting with two classmates at the front desk. Chen Xing vaguely heard him mention rap and West Coast. With a hint of amusement, Chen Xing walked over and patted him on the back, teasing the style is right, but the skin color is wrong. Hey Chen Xing, you're here, Ma Wanye laughed. Has the homeroom teacher not come? Surely they wouldn't be doing military training in the classroom. Who cares? It's better if they don't come, Ma Wanye replied. I just asked the two guys in front, and they all play Honor of Kings. I'm looking for a female classmate to form a 5-man team for the weekend, haha. Sounds good, impressive organizational skills. The homeroom teacher should appoint you as the gaming committee member. Of course. Haha. The four classmates laughed together, and their relationships became much closer. Similar scenes were unfolding in other parts of the classroom. Everyone was of the same age, and when they first arrived in the morning, they didn't know each other and kept their distance. By the afternoon, wearing military training uniforms, they were able to discuss the upcoming training, and conversations flowed more freely. This is probably why Huai City No. 2 High School insists on a week of military training upon enrollment, as it quickly promotes familiarity among classmates. After a while, the homeroom teacher Wu Yongxiang didn't come, but a young man dressed in a military green training outfit arrived. He looked like a soldier with dark skin and a lean, powerful build. He was likely the instructor for Class 12. As expected, this man, named Zhou Kai, introduced himself as the instructor for Class 12 and instructed everyone to gather on the playground below. As Chen Xing approached the corridor, he saw students from other classes wearing military training uniforms flowing down to the playground, estimating there were at least 800 to 1,000 of them. Not only the best high school in Huai City, but also the largest high school. Chen Xing sighed inwardly. Back in his hometown, people thought that getting into No. 2 High School meant being a good student or a good child. However, in a single grade, there were 1,000 such good students. What about the whole city? The whole province? The whole country? No wonder future university students would be undervalued. Pulling back his drifting thoughts, Chen Xing followed the crowd to the center of the playground. Class 12 was divided into 6 rows, and he stood in the last row. Like a toy, Zhou Kai took a whistle from his pocket and used a series of sharp whistles to gather Class 12 from the noisy chaos. Stand at attention. You can't even stand straight. What do you look like? First, he'll teach you how to stand straight. Let's start with standing at attention. Straighten your back, place your middle finger against the seam of your pants, and look straight ahead. Today is your first day of military training, and I don't want to see anyone slacking off. With no warning and no time to prepare, Zhou Kai quickly began training the novice high school students in a military manner. That's it for today's training. You are dismissed. The 3.5 hours in the afternoon felt long for the novices. Chen Xing, who had been running for a month, felt sore all over, let alone the other classmates who had been slacking off during the summer. Ruan Xiaoxiao was a typical example. Having been spoiled since childhood, her face was pale, and she was sweating profusely, gasping for breath. After finally finishing today's training, everyone else walked out of the playground with expressions of relief, while she remained sitting on the grass motionless. Are you okay, Xiaoxiao? Her deskmate Fong Xini asked with concern. Ruan Xiaoxiao stubbornly shook her head. I'm just a bit tired. You should go home first, Xini. Let me help you to the classroom to rest for a bit, Fong Xini said, still unable to relax, and supported Ruan Xiaoxiao to the classroom, pouring her a glass of water. Thank you. Don't be so polite, Xiaoxiao. You've only been here half a day, and you're already like this. Why don't you take a day off tomorrow? It's not good to push yourself. I saw on the news that someone collapsed during military training. Although Fong Xini meant, while she clearly lacked tact, her few words made Ruan Xiaoxiao's face flush, nearly causing her to feel low blood sugar. It's not that bad, Xini, really. You should go home. You'll be fine here for a while. Ruan Xiaoxiao couldn't possibly take a day off on the first day. Oh, what would the other classmates think of her? Wouldn't it make the teacher think she was faking illness? So she quickly shook her head in denial. Are you really okay? Really, I'm not that weak. Xini, we don't live in the same direction. I would feel guilty delaying your trip home, so you should hurry back. All right. Guessing that Ruan Xiaoxiao was too proud, and wanting to spare her the embarrassment, Fong Xini waited another 10 minutes, noticing Ruan Xiaoxiao's complexion improved considerably before heading home. After Fong Xini left, Ruan Xiaoxiao began to vent. Oh, Ruan Xiaoxiao, you were so embarrassing. How could you not handle a bit of intensity? She buried her face in her arms on the desk, regretting not listening to her mother over the summer and going out more instead of staying at home watching anime like a shootin'. Her regret continued until around 6 o'clock, when there were hardly any people left at school. Ruan Xiaoxiao had no choice but to go home by herself, so she forced herself to get up only to feel her legs weaken. Taking 2 steps and resting for 3, it took Ruan Xiaoxiao a long time to walk from the 5th floor to the 2nd floor. Why does the school have the first-year classrooms on the 5th floor? Out of nowhere, her complaint seemed to have been heard by the school, as she immediately faced retribution. She accidentally stepped into empty space with her right foot and began to fall backward. Her heart raced as if it might leap out of her throat. Oh no, her head was going to hit the stairs. At that critical moment, Ruan Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a powerful force from behind, gripping her shirt tightly. Her body jolted to a stop as if a doll from a claw machine had been caught avoiding a close encounter with the hard stairs. Saved. Arigato, my benefactor. Embracing her shootin' traits, Ruan Xiaoxiao instantly imagined a scene from a romantic anime, where a handsome high school boy heroically rescues the female lead. Thanks. As she turned around, she was stunned before she could even finish saying thanks. The person was Chen Xing, the boy who had made a rude remark to her when they measured height. Click. The fantasy of the shootin' shattered. Why is it you? Were you following me? Ruan Xiaoxiao frowned and asked. Her first thought was that Chen Xing had followed her. After all, everyone else had left, and he was the only one who hadn't. Could it be that Chen Xing was also experiencing low blood sugar? It was clearly impossible. What a silly girl. I followed you, my ass. Chen Xing, who had helped her out of kindness only to be questioned instead of thanked, was also taken aback. Does such a little fairy really exist in reality? She must have watched too much on Shi Hongdou. He had always thought that those stories about boys helping girls carry bags and then being suspected of hiding cameras were fake, just nonsense to provoke gender conflict. But today he saw. It really exists. Seeing Ruan Xiaoxiao holding onto the stair railing with an unhappy expression, Chen Xing's face darkened. To fulfill the main quest and avoid breaking his 30-day running streak, he went outside to buy a bottle of water, rested for a while, and then returned to the playground to run. Just as he was about to head home after running, the system suddenly issued the task, save Ruan Xiaoxiao from falling down the stairs. Chen Xing hurriedly searched for a way around and managed to grab her just in time. However, he didn't expect to be bitten back by her. Just because she was pretty and well-endowed didn't mean she could be unreasonable. Chen Xing's impression of the beautiful girl before him dropped to zero. You. He initially wanted to say a few more harsh words, but remembering that he had also made a careless remark that morning, he swallowed his curse. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. It's like saving a puppy, and besides, he had completed the rescue task issued by the system, so gaining a few charm points isn't a loss. Then, without explaining anything, he coldly shifted his gaze away from the girl and walked down the stairs. Let's just call it even. Chen Xing wiped the sweat caused by his hurry and left Ruan Xiaoxiao with a tall, slender back. Did I misunderstand him? This thought suddenly flashed in Ruan Xiaoxiao's mind, making her begin to re-evaluate her impression of Chen Xing. Although she couldn't think of a reason for Chen Xing to stay at school, the cold look he had given her after she questioned him felt like a lightning bolt across her heart, stirring up an indescribable sense of unease within her. I was indeed a bit rude just now, Ruan Xiaoxiao thought guiltily, gently biting her lip as if this could lessen her internal guilt. After all, no matter what reason Chen Xing had for staying at school, he did save her life at a critical moment. Yet she had so recklessly questioned him and even doubted him, which was quite inappropriate. Next time I see him, I should apologize. Ruan Xiaoxiao sniffed and looked ahead. Oh, what she needed to consider now was how to walk home. The first day of the girl's high school life was not pleasant. In the evening, after feeling like a victim of a dog bite, Chen Xing returned home and sat down glumly in a chair. Zhao Qin, tying her apron, curiously asked, "What happened? You're back so late." "I saw the students from nearby high schools come home early. After military training, I ran a few laps at the playground," Chen Xing replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin became furious, pointing at Chen Xing and scolding, "Didn't they say military training is exhausting? How can you still have the energy to run? Chen Xing, let me tell you, it was fine during the summer vacation when you ran for exercise, but now that school has started, you need to focus on your studies. You're not here to be a sports student at Erzhong, so why are you running every day? But we're still in military training, and we haven't even received our books yet. How can I study?" Seeing Zhao Qin getting angry, Chen Xing quickly explained, "And besides, health is the foundation of revolution, and it's also the foundation for studying. I'm using this time before classes start to strengthen my body. When the time comes for studying, it will be more effective. Don't you agree, Mom?" "You little rascal, do you really have that kind of insight?" Zhao Qin looked at her son suspiciously. After all, she knew his character well. He had never truly cared about his studies, so she didn't believe a word of his nonsense. Certainly exercising isn't just for studying. Oh, what could it be for? Zhao Qin speculated about Chen Xing's thoughts, but couldn't figure it out after a long time, so she had to give up. Finally, she warned, "Just be mindful yourself. Don't ruin your body by overdoing it with military training and running. I'm dead broke, and I won't have money to treat you if you get sick. Don't worry, if something happens, I'll crawl out even if I have to. I promise not to trouble you, Mom." Chen Xing chuckled and began to banter. Zhao Qin rolled her eyes, no longer arguing with him. Instead, she went to the rice cooker to serve him some rice. "After you finish eating, take a shower. Your clothes are soaked with sweat, and there are no clean ones to change into. If it rains, I don't know if they'll dry after washing. It's fine if I don't wash, so I don't mind." "I mind." Zhao Qin placed the rice in front of Chen Xing on the table. "Eat your meal." "Thanks, Mom. Eating is like not having legs. You still need me to serve you rice. Are you going to need me to feed you later?" With a sharp tongue but a soft heart, Zhao Qin wanted to help Chen Xing serve rice, but didn't hold back her words. Chen Xing understood and was used to it, just grinning foolishly. Just yesterday, she said as long as he didn't starve, it would be fine, yet today the dishes were abundant. Stir-fried spicy pork, greens, river shrimp, and small yellow croaker, along with a tomato and egg soup. 4 dishes and 1 soup. All are perfect sides for rice. I want to eat 10 bowls of rice," Chen Xing declared boldly. In the end, although he couldn't achieve that, he still managed to devour 3 big bowls. Burp, that was satisfying. Chen Xing let out a satisfying burp, patting his belly as he left the kitchen. Zhao Qin suddenly asked that. "Is Shi Hongdou also at Erzhong? Did you see her today?" "What nonsense. Why would she have the time to come to your house for dinner?" Chen Xing immediately refused. What a ridiculous joke. How could he casually speak to Shi Hongdou? If he did, she might think he had a crush on her. How do you know she wouldn't want to come if you didn't even ask? Zhao Qin shouted with hands on her hips. The young girl clearly said she loves my cooking. You really are oblivious to your blessings. Oh, come on, let's just wait until I run into her, alright? In truth, she was just flattering him, and his mother took it seriously. Chen Xing didn't dare to tell the truth, and could only muddle through and slip away. Aren't you friends with her on QQ? Just ask her directly, but remember to mention it. Zhao Qin shouted from behind. I know. People like Shi Hongdou aren't your daughter-in-law. Why be so enthusiastic? Chen Xing thought to himself, feeling exasperated. The next day, military training proceeded, as usual. After practicing standing at attention and resting, it was time to turn left and right. Chen Xing felt like a puppet at the command of instructor Zhou Kai. His spring would start to turn unconsciously. Turn left. Turn right. How can there still be a brother who can't tell left from right? Huh? Are you trying to make me laugh? Everyone in the team couldn't hold back, and laughter began to spread. What are you laughing at? Did you all do so well? Continue practicing. Did you hear me? We heard. Did you not eat breakfast? Your voices are so quiet. We heard. Everyone answered loudly. After turning for more than an hour, Chen Xing had only one thought: I've become a spinning top for the TS team. However, what puzzled him was that every time he turned, he felt a strange sensation, as if a pair of eyes was silently watching him. At first, Chen Xing didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just his imagination. But as the turns increased, he was sure someone was watching him. Finally, during an accidental turn, his gaze met someone else's, and it turned out to be Yuan Xiao. Chen Xing quickly rolled his eyes and averted his gaze. Why is she staring at me? Is she really going to report me for stalking her? This woman is crazy. Chen Xing frowned, wondering if all young girls are this difficult to deal with nowadays. What do the handsome understand? I'm being stared at by a girl. Although her gaze can't kill, knowing someone is always looking at you still makes Chen Xing very uncomfortable. After another 10 minutes, Chen Xing began to get impatient. Just as he was about to remind Yuan Xiao not to look at him, suddenly a female classmate shouted in panic, Instructor Yuan Xiao has fainted. What? Did I make her faint with my handsomeness? Am I really that handsome? Chen Xing turned to glance at Yuan Xiao, who was slumped on the grass, and quietly took a step back, hiding among the onlooking classmates. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Kai hurried over to check, then squatted down and shouted, I have a back injury, someone carry her to the infirmary. However, after several seconds, no one spoke up. The girls didn't have enough strength, and the boys were reluctant to stick their necks out. If it were an ordinary girl, it would be fine, but this is Yuan Xiao. Although they had just started school for 2 days, everyone believed she was definitely the beauty of class 12. Would I be misunderstood for having thoughts about her if I went out now? If I could carry the beauty home, it would be worth it, but the boys all knew that talking big was one thing. When it came to action, they shrank back. So in the end, it turned into a situation where the boys just looked at each other, but didn't move. Damn, where's the class monitor? Zhou Kai had no choice but to designate someone. Yao Jun felt secretly pleased and stepped forward. If Instructor Zhou Kai asks me to carry her, then it will be fine, and I won't be pointed at by my classmates. I'm the class monitor. Yao Jun straightened his body like a sharp blade, waiting for Zhou Kai's command. Unexpectedly, Zhou Kai glanced at his skinny frame and immediately frowned even deeper. You're too thin, that's not going to work. Let's find someone else. Zhou Kai feared that if Yao Jun tried to carry Yuan Xiao, he would fall down before they even reached halfway. Yao Jun was on the verge of tears. He was just a bit picky with food, so he was slim, but he actually had a lot of strength. Where's the sports committee member? Where is the sports committee member? Zhou Kai shouted again. Chen Xing quietly cursed in his heart. Sure enough, everyone turned to look at him, and they all stepped aside. Zhou Kai also looked at him, who was tall. Damn, is it really this unlucky? What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Isn't she from your class? Zhou Kai was speechless. Class 12 really is a mystical class. The beautiful girl from their class fainted, and the boys all shrank back like a group of turtles, afraid to step forward. Feeling the gazes around him prickling his scalp, Chen Xing secretly cursed this group of cowards. However, he couldn't be bothered to argue and directly squatted down, picking up Yuan Xiao and striding toward the infirmary. Yuan Xiao's skin was so delicate that it seemed as if one could squeeze water from it, clearly having been cherished and pampered by her parents since childhood. No wonder she couldn't withstand the heat and collapsed as soon as it got warm. Chen Xing carried her ahead, followed closely by Instructor Zhou Kai and Yuan Xiao's deskmate Feng Xini. Feng Xini looked anxious, her hands hovering beneath Yuan Xiao's hips, afraid that she might slip down if she lost her balance. After just a few steps, Chen Xing was already drenched in sweat, but it wasn't because Yuan Xiao was heavy. On the contrary, she was as light as a feather. The perspiration on his forehead was a reflection of Chen Xing's internal turmoil, as Yuan Xiao's power was overwhelming. Her soft curves pressed tightly against his back, quickening his heartbeat, and causing chaotic thoughts to surge in his mind. Calm down, Chen Xing, you are a decent person. He chanted a calming mantra in his mind, while his feet moved swiftly, reducing a 10-minute journey to just 3. Of course, his speed was also driven by the fear that Ruan Xiaoxiao might wake up and accuse him of being a lecher. After all, he couldn't treat her like a normal person, he needed to be cautious. Finally arriving at the infirmary, Chen Xing let out a sigh of relief, secretly grateful he had finally been freed. If he had to carry her any longer, he feared he would lose his ability to recite the calming mantra. Inside the infirmary, Doctor, someone has fainted here. Fong Sini, having known Ruan Xiaoxiao for only 2 days, was already shouting anxiously as soon as they entered the infirmary, her voice almost lifting the roof off. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels striking the tiled floor approached rapidly, and a woman in her 40s wearing a white coat rushed over. Fainted? The female doctor asked, frowning. Yes, she fainted during military training. Fong Sini quickly replied, her tone filled with concern. It's hotter than a steamer. I already said not to take military training too seriously. The doctor complained as she pointed to a nearby single bed. Quick, lay her down on the bed. She then turned to glare at Zhou Kai. You are the instructor, right? That girl is still a high school student. It's enough to just go through the motions during military training. There are always people fainting every year. If something really happens, can you handle it? Zhou Kai looked helpless, silently protesting. Our military training was much tougher back in our day. Us standing for a day was common. How come today's kids are so delicate? Chen Xing carefully laid Ruan Xiaoxiao down on the bed, and the female doctor leaned over to examine her, muttering, low blood sugar and a bit of dark circles. She probably didn't sleep well last night. She suggested, let her rest here for a bit. Later give her some light salt water. Zhou Kai, who had just been scolded, stood at the door looking like a student who had done something wrong, fidgeting with his hands. Doctor, then I'll trouble you to take care of her. There are still students on the playground, and I need to return to supervise. Hurry up, then, as standing here won't help at all. The doctor waved her hand, her tone full of disdain. Oh, okay. Zhou Kai, as if granted a reprieve, slipped away. Seeing that the instructor had left, Chen Xing felt a surge of joy. Can I slip away too? Just as he turned, the female doctor spoke up. That male student, you can't leave yet. Chen Xing froze, awkwardly smiling. Is there anything else for me to do here? I thought I was just a human wheelchair, and my task was done. As soon as he said this, the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. The female doctor couldn't help but laugh friendly as she explained. It's nothing serious. I just worry that you might get tired from carrying someone and wanted you to rest a bit. Just that. No need. Thank you, sister. I'll just go back to military training. Chen Xing's face immediately lit up with joy upon hearing that there was nothing wrong, and he turned to run. The female doctor was delighted by his calling her sister, and smiling said to Fong Sini, this boy from your class has a sweet tongue, unlike those kids from the Olympiad class who call me Annie as soon as they meet, making my head hurt. Fong Sini noticed that the female doctor was in a good mood, and realizing Ruan Xiaoxiao likely had no serious issues, relaxed, as well, smiling as she replied, the Olympiad class consists of academic elites. It's normal for them to have low emotional intelligence. True, the doctor nodded, her curiosity piqued. However, this little boy from your class seems quite interesting. I gave him an excuse to rest, and he didn't accept it, eager to return. Oh, it's the first time I've seen someone so fond of military training. He's our class sports representative. He probably has good physical fitness and doesn't think military training is much of a challenge, Fong Sini casually explained. Upon hearing this, the female doctor's eyes lit up, and she lowered her voice to ask, good physical fitness? Can you elaborate on that? Fong Sini was suddenly at a loss for words, her face turning red to the roots of her ears. She wasn't some innocent little rabbit, as she often peeked at romance novels, and even occasionally searched for a few little films in secret. She had some knowledge of domestic Korean and Western productions. The expression on this female doctor's face increasingly resembled the roles in certain indescribable plots from those films. I don't really know. Fong Sini lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Seeing her like this, the female doctor felt a bit disappointed and had to change the topic. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Please help me pour a cup of warm water. I'll give it to this student later. Fong Sini felt relieved, quickly running to get water, secretly vowing, I won't casually engage with doctors again in the future. She's still a baby. On the other side, just as Chen Xing returned to the group, he was surrounded by a crowd of classmates ablaze with curiosity. Hey Chen Xing, why are you back? Is Ruan Xiaoxiao okay? What did the doctor say? Is it serious? Where's Fong Sini? Is she with Ruan Xiaoxiao? What happened? Instructor Zhou's face was so dark. Did something happen? As he calmly answered each question, Chen Xing explained, Ruan Xiaoxiao is fine. The doctor said it's low blood sugar, and she just needs to rest. Fong Sini is with her and the instructor. Well, he got scolded by the doctor, so he's probably not in a good mood. Just as he was getting parched from all the talking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of class leader Yao Jun glaring at him with seething jealousy, as if Chen Xing had stolen his girlfriend. When you were carrying Ruan Xiaoxiao, did you take advantage of the opportunity to make a move? Yao Jun suddenly interjected, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As soon as he spoke, the previously lively atmosphere froze instantly, everyone stunned, as if the air had been frozen. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, cursing silently, but his face wore a cold smile. Don't project your dark thoughts onto others, all right? What you think in your own mind is none of my business. Besides, whether I touched her or not, what does that have to do with you? He paused, his tone becoming sharper. Who do you think you are in relation to Ruan Xiaoxiao? Chen Xing, already irritated, decided to confront Yao Jun directly, unwilling to spare him any dignity. Does being a class leader in high school make you think you're in charge? What a joke. The nearby girls couldn't hold back anymore, chiming in. Yao Jun, that was too much. Chen Xing was clearly helping. One girl even wanted to add, the instructor called you first, but you're too thin to carry her and didn't seize the chance. Now you have the nerve to be jealous of Chen Xing, but thought better of it. After all, they were classmates, so she held back to not make it too harsh. However, many girls had indeed been impressed by Chen Xing's decisive actions when he carried Ruan Xiaoxiao, and some even secretly labeled him as having maximum boyfriend potential. Yao Jun was left speechless, and knowing he was in the wrong, lowered his head in silence, though a hint of discontent still lingered in his eyes, indicating he was still competing silently. Chen Xing couldn't be bothered to deal with him any longer, turning to sit aside, silently grumbling, this military training is exhausting. Not only do I have to deal with the sun, but also with such inexplicable drama queens. Dr. Lu Tingting gently fed Ruan Xiaoxiao some light salt water, and then stood at the door chatting with Fong Xini. Fong Xini blinked, her tone tinged with curiosity. People like me are rare, Lu Tingting smiled. Doctors in regular hospitals are quite busy. For example, my classmates, the school clinic is considered relatively easygoing. Which university did you graduate from? Lu Jia. Wancheng Medical College. Back then it was still a second-tier school, but now the school is working hard and has been upgraded to a first-tier institution. After a while, Fong Xini propped her chin, gazing into the distance, and softly said, actually, my dream is to become a doctor. Because my mother is in poor health, I thought that once I become a doctor, I can take better care of her. Lu Tingting listened, reached out to pat Fong Xini's head, her tone gentle, yet slightly teasing. As someone who has been through it, I must say advising someone to study medicine is like inviting a thunderstorm. But if you really want to be a doctor, then go for it. Fong Xini nodded, and with a playful smile asked, Lu Jia, can you tell me how the treatment for doctors is? Well, it varies from one unit to another, for example. The two continued chatting until around noon, when Ruan Xiaoxiao finally awoke. Cough, cough. She groggily opened her eyes, realizing that the originally hot playground had turned into a cool, air-conditioned room, and looked around. Is this the infirmary? I think I fainted. Ruan Xiaoxiao rubbed her aching temples, recalling how she had lost sleep last night, due to matters concerning Chen Xing combined with the exhausting and hot military training in the morning. No wonder she couldn't hold on. Xiaoxiao, you're awake. Fong Xini exclaimed joyfully, then walked to the bedside with Lu Tingting. Xini, thank you for bringing me to the infirmary. Ruan Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude. It wasn't me, it was our class physical committee member Chen Xing who carried you here, Fong Xini explained with a smile. Lu Tingting interjected with a teasing tone, he's quite a tall, handsome guy, isn't he? Chen Xing. Ruan Xiaoxiao felt a mix of emotions, realizing that he was the one who saved her again. Having misunderstood him last time, she still hadn't found an opportunity to apologize, and now she owed him another favor. Where's Chen Xing? She couldn't help but ask. He went back to the playground, he's eager for military training, ha. Ruan Xiaoxiao's expression stiffened, feeling a bit disappointed. Others may not know, but she was well aware that Chen Xing was clearly avoiding her, especially since she had been so unreasonable yesterday. You're still very weak, I'll give you my phone, and you can call your family, Lu Tingting suggested. You shouldn't do military training for now, or take a few days off to rest at home. All right. Ruan Xiaoxiao nodded, acknowledging the doctor's advice and deciding not to push herself. After taking the phone handed to her by Lu Tingting, Ruan Xiaoxiao called her mother. Not long after, a BMW X5 stopped at the school gate, and a graceful woman came to pick up Ruan Xiaoxiao. Fong Xini stood at the infirmary door watching the car leave, unable to help but exclaim, she really is a little rich girl. Unexpectedly, her deskmate's family was so well off, in comparison her own family didn't even have a vehicle. However, she quickly perked up, clenched her little fist, and murmured to herself, it's okay, my mom loves me very much. With that, she walked out of the school gate by herself and went home for lunch. On the BMW, Ruan Xiaoxiao's mother Dong Hui expressed both concern and slight reproach. Baby, I told you yesterday to take a leave of absence, but you insisted on going to school, and now you fainted, right? Ruan Xiaoxiao pouted, turning her head away and not wanting to respond. As soon as you made a phone call, I rushed over worried sick, and now you're ignoring me. How heartbreaking. Dong Hui feigned a pitiful tone. Oh, don't call me baby. Oh, I'm not a child anymore. Being called baby is so embarrassing if someone hears it. Ruan Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back anymore and retorted angrily. Aren't you my baby? I carried you for 10 months. It was quite hard, you know. Dong Hui spoke with a slight Shanghai accent, her tone full of affection. Whatever, I don't care, Ruan Xiaoxiao said, helplessly unwilling to argue further. Don't be unhappy. Oh, I'm not blaming you. Later I'll ask your dad to get a certificate from the hospital, and you can stay home to watch TV with me for the next few days. I don't want to watch TV. You can watch it by yourself, Ruan Xiaoxiao pouted. If you don't want to watch TV, where do you want to go to play it? I'll accompany you, Dong Hui continued to press. No, I'd rather stay home and read, Ruan Xiaoxiao replied. Baby, what's wrong with you? You've grown up and become boring. Dong Hui teased, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Clearly you're the one being unreasonable. I'm in high school, and other parents hope their children study well, but you. Every day you either want me to watch TV or go on trips. If I can't get into college, I'll just be at home relying on you. Ruan Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, her tone filled with defiance. Upon hearing this, Dong Hui burst out laughing, saying cheerfully, your dad and I would be more than happy for you to stay at home and rely on us. We earn money just for you to use. The most you could do is find a boyfriend to come to our family, and we can use it for both of you. Oh, come on, stop mentioning that. Who would want to enter a family? Ruan Xiaoxiao felt overwhelmed. Oh, why did her mother think about marrying off her daughter every day? There are some who do. In the provincial capital of Zhejiang, there's a district where rich women specifically look for son-in-laws. The conditions are quite good too. Our family has that condition, and you're our only daughter, so of course we should consider it, Dong Hui said, as if she had already planned her daughter's future. Stop, don't keep talking about this, but it's already annoying, and now I'm even more annoyed. What's bothering you? Did something happen? Talk to your mom. Dong Hui noticed her daughter's mood and softened her tone. For the next 5 days of military training, Ruan Xiaoxiao did not appear at school. According to the drill instructor, she had taken leave to rest at home, a situation many girls in Class 12 envied, as who wouldn't wish to escape the sweltering summer drills. Chen Xing, however, considered it a blessing. He welcomed the quiet, relieved to no longer grapple with those inexplicable misunderstandings. Thus, the week-long freshman military training passed in the blink of an eye. Yet what followed was unwelcome news. Homeroom teacher Wu Yongxiang announced that evening self-study sessions would begin immediately. A chorus of groans erupted across the classroom. Damn it! Textbooks haven't even been distributed yet, and now evening study. Are we supposed to play on our phones during class? Ma Wangya lamented, utterly crestfallen. Soon Wu Yongxiang delivered the answer. Just as students changed into casual clothes and the classroom buzzed with boisterous chatter, Wu Yongxiang appeared silently beside the rear window, like a specter, and suddenly flung it open, startling everyone. Yao Jun asked several boys to fetch the textbooks from the academic affairs office. Wu Yongxiang said, his expression impassive. Upon hearing this, Yao Jun's pride swelled. Last time Chen Xing had led the team to collect uniforms, this time the honor of collecting textbooks fell to him. What did that signify? Status. He was the class monitor, the undisputed second-in-command of Class 12. With a faintly provocative glance at Chen Xing, he rose slowly and replied with exaggerated deference, yes, sir. Then follow me, gentlemen, he declared loudly. Idiot. Chen Xing shook his head helplessly. Did one really need to flaunt such a trivial errand? Would he faint outright if Wu Yongxiang awarded him a red paper flower next? Ma Wangya, seated beside him, nodded in agreement and murmured cautiously, he's petty. You'd do well to avoid giving him cause to undermine you. What could he possibly do? Mark my name for talking in class. How utterly terrifying. Chen Xing scoffed dismissively, clearly unimpressed. Ma Wangya hesitated, intending to mention that he and Yao Jun had attended the same junior high, where Yao Jun associated closely with local troublemakers. But then he reconsidered, surely such minor friction wouldn't warrant calling outsiders to cause trouble, so he kept silent. Fine, just watch yourself, Ma Wangya finally said, clapping Chen Xing lightly on the shoulder. Relax, I'm not afraid of him. If he dares stir up trouble, I'll handle it. In the classroom, Yao Jun strode out with a dozen boys in tow, as though embarking on a momentous mission, deliberately omitting the last row boys, including Chen Xing. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Xing thought wryly, is fetching textbooks truly worth such pomp? He soon dismissed it entirely and slumped onto his desk to nap. After all, evening study hadn't begun yet. Every stolen moment of idleness was precious. Upon returning, Yao Jun eagerly tore open the packaging and distributed the books himself, beaming with self-importance. Consequently, when the textbooks reached Chen Xing, he hadn't lifted a finger. His share arrived effortlessly. Compulsory Chinese Volume 1, Compulsory Mathematics Volume 1, Compulsory English Volume 1, Mental Health Education. 15 textbooks. Ma Wangya stared at the towering stack on his desk and gasped. Chen Xing replied coolly, perfectly normal. Except for students in liberal arts classes who've already chosen their track, the rest of us, still undecided, must study both humanities and sciences. The school is granting us room to adjust. Perhaps Ma Xiao, you're truly a celestial scholar descended from the star of literature. Hopeless in science, but brilliant in the humanities. We must allow you the chance to shine before finalizing your path at year's end. A celestial scholar. Impossible. I'm definitely pursuing science. I'm the sovereign of subject imbalance. Really? What did you score in math on the high school entrance exam? Chen Xing asked curiously. Surely scoring 120 didn't qualify one as a sovereign. That would just be absurd. 150. English 79. Chinese 95. Ma Wangye wore a smug grin. Chen Xing paused for 2 seconds, then raised his thumb. Impressive. He'd assumed the title sovereign of subject imbalance was mere jest, until meeting someone who genuinely embodied it. Do you regret it, eh? Logically speaking, if your English and Chinese scores had been slightly higher, you might have qualified for the experimental class, or even the Olympiad training program. Chen Xing couldn't help asking. Why regret it? I dislike English. Memorizing vocabulary is tedious and exhausting. Besides, my junior high English teacher was an idiot. His own pronunciation riddled with heavy accent, yet he constantly berated me for incompetence. Ma Wangye grimaced at the very mention of English. What about Japanese? Chen Xing mused aloud, recalling that some students opted for Japanese instead of English in the National College entrance exam, reportedly easier and more conducive to high scores. Japanese. You can choose Japanese for the Gaokao. Ma Wangye perked up at first, then shook his head. But I don't watch anime, so Japanese probably wouldn't suit me either. Better to stick with English, even if I only scrape by with a few dozen points. I only mentioned it offhand. Truthfully, I know little about it. Chen Xing shrugged, saying no more. He himself excelled in no particular subject. All were merely average. His English score of 120 on the entrance exam sufficed for basic use, so Japanese held no appeal. Around the classroom, classmates leafed through their newly distributed textbooks, captivated by their novelty. With Wu Yongxiang absent, no one feigned studiousness. 2 evening study periods slipped away effortlessly. Evening study isn't so unbearable after all. Ma Wangye shoved all his books into the desk compartment and prepared to leave empty-handed. Ma Xiao, you head home alone tonight. Chen Xing said suddenly. Running. Count me in. Ma Wangye knew Chen Xing ran daily, and with nothing pressing, he gladly volunteered to join. Not today. I have something to attend to in the liberal arts class. What sort of thing? You're not chasing after a girl, are you? Ma Wangye eyed Chen Xing, suspiciously, silently wondering, could Chen Xing possibly be bringing a girlfriend to high school? Chen Xing coughed awkwardly, neither explaining nor knowing how to explain. Was he to confess, I have a childhood friend, and my mother invited her for dinner? That would be pure self-sabotage. So he simply waved his hand vaguely. Don't jump to conclusions. It's just something personal. With his backpack half-shouldered, Chen Xing walked out of the classroom and headed upstairs, contrasting sharply with the students descending from above. The humanities class 15, is located on the 6th floor, the top level of the teaching building. Jokingly, one can tell that Huai City No. 2 high school favors the science classes a bit more, as they don't want the science students to climb the stairs. There are so many girls. Chen Xing exclaimed slightly in surprise, noticing that most of those coming down were girls, and their average appearance seemed slightly higher than that of the science class. However, he didn't look for long. Taking 2 steps at a time, he soon reached the corridor outside class 15. She should be inside, right? Chen Xing peered through the window, searching for Shi Hongdou among a group of girls packing their bags. Fortunately, Shi Hongdou was both good-looking and eye-catching, and Chen Xing quickly spotted her. She was sitting in the 3rd row, chatting and laughing with her desk mate. Hey classmate, are you looking for someone? A girl near the wall suddenly opened the window and asked curiously. Chen Xing scratched his head. Yes, I'm looking for Shi Hongdou. Another one has come, the girl said with a grin. Another one. Chen Xing didn't understand what she meant, but the girl quickly explained. Several boys have said they want to find Shi Hongdou these past few days. Although she's pretty, you guys are too bold. Aren't you afraid of the teacher? Chen Xing helplessly replied. What's different? There are even boys better looking than you. Just give up, dude, the girl teased. Chen Xing sighed, not wanting to get into an argument with her, and simply shouted into the classroom, Shi Hongdou, can you come out for a moment? This shout drew the attention of the classmates inside the classroom, who whispered among themselves. Naturally, Shi Hongdou noticed him as well, feeling puzzled by his arrival, and walked out of the classroom. She went out. Am I seeing things? Isn't he the first boy to make Shi Hongdou go out? I told you Shi Hongdou had a boyfriend, otherwise why didn't she go out when Han Feiyu called for her last time? Han Feiyu is so handsome. Where is he handsome? He looks like a little gangster and has ear piercings. I don't see what's so handsome about him, a girl disdainfully remarked. It's the Han style. If you don't pursue the oppa, you wouldn't understand. The girl who had just spoken to Chen Xing was also stunned, surprised that Shi Hongdou actually obediently walked out. What brings you here? Shi Hongdou was dressed simply today, wearing a black printed t-shirt on top and a pair of blue denim shorts below, giving off a fresh vibe. Chen Xing scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "My mom asked you to come to our house for dinner." After saying this, he felt a bit awkward. His mother was really something, insisting on pushing him to do such things. Sure. Shi Hongdou smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy. Hey, aren't you going to ask why? Chen Xing was a bit surprised. Of course it's because I'm charming and Aunt Zhao misses me, Shi Hongdou said confidently, raising her fair chin. Seeing the girl's proud face, Chen Xing couldn't help but smile. How about tomorrow? It's just in time for the holiday. Sounds good, Shi Hongdou nodded again. Is there anything else? You wouldn't have come just to find me, would you? She blinked, her tone teasing. Actually, I do need to borrow $50. I'm Qin Shi Huang, and you can invest quickly so that when I unify the world, you'll control the troops of Huai City. Chen Xing said seriously. Shi Hongdou paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, glaring at him with puffed cheeks. Haha, just kidding. You agreed so quickly earlier, I thought you might agree to other things too. Chen Xing quickly apologized. Hey you. The girl was slightly angry, and just as she was about to scold Chen Xing for teasing her desk mate Jiang Xiaoqian, carrying a backpack, rushed over with a curious look. Handsome guy, are you Hongdou's boyfriend? Jiang Xiaoqian blinked, full of curiosity. Xiaoqian, what nonsense are you talking about? Shi Hongdou's face turned slightly red as she lightly hit Jiang Xiaoqian. Seeing your eager expression, I regret to inform you that I'm not. Chen Xing pretended to look regretful. Well, then are you pursuing Hongdou? Jiang Xiaoqian relentlessly followed up. Chen Xing wanted to complain. Shi Hongdou, do the girls in your humanities class only think about dating? No, we were classmates in middle school. Ew, I have something to discuss with her, Chen Xing explained. So you had boys in middle school? Jiang Xiaoqian wanted to ask more, but Shi Hongdou quickly covered her mouth. Jiang Xiaoqian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Shi Hongdou said with a flushed face. I was wrong, let me go, I won't ask anymore. Jiang Xiaoqian pleaded with a muffled voice. Shi Hongdou let go and glared at her. Freed from her seal, Jiang Xiaoqian looked at Chen Xing and Shi Hongdou with a teasing smile, saying, Hee, I'll head home first, you two chat. After saying that, she jumped away. Sorry, I didn't know the girls in your class were all love-struck, Chen Xing shrugged. I should have texted you earlier. You're the one who's love-struck. Shi Hongdou retorted. I'm a Sigma male, ooh, I hate love-struck people the most. Chen Xing raised his eyebrow. At this moment, several boys came out from the classroom, casting unfriendly glances at Chen Xing. Shi Hongdou, you haven't just been named the class flower at the start of the term, have you? Their eyes seem like they want to eat me. Chen Xing pretended to be scared. That's what you deserve, ha ha ha. Shi Hongdou stuck out her little tongue mischievously. I better hurry and leave, or someone really might want to hit me. Chen Xing found an excuse to slip away as he needed to go to the playground to run. Let's chat on QQ tonight. Oh, I'll send you my address. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Shi Hongdou replied, watching him leave, an involuntary smile appearing on her lips. To be honest, she was also looking forward to eating Aunt Zhao's cooking. On Saturday morning, Chen Xing received the second main mission issued by the system. Ding. Main mission 2, persist in studying with independent study time exceeding 2 hours daily. 030 difficulty, 1-star reward, 1 point of intelligence. Note: reward 1 point for every 30 days of persistence can be refreshed. Independent study time. It should refer to the time outside of class, right? Chen Xing stroked his chin and then exclaimed in surprise. Including self-study classes, he had to attend 9 45-minute classes every day, and now he was expected to study independently for 2 hours. Half of his day would be spent on studying. This difficulty is clearly 5 stars. Is the system there? Did you hear the user's feedback? Quickly adjust the reward value, thank you. After a while of feeling overwhelmed, Chen Xing ultimately decided to follow the system's advice. After all, he couldn't increase his intelligence points by himself, so he might as well take on the challenge and fulfill his responsibilities as a student. Knock knock. Zhao Qin pushed the door open, hands on her hips, and asked, Didn't you say Hongdou agreed to come to our house for dinner yesterday? When are you going to pick her up? Mom, don't rush me. Shi Hongdou will message me when it's time. Why are you in such a hurry? Does she really need to come to your house so early on her day off? Chen Xing raised his head helplessly, still holding the phone Zhao Qin had given him, showing the chat record with Shi Hongdou that had ended last night at 10. Zhao Qin snorted coldly, thinking this brat Chen Xing pretends to dislike it, acting unwilling, but in reality, he's as obedient as can be. He will respond immediately when called. Ooh, I've never seen him so eager about anything else. He even says he has no feelings for Hongdou. Stubborn. Alright, just remember to pick her up early, don't make her wait too long. Zhao Qin deliberately emphasized the word early, her gaze carrying a deeper meaning. Got it, you don't need to worry. Chen Xing waved his hand, looking slightly impatient, but his eyes occasionally glanced at the phone screen, clearly showing that he cared about this matter. Seeing this, Zhao Qin secretly smiled, but chose not to say more. She turned and left the room, leaving Chen Xing alone pretending to be calm while waiting for the message. Around 11 o'clock, Shi Hongdou sent a message to Chen Xing. Her QQ ID is Hongdou Shengnangua, and her profile picture is a childhood photo of herself back when she had long hair. Indeed, beautiful people often use their own pictures as avatars. Chen Xing lacked that confidence. His avatar was a handsome image of Wukong, not the domestic son Wukong, but the Super Saiyan son Wukong from Dragon Ball. Didi, Hongdou Shengnangua, am all set. Chichu Kuba, okay, I'll come pick you up. Hongdou Shengnangua, huh? Did you buy an electric bike? Shocked. Chichu Kuba, no, I walked over to pick you up. Hongdou Shengnangua speechless. Chichu Kuba, aren't you satisfied that this young master personally came to get you? Angry. Hongdou Shengnangua smiling with hand over mouth, alright, I live in XXXX. They'll wait for you at the community entrance. Chichu Kuba, you can come down a bit later, it might take me some time to get there. Hongdou Shengnangua, little crocodile nodding, putting away her phone. Chen Xing complained to Zhao Qin. Mom, you need to buy me a car someday, even a bicycle would do. Relying on my legs all the time is too inefficient. The bicycles in town are too old. Oh, Chen Xing didn't bring one with him. Zhao Qin snorted. Hey, I've been planning to buy you one for a long time. I thought you liked walking since you run every day. Running is one thing, but being too lazy to walk is also true. Chen Xing stretched lazily, picked up an umbrella, and said, let's go. The address given by Shi Hongdou was the nearby Biyuan garden, less than a kilometer away. Chen Xing had barely walked a few steps when he saw its distinctive sign. At the entrance of the security room, Shi Hongdou stood there holding an umbrella. Today she wore a purple top paired with a white pleated skirt, her snow-white legs straight and exposed to the air. The radiance of a beautiful girl could be felt from afar. Shi Hongdou. Chen Xing waved as he walked over. Why are you wearing a skirt today? Shi Hongdou raised her umbrella slightly until she could see Chen Xing. She held her head high, pride evident in her tone. I like it, what do you care? Just tell me if it looks good or not. It does look good. Chen Xing honestly admitted. Even he couldn't say that Shi Hongdou's outfit today was unattractive. Shi Hongdou noticed that Chen Xing hadn't opened his umbrella and smiled cheerfully. Chen Xing, you didn't bring this umbrella for me, did you? You haven't even opened it. What else could it be? It would be ridiculous for a man to hold an umbrella. Chen Xing frowned. Hee, you're quite thoughtful knowing to bring an umbrella for a girl. Well, I brought it, so let's go quickly. Oh, it's too hot. Chen Xing urged. Humph, just trying to save face and suffering for it. Shi Hongdou teased, then moved closer to Chen Xing, sharing the umbrella. The umbrella shielded them from the sun, and Chen Xing instantly felt much more comfortable. With the pleasant fragrance emanating from the girl beside him, the air was no longer stifling. Let me take it. Chen Xing snatched the umbrella from Shi Hongdou's hand. Sure, you're quite considerate, Shi Hongdou praised with a smile. And mainly because you're too short. It's inconvenient for me to walk with you holding the umbrella. Chen Xing said seriously. Climb, I'm 165 meters tall, okay. That's the golden height for girls. How am I short? Shi Hongdou retorted. Anything under 7 meters is short, Chen Xing shrugged. But you're not even 8 meters, you're short too. Shi Hongdou refused to back down. Who says I'm not 8 meters? I measured just yesterday, am already 8 meters tall. Oh, growing up too fast is also a worry, Chen Xing said in a boastful manner. Shi Hongdou gritted her teeth looking at Chen Xing, who was nearly a head taller than her, and silently complained about the unfairness of it all. Why is the boy still growing taller when she hasn't grown in months? Amidst their bickering, the two returned to Chen Xing's home. Zhao Qin spotted the two from afar at the entrance of the rental apartment and instantly smiled brightly. It seems the two kids are quite a match. Aunt Zhao, Shi Hongdou sweetly called out. Hey, Hongdou looks even prettier today, Zhao Qin replied with a smile. Aunt Zhao, you look good too, so young, Shi Hongdou sweetly praised. Chen Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes. You two stop complimenting each other, otherwise the food will get cold. Humph, the ugliest among the three of us is you, Chen Xing, Shi Hongdou made a face. Yes, that's me, are you satisfied now? Chen Xing quickly served food for the two girls and began to eat heartily. Mom, the braised fish you made today is amazing, Chen Xing praised while eating. Eat less, this is for Hongdou, Zhao Qin replied. Don't be like that, I'm still your biological son, right? Chen Xing said with a face full of grievance. Picked up from a trash can, thank you, Zhao Qin retorted mercilessly. Seeing Zhao Qin and Chen Xing bickering, Shi Hongdou's eyes curved into crescents. She loved this atmosphere so much, a family together joking and playing what felt wonderful. Hongdou, try this, it's green beans. I bought them fresh this morning at the market. Zhao Qin enthusiastically served the dish. Shi Hongdou nodded obediently. It was quite rare for her to eat 2 bowls of rice in one meal. And Zhao, I can't come to your house for dinner anymore. Shi Hongdou put down her bowl, pretending to be serious. Why, oi? Zhao Qin was taken aback. If I come too often, I'll gain weight, and I won't look good anymore, Shi Hongdou mischievously winked. Hearing this, Zhao Qin laughed. How could that be? Hongdou, you look good, even if you're a bit chubby. Your features are still there, you can't be ugly. Hee hee. Shi Hongdou laughed with her eyes squinted. After dinner, Shi Hongdou stayed at Chen Xing's house for another 2 hours, leaving only after having a slice of watermelon that Zhao Qin cut for her. Naturally, Chen Xing sent her home. On the way back, Chen Xing asked her, "Is my mom's cooking really that delicious?" "I think it's just okay. Could it be because I eat it every day?" "Yeah. Of course it's delicious, and I really like the atmosphere during meals," Shi Hongdou replied with a smile. Atmosphere. Chen Xing didn't quite understand what she meant, but didn't pry further. By the way, Chen Xing. As they were nearing the community, Shi Hongdou suddenly ran in front from under the umbrella, turned around, and faced Chen Xing. "Does your mom want me to be her daughter-in-law?" Chen Xing was instantly flustered. "Is this something you can say?" "Oh dear, I told her not to be too obvious. Even a fool would know what she was thinking, let alone a clever girl like Shi Hongdou." "What now?" The girl took the initiative to ask, and all the pressure is on me. My mom. Mainly likes cooking. I just happened to meet someone who enjoys her cooking, so naturally, she's a bit more enthusiastic," Chen Xing replied hesitantly. Oh, Shi Hongdou dragged the out long, making Chen Xing feel a bit embarrassed. Let me be honest, my mom does think that way, but don't be mad. She's just a middle-aged woman worrying too much. Rest assured, I don't have that kind of idea about you." "Really?" Shi Hongdou took 2 steps closer, leaving only a finger's distance from Chen Xing. The girl raised her head to look at Chen Xing, who was looking down, and their breaths seemed to be audible. "Uffed." Shi Hongdou laughed sweetly and said, "Chen Xing, you really can't take a joke." It turned out she was just joking, and Chen Xing let out a long sigh of relief. "But if you really like me, that's fine too. But not now, we're still young, and I prefer boys who study well. So you can work hard, maybe there'll be a chance in college." Chen Xing was left in confusion. Why does it sound a bit like what a flirt would say? Shi Hongdou waved her hand and ran off, and out of Chen Xing's sight her cheeks were also flushed. Shi Hongdou recalled her childhood when her grandmother raised chickens and her father raised fish, so she often had a not-so-pleasant smell, and few kids were willing to approach her except for Chen Xing. "Playing with you, my dog De Huang can eat chicken, but," the young boy said with his hands on his hips, then openly played with her. That's also why she brought Chen Xing chocolate when she came back during the summer vacation. Unfortunately, the time they spent playing together gradually decreased. Chen Xing. Shi Hongdou silently recited his name in her heart. He's not as cute as he was when he was little. No, he's always been that unlovable. At this moment, the early reading session had just begun, and the Chinese teacher, Qian Heping, had yet to arrive. Ma Wangya, sitting at the same desk, lay on the table like a motionless corpse while Chen Xing took out his watch box without anyone noticing. After hesitating for just 3 seconds, Chen Xing stuffed it back into the desk. He couldn't accept it. Although he really wanted it, he still couldn't. Ruan Xiaoxiao's wealth was her own business, but Chen Xing had his own principles. Since she wasn't the type of little fairy he disliked, and had given a sincere apology, the misunderstanding was resolved. The latest Apple Watch was worth as much as Chun Di Wang's hard-earned money for an entire month. How could Chen Xing accept such a gift? Although he always jokingly hoped that a rich woman would see through his exhaustion and allow him to live off her, when such a sign actually appeared, Chen Xing still felt uneasy. As the early reading session ended, Chen Xing casually strolled over to Ruan Xiaoxiao's side and tapped on her desk. "Come out for a moment, I need to talk to you about something." Ruan Xiaoxiao and Fong Xinyi both looked up simultaneously. Fong Xinyi switched from a drowsy state to gossip mode in an instant, her eyes wide open. "Chen Xing, you mind your own business and let the kids sleep more." After saying this, Chen Xing pulled Ruan Xiaoxiao's arm and left the classroom. The teaching building was a 3-sided structure, and the corner tower at the end of the corridor was a great place to whisper secrets. Chen Xing and Ruan Xiaoxiao stopped there. "Didn't I tell you to return it? Why did you put it back on my desk?" Chen Xing frowned and returned the watch. "Do you know how hard it is to refuse an Apple Watch once? Refusing it once feels like losing 100 billion. You want me to refuse it twice? And which official can withstand such a test?" The shopkeeper said it couldn't be returned. Ruan Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes, her long eyelashes casting small shadows on her cheeks. Today she had tied her hair in a high ponytail, the ends swaying gently as she tilted her head, resembling a delicate doll. Chen Xing was almost amused by this clumsy lie. "Do you take me for a child? The packaging is still intact. How could it not be returned? Come on, tell me which store is so shady, and I'll report them to 12315 and see what happens." "All right, but you clearly like it a lot, so why not accept it?" Ruan Xiaoxiao tilted her head and asked. She could tell that Chen Xing really wanted this gift, which is why she had gotten up early to put the watch in his desk, preparing to surprise him. Since she was little, her father had taught her that if you wanted something, you just bought it. Why was Chen Xing more reserved than a girl? It was really strange. "I also want to become Ultraman. Do I need a transformation device as a gift when I apologize?" Yuan Xiaoxiao fell silent for a few seconds. To be honest, she did have a bit of a princess complex, but she couldn't be blamed for that after all. Her family was wealthy, and being an only child, it was strange if she didn't have a little temper. Moreover, this gift was clearly something she had carefully chosen, having observed Chen Xing for several days. Now he was actually refusing it. With her proud chest slightly rising and falling, Yuan Xiaoxiao pouted quickly, tearing off the packaging of the watch box, and took out the black Apple Watch Ultra 2, holding it up. You can't refuse me. With a fluid series of actions, Chen Xing was left dumbfounded. How could this girl be both obedient and rebellious at the same time? Hey, are you threatening me? Don't you know I've never listened since I was a child? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. The two of them stood in a stalemate until the class bell was about to ring and the sound of Xie Rui's high heels clicking got closer. Yuan Xiaoxiao stubbornly tossed the watch aside. Chen Xing quick-witted caught it just in time to prevent it from breaking. Why, you sure or something? She actually dared to throw it. Is this the little princess whose financial power far exceeds mine? Taking advantage of Chen Xing catching the watch, Yuan Xiaoxiao dashed into the classroom. Chen Xing had no choice but to quickly shove the watch into his pocket and grab the box along with the remaining plastic packaging. Xie Rui watched Chen Xing dash into the classroom, her brows furrowing. That brat. He doesn't respect his lovely teacher at all. Xiaoxiao, tell me honestly, what did Chen Xing take you out for? Fong Xinyi questioned her desk mate anxiously, as if ants were crawling in her heart, and stared at her with a pig-like, head-tilting expression. The English teacher is here, don't talk. Yuan Xiaoxiao sat upright, not looking sideways. You? There was no gossip to enjoy, and Fong Xinyi felt like crying from anxiety. On the other side, as Chen Xing returned to his seat, the system in his mind started acting up again. Ding. Task gift reciprocity. Give Yuan Xiaoxiao a gift worth greater than or equal to the Apple Watch. Difficulty 5 stars. Reward 5 points of financial value. Note: the watch cannot be sold. 5-star difficulty for giving a gift. Chen Xing was first shocked, then suddenly thought it was no problem. The watch in his pocket was worth around 6,000 yuan, while he couldn't scrape together even 50 yuan right now. You could only say it's reasonable, right? Very reasonable. Chen Xing glanced at his panel host. Chen Xing: charm 71, intelligence 72, physical strength 60, financial value 3. Unlocked. Thankfully, his mother had added a bit to his small wallet, otherwise he wouldn't even have 3 points of financial value. With 6 points of financial value worth 3,000, what would 8 points bring? This task must be completed. But how? Chen Xing fell into deep thought. Wait, I seem to have discovered a bug. The rewards for financial value are directly added to my existing financial value. What if I borrow money first to raise my financial value to the maximum, and then complete the task? Whoa, genius. Just as Chen Xing was happily discovering this new idea, the system suddenly slapped him. Ding. Detected system loophole. Repairing. Repair completed. Financial value index is now only related to the host's own income. What the hell? Chen Xing was stunned. Is there really a hotfix? In novels, the author usually just strikes through such loopholes with a heavy hand. Shameless. So now only the money I earn myself, or what the system gives, counts as financial value. I need to find a way to complete the gift-giving task, otherwise with such low financial value, it won't be beneficial for future tasks. Chen Xing furrowed his brows, pondering how to obtain over 6,000 yuan. How many times would I have to trick my mother into buying materials? Damn rich people, their gifts are so expensive, completely out of touch with reality. In despair, Chen Xing was twirling his pen when he suddenly thought of another little rich woman. Should I borrow some from her? After all, I could return it to her once the task was completed. After assigning tasks to Chen Xing and Ma Wangye, Xie Rui clicked her high heels back to the podium. She introduced herself in English and thoughtfully provided a Chinese translation, afraid that this group of newly promoted rookies might not understand. After 3 minutes of self-introduction, Chen Xing succinctly summarized the key information: married, 30 years old, mother of 1. As for where she studied and her reasons for becoming an English teacher, who cares? It's not important. During the first English class, Xie Rui didn't directly teach new material, but established rules first while teaching some related vocabulary. No sleeping in class. No eating in class, especially anything that makes noise. No whispering in class. Most importantly, in my class, no studying other subjects, especially math. Xie Rui emphasized through gritted teeth, clearly hurt by the previous students. By the way, who is our class English representative? Stand up so I can get to know you. Xie Rui looked around. Everyone exchanged glances, wondering who the English representative was, with no one having a clue. Teacher, we haven't decided on the English representative yet. Yao Jun raised his hand to reply. During the first day of military training self-introductions, everyone had been chosen for roles, but no one was selected as the English representative, which was quite strange. Could it be that class 12 is the Wolf Warriors class? I suggest Wu Jing become the homeroom teacher and expel Chen Xing for using an apple. No, then it would be you. She pointed to the center of the classroom, and everyone turned to look. Ruan Xiaoxiao. I have no objections. The classmates are all visual-oriented and immediately accepted this fact. Ruan Xiaoxiao, suddenly appointed as the class representative, was taken aback. Me. Yes, it's you. Xia Rui smiled slightly. Such a beautiful girl, must excel in English, as girls who are good at English are usually as pretty as she is. What score did you get in your English exam? To verify her assumption, Xia Rui asked. 148 points. Wow. The classroom erupted in exclamations, and Chen Xing was also slightly surprised. Is this still an ordinary class? Where did this come from? Ma Wangye scored 150 in math and Ruan Xiaoxiao scored 148 in English. How am I, a weakling who couldn't even score 120 in Chinese math and English, supposed to survive? Oh, I have a system, so it's fine. Deep blue points. It's all about the numbers. My eyes are like a ruler, and I immediately spotted the highest scorer in our class for English. Xia Rui said proudly. In a good mood, she chatted with everyone until the bell rang for the end of class, then picked up her name tag bag and clicked her heels away. Hey, what class is next? Wang Qingji in the front row suddenly turned around to ask. That's a good question, and you caught me off guard. Chen Xing replied, stroking his chin. Who knows what the next class is right after the semester starts? Only when the homeroom teacher prints it out or obedient students jot it down and stick it in the corner of the desk can this century-old question of what's the next class be solved. Why is it called a century-old question? Because some fools, even after 2 years of classes, still turn to others after each class and ask what class is next. Oh, that's how I was in middle school. Please replace the previous fool with handsome guy. We'll know soon enough, right? Ma Wangye stretched his neck to join the conversation. I hope the next one is still a female teacher. Wang Qingji chuckled. I hope so too, he. Then the boys exchanged glances, all showing knowing looks. It's unclear whether they genuinely understood or pretended to, but everyone laughed in a rather lewd manner. Boys who dares to say they have no thoughts about pretty female teachers. It's allowed for girls to like delinquents in middle school, athletes and high school, rappers and college instructors during military training, bosses while working, and hairstylists like Tony. But boys aren't allowed to like teachers. During the 10-minute break, Chen Xing and the others chatted happily until the bell for the second class rang, and Wang Qingji reluctantly turned around. To the boys' disappointment, the teacher who came to the podium for the second class was an old man, neatly combed hair, but sparse, wearing round glasses and having small eyes, probably in his 50s. Hello everyone, I am your Chinese teacher, Chen Xing. Teacher, you are correct, a money can indeed bring peace. Chen Xing rested his head, watching the uniquely named Chinese teacher, Chen Xing, grandly discuss and point out the landscape. As everyone knows, Chinese teachers may lack in many areas, but when it comes to storytelling, they far surpass other teachers. Chen Xing couldn't help but complain, why is it so likely that the homeroom teacher is a math teacher? He had math teachers as homeroom teachers in both elementary and middle school. Are other teachers allergic to being homeroom teachers? Perhaps in order to help the newcomers quickly familiarize themselves with all the teachers, the afternoon classes were completely varied: physics, chemistry, and a session on mental health. Chen Xing also formed a preliminary impression of his teachers. Homeroom teacher and math instructor Wu Yongxiang, bald, stern, with a keen gaze like that of an eagle. Chinese language teacher Chen Xing, an old idealist, writes beautifully. English teacher Xia Rui, a beautiful young woman, nothing more to say. Physics teacher Chen Xing, a standard science enthusiast, prefers to sit on students' desks while teaching. Chemistry teacher Hu Chuingin, another old man with a strong accent. Biology teacher Shun Hongmei, a kind and gentle lady. As for the mental health instructor, an NPC truly unfamiliar. After 2 evening Chinese classes, Chen Xing went to the playground to run as usual. Ma Wangye accompanied him, but since Chen Xing needed to run 5 kilometers, he only completed 1 lap before leaving. On the rubber track, Chen Xing gasped for breath. After a month of persistence, he was now able to maintain a rhythmic breathing pattern. Having completed his task once more, he took a sip of water, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed home. In the darkness, Ruan Xiaoxiao emerged from somewhere, observing Chen Xing's silhouette thoughtfully. Having realized her misunderstanding about Chen Xing, Ruan Xiaoxiao felt even more guilty upon witnessing him running on the playground. Oh no, he must really hate me now. Ruan Xiaoxiao's face fell as she walked out of the school gate, the cool breeze of Huai City brushing through her hair, but failing to disperse the gloom in her heart. I must apologize quickly. Unknowingly, she had arrived at Huai City's only 2 shopping districts, Weiyue Plaza. Dong Hui had previously suggested to Ruan Xiaoxiao to buy a Bluetooth headset as an apology gift. Her logic was simple: what teenage boy could refuse a gift of electronic gadgets? Ruan Xiaoxiao found this reasoning sound, but as she stepped into the mall and looked at the dazzling array of products, new thoughts began to form in her mind. He likes running, uses an iPhone, and his wrists are bare. He's a sporty guy. On the first day, Chen Xing summarized the characteristics of each teacher, while Yuan Xiaoxiao similarly noted down Chen Xing's traits. Not far away, the classic bitten apple logo glowed white at the entrance of an Apple store appearing before her. The next day, Xie Rui stood in for Wu Yongqiang during the morning reading class. From now on, Chinese reading would be on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with teacher Qian coming in, while English reading would be on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, for which I will supervise. To have English and Chinese morning readings be equal, does that mean students must also attend class on Saturdays? Oh, you rascal Haji school. The students of class 12 had no objections, as voicing any would be futile, so they reluctantly opened their English textbooks, flipping to the last pages to start memorizing vocabulary. Chen Xing was different. He bought a vocabulary book, 3,500 essential words for the college entrance examination, diligently working on abandon at his desk. Ma Wangye was even more unique. He didn't even know the phonetic symbols, so he blankly stared at the illustrations of little girls in the English textbook. Tang was drooling. Xie Rui strolled between the desks, pausing for 2 minutes at Chen Xing's area each time she passed by, until both Chun and Ma pretended to read aloud before she left. In his peripheral vision, Ma Wangye saw Xie Rui's little shoes disappear, and after a sigh of relief, said a bit lewdly, "Teacher, Xie has pretty feet." Chen Xing bluntly retorted, "Fool. Are you the prison warden, only focused on the guards?" Aside from math and physics, there was also a history and a politics class. Most students weren't paying attention, with some brazenly taking out last class math homework to blatantly work on it in front of the history teacher. These were generally students who had decided to study science. They had no need to waste time on history and politics. The students understood, and so did the teachers. It was better for everyone to turn a blind eye. In just 2 days, everyone had recognized all the teachers except for the PE teacher. As the new term had just begun, students hadn't yet felt the pressure of high school. After evening self-study, everyone was grinning, with some performing silly tricks against the wall, while others who lost bets shouted in the hallway, "I'm a baby dragon. I'm the baby dragon. Post 1 for baby dragon stones." A wave of carefree high school energy wafted through the air. "I want run with you today. Oh, I'm really hungry. I'm going to eat something," Ma Wangye said to Chen Xing. The real reason was that there were no pretty upperclassmen on the playground, so he was too lazy to run. "Okay." Chen Xing waved his hand, entirely unconcerned. "Cattle and horses travel in herds, but fierce beasts walk alone. I level up alone." Humans are strange creatures. When they start doing things differently, they feel scared and instinctively hide their actions, but over time, they gradually come to enjoy this sense of being unique. Speaking of running, Chen Xing had deep experience. At first, he would choose to run in the early mornings when there were fewer people, but now he could completely ignore the gazes of others. He wasn't intentionally showing off by running, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Since his phone was taken by Xie Rui, Chen Xing could only hum a little tune, while silently vowing to get his precious phone back for the next English exam. If he didn't make it into the top 10, then, oh well, just buy another one. One shouldn't make things difficult for oneself. Don't let the appearance of a wolf fool you. The sheep grow sweeter because of us. After finishing his run and exiting the school gate, as he turned to head right, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Xing. Chen Xing looked down, seeing Yuan Xiaoxiao in the darkness. "You can't really hate me that much, can you? I truly didn't follow you." Before he could retort, the girl in front of him spoke first. Just like in a Japanese anime, her face flushed as she performed a 90-degree bow nervously, saying, "I'm really sorry about last time. I misunderstood you. I hope you can forgive me, please." Is this even Chinese? What a formal apology. Chen Xing had never heard such an apology in his life. Most he heard were things like, "Sorry, is that enough?" Or mine, or "Damn, we're even now." For a moment, he didn't quite know what to say. Should he scold her for being a little fairy, or say he'd never forgive her? That seemed a bit unnecessary. Moreover, Yuan Xiaoxiao's way of apologizing didn't seem like that of a little fairy, because little fairies wouldn't take the initiative to apologize unless the other party was a truly wealthy guy and they needed something from him. A fake rich guy like Chen Xing was still out of the question. Little fairies wouldn't look at him. Seeing that Chen Xing didn't respond, Yuan Xiaoxiao thought he was still mad, so she took another paper bag out of her backpack. I have an apology gift for you." Not really, right? Last week, she was the classic little fairy, and now she's turned into a good girl. Is she playing with contrasts? Or is my goblin fantasy coming true? After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Xing said no thanks. "Oh." Yuan Xiaoxiao blinked, innocently looking confused. "You can't even catch the joke. Forget it." Chen Xing shook his head. "I accept the apology, but let's skip the gift. What does it mean to be a man of great stature? Just look at this generosity." Chen Xing's mouth slightly curled up. "Here, let me show you the charm of a man from Wannan." Yuan Xiaoxiao let out a soft "oh" and, somewhat disappointed, pulled out a black box with the Apple logo from the paper bag. "I thought you would like this Apple Watch." "What? An Apple Watch? Is this the latest model of 2024? Why did I say that so quickly?" "Little rich girl, I'm sorry, can I take that back?" XX with his heart bleeding Chen Xing forced a smile. This is too expensive, you should return it. So you're not mad anymore. I'm not mad anymore. Chen Xing silently added in his heart, but I am in pain. By the way, can I ask what your family does? You're apologizing and giving a watch. Yuan Xiaoxiao's face turned red. My father is in business. Oh, the wicked capitalist. Chen Xing suddenly realized. No, my dad does legitimate business. Huh. Everyone says they are in legitimate business. I'll be going now if there's nothing else. Pretending to be indifferent, Chen Xing spoke, having lost 100 billion. He needed to go home and cry for 300 rounds. Okay, bye. With the misunderstanding resolved, Yuan Xiaoxiao finally felt the weight lift from her heart, her face breaking into a smile again. Goodbye. Chen Xing waved, bidding farewell to the Apple Watch that almost belonged to him. Apple Watch out. On Wednesday morning, as Chen Xing prepared to take out his Chinese textbook to study, he suddenly felt a sharp corner in his desk. He was pleasantly surprised to pull out a slip. The 100 billion he lost last night. Yuan Xiaoxiao didn't return the watch. At this moment, the early reading session had just begun, and the Chinese teacher, Qian Heping, had yet to arrive. Ma Wangya, sitting at the same desk, lay on the table like a motionless corpse while Chen Xing took out his watch box without anyone noticing. After hesitating for just 3 seconds, Chen Xing stuffed it back into the desk. He couldn't accept it. Although he really wanted it, he still couldn't. Yuan Xiaoxiao's wealth was her own business, but Chen Xing had his own principles. Since she wasn't the type of little fairy he disliked, and had given a sincere apology, the misunderstanding was resolved. The latest Apple Watch was worth as much as Chun Di Wang's hard-earned money for an entire month. How could Chen Xing accept such a gift? Although he always jokingly hoped that a rich woman would see through his exhaustion and allow him to live off her, when such a sign actually appeared, Chen Xing still felt uneasy. As the early reading session ended, Chen Xing casually strolled over to Yuan Xiaoxiao's side and tapped on her desk. Come out for a moment, I need to talk to you about something. Yuan Xiaoxiao and Fong Xini both looked up simultaneously. Fong Xini switched from a drowsy state to gossip mode in an instant, her eyes wide open. Chen Xing, you mind your own business and let the kids sleep more. After saying this, Chen Xing pulled Yuan Xiaoxiao's arm and left the classroom. The teaching building was a 3-sided structure, and the corner tower at the end of the corridor was a great place to whisper secrets. Chen Xing and Yuan Xiaoxiao stopped there. Didn't I tell you to return it? Why did you put it back on my desk? Chen Xing frowned and returned the watch. Do you know how hard it is to refuse an Apple Watch once? Refusing it once feels like losing 100 billion. You want me to refuse it twice? And which official can withstand such a test? The shopkeeper said it couldn't be returned. Yuan Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes, her long eyelashes casting small shadows on her cheeks. Today she had tied her hair in a high ponytail, the ends swaying gently as she tilted her head, resembling a delicate doll. Chen Xing was almost amused by this clumsy lie. Do you take me for a child? The packaging is still intact. How could it not be returned? Come on, tell me which store is so shady, and I'll report them to 12315 and see what happens. All right, but you clearly like it a lot, so why not accept it? Yuan Xiaoxiao tilted her head and asked. She could tell that Chen Xing really wanted this gift, which is why she had gotten up early to put the watch in his desk, preparing to surprise him. Since she was little, her father had taught her that if you wanted something, you just bought it. Why was Chen Xing more reserved than a girl? It was really strange. I also want to become Ultraman. Do I need a transformation device as a gift when I apologize? Yuan Xiaoxiao fell silent for a few seconds. To be honest, she did have a bit of a princess complex, but she couldn't be blamed for that. After all, her family was wealthy, and being an only child, it was strange if she didn't have a little temper. Moreover, this gift was clearly something she had carefully chosen, having observed Chen Xing for several days. Now he was actually refusing it. With her proud chest slightly rising and falling, Yuan Xiaoxiao pouted, quickly tearing off the packaging of the watch box, and took out the black Apple Watch Ultra 2, holding it up. You can't refuse me. With a fluid series of actions, Chen Xing was left dumbfounded. How could this girl be both obedient and rebellious at the same time? Hey, are you threatening me? Don't you know I've never listened since I was a child? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. The two of them stood in a stalemate until the class bell was about to ring and the sound of Xie Rui's high heels clicking got closer. Yuan Xiaoxiao stubbornly tossed the watch aside. Chen Xing quick-witted caught it just in time to prevent it from breaking. Why, are you sure or something? She actually dared to throw it. Is this the little princess whose financial power far exceeds mine? Taking advantage of Chen Xing catching the watch, Yuan Xiaoxiao dashed into the classroom. Chen Xing had no choice but to quickly shove the watch into his pocket and grab the box along with the remaining plastic packaging. Xie Rui watched Chen Xing dash into the classroom, her brows furrowing. That brat. He doesn't respect his lovely teacher at all. Xiaoxiao, tell me honestly, what did Chen Xing take you out for? Fong Xini questioned her desk mate anxiously, as if ants were crawling in her heart, and stared at her with a pig-like, head-tilting expression. The English teacher is here, don't talk. Yuan Xiaoxiao sat upright, not looking sideways. You? There was no gossip to enjoy, and Feng Sini felt like crying from anxiety. On the other side, as Chen Xing returned to his seat, the system in his mind started acting up again. Ding. Task gift reciprocity. Give Yuan Xiaoxiao a gift worth greater than or equal to the Apple Watch. Difficulty 5 stars. Reward 5 points of financial value. Note the watch cannot be sold. 5-star difficulty for giving a gift. Chen Xing was first shocked, then suddenly thought it was no problem. The watch in his pocket was worth around 6,000 yuan, while he couldn't scrape together even 50 yuan right now. You could only say it's reasonable, right? Very reasonable. Chen Xing glanced at his panel host. Chen Xing: charm 71, intelligence 72, physical strength 60, financial value 3. Unlocked. Thankfully, his mother had added a bit to his small wallet, otherwise he wouldn't even have 3 points of financial value. With 6 points of financial value worth 3,000, what would 8 points bring? This task must be completed. But how? Chen Xing fell into deep thought. Wait, I seem to have discovered a bug. The rewards for financial value are directly added to my existing financial value. What if I borrow money first to raise my financial value to the maximum, and then complete the task? Whoa, genius. Just as Chen Xing was happily discovering this new idea, the system suddenly slapped him. Ding. Detected system loophole. Repairing. Repair completed. Financial value index is now only related to the host's own income. What the hell? Chen Xing was stunned. Is there really a hotfix? In novels, the author usually just strikes through such loopholes with a heavy hand. Shameless. So now only the money I earn myself, or what the system gives, counts as financial value. I need to find a way to complete the gift-giving task, otherwise with such low financial value, it won't be beneficial for future tasks. Chen Xing furrowed his brows, pondering how to obtain over 6,000 yuan. How many times would I have to trick my mother into buying materials? Damn rich people, their gifts are so expensive, completely out of touch with reality. In despair, Chen Xing was twirling his pen when he suddenly thought of another little rich woman. Should I borrow some from her? After all, I could return it to her once the task was completed. As the saying goes, no one cares about diligent studying, but slacking off will surely get you caught. Chen Xing's careless pen spinning was soon noticed by Xie Rui. Chen Xing, the evil doll-faced teacher, directly activated her skill, calling him out. Have you been staring at the textbook? Are there any of the new words I just expanded upon? Or do you already know the meaning of the word and don't need me to teach you? The sarcastic remarks made Chen Xing break into a cold sweat. He immediately stood up and instinctively looked towards his deskmate Ma Wanya. Which word? Which word? Ma Wanya, with a wise expression, shook his head. I don't know. You didn't call on me. Could it be that someone is actually learning foreign languages? Damn, I can't rely on you at all. Shift. Chen Xing cursed under his breath, then steeled himself to ask, Teacher, which word are you referring to? Upon hearing Chen Xing's self-incriminating question, the classmates burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. The laughing crowd might not have been paying attention in class, but it didn't stop them from reveling in his misfortune. They were all troublemakers, and they loved to see their classmates in trouble. They had to laugh heartily. All right, it seems you really didn't pay attention in class. English teacher Xie Rui transformed into a classic smiling tiger, then pointed to a word in the upper right corner of the blackboard. I've pointed out the word now, can you tell me what it means? Cough, wait a moment. Chen Xing squinted for a long time before realizing he hadn't even put on his glasses. Since his vision wasn't too poor, he didn't like wearing glasses all the time. Ambulance, ambulance. 2 words popped into his mind, just this. In order to complete the second main learning task, Chen Xing had forced himself to study vocabulary from the word book for the past 2 nights, memorizing all the words starting with A from the 3500 essential high school vocabulary. Ambulance, phonetically meaning I can't die. Ambulance. Chen Xing adjusted his glasses and said casually. Xie Rui was taken aback, not expecting this kid to have a decent foundation. The classmates stopped laughing, and instead of becoming a laughingstock, Chen Xing ended up showing off a bit, which made them somewhat displeased. What about this one? Xie Rui, not giving up, wrote another word on the blackboard. Ambiguous, I'm a dog that can't handle pressure. Ambiguous, uncertain. Accommodation, accommodations, lodging, meals. Chen Xing successfully showed off again, a smile on his face. Showing off is like the wind, always accompanying me. Come on, feel free to ask any word starting with a. If I can't answer, I'll lose. After Xie Rui mentioned 3 words without stumping Chen Xing, she began to doubt his level. Could it be that Chen Xing was actually a boy who loved English? Last one. Xie Rui turned around and wrote a word on the blackboard, this time starting with B. Chen Xing thought to himself that this was bad, and just as the bell rang for class dismissal, a smile appeared on his face. Class was over, salvation had arrived. But Xie Rui paused halfway through writing and continued. Damn, is there no teacher's ethics anymore? I hate teachers who drag out class. Chen Xing had already prepared himself for the embarrassment of failing to show off, but after Xie Rui finished writing the word, she suddenly chose not to let Chen Xing answer, but instead addressed everyone. Class is over, I won't ask about this word. I'll leave it for you all to look up. I'll ask you again next class. You've had plenty of time. If you can't answer him, I'll make you copy it 100 times. Phew. Chen Xing, relieved from his brush with death, slumped in his chair, while the nearby boys started praising him. Dude, you're awesome, Chen Xing. Your English is actually that good. I thought you were like me, Meng Yuan said with a hint of envy. Stay humble, stay humble. If it weren't for teacher Xia pushing me, I wouldn't normally reveal my true level. Although Chen Xing was panicking inside, he still maintained an air of calmness in front of his friends. I'm off to the restroom. He pushed off with his left hand, deftly stepping over Meng Yuan to exit the classroom. The morning classes were over, and instead of going home, Chen Xing planned to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Zhao Qin had returned to the town for the past 2 days, apparently to attend a relative's son's full-month celebration. In the countryside, there are many occasions for drinking, whether it be weddings, childbirth, or entrance exams. Once Chen Xing had a cousin who held a graduation banquet, and when he arrived, he found out the guy only managed to get into a vocational school. It's not that he looked down on vocational schools, it was just that Chen Xing didn't want his cousin's face, which looked like pig liver, while toasting, to be the image he wished to project. Clearly, he was being pressured by his family to recover the money spent on gifts. This leads to a cycle. Everyone wants to recover their money, so they keep giving gifts, hosting banquets, giving gifts, and hosting banquets. Damn, who said there's no perpetual motion machine in this world? Isn't this it? As Chen Xing pondered, he unexpectedly encountered the most dreaded combination on his way to eat, the hand-holding sister. A group of 4 formed a straight line, holding hands, walking leisurely, while behind them a crowd had formed. An impatient guy, starving, shouted, "For ugly faces, hurry up and get lost." Chen Xing instantly felt refreshed. His buddy was awesome. The simplest of insults brought the most exquisite enjoyment. After the insult, the effect was obvious. The 4 beauty wannabes intended to turn around to argue, but were met with dozens of starving classmates glaring at them, causing them to obediently yield their spots. Without the hand-holding sister blocking his way, Chen Xing took 3 steps at a time, sprinting towards the cafeteria. I heard from Wang Qingji that the cafeteria's hot pot is fantastic. I'm going to explore it. Or rather, I'm here to check out the little hot pot. Arriving at the window, Chen Xing first glanced at the menu, then tilted his head and shouted inside, "Annie, I'll have a small beef hot pot." 30. Okay. Chen Xing generously pulled out the 50 yuan that his mom had given him for 2 days' worth of meals in the morning. After all, he was preparing to find a rich girl to accomplish his task and make some money, so spending a little in advance wasn't a big deal. "Hey Andy, you look familiar. Have I seen you somewhere?" Suddenly Chen Xing froze, feeling like he had seen the cafeteria auntie somewhere before, with those brows and eyes. She must have been a great beauty in her youth. The aunt chuckled, "Student, I'm not the boss. Pretending to know me won't get you a discount. But I can give you a bit more beef," the aunt said quietly. "Oh dear Annie, you're so nice. When you study too much, your stomach gets hungry." Chen Xing smiled broadly, feeling that the already charming cafeteria aunt looked even better. When the small hot pot was served, Chen Xing completely forgot about the familiarity he had sensed earlier, immediately taking the hot pot and finding a spot to start feasting. 20 minutes later, with a satisfied burp, Chen Xing stood up feeling refreshed and headed to the small shop to buy 2 bottles of cola, then made his way straight to class 15. After climbing to the 6th floor in one breath, Chen Xing peeked through the window and was surprised to raise an eyebrow unexpectedly, finding Shi Hongdou actually in the classroom, having only intended to take a chance. As far as he knew, Shi Hongdou lived at her aunt's house. Shouldn't she be having lunch at home? Did her aunt also go to a banquet? Aside from Shi Hongdou, there were 8 or 9 boarding students from class 15 finishing their meals in the cafeteria, all of whom were now napping with their heads on the tables. Chen Xing tiptoed into the classroom and squatted down beside Shi Hongdou's desk like a cat sneaking around. Shi Hongdou was also napping, her peaceful sleeping face resembling a porcelain doll, with sunlight dancing on her eyelashes, casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. Her snow-white arms were folded together, her head tilted sideways, resting in the center, eyes tightly closed, and her fair little face exuded a serene and beautiful aura. "This little girl from my childhood is quite pretty. If I had known, I would have agreed to let her be my bride when we played house as kids." After watching for about a minute, Chen Xing suddenly realized, "Damn it, I came to borrow money, not to be a pervert." After cursing himself inwardly, he escaped from the impact of Shi Hongdou's beauty. How pathetic, having known her for so long and still not desensitized. "Shi Hongdou, Shi Hongdou." Chen Xing softly called out twice, yet she showed no response. "Little pig, is that you?" Chen Xing couldn't help but smile at the corner of his eye, then reached out to poke her arm. Her skin felt like jelly, soft and delicate, making him reluctant to pull his finger away. It turned out that touch was easier to wake someone than sound, as Shi Hongdou had only been napping for a short while and hadn't entered deep sleep. Frowning, as she woke up, her dazed eyes widening instantly upon seeing him. Her beautiful eyes first saw Chen Xing squatting beside her with a creepy look, causing Shi Hongdou to instinctively want to shout. Fortunately, Chen Xing kept signaling her to be quiet, which stopped her from turning the beautiful girl's voice into an alarm that would wake all the napping students in class 15. Chen Xing, are you trying to scare me? Shi Hongdou exclaimed in surprise, covering her chest and lowering her voice. Who knew you were so timid? Chen Xing muttered, then made a gesture with his eyes come out. For a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Shi Hongdou stretched lazily, her beautiful figure very alluring. What's the matter? Does Aunt Zhao miss me? It's only been a couple of days since I visited your home. Don't you think I've eaten enough of your family's rice? Chen Xing pouted, just step outside. I really have something to say. What could be so urgent? Shi Hongdou's words were cut off as Chen Xing pulled her arm and dragged her out of the classroom. Fortunately, the boys from class 15 were either not back yet or were napping, otherwise they would have given Chen Xing a glare that could kill. Damn it. Who allowed you to touch her? To be safe, Chen Xing took Shi Hongdou all the way to the stairs leading to the rooftop on the 6th floor before stopping. What is it really about? I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Shi Hongdou appeared reluctant, but her body was honest and followed Chen Xing. Chen Xing stopped, looked around to ensure no one was around, then rubbed his hands and revealed a flattering smile, quietly saying a few words to the girl. Vivo 50. Shi Hongdou tilted her head. It seemed he should avoid being abstract. Even normal conversation easily led to misunderstandings with Shi Hongdou. I'm serious, do you have any money? What do you want? I need to borrow some money. Chen Xing scratched his head. Shi Hongdou rummaged through her pocket. How much do you need? 6,000 yuan. If you have extra, that's even better. After saying this, Chen Xing felt a bit embarrassed. Borrowing so much was a lot, but he had no choice as Shi Hongdou was the only one among his acquaintances with a good family background. As for Meng Yuan, he wouldn't even lend Chen Xing a gold coin. Shi Hongdou had just pulled out 50 yuan in change from her pocket. When she heard Chen Xing say 6,000 yuan, her hand froze instantly, and she opened her cherry lips. Zimbabwe dollars. Renminbi. Chen Xing, you aren't planning to do something bad, are you? Chen Xing shook his head. He had already thought of a reason for borrowing money during class, and at this moment, he blurted out, I accidentally broke a classmate's phone and need to compensate her with a new one. Did you break a gold phone with all characters fully leveled in Genshin Impact? Shi Hongdou narrowed her eyes. You aren't planning to pay for a new skin in honor of kings for 648 by 10, are you? Damn, the spirit of my dog-raising soul is greater than that of farming, okay? If I were to recharge, it would be for LOL. After saying this, Chen Xing slapped his head. You got me twisted. Do you think I'm lying? I really broke someone's phone, the latest Apple phone. That was a bit expensive for an accident. Life is full of unexpected twists, who could have imagined? Honestly, do you have that much money? Chen Xing feigned a sigh. If my mom finds out about this, there will be no peace in my house for eternity. Miss, please help me out. Knowing the reason Chen Xing needed to borrow money, Shi Hongdou felt relieved, circling around him, while teasingly asking, I do have money, but why should I lend it to you? The girl looked at Chen Xing with a smile, as if to say that she was just teasing him. We've known each other since we were in diapers, and now you're saying such cold-hearted things. Get lost, Chen Xing. How can you be so shameless? Who wore diapers with you? Shi Hongdou waved her delicate fist. My memory isn't that good, but whatever, if you don't want to admit it, that's fine. Chen Xing continued, since you're asking me for a reason to lend you money, I can only offer you my most precious thing in return. Shi Hongdou's beautiful eyes widened. Who would want that from you? Hey, you don't want my collectible transformers. You really want me to pledge myself to you? Chen Xing said in surprise. Shi Hongdou realized she had been played, stomped her foot in embarrassment and anger, then said after a few seconds, when do you want it? Oh, Chen Xing exclaimed with joy, the sooner the better. Thank you, Miss Hongdou. He'll transfer it to you on WeChat tonight. Can you give cash? My phone was taken by the teacher. Fine, you can go to the ATM with me tonight to withdraw money. Shi Hongdou thought for a moment. Her red envelope money should be enough. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Chen Xing, who successfully borrowed money, was in a good mood and started speaking without thinking. How can you pay me back? Just owe me for now. Shi Hongdou raised her snow-white chin and said, Oh right, how can there be such kind-hearted, beautiful, and cute girls in the world? Chen Xing flattered her. I just don't want Aunt Zhao to be upset. I don't care about your life or death. The flattered, beautiful girl snorted coldly, leaving behind the words, I'm going to take a nap now, as she flicked her short hair and left. The scent of jasmine shampoo lingered in the air. Sundara girls are always the defeated ones. Chen Xing smiled, looking down to find he had even forgotten to bring her the cola, feeling he had truly gotten a free ride. Returning to the classroom, Chen Xing seized the time for a quick nap. Although it was only 20 minutes, a full 20 minutes could prevent him from dozing off like a chick pecking at rice in the afternoon. Generally speaking, after a short nap, the students would be in their peak state for the next few classes. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, and the little ones stood up one after another. This class was the math lesson taught by the homeroom teacher Wu Yongqiang. The students took out their math textbooks and placed them on their desks pretending to study in advance even though Wu Yongqiang had not yet arrived. No one dared to speak during this time. After a few days of classes, everyone had more or less figured out the personalities of the teachers. They knew which teachers allowed some relaxation and which ones required serious attention. It was clear as day. However, today was a bit special. 5 minutes after the class bell rang, Wu Yongqiang still had not arrived. Some maliciously speculated that he had fallen into the toilet, while others guessed he had been in a car accident. More were secretly hoping that the principal would notice Wu Yongqiang's tardiness and heavily dock his salary. Ihan Xian, am level 3 carrying red and blue into your jungle. What will you do? Goodness, some daring students had already begun to lower their voices and whisper to their deskmates. With someone brave enough to break the silence, everyone turned around to chat. The law does not hold the majority accountable. If Wu Yongqiang came, he would only scold them a bit, and everyone could simply brush it off. Ma Wangya was more cautious. After waiting for 2 minutes, and seeing that Wu Yongqiang still had not appeared, he finally felt relieved and turned to chat with Chen Xing cheerfully. Chen Xing, do you watch the NBA? Yeah, what's up? Chen Xing replied, not turning away from his textbook. His state was the safest. He could switch to study mode at any moment. Can I ask which player you like? Oh, trying to investigate my preferences. That's classified information. Having been immersed in the sports community for years, Chen Xing wouldn't easily reveal his fandom. So he replied vaguely, I generally focus more on the games. It doesn't matter to me which team wins as long as the game is exciting. Ma Wangya was not giving up. He was a fan of Jokic, who was currently at his peak. He desperately wanted to know which player Chen Xing liked, leading to a heated discussion about player skills that felt like a battle lasting 300 rounds. I don't believe it. With so many players, there has to be one you particularly like. Chen Xing remained silent. LeBron. Durant. You're not a Curry fan, are you? Still silence. Holy crap, you can't be a championship fan who likes the Celtics, right? Tatum. Chen Xing rolled his eyes. Didn't these kids notice that everyone had gone quiet? Clearly Wu Yongqiang had arrived. Out of a sense of humanity, Chen Xing cleared his throat a couple of times to remind them. Unfortunately, this blockhead was still relentlessly asking. Wu Yongqiang was late due to personal matters, but as an experienced teacher, he wasn't flustered. Soon he would catch a couple of chatty students and reprimand them, covering up his own tardiness. Like a lion surveying its territory, he entered through the back door of the classroom and silently stood at the back row until everyone noticed him and quickly shut their mouths to focus on their books. Wait a moment, why is there still noise? Wu Yongqiang sensed someone challenging his authority and turned in surprise to look at Ma Wangya. Ma Wangya and his crew were still calling out player names: Booker, Westbrook, Harden, Paul, Kawhi. Who do you actually like? I already said it's class time. Can you not disturb my studies? Chen Xing suddenly admonished him seriously, then turned his face back to focus on his textbook as if he were about to solve the Riemann hypothesis. Upon hearing this, the classmates in the room struggled to suppress their laughter, while only Ma Wangya looked confused. Not bro, when did you become so studious? But soon he would find out the reason. His ears suddenly throbbed, and he was lifted up with great force. Teacher. Ma Wangya turned around in shock, feeling betrayed that Chen Xing hadn't warned him. I just stepped out for a moment, and you all turned the classroom upside down. Do you even have any student-like behavior? Did you prepare for the new lesson I'm going to teach today? Ma Wangya lowered his head, looking like a good student, clearly accepting his reprimand without resistance. Wu Yongqiang scolded him for a while, and then told him to go to the office after class, which allowed him to finally step onto the podium. You brat. Ma Wangya glared at Chen Xing with resentment after sitting down. Chen Xing didn't even turn his head and pushed the Coke he had intended to give him earlier over. Holy crap, foster father. Ma Wangya's expression changed instantly, and he felt fearless about going to the office now. After the math class, there were 2 liberal arts classes. Before the class separation, the subjects were more balanced, unlike after the separation, where there were consecutive math or English classes. However, Chen Xing didn't mind. His mind was filled with thoughts of accompanying Shi Hongdou to withdraw money quickly and complete the system's tasks. So after enduring the afternoon and evening self-study, as soon as the bell rang, he grabbed his backpack and ran to the 6th floor. Miss, you go first. Chen Xing diligently fulfilled the role of a beautiful girl's lackey, extending his right hand with a professional smile. Dare to be proud. Shi Hongdou snorted, yet her mouth involuntarily curved upward as she casually threw her backpack to Chen Xing. The two walked out of the school and stopped at a 24-hour ATM next to the Bank of Communications. I'm going to withdraw money. Oh, wait for me a moment. Shi Hongdou took out a bank card from her pocket and waved it at Chen Xing. Okay, if there are any robbers, let them step over my corpse. Shi Hongdou chuckled. The impact of 6,000 yuan in cash was still quite significant. When Shi Hongdou walked out with a stack of bills featuring the world's most handsome man, Chen Xing suddenly felt That girl over there is truly stunning. Here you go. The gesture of handing over the money was even more beautiful. Wow, 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 it's a bit hot to the touch. Be careful next time. If you break someone else's phone again, I'll be out of money too. Shi Hongdou wrinkled her nose and said, I'll definitely be careful. That was an accident. I'm heading back now, but there's a lot of homework today. The beautiful girl slightly pouted, then waved goodbye as she left. Chen Xing watched her figure fade away, touched his nose, and walked in the opposite direction. To avoid any long-lasting dreams, he decided to buy the phone that night. Indeed, the only gift worth 6,000 that Chen Xing could think of was a phone. As a classic poor person, Chen Xing didn't have any other precious gifts in his mind. In Wuius Square, the salesgirl at the Apple store was puzzled watching Chen Xing speedily buy a phone and then leave. Are high school students really this wealthy now? Yesterday, a girl came to buy an Apple Watch, and today a boy came to buy the latest Apple phone while she was still standing here working late at night. Woo XX. In the next life, she also wants to be a rich person. The benefit of having no one at home is that no one will question his mysterious actions. Early in the morning, Chen Xing arrived at the classroom with his newly bought phone, planning to quietly place the gift with Ruan Xiaoxiao while no one was around. The morning light was faint, filtering through the cracks of the curtains and casting a hazy glow on the podium. On Ruan Xiaoxiao's desk lay the exercise book from yesterday, its corners slightly curled up, and the pencil writing appeared exceptionally clear in the morning light. A breeze slipped through the half-open window, lifting a blank exam paper, which rustled softly before settling back down. Chen Xing lifted the lid of the desk and couldn't help but marvel at how tidy a girl's desk was. The neatly arranged textbooks resembled a library's shelves far better than his own cluttered desk. After placing the small white box containing the latest model of the Apple phone in the middle, Chen Xing felt something was still off. So he pulled out a small note and wrote "Return gift" on it. Feeling satisfied, he closed the desk lid and prepared to go out for something to eat, as his stomach hadn't been fed after the rush earlier. However, upon turning around, he was surprised to find a boy sitting in the second to last row. He had a buzz cut, wore glasses, and had a circle of dark stubble around his lips. The most bizarre thing was that Chen Xing had not heard him enter. What? When did he show up? There was no one just moments ago. Moreover, it was only 5:40. How could he be at school already? Did he see me placing my phone? Chen Xing was shocked, but the boy smiled at him amicably. Are we kindred spirits? Shang Qiming adjusted his glasses, finding it somewhat interesting. However, I am the sword bearer of dawn, the first pioneer to break through the barrier of knowledge when the night retreats. This vocabulary book is my secret sword manual, and the morning light bestows upon me the buff of truth. Having just sat down, he felt both the surprise of encountering a fellow scholar and the determination to wake up even earlier next time. Come on, let's memorize 100 words first. Shang Qiming roared internally, calming himself and diving into the ocean of knowledge. He didn't ask me what I was doing, so he probably didn't see. Forget it, it doesn't matter if food is more important. Seeing Shang Qiming entering study mode, Chen Xing decided not to dwell on it and walked out of the classroom. Beef pan-fried buns, here I come. Don't you want to share this sacred study place with me? Interesting, Chen Xing, I remember you now. Noticing that Chen Xing did not sit down to study, but rather exited the classroom, Shang Qiming was slightly surprised, thinking the other was a proud person much like himself. Well then, let's settle this during the midterm exam. I thought I was the only dull pearl in class 12, but now I've discovered another one. However, Shang Qiming will not be outdone by him. With this thought, his fighting spirit ignited, and his reading speed increased a notch. Chen Xing was unaware of Shang Qiming's inner musings. He simply felt the other was a bit odd. Is he the legendary exam king? Has he come to our regular class? Big-head son, trying not to laugh after buying a standard breakfast outside for beef pan-fried buns and a box of yogurt, Chen Xing returned to his seat to wait. Sure enough, when Ruan Xiaoxiao put down her backpack to take out her Chinese textbook for morning reading, she saw the small white box Chen Xing had placed in the desk. She was stunned for 3 seconds, then suddenly looked toward the last row. At that moment, the sound of the system task completion echoed. Ding. Task reciprocity, give Ruan Xiaoxiao a gift worth greater than or equal to an Apple Watch completed, reward 5 financial points. Now the financial points have reached a terrifying 8 points. Chen Xing instinctively covered his pocket, fearing the system would once again rudely stuff cash into his pants. Although the feeling of being stuffed was great, it would be bad if it leaked. It's a bank card. Chen Xing peeked, stealthily surprised to find that the system had actually given a card this time. How much is in it? 6 financial points equal 3,000, so 8 points must be at least 10,000, right? Have I become a 10th Xander? Chen Xing felt exhilarated, transforming the morning reading into his own concert. If I were young and accomplished, I wouldn't feel inferior knowing what is precious, those beautiful dreams. Grabbing the timing, Chen Xing mixed his singing into the reading voice, enjoying himself for 30 minutes. After the morning reading class ended, his deskmate Ma Wangye rolled his eyes, and said, Chen Xing, I beg you feel a bit inferior. Your singing is on par with Pang Meilang's. I'm really going to lose my mind. Chen Xing chuckled and didn't respond. Young man at your age, be glad to hear a 10th Xandair sing a song for you. In school you can call me Chen Xing and I want mine, but outside you must call me what? Chen Xiao? Chen Xing, come out for a moment. Wan Xiaoxiao had unknowingly stood beside Ma Wanya, hands behind her back, and said. Chen Xing scratched his head, thinking the plot of these past few days seemed a bit similar. However, he still obediently followed her out. This matter indeed needed clarification. Seeing the two leave the classroom side by side, Ma Wanya's expression turned strange. No way can such a terrible singing voice attract the class flower. It seems he also needs to practice during morning reading. Why did you buy a phone for me? Wan Xiaoxiao's blushing expression made Chen Xing take 2 steps back. Oh no, don't give me that look. Oh, I just completed a system task. Don't misunderstand, it's just a return gift, as if I exchanged it for the watch you gave me. Chen Xing coughed a couple of times and said, but that was my apology gift, you don't need to apologize. Sigh, why is this girl so stubborn? Chen Xing sighed, realizing that reasoning wouldn't work, and thus put on a serious face. If I give it to you, just accept it, don't be so coy. Besides, if you don't take it, how can I? Chen Xing took out the watch and put it on, nodding in satisfaction. You can use the phone too, oh let's call it even. Ruan Xiaoxiao cautiously asked that. You didn't steal money from home to buy it, did you? Nonsense. Chen Xing replied with a serious expression, how could I do something like stealing? Am I that kind of person? Don't underestimate me, or do you understand the concept of red envelope money? Oh. Ruan Xiaoxiao nodded, thinking that Chen Xing's family must be well off and probably wouldn't end up living with her family. Pooh. How did I come up with such an idea? It's all my mother's fault for always mentioning living together. What are you doing? Chen Xing was perplexed as the beautiful girl suddenly started to pooh. Ruan Xiaoxiao blushed and quickly waved her hands to explain, I just had something on my lips, I'm sorry. Is that so? Chen Xing glanced down, seeing her lips rosy and delicate, not a bit chapped. They looked perfect for kissing. Oh no, they're very clean. However, seeing Ruan Xiaoxiao's shy appearance, he didn't press further. The first class is history, and many people feel a sense of relief. They can sneak in a little nap now. Wu Yongxiang's class schedule still hasn't been released, so Class 12 continues to live in a guess the next class mode. In fact, all classes are pretty much the same for Chen Xing. A life in the last row is simply too comfortable. The teachers are busy lecturing new material and haven't fully grasped the names of the students yet. Moreover, the student roster hasn't been printed, so there's no risk of being called out. This can be considered a new student benefit. After all, everyone's level is still unknown before the first exam, and the teachers think they are teaching quite well. Perhaps once the exam results come out, the teachers will realize their students are actually underperforming, thus applying pressure on everyone. Chen Xing is not worried about being at the bottom of the class. Although his entrance scores were low, he has to study independently for 2 hours every day to complete his system tasks. In an ordinary class, this is definitely among the top for self-discipline. Strange, I woke up earlier than usual today, and I'm not sleepy at all. With his left hand resting on his right shoulder and his head on his elbow, Chen Xing, already in a sleeping position, unexpectedly found that he had no desire to sleep at all. Could it be that sleeping for 5.5 hours is more refreshing than 6.5? Perplexed, Chen Xing reluctantly abandoned his plan to sleep and pulled out his 3,500 words to memorize for the Gaokao. At this stage, he might struggle to learn other subjects on his own, but English vocabulary is different. Remembering one word means he has learned it, so he is currently focusing on English. Of course, he also has the thought of wanting to get his phone back. After all, it costs 3,000 yuan. As a frugal man, he absolutely cannot allow even a dime to be lost. Hey, where did I leave off? Chen Xing murmured while flipping through the crumpled pages. Oh, it still starts with B. Why are there so many words starting with grooves? Look at those starting with X. There's just one word, so much more sensible. If you were to ask what the most grating sound in the world is, it must be the sound of his deskmate turning pages. Suddenly, Ma Wanya, who had his eyes closed, perked up his ears, alertly opening his eyes. Birth, oh birth. Chen Xing, you actually snuck a peek at me. Sneak. Isn't this open and above board? I didn't stop you from studying. Chen Xing put on a look of loving studying, making Ma Wanya's eyes turn red. You're trying to roll me over, huh? I want to look at the vocabulary book with you, so the gap between us won't widen and you won't make any progress. You've learned relativity pretty well. Chen Xing glanced at him and then began to memorize words, ignoring everything else. Ma Wanya fixed his gaze on the vocabulary book in Chen Xing's hand. After a while, he couldn't keep up. How do you flip through so fast? Have you memorized all these? No, my method for memorizing words is like this. First glance quickly, then repeat several times, and finally cover the Chinese meanings to see what I haven't memorized and focus on those. Chen Xing did not keep it a secret and directly revealed his method of memorizing words. What method is this? I'm not sure. I just feel it works well. If you like, you can call it the Xingge method for memorizing words. Someone must have discovered this method before you. So what? If I don't know, it might as well not exist. Hee hee. Something's off. You're not trying to avoid memorizing words and purposely chatting with me, so I can't memorize, are you? I can't talk to you anymore, I need to study. Chen Xing suddenly realized. Ma Wangye tried to keep up a few more rounds, but ultimately couldn't adapt to Chen Xing's pace and had to plug his ears to sleep. Forget it, I want to eat foreign food. The morning class passed in a hurry, and Chen Xing still ate in the cafeteria today. He didn't encounter the girl who held hands. He skillfully navigated through the crowd, ultimately becoming one of the first students to arrive at the cafeteria. The experimental class. While you are indeed strong in studying, as for the speed of grabbing food, I can only say the dishes require practice. Being on a low floor close to the cafeteria only means I can smell Chen Xiao's exhaust. At the familiar small hot pot window, Chen Xing ordered another serving of beef hot pot. There's no helping it, that's just who he is. Annie, make it a little spicier this time, Chen Xing called out with a cheerful smile. All right, it's still the same familiar, Andy. It seems my beef hot pot can get extra meat again. When the hot pot was served, Chen Xing suddenly froze while paying. Damn it, after my financial value updated, the change on me disappeared too. Now I only have my card without any cash. A long line gradually formed behind him, and Chen Xing's forehead was covered in sweat. I'm doomed, damn system is scamming me here. Just as Chen Xing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, a beep sounded. Classmate, I swiped for you, go eat first, don't keep the others waiting. The cafeteria auntie took back the card from the card reader, smiling as she spoke. Chen Xing hurriedly thanked her. Auntie, I'll pay you back later. All right. What's going on? Could it be that my stomach is only meant for soft rice? I just borrowed money from a girl yesterday, and today, I asked the auntie to help swipe my meal card. Xiao Hongshu was right, women indeed possess an innate ability to love. So touching. After finishing his meal, Chen Xing rushed to the ATM. As soon as he inserted the card, it felt as if he had seen the password before, and his hand involuntarily entered it. He clicked on the balance. 10,000. 00. Sure enough, it's 10,000 yuan. A wealthy smile appeared on Chen Xing's face. Let me take out 500 to spend. He doesn't plan to return the money to Shi Hongdou immediately. After all, Xiao Qingmei isn't in a hurry for the money, so isn't it better for him to hold on to it and boost his financial value? He can just complete more tasks later and return the money when his financial value is higher. Besides, it wouldn't be easy to explain if he paid it back right away. With money in his pocket, he felt a spring in his step. Chen Xing ran back to the cafeteria. The auntie was still there, and he arrived just in time. So fast. I can't break your 100, said the auntie. Then I'll go change some change at the convenience store. Auntie, please wait for me a moment. Seeing Chen Xing full of energy, Lin Su couldn't help but smile. If only her daughter could be this vibrant. 3 minutes later, panting, Chen Xing returned with change and handed the auntie a bottle of water. Phew. Annie, have we really never met? I really feel like I've seen you before. Seen me? Lin Su pondered for a moment. Oh, have you seen my daughter? She also studies at the second high school. What's her name? Lin Siyu. Chen Xing shook his head, indicating he hadn't heard of her. Oh, in that case, you must have remembered wrong. We haven't met. Lin Su brushed off the dust from her clothes. The girl is in her second year of high school. This kid in front of her should be a first year, so it's normal not to know each other. All right then, auntie, I'll head back first. Chen Xing waved goodbye to the auntie, and then took 2 bottles of iced red tea back to the classroom. Don't ask why it's 2 bottles. It's because he can splurge now that he has money and he wants to hear someone call him foster father. A true man born between heaven and earth must never remain long in subservience. In the classroom, Ma Wangye suddenly slammed his fist on the desk, mimicking Lu Bu's dramatic tone from a period drama, sending his front row classmates Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao into fits of laughter. Chen Xing entered the classroom, holding a freshly bought ice-sweetened black tea. Hearing those words, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. The classic original Mamba beverage swayed lightly before his eyes like bait, and Ma Wangye's gaze instantly locked onto it, his atoms, apple bobbing up and down. Chen Xing, this iced tea. You've never tasted it before, have you? Just bought it from the convenience store. Mind if I take just one sip? Ma Wangye rubbed his palms together, his tongue unconsciously flicking across his lips. Chen Xing didn't reply immediately. Instead, he turned toward Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao. Would you two like some too? He had originally bought it solely for Ma Wangye, his deskmate and closest friend in class. Yet he'd exchanged a few words with the two in front, as well as skipping them entirely, and handing the drink straight to Ma Wangye would inevitably cause awkwardness. That awkwardness wasn't rooted in Wang Qingji or Zhang Xiao's personalities. It arose simply from the natural rhythm of conversation. When someone suddenly begins distributing things mid-chat, bypassing others entirely, anyone would feel momentarily unsettled. No, I'm not thirsty. Wang Qingji waved his hand in mild surprise, a shy smile blooming across his face. I'll pass too. Thanks anyway. Zhang Xiao likewise declined. Though they refused, both felt quietly gratified. Chen Xing had remembered to ask them, proving they hadn't been overlooked. Among boys there was little scheming or pretense. No one would scorn Chen Xing for sharing one bottle among three. They'd only admire his generosity and reliability. Gagaga, so it's all mine now. Ma Wanya had braced himself for only a third share of the precious drink, but with both front row classmates declining, fortune smiled upon him. Grinning ear, he reached out eagerly to snatch it. Chen Xing dodged his outstretched hand and teased, "Does a true man accept alms? Ahem, if your honor deigns to accept me, I humbly beg to become your adopted son." Instantly transforming into Lu Bu's second persona, Ma Wanya bowed deeply with exaggerated flattery. That single title, adopted father, sent a ripple of pure delight through Chen Xing, who finally handed over the bottle. Ma Wanya unscrewed the cap without delay and tipped his head back, gulping down a generous mouthful. "By the way, I heard the timetable's out. Last period this afternoon is PE. What are we playing?" Wang Qingji suddenly interjected. "Basketball, of course. Chen Xing's the PE monitor. Save me a good one later." Ma Wanya shouted, still half swallowing his tea, voice muffled and bubbly. "Coincidence, I love basketball too. Let's play together. What about you two?" Wang Qingji's eyes lit up as he glanced toward Chen Xing and Zhang Xiao. Chen Xing smiled. "I'm not bad at it either." "Ugh," Zhang Xiao groaned. "Am I seriously the only one who plays soccer?" "Looks like it. You can head to the field first and see if anyone's around. If not, come join us on the basketball court. I'll teach you." Wang Qingji offered gently. Zhang Xiao grumbled a quiet, shoulders slumping. He was short. Back in junior high, he'd suffered repeated setbacks on the basketball court, so he'd gravitated towards soccer, a sport far kinder to stature. Soccer demanded no hardware advantages. His idol Lionel Messi, barely 7 meters tall, still scored relentlessly, weaving past towering defenders nearly 2 meters tall. Alas, though soccer reigned globally as the world's #1 sport, basketball held broader appeal among Chinese youth. It was China's football that faltered, not for lack of passion, but for lack of a luminous icon. Meanwhile, basketball produced Yao Ming, a towering standard-bearer, a national symbol. If courses were ranked by popularity among Class 12, PE stood unchallenged at the very top, first tier. Music and art classes fell comfortably into the second tier. History, politics, and geography formed the third tier. Chinese language and English occupied the fourth. Physics, chemistry, and biology trailed in fifth. And last, undisputedly, came mathematics, taught personally by homeroom teacher Wu Yongqiang. So upon learning their final class was PE, the undisputed crown jewel, their thoughts scattered like Friday afternoon office workers awaiting weekend freedom, drifting out the window, soaring into orbit. Certainly not lingering in the classroom. After enduring 2 irrelevant lessons, cheers erupted across the room. Even during breaks, students rushed en masse toward the playground. The rear classroom door rattled violently as several boys burst forth shouting wildly. School jackets haphazardly knotted at their waists, untied shoelaces dragging behind them. Girls followed in small clusters, some twirling rubber bands around their wrists, their ponytails swaying gently with each step. Passing other classrooms, they'd glance smugly at peers still seated obediently within. "Damn it, we'll shout even louder next time." Students from neighboring classes ground their teeth, fingers white-knuckling pens until they nearly snapped. Within 3 minutes, Class 12's classroom stood nearly empty. A corridor breeze, warm and drowsy with afternoon light, fluttered open, textbooks left behind, pages rustling like startled birds. Someone had forgotten their thermos. Left alone on the windowsill, its stainless steel surface catching sunlight and casting a shimmering dancing patch of gold onto the floor. Below, a whistle pierced the air, mingling with distant laughter and the sharp squeak of sneakers on synthetic turf. At the center desk, Wan Xiaoxiao slowly closed her book. She raised a hand to shield her eyes from the setting sun, golden light slipping between her fingers, gilding her lashes. What a perfect day for reading. Seriously, Xiaoxiao, you're reading during PE. Fang Xini pressed her palm to her forehead. "I'm not fond of sports. Reading suits me just fine. And it's a novel, mind you." Wan Xiaoxiao grinned, pulling out a copy of Pride and Prejudice. "Totally defeated by you." Why should he know? Two High's playground had been newly renovated just years ago. The crimson track and emerald artificial turf gleamed vividly beneath the sun. Class 12 lined up on the field with surprising discipline, far more prompt than during military training, fearing any misstep might cost them free activity time. Soon a tall man strolled over wearing vibrant pink basketball shoes. "Class 12. "Yes," came the unified reply. "I'm Luo Yong, your PE teacher. Any PE monitor here?" Chen Xing stepped forward. "Here, sir." "All right," Luo Yong waved lazily. "Warm up first, then the PE monitor leads 2 laps. After roll call, you're free to do as you please." "Yes." The entire class cheered. This laissez-faire style of teaching made him the most beloved PE instructor. After completing the laps, Chen Xing led Ma Wanya and several others to the equipment shed to retrieve gear. On their return, classmates swarmed them instantly. "Monitor, give me a basketball." I'll take a badminton racket. Thank you, Brother Chen. Chen Xing turned and froze. A boy was speaking in an exaggerated falsetto. Instant goosebumps prickled his skin. Get lost. Guys, don't call me brother. Ha ha ha. A wave of laughter crashed over the group. Then let me try. A bold girl giggled, stepping close. Big Brother Chen, could I have a pair of ping-pong paddles? Chen Xing's heart swelled with quiet satisfaction, though his expression remained perfectly neutral as he selected a pristine pair and handed them over. Ma Wanya muttered sourly nearby. Letting you hog all the glory. Chen Xing clapped his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll give you your turn. Just handle equipment collection after class. I'm heading to the cafeteria. What a... Enjoying privileges without duties. The classmates surrounding Chen Xing to borrow equipment gradually dispersed, leaving 2 ping-pong paddles and a badminton racket lying on the ground ignored. Ma Wanya glanced at Ruan Xiaoxiao and Fong Sini not far away and suggested, Chen Xing, why don't you send a racket to the class flower? Idiot, you go if you want to. Chen Xing rolled his eyes at him. If she wants to play, can't she get it herself? Why should I be like a courier delivering it? Ma Wanya was just joking. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to go. He quickly changed the subject, holding a basketball. Let's go. Wang Qingji has already claimed the court. Let's hurry up. Chen Xing nodded, and the two ran towards the basketball court. The second middle school has both indoor basketball courts like the gym where they received military training uniforms last time and outdoor basketball courts near the playground and teaching buildings. The indoor gym is usually locked and only opens during matches. Physical education classes are naturally held on the outdoor basketball courts. Green mesh fences separate the basketball courts, and there are 4 courts inside. However, since high school students have average stamina, they typically play half-court games, so saying there are 8 courts isn't wrong. Wang Qingji waved to them from the innermost court, standing beside a few unfamiliar boys. Chen Xing took a glance. They were all classmates, but they had little interaction, hence the unfamiliarity. No problem, they would get to know each other while playing basketball. Are we playing full court or half court? Wang Qingji asked. There aren't many people, so half court it is. Ma Wanya counted and realized there were only 6 people, just enough for a 3v3. Okay, let's divide the teams. Ma Wanya grinned broadly and put his arm around Chen Xing, saying, I'll team up with Chen Xing. You guys can form your own teams and just give us the leftover person. Get lost. Using rock, paper, scissors to divide teams is unfair. You two are so tall and still on the same team. Isn't that cheating? Wang Qingji immediately protested. The basketball game hadn't started yet, and when everyone was estimating their strength, it was very straightforward. Taller people were thought to play better. Chen Xing and Ma Wanya were both 6 feet tall, and together they were unbeatable in the paint, making it pointless for anyone else to play. Chen Xing didn't care who he was playing with, but suddenly thought of something and asked, I remember when we measured our heights, didn't our class have a guy who was almost 6 feet 3? Doesn't he come to play basketball? Are you talking about Deng Dongfang? A square-faced boy next to Wang Qingji walked over. He practices sports and I just asked him. He said he's not coming because he's afraid of getting injured. I see. Chen Xing nodded in understanding and stopped discussing him. How are we going to divide the teams? Ma Wanya said impatiently. Using rock, paper, scissors, it's fair, and don't waste too much time on team division. Our PE class time is short as it is. Chen Xing decided, and everyone gathered around extending their hands. Haha, I'm on the same team as Chen Xing in rock, paper, scissors. Ma Wanya got his wish, laughing as he put his arms around Chen Xing and another boy. Come on, what's the use of being tall, eh? Wang Qingji encouraged himself. Let me show you what Kyrie Irving is all about. Come on, who is afraid of whom? You guys serve first. The boys were sweating on the basketball court while the girls were engaged in completely different activities. Most girls chose to gather in 2s and 3s to chat about various topics, from male and female celebrities to gossip about school life. They talked about everything. Ruan Xiaoxiao was an exception. She chose to sit on a stone bench under a tree, legs together with a novel resting in her lap. In front of her were the badminton court and ping-pong tables, and behind was the basketball court where Chen Xing was. Unlike most girls who went to the small pavilion, Ruan Xiaoxiao found the shouts from the basketball game more tolerable than the chatter and gossip. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dancing light spots on the stone bench. The girl curled her legs, the edges of her canvas shoes dusted with a few fallen leaves. The rustling sound of the pages turning mixed with the distant noise from the basketball court, but it felt muffled, as if separated by a layer of frosted glass. Watching her tuck a fallen strand of hair behind her ear, Ruan Xiaoxiao folded a corner of the page because there was a particular line in the novel she liked. Good shot, Chen Xing. Suddenly the basketball court erupted in cheers. She instinctively turned her head towards the boy in the white t-shirt who was in the midst of a 3-point shot, smiling brightly. Unconsciously rubbing the edge of the page with her fingertips, Ruan Xiaoxiao felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Tap, tap, tap. Xiaoxiao, come and give us your opinion. Her deskmate Fong Xini rushed over with a few girls saying, Zhao Jingjing insists that Song Weidong is handsomer than Wang Hedi with no taste at all. Who do you think is more handsome? Ruan Xiaoxiao looked up in confusion. Who are Song Weidong and Wang Hedi? Are they classmates of ours? The girls' mouths dropped open as if they had seen an alien. No way, Xiaoxiao, you don't know Song Weidong and Wang Hedi. They're celebrities. Haven't you seen the dramas? Wang Hedi was recently in that popular show De Feng de Gongren. Ruan Xiaoxiao looked bemused. I rarely follow celebrities. The only male stars she could name were a few Korean idols, and that was only because her mother Dong Hui talked about Korean dramas all the time. As for domestic idol stars, she truly didn't recognize any. Oh my, you are so boring. Fong Xini plopped down beside her. Other girls nodded in agreement. Attending class every day without finding some fun was indeed dull. At this moment, a girl's eyes lit up. Then let's not talk about celebrities. Which boy in our class do you think is the most handsome? As soon as she said this, everyone clearly perked up, but no one spoke, feeling a bit shy. After about a few seconds, Zhao Jingjing, the girl who first brought up the topic, broke the silence. I think Huang Zichen is the most handsome in our class. He looks a lot like Byun Baekhyun. Indeed, Huang Zichen has very nice features. Someone led the way and a few girls stopped pretending, chattering animatedly. Su Zian is quite good too. I think he could be ranked second. Who is Su Zian? I don't know him yet. I'll pay attention next time to see if he's handsome. Hee. No one mentioned Song Yu. He fits my aesthetic quite well. He looks very proper. I think he's just average. Fong Xini was also participating in the discussion and suddenly noticed Ruan Xiaoxiao had been silent, so she mischievously said, Xiaoxiao, who do you think is the best-looking boy in our class? The other girls also stopped their discussion and looked at Ruan Xiaoxiao in unison. Ruan Xiaoxiao was the class flower, and everyone believed she would have an opinion on handsome boys. Ruan Xiaoxiao, suddenly put on the spot, jumped in surprise, her face turning bright red. I think they are all about the same. That's not acceptable. You have to pick one. Otherwise, I will tickle you. Fong Xini raised her hand and smiled mischievously. Under Fong Xini's pressure, Ruan Xiaoxiao hesitated and finally said, I think Chen Xing. Oh, Fong Xini had long expected Ruan Xiaoxiao to choose Chen Xing. Hearing the answer, she looked as if she had just received a delightful surprise. Is he the sports committee member? He seems alright. He's quite tall. Zhao Jingjing said. A girl suddenly thought of something and excitedly exclaimed, Chen Xing carried Xiaoxiao to the infirmary during military training. The 3v3 games on the basketball court were in full swing. Ma Wangye clearly played often tall with long arms. He controlled the rebounds reliably. Coupled with Chen Xing's hot three-point touch today, Wang Chengzi's team soon waved the white flag. Take a breather. We'll reshuffle soon. Chen Xingyu and Ma Wangye can't be on the same team. Pick squads as captains, otherwise it's not a fair game. Wang Chengzi rubbed his waist and waved his hand. Chen Xing smiled and said fine, then sat down and drank some water. Having finished the main running task yesterday and added a bit of extra training, his stamina value had risen to 62 points. He realized he had underestimated the system's figures. What the system considered average stamina was 59 points, and after more than half a month of training, he had only gained 1 point. At 62, he already fell ahead of Wang Qingji and the others. I had thought a stamina value of 90 meant athlete level. It seems a national level athlete getting 80 is already impressive. Aside from wealth value, charisma, stamina, and intelligence at 60 are merely average, so it looks like I'm not doing so badly after all. Chen Xing couldn't help feeling smug. He began to fantasize about maxing out his intelligence and stamina. Would he become some kind of three-bodied prodigy? Hey, Class 12, do you dare to play a 3v3? As Chen Xing pondered, an unfriendly voice arrived accompanied by approaching footsteps. They looked up. 3 tall boys strode over. The one leading them was thin and handsome, but the earring in his ear made people frown instinctively. Where did these punks from Erzhong come from? Chen Xing thought for a moment. He hadn't offended anyone recently. Han Feiyu chewed gum, cradling a ball under his arm, staring at Chen Xing and thinking, this brat pesters Shi Hongdou every day. They'll see what he's made of. If Chen Xing could read minds, he would surely have snapped back. Go chase Shi Hongdou if you want. What's the point of picking on him? Winning at basketball won't win her heart. You've read too many tales of the school Bowtie's personal protector, haven't you? Faced with Han Feiyu's provocation, the hot-blooded boys from Class 12 likewise showed displeasure. Who the hell do you think you are? If you have no court, go bounce a ball in the classroom. What are you showing off for? Ma Wangye snapped, unwilling to back down. Han Feiyu didn't panic like a villain in a novel when insulted. He smiled faintly and beckoned with a finger, just asking if you dare. That was a lot of bravado. Could they tolerate it? Ma Wangye sprang to his feet. Fuck it, let's play. Watch me finish you. Chen Xing rose reluctantly. The challenge was clearly aimed at him, and he couldn't be a coward. Wang Qingji volunteered, and Class 12's trio was assembled. What class are you from? Ma Wangye raised an eyebrow. Class 16, Han Feiyu. First to 10 wins, okay. Fine. Han Feiyu sneered. Ma Wangye snorted. If you lose, you have to shout 3 times that your Class 16 basketball team can't beat Class 12. Deal. What if you lose? He'll shout too. Ding. Task 3v3 basketball match. Defeat Class 16. Difficulty 3 stars. Reward 3 stamina points. A task. Well, now I have a reason I absolutely cannot lose. Chen Xing twisted his neck and squinted. Look, aren't Chen Xing and his team playing the other class? Yuan Xiaoxiao's sharp-eyed friend noticed the game at once and shouted. Everyone ran to the fence and peered through the chain link to watch. Yuan Xiaoxiao hesitated a moment, then set her novel aside and walked over. Class 12 started with the ball. Wang Qingji passed to Chen Xing while Ma Wangye cut into the paint. Chen Xing bent his knees, slightly dribbling as he searched for seams in the defense. Swish. A feint deceived Han Feiyu, and Chen Xing rose for a pull-up. A perfect arc carved the air. The ball sank hollow through the net, the nylon barely trembling with a crisp whisper. 1-0. Chen Xing waggled a finger at Han Feiyu, who hissed a curse and fell silent. Class 16 wasn't rattled by Chen Xing's opening score. They quickly noticed Wang Qingji was the weakest of the 3 from Class 12 and made him their target, each seeking an onion. Wang Qingji turned betrayed. If they lost this 3v3 because of him, he'd blame himself to death. Chen Xing patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry. We'll win. Beyond the 3-point line, he dribbled twice between his legs, stepped back, and launched a triple. Holy shit. That's an again. Ma Wangye's eyes went wide, and he couldn't help cursing Chen Xing. Are you fucking cheating? Chen Xing's mouth curled. He wiped sweat from his brow and answered lazily, basic stuff, don't make a fuss. Han Feiyu, affronted, picked up the ball and tossed it to Chen Xing again. I don't believe you can make another one. Chen Xing caught the pass and without even dribbling took a single step and released a 3. Swish. Another nothing but net. Han Feiyu opened his mouth, then exhaled and admitted, okay, you're amazing. He felt a twinge of regret. He had pushed his showboating into this kid's territory. Chen Xing's play wasn't flashy, but his shooting was terrifyingly precise. His form was textbook, a straight body at takeoff, a clean snap of the wrist. The instant the ball left his hand, its path seemed already ordained. Defenders rotated in several times, but no matter how they contested him, he always found space to release the shot. Guard him. Don't give him any open looks. When Han Feiyu saw the score at 8-6, he finally grew anxious and had someone double-team Chen Xing with him. Chen Xing's lips curved. He changed direction and accelerated, shedding his defender and cutting to the right at a 45-degree angle, then used a feint to shake Han Feiyu. Facing the other defender's help, he wasn't reckless. He used a bounce pass to feed the ball to Ma Wangye in the paint. Ma banked it in. 9-6. Han Feiyu's face went pale. Losing a point was one thing. Shi Hongdou didn't even know he had come to find Chen Xing. But what about the bet with Ma Wangye? If he had to shout that, how would he keep his status at Erzhong? While he was distracted, Chen Xing sank another 3. Swish. Holy shit. A chorus of exclamations rose from the sidelines. Unconsciously, the 3v3 had drawn a crowd. The shot was so fast and fierce that Han Feiyu hadn't even reacted before the ball had dropped. 10-6. Chen Xing, are you possessed by Stephen Curry? Ma Wangye ran over and slapped him hard on the shoulder. Chen Xing shrugged and smiled with a touch of cockiness. Lucky. But everyone could see it wasn't luck. The steadiness of his threes was unnerving. On the sidelines, Yuan Xiaoxiao's gaze rested on the figures standing in the sunlight. Suddenly, she felt that Chen Xing on the court seemed a little more radiant than usual. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Chen Xing is really handsome. Zhao Jingjing gushed, and the other girls nodded in agreement. Boys who play basketball do earn extra points. Hearing the girls, Yuan Xiaoxiao felt inexplicably deflated, as if the treasure she had discovered had been sighted by others. Hey you there, it's time to honor our bet, right? Ma Wangye, without even wiping the sweat off his brow, flashed a broad grin at Han Feiyu, his expression as annoying as ever. Damn. Han Feiyu intended to pretend he hadn't heard and sneak away, but Ma Wangye's eyes were like searchlights fixated on him, leaving no chance to escape. The number of onlookers around them grew, some aware of the bet and others drawn in without understanding. All eyes focused on Han Feiyu and his companions. The boys from Class 16 exchanged guilty glances. Two of them stepped back in tacit agreement, creating distance from Han Feiyu, clearing the stage for him. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. Good dead comrade is not a concern for the living. They were not close, really not close. They weren't at fault for the pressure, and the blame certainly didn't fall on them. Under everyone's gaze, Han Feiyu had nowhere to hide, so he steeled himself and shouted, I, Han Feiyu, certify that Class 16 cannot beat Class 12 in basketball. Oh, your skills aren't great, but you sure are self-aware. Ma Wangye immediately chimed in his sarcastic tone, eliciting roars of laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha. Though they had only been a class for a short while, their sense of collective honor had unknowingly taken root, and the students from Class 12 puffed out their chests, their brows reflecting pride. Meanwhile, the students from Class 16 their faces dark with shame, melted back into the crowd, some even running away. It was too embarrassing. If you can't handle the heat, don't take on the challenge. Oh, can we not involve the whole class in the next bet? After Han Feiyu shouted, feeling unfit to face anyone, he bowed his head and slipped away amidst the laughter, his back marked with the sentiment of social death. The crowd of spectators gradually dispersed, leaving only the original 6 who had been playing basketball. Ma Wanye collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted from the 2 rounds of 3v3, but at least they had one which eased his physical fatigue. Chen Xing, your basketball skills are really something. Although he had praised him countless times during the match, he couldn't help but express his admiration once more. The other boys nodded in agreement. Chen Xing's recent jump shots and three-pointers were exactly what everyone aspired to. His playing style was graceful and his movements were clean and efficient. Can the word handsome even begin to describe it? Chen Xing smiled without speaking when truth he had merely exceeded expectations today and was not usually that precise. One could say Han Feiyu shot himself in the foot. He originally thought that after playing basketball for a while Chen Xing would be exhausted, so he rushed out to compete intent on gaining a physical advantage. Little did he know the previous 3v3 had sharpened Chen Xing's shooting touch, and combined with the newfound confidence from acquiring the system, he shot, without hesitation, boosted by the presence of female classmates watching the match. With several buffs stacking up, it all contributed to his smooth performance today. But, even if it was luck, he successfully pulled off the act. Ding! Mission defeat Class 16 in a 3v3 basketball match completed. Reward 3 points of stamina, double joy. The smile on Chen Xing's face deepened. No wonder everyone loves the villains, who wouldn't appreciate a free experience package delivered right to their doorstep. He welcomed more kind-hearted individuals who lacked strength, but could trigger missions to seek him out. With the increase in stamina, Chen Xing's fatigue vanished instantly, as if he had taken a performance-enhancing drug. Back in action, he executed a perfect fish jump, standing up and raising an eyebrow at Ma Wanye. Shall we go grab a bite? What the hell, are you even human? Don't you feel any lactic acid? I can barely stand up. Ma Wanye stared in disbelief. They had just played an intense match for dozens of minutes. Was Chen Xing resurrected after watching an ad? It's all about effort and sweat, little Ma. You need to practice more, Chen Xing teased. You called me Ma Xiao when I was grabbing rebounds, but now that the game is over you call me Xiao Ma. Chen Xing, you're truly a scumbag. Is that slander? I'm a pure-hearted male high schooler at 180, okay. Scumbags always claim to be pure-hearted. A timeless injustice. After bantering for a while, Chen Xing finally asked seriously, so are we going to the cafeteria or not, Ma Xiao? Ma Wanye scratched his head. Actually, I usually eat at home. Damn it, if you're not going to the cafeteria, what are you talking to me for? You're wasting your dad's meal time. Chen Xing's expression changed instantly. He had been played by this little trickster Ma Wanye. Thus he left without looking back, while Ma Wanye grinned, pointing at Chen Xing's back, saying to the others, he still claims he's not a scumbag. His speed of changing faces is faster than me flipping a book. That makes sense. One of the significant advantages of physical education class, besides the freedom to move, is the opportunity to go to the cafeteria early. Without having to compete with anyone, Chen Xing leisurely took the lead in getting a meal. What should I eat? The world's hardest question was solved by Chen Xing in less than a second. Beef hot pot. It is well known that boys have a characteristic: no matter how fickle they are with girls when it comes to meals or haircuts, they are very dedicated, sticking to one place for a long time. Chen Xing was no exception, especially since the cafeteria lady had just helped him swipe his card last time. Ante the usual, please. Although he had only been there 3 times, Chen Xing felt he had established a deep, revolutionary friendship with the cafeteria lady. She must understand me. However, as he approached, he found the counter empty. Hey, where did the ante go? It wasn't the usual lunchtime yet, but it was close to meal time, and there were some students from physical education class who had come to eat. Why had the cafeteria lady vanished? Absence from work is not encouraged. Just as Chen Xing was puzzled, a familiar voice came from inside. Sorry, student, my daughter just arrived, and am preparing food for her. Lin Su jogged to the counter, wiping her hands. Oh, she's making a special meal for her. Chen Xing revealed a knowing smile. This is normal. Just like teachers' children can often enjoy free tutoring, what's wrong with the cafeteria lady giving her daughter an extra portion? Generally, no one would complain. Our resources are meant to be utilized. Seeing that no one was around, Chen Xing lowered his voice. Andy, can I get in on that too? I can keep a secret. I just have a craving. Lin Su had a good impression of Chen Xing, a typical sunny boy. After thinking about his proposal for a moment, she nodded in agreement. Come in from that side. I'll open the door for you. Okay. Looking at the small door, Lin Su pointed to. Chen Xing grinned. Today was his lucky day. Indeed, taking the initiative pays off. What is the most important thing in a high school cafeteria? For high school students who are growing and consuming a lot of mental energy, as long as the food isn't terrible, they can eat anything and will do so quickly. Therefore, the taste is not the most crucial factor. Cleanliness and hygiene are paramount. As Chen Xing walked through a small door into the kitchen, he glanced around and was quite satisfied with the sanitation conditions of the cafeteria at the second high school. If rated from A to D, it could at least score a B. However, it wasn't surprising after all this was the best high school in the county, and the school wouldn't ruin its reputation in terms of food. Come here. Lin Su waved and Chen Xing quickened his steps, a big smile on his face, his mind already automatically playing the background music from A Bite of China. Behind the serving window was a small compartment where Lin Su led Chen Xing inside. Actually, there's nothing special to eat, just the usual things you guys have. Lin Su pointed with her right hand towards a low table in the corner. Chen Xing said, Auntie, I love everything to eat, while his body unconsciously turned towards the table. The slices of meat bobbing in the bubbling red oil, the vibrant green cilantro, and the bubbling broth. Was this really hot pot? This was clearly a soul-stealing feast. His eyes gradually lit up. Classmate, class will be over soon. Annie has to go back to work. You can chat with my sister, see you, and exchange some study tips. Lin Su glanced at the time and said, all right. Chen Xing nodded eagerly, his bottom already landing precisely on the chair closest to the hot pot. Hello, senior sister, my name is Chen Xing. The senior sister next to him, dressed in summer school uniform with a high ponytail, was focused on her meal, revealing fair skin that hinted at her likely beauty. Moreover, Auntie was a great beauty in her youth. How could her daughter be any less? Thus, Chen Xing was exceptionally enthusiastic. At this moment, Lin Siyu was extremely embarrassed. She didn't expect her mother to bring someone to the small dining table, especially that rude boy from last time. This is bad. Seeing my face, he will definitely remember the incident of me picking up the water bottle. As Lin Siyu thought about it, her head nearly buried itself into the bowl. Chen Xing looked at her in confusion. Was she guarding her food? Senior sister, don't worry, I won't steal your food from the bowl. There's no need, really no need. He scratched his head, a bit puzzled by the girl's behavior. However, the senior sister seemed oblivious and only wanted to bury her head in the sand. Forget it, I'm here to eat. As long as the food is good, that's enough. Chen Xing gave up on greeting her, took a bowl and filled it with rice, then sat down and started eating heartily. Perhaps due to the heavy consumption during gym class, he ended up eating 3 large bowls. Lin Siyu, who had her head buried in the bowl, was also taken aback. Is he a pig, eh? Or do boys just eat so much? I'm full. Chen Xing rubbed his belly, ready to leave. Lin Siyu's face brightened. After waiting so long, he was finally going to leave. Maintaining one position was exhausting, and her neck was quite sore now. As Chen Xing stood up, he suddenly realized something was off. It was already lunchtime, and there were students everywhere outside the cafeteria. How was he supposed to get out? Annie had set a precedent for him. He couldn't let her down. Hey, senior sister, do you know where the back door of the cafeteria is? He squatted beside her, curiously asking, where did you usually go out from? Silence. Chen Xing scratched his hair. Was he a terrifying person? Or was the senior sister a little unwell? Mute. After waiting for 2 minutes with no response, Chen Xing sighed and started wandering around the kitchen. Surprisingly, he actually found the back door. He thought to himself, what a little genius, as he opened the door. Phew. Hearing the sound of the back door opening, Lin Siyu let out a long breath and put down her bowl. Thank goodness he didn't see her face. Lin Siyu pouted. Her mother really was something. How could she casually bring someone back here? 3 minutes later, she felt that Chen Xing should have gone far. She turned around, also preparing to leave through the back door. Just as she opened the door, a surprised voice came from beside her. So it's you, Chen Xing, the rascal, hadn't left. The senior sister's prolonged absence had piqued his curiosity, so he pretended to open and close the door to trick her. Sure enough, he successfully saw the senior sister's face, and it turned out he had seen her before. This. Isn't she the girl from the day I picked up the bottle? Wait a minute, Auntie said her daughter wasn't in the first year. At least she was in the second year. So why was she still wearing a junior high school uniform during the summer vacation? Lin Siyu was startled by the sudden voice, and she nearly toppled the small dining table while stepping back. Fortunately, Chen Xing caught her. So you are Auntie's daughter? Chen Xing said with a grin. WWHY. Haven't you left yet? Lin Siyu's face turned red, instantly stuttering as she asked. I haven't gone out back there before. I'm not familiar with the way and was afraid of getting lost. Chen Xing innocently pointed behind him. The cafeteria at the second high school is very close to the back mountain, and the site left behind by failed construction is indeed difficult to navigate. He wasn't lying. Could you take me with you? Chen Xing blinked. Lin Siyu sniffed and didn't answer, only walked ahead. Senior sister, what's your name? Senior sister, are you in the second year or the third year? Senior sister. Lin Siyu walked ahead, her small face tense, mentally labeling Chen Xing as not just rude, but also overly talkative. However, this couldn't entirely be blamed on Chen Xing. Mainly, Lin Siyu looked like someone who was easy to tease. Among the three top beauties he had seen, Shi Hongdou was the tsundere, Wan Xiao was the pampered young lady, while Lin Xiyu, though a senior sister, had the style of a Jiangnan girl. Her gentle features were completely devoid of any harmfulness, and her graceful and pure aura made one unable to help but blush when looking at her face. It was clear she appeared to be a pushover. You talk too much. Lin Xiyu's cheeks puffed up slightly. Oh, so you can speak, you scared me. I thought someone as pretty as you must have some illness. Chen Xing pretended to exhale in concern. Oomph. Lin Xiyu wanted to curse, but found that the swear words she knew seemed to have no power, so she could only swallow her words. Lin Xiyu bit her lower lip as if making a firm decision and spoke. I said you must not tell anyone else. Okay, I promise, I guarantee it with my noble character. Seeing Chen Xing in a difficult situation for once, Lin Xiyu felt a little joy in her heart, and her dimples appeared, making Chen Xing glance at her a couple more times. Then she lowered her head and slowly explained the reason for picking up the water bottle last time. I have a little dog named Duo. Chen Xing wiped the sweat from his brow, thankful he wasn't a junior from the Academy of Wushu. Otherwise the phrase, I am your little dog, would have slipped out. Having played with Wushu since the age of 3, he would call anyone mom. Lin Xiyu's next words brought Chen Xing back to reality. I found it when I was in my first year of high school and brought it home. My mom initially disagreed with me keeping it because she was afraid I would get distracted and not study well. Eventually, after I kept promising, she agreed. As she spoke, Lin Xiyu's expression dimmed, but after a while, for some reason, Duo suddenly got sick and kept vomiting, so my mom wouldn't let me keep it anymore. Chen Xing pondered for a moment and asked, Parvovirus? Yes, that's what the people at the pet hospital said. Chen Xing's smile slowly faded. So you picked up the water bottle to treat your dog? Lin Xiyu continued. The pet hospital said that treating parvovirus generally costs 5,000 yuan. I saved all summer, but it still wasn't enough money. Then the dog. Chen Xing, an animal lover, expressed his sorrow. If his big yellow dog at home died, he would definitely cry over 3 big bowls of rice. It didn't die. Chen Xing was surprised. But you didn't earn that much money, did you? Did the dog heal itself? Lin Xiyu shook her head. No, I only saved 2,000 yuan, but the pet hospital said that if I give them the dog, the 2,000 yuan would be enough to treat Duo. Chen Xing was taken aback, but immediately felt there was nothing wrong with it. After all, the dog was saved, and it could be bought back later. Duo is particularly cute, which is why the pet hospital is willing to take it. Lin Xiyu smiled softly. Chen Xing noticed her smile was forced and thought it wasn't surprising given that her dog was now someone else's. He wanted to say something to ease her mood. Well, with looks like my deskmates, if he turned into a dog, the pet hospital wouldn't want him either. Chen Xing grinned. Your deskmate is really unfortunate. Not at all. My deskmate calls me foster father every day, and he uses Pinduo, always claiming he is the luckiest person in the world. Lin Xiyu chuckled. Do all you boys insult each other like this? No, I treat my deskmate well because I owe him a debt of gratitude for raising him. With a few exchanges, the atmosphere around them became noticeably lighter. Finally, Chen Xing and Lin Xiyu parted ways at the entrance of the teaching building, with the second years on the left and the first years on the right. Meanwhile, the system issued a new task. Task: make Lin Xiyu the owner of the little dog Duo again. Difficulty 3 stars, reward 3 charm points. The system is such a tease. Oh, I've realized you're definitely a pervert, triggering tasks whenever a beautiful girl is present, and the rewards never drop below 3 points. My bro's life is only worth 3 points, but a beautiful girl's dog is also worth 3 points. Sigh, the world is going downhill. A brother's worth is less than a woman's dog. Speaking of, how am I supposed to complete this task? You can't be asking me to buy the dog back from the pet hospital, can you? My financial situation just started to improve. Chen Xing felt a pang of pain. Would it be alright to change my bro Meng Yuan's name to Duo and give it to Lin Xiyu? System, say something. Lost in thought all the way to the classroom, Chen Xing found that a new class schedule posted by Wu Yongxiang was already up at the front. Another night of English. Why does it feel like the English teacher has such a high appearance rate? Could it be a mature woman bonus? Chen Xing sat back down as a wave of sweat odor hit him. Ma Wangye, could you please move further away? Chen Xing immediately covered his nose as the air turned fragrant. Unexpectedly, Ma Wangye made the same gesture as him. Damn, Chen Xing, you don't think you smell any better, do you? The two exchanged barbs and then looked at the front desks. Damn, you two smell bad too. Wang Qingji, who had just played basketball, and Zhang Xiao, who had kicked a ball for 40 minutes, both laughed. A few of them started attacking each other. The scene was truly reminiscent of a fox male broadcasting the smell of your armpits. After evening study, the first self-study class began. There was no teacher present, but most students would behave and study diligently, because the homeroom teacher Wu Yongxiang would appear at the windows and back doors at unpredictable intervals. However, another issue arose, this type of homeroom teacher possibly being present or not gave rise to a certain species. The betting fool. I bet your gun has no bullets. Oh no, I bet the homeroom teacher would definitely not be present when I slacked off. At this moment, Chen Xing was exactly that betting fool. After finishing the words starting with B, Chen Xing did not want to continue with those starting with C, thus, he inexplicably fell into a sense of emptiness. Let's try the new watch. Chen Xing secretly took out the Apple Watch that Ruan Xiaoxiao had given him. No, it was the Apple Watch he got in exchange for his Apple phone. I want to see what makes this little thing worth 6,000. Under the harsh fluorescent light in the classroom, Chen Xing tilted his head and began his exploration. Suddenly, wow, Chen Xing, you are actually a rich kid. Ma Wangya exclaimed in a low voice, startling Chen Xing so much that he jumped. Zhang Xiao, who was dozing in the front row, was also affected, waking up with a start, drooling on his textbook. Keep your voice down. Do you want your dad to die, huh? Ma Wangya's eyes were wide like copper bells. Where did you get this watch? We agreed to be losers together, yet you're now using something other than Xiaomi. Chen Xing shrugged. It was given to me by a beautiful girl. Keep dreaming. If you said a 60-year-old rich woman was keeping you, I might believe it, but there's no way a beautiful young lady would take a liking to you. Shaking his head, Chen Xing stopped explaining. If you don't believe the truth, then crawl. Does this watch have any functions? It can't just be for measuring blood pressure, can it? Ma Wangya's eyes were glued to the watch on Chen Xing's left wrist, speaking sourly. Chen Xing waved his hand nonchalantly and grinned. Of course it does more than just measure blood pressure. It also has the effect of turning people into lemon essence. Damn. Ma Wangya rolled up his sleeves, showing off the mechanical watch his mom bought for him for the high school entrance exam. Electronic watches are all trash. Real men use mechanical watches. Oh, Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Then I ask you, which is more expensive, Ma Xiao's mechanical watch or my 7-year-old little cousin's genius watch? In that moment, he felt the crushing defeat from capitalism. End of friendship. It must be the end of friendship. Ma Wangya exaggerated his expression, covering his chest with both hands, looking utterly heartbroken. At this moment, Chen Xing's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of that grim reaper-like figure outside the window, so he immediately chose to sell out his teammate. He once again showed a disdainful expression, as if to say, Ma Wangya, don't disturb my studies. Learning from experience, Ma Wangya wasn't the fool from a few days ago. Seeing Chen Xing's deadpan face, he immediately realized the homeroom teacher had arrived. Why is this question so difficult? I can't do it. His expression of pain covering his chest instantly transformed into a look of confusion at encountering a challenging problem, allowing him to escape a calamity. Wu Yongxiang, with a dark expression, turned a few circles in the back row and then unknowingly disappeared. Damn, Chen Xing, why don't you remind me every time? You need to figure such things out on your own. If you don't have Spider-Man's danger sense, then just study honestly. Chen Xing felt no guilt at all, instead feeling proud that he could always turn danger into safety. What does it mean to be the chosen one? After the real self-study class ended, Chen Xing, Ma Wangya, and Wang Qingji went to the restroom, then leaned against the corridor chatting for a while. The school bell rang hurriedly, signaling the arrival of the fake self-study class. This is the plight of high school students. After a 10-minute break and a quick trip to the restroom, little time remains. Even drinking water requires gulping it down. Class begins. With a clear and bright voice, Xie Rui walked into the classroom in 5-centimeter high heels. The boys in the class simultaneously looked up. Today, Xie Rui was dressed in a white shirt paired with a gray pencil skirt, resembling an elite female lead straight out of a workplace drama. Damn, who can handle this? Ma Wangya muttered quietly, almost breaking the ballpoint pen in his hand. Chen Xing glanced at his despondent desk mate and thought to himself, this is just the beginning. Xie Rui placed the textbook on the podium and casually tossed her hair, immediately eliciting a series of hissing sounds from the back row. Today we're going to learn about. As Xie Rui turned to write on the board, the perfect curve of her pencil skirt made several boys in the back row start poking their desk mates excitedly. Zhang Xiao even secretly placed his hand under the desk. Chen Xing guessed it was for a Weibo post and needed to adjust his aim. Hey, the young man still lacks self-control. Chen Xing shook his head, placing his hands on the desk to show his innocence. By the way, why is Xie Rui dressed like this today? This is nothing but pure disruption to everyone's study. Li Daming. Xie Rui suddenly called out, translate this sentence. Li Daming, who was distracted by the teacher's outfit, jolted awake. I love. No. This. That. The whole class struggled to stifle their laughter. Xie Rui raised an eyebrow. It seems some students have already become self-taught in the use of love. Suddenly looking at Chen Xing, she said, Chen Xing, help him. Caught off guard, Chen Xing almost blurted out, teacher, I also love, but fortunately managed to hit the brakes in time. This sentence is saying. He glanced down at the textbook and was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, he had been too busy looking at legs and forgot to listen to the class. It seems that just memorizing words is not enough. My class also requires listening. Xia Rui smiled meaningfully, her tear mole at the corner of her, making one feel an itch in their heart. Chen Xing hurriedly agreed. At this moment, he absolutely could not be stubborn, and his apology had to be sincere. Fortunately, Xia Rui was in a good mood today, and after warning him a couple of times, she allowed Chen Xing to sit down. From the back row, Ma Wanya's suppressed laughter could be heard as he clutched his thigh, saying, "Chen Xing, you've completely caught the English teacher's attention. You crack me up." Chen Xing pouted. It was normal for a handsome young man to be targeted by a mature woman. "Ma Wanya, what do you know?" After being called out by Xia Rui, twice the boys also snapped out of their fantasizing and began to pay attention in class. It must be said Xia Rui was not just a pretty face, her accent and board writing were both very impressive. "Teacher, I see you have the demeanor of an experimental class teacher. Teaching in our regular class is a complete waste." The first English self-study class ended and Xia Rui had completed the first unit, which probably took 3 days. Therefore, she did not plan to start a new lesson in the second class. Xia Rui gently tapped the blackboard with her long fingers, chalk dust falling. "There's one more class. I don't plan to teach a new lesson. Do you all want to watch a movie?" As soon as everyone heard this, they perked up, shouting, "Yes, yes. I want to see it so badly, teacher." "Teacher, do you know how I've been spending these classes? Do you know? If Teacher Xia shows us a movie in this class, then you are my dear mother." This classmate who seemed to be playing with fire, please sit down and don't expose your preferences while others are speaking. Chen Xing wiped his sweat. He always felt that things were not that simple. Would this bad woman easily let them watch a movie? Before everyone could be happy for 2 seconds, Xia Rui continued to state her purpose. She was too good at manipulating people. "However, if the teacher shows you a movie, can I ask for a small request?" "Sure. Don't say just 1, even 10, I will agree." "Crap, this classmate, you and you sit down too." "Teacher, if you don't show us the movie, we will agree to your request anyway." The class monitor Yao Jun called out with a grin, raising his eyebrows, as if he was quite pleased with his response. Chen Xing covered his face. "Teacher Xia, please stop. Don't tease anymore. The students are becoming overly eager." Xia Rui smiled slightly. "It's not that exaggerated. The teacher just wants you to guarantee one thing: in the next English exam, I hope to see at least 5 students scoring above 130 points. This class will definitely not finish a whole movie, but if everyone guarantees to do what I ask, then next time I will let you watch it till the end. Conversely, if everyone fails to meet their guarantee, then I will come in for the first class of every evening self-study session to give you a makeup class." How malicious. To want to take away our self-study class as a freshman, we absolutely refuse to sign such an unequal treaty. Just as Chen Xing was about to resist his desk, mate Ma Wanya was quicker, slamming his hand on the desk with a loud bang. "Good brother, I knew you had some backbone and didn't disappoint me." But the next second, Chen Xing couldn't smile anymore as he heard Ma Wanya shout, "Teacher, what kind of guarantee is this? I've agreed for everyone." You a guy who couldn't even pass English in the high school entrance exam, where do you get your confidence?" Chen Xing glared at Ma Wanya, who just responded with an "I believe in you" look. Damn. Fortunately, not everyone in the class was swayed by Xia Rui. Ruan Xiaoxiao raised her hand to express, "Teacher, 130 points is a bit too high. Oh, can we lower it a bit?" Seeing Chen Xing and Ma Wang as if they were lost, an unhappy Xia Rui couldn't help but chuckle. Xia Rui had her reasons for selecting 5 excellent English students. She had the English scores from the midterms of Class 12 in her hands. Although the average score was only mediocre, it did help her find a few promising candidates. Of course, Chen Xing and Ma Wang Yu were not among them. She only strolled to the back row to ask the two out of sheer amusement. Xia Rui didn't dislike students like Chen Xing and Ma Wang Yu, as she often found joy in teasing them a little. The movie abruptly stopped halfway due to the bell ringing, and Xia Rui cheerfully stepped onto the podium saying, "We'll see how you perform for the second half of the movie." Can't I just go back and watch it myself?" Chen Xing scoffed with a smirk. "This evil little doll face tactic won't work on someone like me who can play on my phone. It only intimidates me during evening self-study. Come on, Chen Xing, are you coming with me for a late-night snack? I recently discovered an amazing noodle stall that's super delicious. Do you want to give it a try?" Ma Wang Yi shook his backpack as he spoke. "No thanks, my mom will probably be home tonight," Chen Xing replied, shaking his head. "Damn it, Chen Xing, you never walk home with me. Don't you know this is hurting our friendship?" Ma Wang Yi exclaimed loudly. "I know, kid," Chen Xing replied, "but we have a father-son relationship. A little thing like this won't shake that." "Get lost with that," Ma Wang Yi laughed and scolded. After exchanging jabs with Ma Wang Yi for a while, Chen Xing went to the playground to run 5 kilometers. On the way home, the night breeze blew against him, and the sweat from exercising quickly dried. At this moment, it was when the first and second-year students were returning from school, while the third-year students were still in class. There was only Chen Xing on the shaded path. This feeling was truly refreshing. Chen Xing felt much more invigorated. When he was about 30 meters away from his apartment, he saw the kitchen light on. Zhao Qin must be preparing a late-night snack for Chen Xing. "Mom, Chen Xing stepped over the kitchen threshold, flashing a big smile. You must have missed me after not seeing me for 2 days. Are you craving a late-night snack? Zhao Qin replied, putting a bowl of fried rice dumplings on the small dining table. Chen Xing scratched his head. I want both, I want both. Taking a bite of the rice dumpling filled with green beans, his eyes lit up. Did Grandma make these? You've got quite the mouth, huh? I went to your grandma's house to check on her, and she insisted on stuffing me with a bunch of vegetables and wanted me to bring you the rice dumplings she made. Zhao Qin chided, though a smile was on her face. It's really unnecessary. Your grandma is already so old, yet she insists on going out to garden. Chen Xing shifted the subject, but we could still make a few more rice dumplings. You little rascal. Zhao Qin lightly tapped Chen Xing on the head, then asked, did you study well while I was away? Of course. I study for 2 hours every night without fail. That's good to hear. You're in high school now, so don't just play around all day. Focus on your studies. By the way, there's a kid in your grandma's village. Chen Xing thought to himself, oh no. Mom is about to unleash the tight rein. He had no time to savor the taste of the rice dumplings and quickly finished them, then said, I'm going to take a shower, before sneaking away. In the blink of an eye, the first week of high school passed, and it was an exciting Sunday. Chen Xing made plans to hang out with Meng Yuan, but unexpectedly found out that the third school also required students to voluntarily attend classes on Sundays. Chen Xing nearly laughed out loud. Thankfully, he didn't choose the third school, or he would have been forced to attend as well. Although Erzhong only had 1 day off a week, it still seemed much more reasonable compared to the third school. At noon, Chen Xing waited at the entrance of the third school, like an old father waiting for Meng Yuan. Yuan, dad is here, dad is here. Chen Xing waved his hand playfully at Meng Yuan, who was nearby, looking utterly disinterested. Dude, Chen Xing, you're such a dog. I told you to wait for me at the milk tea shop. Why are you here to pick me up? Isn't it because I was worried about you crossing the road? I came specifically to pick you up. Scram. Chen Xing patted his backpack and said gleefully, oh no, Meng Xiao is working too hard. Don't forget me when you get into Tsinghua. Remember, don't forget me when you're wealthy and powerful. Stop talking. I really regret it now. I should have just gone to the first school to study CNC machines. Damn, it's pure suffering here. This is only the first week. I don't know how I'm going to survive. Jean Xiaowei, the principal of the third school, is too strict. Ha ha ha. Chen Xing didn't offer any comfort, but instead burst out laughing. Seeing his childhood friend unable to hold back, Meng Yuan started laughing too. After laughing enough, Chen Xing put his arm around his shoulder and said, we must treat Meng Xiao well today. The milk tea is on me. You're making this promise, so don't backtrack, okay? Look at you and your ambitions. What do you know? It's only delicious when someone else treats you. Young people easily bounce back. With just one sentence from Chen Xing, Meng Yuan was rejuvenated and dragged him toward a nearby milk tea shop. Warm orange milk tea shop. Meng Yuan and Chen Xing walked into the store. Because it was close to the third school, there were many high school students in the shop at the moment, boys and girls in groups. Some ordered several cups of milk tea, but were too busy chatting to drink, while others gathered around a single cup of milk tea to play Honor of Kings. It is well known that there is no difference between high school students and elementary school students. Oh, everyone wants to use Wi-Fi to play games. Meng Yuan studied the menu for a long time before ordering a cup of kale milk tea, while Chen Xing casually ordered 2 cups of fruit tea. The two then found a spot to sit down. Why did you order 2 cups? Meng Yuan asked curiously. A cup of fruit tea is 1,000 milliliters. Ordering 2 cups is like being a water buffalo, isn't it? Of course it's because there's another person coming, Chen Xing replied. Other than me, who else can you possibly have as a friend? Meng Yuan's eyes widened. You'll find out soon enough, you know them. Shi Hongdou. Meng Yuan suddenly turned his head, his eyebrows nearly soaring into his hairline, his wide eyes darting back and forth between Chen Xing and the girl, resembling a mischievous orange cat caught in the act. Don't you recognize her? Is there a problem? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. I do recognize her, but... Meng Yuan's words caught in his throat as Shi Hongdou had already pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him. In their hometown small town, Xiaohong was the best student, while Shi Hongdou was the most beautiful one. Her appearances during playtime were rare, which added an air of mystery around her. One could say Shi Hongdou was like the hyacinth on the homeroom teacher's desk. Everyone knew she was beautiful, but few dared to come close to savor its fragrance. And pretty girls always held an advantageous position in front of young boys, making Meng Yuan feel uncomfortable. He wondered how Chen Xing managed to summon her over. Unconsciously, he straightened his back, but suddenly felt his clothes were a bit wrinkled, cursing himself for not wearing something new. It's all your fault. Meng Yuan mouthed a complaint to Chen Xing. Just when they were supposed to have a brothers' gathering, an unexpected light bulb appeared, one that was under a spotlight, drawing the attention of everyone in the milk tea shop to their table. He felt too shy to say anything flirtatious. Hello, Meng Yuan. Shi Hongdou propped her chin on her hand, her eyelashes casting small shadow fans under the light. Hi, Shi Hongdou. Meng Yuan reflexively sprang up, his knee bumping against the table with a dull thud. He was taken aback that Shi Hongdou initiated the greeting. Seeing Meng Yuan's astonished expression, Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. "Oh Meng Xiao, your greeting has quite an international flair, huh? Do you greet everyone with a mix of Chinese and English?" This dog, always putting himself down in front of pretty girls, made Meng Yuan's face flush as he retorted, "Chen Xing, get lost, hi isn't even proper English." Giving Meng Yuan a bit of face, Chen Xing decided to let it go, turning to tap on the table in front of Shi Hongdou. "Didn't I say I'd help you order a drink? How come you bought another one?" "I don't like it." Shi Hongdou shook her head, her wrinkled nose resembling a ragdoll cat catching a whiff of catnip. "No taste, this is fresh fruit cut on the spot, while what you have is all additives," Chen Xing lamented dramatically. "What about this cup? Isn't that a waste? Give it to me. Give it to me." Meng Yuan gulped down his kale smoothie and snatched the fruit tea. He thought to himself, rather than being mute later, it's better to block his mouth with a straw. "I only treat you to one cup. The second one charges a fee." Chen Xing suddenly spread his hands. $18 WeChat or Alipay. What the heck? Meng Yuan recoiled as if burned, pushing the fruit tea to the center of the table. "Chen Xing, are you robbing me? With that money, I'd rather buy 3 cups of lemonade." "Look at your aspirations," Chen Xing chuckled. "Just kidding, Meng Xiao, you've been in class all day, so go ahead and drink to your heart's content." "That's good to hear." Meng Yuan huffed, then grabbed the fruit tea. The three of them chatted and drank milk tea while discussing interesting happenings from the first week of school. "Shi Hongdou, do your humanities class teachers always tell stories during class?" Chen Xing asked curiously. "Not at all, that's a pure stereotype. I take notes every day. The teacher writes on 2 blackboards in a class, and their hand gets sore from writing." Shi Hongdou raised her palm, showcasing her onion-like fingers. "Really? You don't have any calluses, do you? Let me see." Chen Xing pretended to reach for her hand, but Shi Hongdou quickly pulled her hand back and glared at him. Ahem. Chen Xing was only trying to scare him, not genuinely acting like a pervert, so he cleared his throat and said, "Studying humanities doesn't work anymore. Wasn't it okay a few years ago? You've studied humanities employment, but hasn't it been tough for humanities graduates to find jobs for the past decade?" "What do you mean by a few years ago?" Chen Xing replied seriously, "The Song dynasty." At this, the heart of a humanities student shattered into pieces. "You're making fun of me, boo-hoo. Ha ha ha, just teasing you. By the way, what major are you planning to choose in college? Isn't it too early to think about that now?" Shi Hongdou twirled her milk teacup, the ice cubes clinking cheerfully. "What's wrong with being in the first year of high school? You can still have majors you want to study." "Then what do you want to study?" Shi Hongdou tilted her head, slightly countering. "I'll ask you first, you go first." "No, you go first. You say it, and then I will." "Oh, playing the rogue with me?" Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, spreading his hands and saying, "Then let's not say anything. I'm not that curious anyway." "Oomph." Shi Hongdou raised her chin, unwilling to speak. However, she soon found herself at a disadvantage as she watched Chen Xing casually shake his legs, which irritated her. "Then I'll go first. If you don't say anything later, I'll hit you." Chen Xing smiled and stayed silent, giving no response. Shi Hongdou raised her small pink fist. "I want to be a lawyer in the future, so I plan to choose law, but that's just what I think now, or it might change later." Before she could finish, Chen Xing interrupted her. "Speaking of law, I remember seeing a Douyin video of a law student yesterday, saying their internship salary was 1,800, but they had to pay 700 for Social Security. Without Social Security, the company wouldn't give them the internship lawyer certificate. Plus, with commuting and food costs, they ended up losing 500 last month." "Ah, Chen Xing, you rascal, don't say anymore." Shi Hongdou puffed up her cheeks and punched Chen Xing. "Then I'll choose education to be a teacher. Teachers are great. I'm also planning to choose an education major." I didn't expect you to have a dream of educating others." Shi Hongdou exclaimed in surprise. Chen Xing shook his head. "No, mainly because there are more girls in education majors, making it easier for me to find a wife." Meng Yuan, who had been listening from the side, nearly spat out his fruit tea. Chen Xing turned to glare at him. "Don't tell me you don't want to find a wife in college." "Of course I do," Meng Yuan answered in his heart. But now in front of Shi Hongdou, he solemnly stated, "Don't assume my thoughts. I just want to contribute to the country's development. Going to the West, going to the places the country needs, right?" Chen Xing scoffed. "Unfortunately, the 3 supports in the Western plan won't include you. You have to be really competitive now." After bickering with Chen Xing for a while, Meng Yuan suddenly felt his bladder swelling after drinking too much, so he scratched his head and said, "I'll go to the bathroom. You guys chat first." Perhaps being used to going to the bathroom with Ma Wanya at school, Chen Xing instinctively stood up as well. "Forget it, I'll go too." Shi Hongdou looked in confusion at the 2 boys leaving with their arms over each other's shoulders, then glanced down at her milk tea that was still more than half full, utterly baffled by boys' thought processes. Do they really have to synchronize even when going to the bathroom? In the bathroom, they relieved themselves. When the two returned, they unexpectedly found their seats occupied by two rough-looking boys, one of whom was wearing a uniform from Sanjong. One of them, sporting a punk haircut, was propping his chin and rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table in front of Shi Hongdou. Junior, can we add each other on WeChat? You three's character. Chen Xing looked at Meng Yuan with disdain, then strode forward. He wanted to see who was bold enough to snatch his position. Damn it, can you not AoE? There's no debris left there. Meng Yuan also felt a surge of unnamed anger and followed closely behind. Shi Hongdou was surrounded by two boys at the innermost part of the seat. Facing their frivolous remarks, her face was full of disdain, yet she wisely remained silent. With her temperament, she had long wanted to retort 1,000 times, but being a girl, she did not have the physical advantage. If she truly provoked them, she would definitely come off worse. Moreover, these two little rascals knew their limits. They only said annoying things and did not truly take action. Damn Chen Xing, taking so long in the bathroom. Shi Hongdou leaned in closer and couldn't help but blame Chen Xing in her heart. Classmate, don't you have a phone? Let's add each other as friends. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. The boy with the airplane hairstyle was named Dong Biao. He used to be in the 3rd middle school, but was expelled for fighting and now idled around all day, just like his father, who had some background in gang activities. The boy wearing the 3rd middle school uniform who occupied Meng Yuan's seat was called Guan Xiangxiang, a student from the liberal arts class. Under the gaze of everyone, he felt somewhat uneasy. Forget it, Biao Ge, she's just a girl. He had met Dong Biao while playing games in an internet cafe, and they had only recently become acquainted. They had just been on a winning streak led by Dong Biao, and Guan Xiangxiang, in his excitement, had said he would treat him to milk tea. Unexpectedly, this guy wasn't quite right in the head upon seeing such a beautiful girl as Shi Hongdou. He wanted to start a conversation. And besides, wasn't this just harassment? This wasn't flirting at all. Although Dong Biao had a fierce appearance, no one among the surrounding students dared to step in to help Shi Hongdou. However, under the scornful gazes, Guan Xiangxiang still found it hard to bear. He was just a gaming addict, not interested in being a small gangster. It's nothing, I was just asking. Xiangxiang, you go order the milk tea first. Oh right, also get an ice cream to treat this girl. Dong Biao clearly wanted to show off his authority in front of Shi Hongdou, treating Guan Xiangxiang like his subordinate. Guan Xiangxiang suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and was just about to leave this fool when two tall figures suddenly appeared by his side. Hey, this is my seat. Chen Xing patted Dong Biao on the shoulder and said casually. At that moment, Shi Hongdou lifted her head, her lips slightly pouting, feeling inexplicably reassured, as if nothing would happen with Chen Xing around. I'm just sitting for a while, you two go aside first. Dong Biao turned to glance at Chen Xing, noticing he was just a handsome boy, so he didn't take it to heart. What good was being tall? Today's high school students were not short. If he shouted, wouldn't they just behave? Dong Biao had fought more than once and believed he possessed the aura of a king like the 4 emperors in the anime One Piece. Fool. Chen Xing was speechless. What era was this playing gangsters? He had already shown courtesy first. Since the other party didn't understand human language, he stopped wasting words. He grabbed Dong Biao's collar and yanked him down to the ground. You bastard, do you want to die? Dong Biao fell hard onto the ground, pain shooting through his tailbone, and he instantly became furious. He was actually beaten by a high school student, and he lost face in front of a girl. I don't like to fight because my mother taught me to reason with people since I was young, but unfortunately not everyone has a mother. Chen Xing said helplessly, then turned to Dong Biao and said, the girl doesn't even want to pay you any attention. Why are you clinging on like a leech? Are you brain dead? Mind your own business, you bastard. Dong Biao roared, spewing insults before attempting to hit Chen Xing. Unfortunately, Chen Xing was not a good boy back in his hometown. He and Meng Yuan had always been mischievous and had fought plenty. Seeing a punch coming at him, Chen Xing raised his elbow to meet it. The elbow was one of the hardest parts of the body, and Dong Biao immediately cried out in pain as his fist hit it. Meng Yuan seized the opportunity, sneaking around his back, and kicked Dong Biao in the butt. Here comes this move again. Meng Yuan loves to kick people's butts. Chen Xing smirked while nimbly dodging. With attacks coming from both front and back, Dong Biao lost his balance and was knocked down by Meng Yuan, who took advantage of his misfortune to deliver a deadly strike. Ouch! Dong Biao's scream made everyone around tense up, instinctively leaning back a bit, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Meng Yuan, who was maintaining his stance. This guy must not be underestimated. Damn, you even used forbidden techniques. Chen Xing said to Meng Yuan. I was too angry and couldn't hold back. Next time be careful. Okay. Dong Biao, who was sprawled on the ground, saw the two instigators chatting and laughing, feeling both angry and afraid. He quickly shouted for Guan Xiangxiang, why are you still frozen? Are you watching them 2 versus 1? Dude, who are you calling? Where's Xiangxiang? It wouldn't be that timid lizard, would it? Chen Xing laughed and pointed at Guan Xiangxiang, who had already slipped to the roadside. Damn, do you dare to tell me where you hang out? Next time gather your people before challenging me. Gangsters are truly harmful. Chen Xing intended to mock, but unexpectedly Shi Hongdou suddenly tugged at his shirt from behind. Let's go, don't stoop to his level. Alright, I can't be bothered to argue with him, but I'm not scared of you. I'm with you, Joey, from the first high school. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. Following the principle of retreating for the happy, Chen Xing threw down his harsh words and cast a glance at Meng Yuan. He nodded, and the three of them bypassed the sprawled Dong Biao and exited the milk tea shop. Once outside, not far from the door, Shi Hongdou curiously asked, "Is Yu Joey a name you made up?" Chen Xing shook his head. "No, he's a junior high student 2 grades older than us." "Then you?" Shi Hongdou was confused. "Oh, wasn't this harming others?" "Oh, he often bullied lower grade students behind the bathroom in junior high. Meng Yuan and I were once robbed of our basketball court by him. Coincidentally, he's in the first high school, so I mentioned his name to make them dog eat dog." Meng Yuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, what Chen Xing said is true. Yu Jiawei isn't a good person. You don't have to feel burdened for mentioning his name." Okay, Shi Hongdou was not a saint. Hearing both Chen Xing and Meng Yuan say that Yu Jiawei was a bad student, she no longer dwelled on it. "Thank you both today." Meng Yuan scratched his head. "No problem, we're friends, right? Just saying thank you is useless. Can I borrow $500 again?" Chen Xing asked with a grin. Shi Hongdou immediately refused. "No, my own little savings are insufficient. Chen Xing, don't think about taking advantage of me anymore." "Who's trying to take advantage of you?" "I'm trying to take your money, okay?" Inappropriate wording. Chen Xing shrugged in rebuttal. What was supposed to be a cheerful chat was disrupted by a small gang, and the three of them lost interest in finding another milk tea shop. "I'm going home. I've been getting up at 6:30 every morning this week, and my head feels a bit foggy. I need to go back and get a good sleep." Meng Yuan was the first to suggest going home, his backpack slung over his left shoulder as he rubbed his eyes vigorously. "All right," Chen Xing nodded. Meng Yuan's rental apartment was near the 3rd middle school, and Chen Xing and Shi Hongdou parted ways with him on the spot. "Let's go, we'll take you home first." Chen Xing stuffed his hands into his pockets. Dong Biao was probably still lying in the milk tea shop in a sorry state, but he couldn't guarantee that such a person wouldn't launch a second harassment. For safety's sake, he planned to escort Shi Hongdou home. MHM. Upon hearing this, Shi Hongdou did not refuse, as she was actually a bit scared. To be honest, at her age, it was the first time she had encountered such a troublesome youth. The way he blocked her path earlier was quite annoying. In the past, when they walked together, Shi Hongdou would always walk in front of Chen Xing, forming a princess and attendant combination. But today, Shi Hongdou slowed her pace, allowing Chen Xing to take the lead by a step. Chen Xing didn't dress up much today, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts, but his tall figure gave him a youthful charm. He's quite tall, and his skin seems a bit fairer. Shi Hongdou secretly glanced at the boy's appearance, silently judging within herself. How is his hair so smooth? Not a single tangle or oiliness. She suddenly thought about reaching out to touch Chen Xing's hair. Surely it feels as nice as a puppy's, right? The girl pondered this, and unconsciously her charming dimples appeared. Suddenly Chen Xing stopped in his tracks, and the inattentive Shi Hongdou bumped into him. MHM. Shi Hongdou's head collided with Chen Xing's white t-shirt, and the scent of lavender laundry detergent wafted into her nose, causing her ears to turn red. "Chen Xing, what are you doing? Why did you stop suddenly?" "Trying to scare me." Shi Hongdou pouted. Chen Xing glanced at her and asked curiously, "It's not that, I'm just wondering why you're walking so slowly. It's so hot. At this rate, when will we get home?" "It's my choice, my legs are short, and I can't walk fast," Shi Hongdou said, hands on her hips, puffing up in annoyance. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing instinctively glanced at the scenery below the girl's pleated skirt and blurted out, "Not short at all, quite fair." "Don't look." Shi Hongdou's face blushed as she raised her palm to block Chen Xing's view. "Ahem, you brought up your legs." "I was merely adhering to the principle of practice making perfect and took a couple of glances to make an evaluation." "Well, that's still not okay. You dress so beautifully. If I can't look, then isn't that a waste?" Chen Xing laughed. "If it's not like I'm dressing to please you, I do it for myself," Shi Hongdou said, lifting her chin in a haughty manner. "Classic." Chen Xing blurted out. "You women only dress to please yourselves, right?" A classic line from an online little fairy. Hearing Chen Xing's teasing, Shi Hongdou frowned, a bit annoyed. "Chen Xing, don't talk like that." Sorry, I've been scrolling through forums and got a bit carried away." Chen Xing wiped his sweat. He had forgotten he was facing a normal girl. "It's all Sun Xiaochuan's fault." Seeing Chen Xing apologizing so quickly, Shi Hongdou's anger subsided a bit, and she huffed. "Just don't forget I'm your creditor, so treat me a little better." Don't use money to bind our relationship." Chen Xing scratched his hair. "All right, then if you pay me back the money you borrowed, we won't have any monetary ties." Shi Hongdou cheekily blinked as she spoke. Hee, then let's continue to be bound." Chen Xing instantly changed his demeanor, obediently saying. He hadn't even prepared to carry out the task of buying Lin Xiu a puppy, so how could he immediately pay back the money? As a procrastinator, unless the next financial task appeared, he wouldn't touch the money on his card. The best strategy is to delay, and surely the procrastinators will achieve victory. With Chen Xing displaying a submissive attitude, Shi Hongdou no longer brought up the repayment and returned to her previous state, walking ahead of him. Chen Xing, are there any pretty girls in your class? As they walked, Shi Hongdou suddenly asked. Which one? Shi Hongdou pouted. Which one? Are there many pretty girls in your class? Quite a few, but only one can compare to you. Chen Xing thought this in his heart, but what came out of his mouth was another statement. I didn't look closely, not sure which one you're talking about. Oh, so that's how it is. Shi Hongdou's pouting lips relaxed, and she sweetly said, I wasn't pointing at anyone, just casually asking. Chen Xing scoffed behind her, believing her would be foolish. You can see for yourself, but I'm face blind and don't know who looks good. Really? Alright, I admit there's a 1% chance of exaggeration because I often can't tell the difference between myself in the mirror and the likes of Wu Yinzu or Peng Yuan. Chen Xing pretended to be troubled, which earned him a burst of laughter from Shi Hongdou. Stop laughing, give me some dignity, please. Chen Xing was left speechless. Alright then. Shi Hongdou forced a serious face, but the next second she broke into laughter rapidly. Although you are my creditor, your laughter is a bit too aggressive, causing irreparable damage to my tender heart. I request 100 off my debt. Chen Xing said earnestly. Sure, Edge. Chen Xing looked at her in surprise. It had started as a joke, but Shi Hongdou inadvertently revealed her little rich girl demeanor. As long as you can make me happy, what's 100 less for you? Why, you said it, I need to bring out my best skills now. What skills? The super invincible universe's #1 cold joke. How cold? Tell me about it, Shi Hongdou said cutely, tilting her head at Chen Xing. Chen Xing cleared his throat twice. There was an old man taking his granddaughter out to row a boat. Suddenly a big wave hit, and the old man's oar broke. Then the old man in panic told his granddaughter, do you know what he said? Shi Hongdou frowned. What did he say? Chen Xing took a deep breath and shouted, Granddaughter, Grandpa is done or talking. Ouch, don't hit me. Chen Xing exclaimed as his arm suffered the girl's playful punch, immediately crying out in pain. I got bruised on my arm when I was fighting earlier, don't touch it. Shi Hongdou quickly retracted her hand upon hearing this, then worriedly squeezed Chen Xing's arm, looking at his elbow. There are no bruises. Maybe your punch just now healed it. Chen Xing grinned mischievously, and Shi Hongdou immediately realized she had been tricked by him again. Chen Xing, add back the 100 you just deducted. No way. 1 round later, the smile on Chen Xing's face had transferred to Shi Hongdou's face. To be honest, after Chen Xing's commotion, the gloom that Shi Hongdou left in the milk tea shop vanished like bubbles in sunlight. Alright, let's stop here. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shi Hongdou's residential area, she said playfully with her hands behind her back. So heartless, not even inviting me up for a cup of tea. Oh, come on, don't pretend to be sad. Chen Xing feigned disappointment. Then why not come up? My aunt and uncle are home. Cough, 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 I have something to attend to at home, I need to rush back, so let's skip it. Chen Xing wiped his sweat. Why wasn't Shi Hongdou following the usual script? It was quite awkward, wasn't it? Shi Hongdou giggled. Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore, I'm really heading back now, bye. Watching Shi Hongdou's slender figure and her pleated skirt fluttering gently, Chen Xing suddenly had a thought. How nice it would be if Shi Hongdou were his girlfriend. Slap. Before he could fantasize for 2 seconds, Chen Xing quickly smacked himself. Did you forget the failure summary provided by the system? You can't easily fall in love. If you have such thoughts, just watch a couple of romantic animes. If you have needs, take matters into your own hands. Women. Really unfamiliar. Phew. Thankfully, he snapped out of it, almost falling for this woman's charm. Having confirmed his inner principle, Chen Xing shifted his gaze away from Shi Hongdou and turned to leave. Going home. I haven't finished my homework yet. I can't just copy someone else's work for the first week of school. Ding, ding, ding. The little pig alarm clock on the table rang at 6:30 in the morning. Chen Xing gritted his teeth and extended an arm to press down on its ears. 5 more minutes. Even though he didn't stay up late yesterday, Monday mornings were still so tiring. After 5 minutes, the alarm clock tried to ring again. Last 5 minutes. Chen Xing set the final deadline. After another 5 minutes, he contemplated asking for another 5, but decided against it. No more. If I do, I will definitely wake up not in 5 minutes, but after 7. This is a terrifying truth without scientific basis. Chen Xing could only stumble into the bathroom, looking half asleep, to wash up before heading to school. Having just started his first year in high school, the uniforms hadn't been distributed yet, but he already knew that the second-year uniforms were blue and the third-year ones were purple. Ahead, there were 2 third-year boys in purple uniforms chatting. Did you know that gold prices have gone crazy recently? I think I've seen that news. My dad gave me some money to try it out. I invested it all and made over 10,000 thanks to gold. Impressive. The stocks I bought before went all red because of that idiot Trump raising tariffs. Just hold on and don't sell. I feel like there will be a turnaround. You're too late. I already sold. Is this even high school? How is it that they are discussing stocks? Chen Xing quickly tucked away his ears, needing to wear the Apple Watch left on his school desk to feel like a fake rich guy. I can't listen. Ooh, I absolutely can't listen. If I keep listening, you'll feel inferior. Chen Xing quickened his pace, surpassing the two real rich guys and approaching 3 second-year students in blue uniforms. Imhan Xian at level 3 with red and blue. What will you do if I invade your jungle? What if I play Pei Qinhua and my support is Dong Huang Tai? Then you can consider yourself impressive. Last night, I got a Kai Huang and dealt 10,000 in one hit. 10,000 crit. Sick. Hearing this, Chen Xing smiled. Now this is more like it. This is the kind of stuff we pure high school boys should be discussing. As the crowd slowly ascended the stairs, Chen Xing entered the classroom around 6:50. The morning reading session started at 7, but only half the students had arrived, indicating that the other half were timing their arrival. Looks like I'm still quite diligent. Chen Xing chuckled. Before he even reached his seat, he felt someone's gaze on him. Surprised, he turned around to meet the gaze of a boy with a buzz cut and glasses. But as soon as their eyes met, the boy lowered his head. Who is he? Why does his gaze seem filled with regret? Strange. Chen Xing scratched his head momentarily, unable to recall the boy's name. Shang Qiming was quite disappointed. He initially thought Chen Xing was a fellow traveler on the path of diligent study, so after Chen Xing arrived at the classroom earlier than him that day, he woke up half an hour earlier the next day. 5 o'clock. Have you ever seen the sun in Huai City at 5 in the morning? Shang Qiming had seen it. But when he arrived at the classroom and studied diligently for over an hour, Chen Xing slowly entered the classroom like an average student. Initially, Shang Qiming thought it was an accident, but he didn't expect that for the following days Chen Xing would consistently arrive late to class. Until just now, he finally understood that the early rise that day was an exception. Chen Xing was just an ordinary person. If I should have seen through it earlier, he is not someone who would sacrifice sleep for knowledge. So be it. On the path of seeking knowledge, solitude is the eternal companion. Shang Qiming gently stroked the cover of his textbook, his gaze profound, mumbling, "Only you are my eternal allies." Chen Xing was unaware of the inner monologue of this second-year boy. He suddenly slapped the desk behind Ma Wanya, startling him so much that he quickly closed the thick novel he was reading. Yo, Dragon Clan. Chen Xing glanced at the cover that read Dragon Clan: The Dawn of Fire and smiled. Scaring someone to death, huh? Ma Wanya patted his chest. It's a new novel I just started reading. How about you? Have you read it? After so long since the release of Dragon Clan 3, is there anyone still getting into Dragon Clan? Truly brave. Should we say Ma Wanya is lucky or unlucky? Sticking to the principle of not spoiling, Chen Xing merely chuckled. I've read it. Jiang Nan's writing is quite good. When I finished Dragon Clan in middle school, I even wanted to send him something. Yeah, I've been reading Dragon 1 all Sunday. It's fantastic. When will I encounter Sister Nua with her red hair and high heels to show me the world of hybrids? Ma Wanya's eyes were filled with longing. Let's start morning reading first. You can read the novel slowly yourself. I won't spoil it. Chen Xing stifled a laugh. There's no point in saying more. Only those who have finished can understand the pains of youth. Little Ma, can you still laugh when you read the chapter where Old Tang dies? And then there's the next part of Dragon 3, The Tide of Black Moon. Anyone who finishes it without wanting to beat up Jiang Nan is a god. After mentally chastising Jiang Nan once more, Chen Xing took out his Chinese textbook and began reciting ancient poetry. Even if the college entrance examination is only 6 points, I still have to study diligently. Otherwise, this score isn't worth it. Oh, what kind of college entrance exam is that? After 3 years of hard work, I want to get into XX Vocational Technical College. Otherwise, Zhao Qin will have to kill him. After working hard to accompany him to rent a house for school, if he only gets into a junior college, this family will fall apart. For the sake of family harmony, Chen Xing might as well study a bit. Ollie give. In the chill of autumn, the Xiang River flows north at the head of Orange Isle. Witness the mountains adorned in crimson. Feeling desolate, I ask the vast earth who holds the power over rise and fall. Chen Xing was reciting poems of the most handsome man in history, while Ma Wanya was still engrossed in the fantastical plot of the Dragon Tribe. Isn't Caesar too handsome? Even a Bugatti Veyron is a gift. Ma Wanya placed the language textbook on the desk, resting the Dragon Tribe novel on his left leg, his head slightly bowed, his eyes cast sideways, murmuring occasionally. The only fault lies in the thickness of the Dragon Tribe book compared to the thin language textbook. He couldn't openly read it on the desk. Suddenly, as if the classmates had a tacit understanding, the sound of reading grew louder, and Chen Xing warily glanced out the window. The class teacher Wu Yongxiang hadn't arrived yet. The one who had rushed to the battlefield was the language teacher Qian Heping. Playing the role of an exemplary deskmate, Chen Xing immediately feigned a coughing fit at the sight of Qian Heping. Having suffered many times, Ma Wanya was already aware of the subtle signals for information exchange among the classmates. He quickly shoved the Dragon Tribe under the desk, propping it with his legs to conceal the contraband. Distinct autumn. Ma Wanya suddenly bellowed, his voice loud enough to lift the roof. Chen Xing's lips twitched. The most anxious readers read louder than anyone else. Unfortunately, Chen Xing being older and with poor eyesight didn't catch on to Ma Wanya's little antics. Even as Chen Xing strolled to the back row in his cloth shoes, he surprisingly nodded in approval. This student is quite passionate. Chen Xing walked from the back row to the podium and then just stood there casually picking up a book and reading. Ma Wanya exclaimed his misfortune. Being tall with long legs made it easier to hide the book, but if someone short had to do it, their legs would surely go numb during reading class. With Chen Xing lingering around and the ever-looming possibility of Wu Yongqiang arriving for a surprise inspection, Ma Wanya had no choice but to abandon his novel and succumb to drowsiness over the textbook. Ma Wanya had a habit: the more tired he got, the faster his legs shook. Is there an earthquake? Chen Xing's desk vibrated at an alarming frequency, and he was instantly puzzled until he spotted Ma Wanya's shaking legs. Strangely, just before the bell rang to signal the end of class, the shaking abruptly ceased. Ma Wanya quickly regained his composure and opened the novel again during the 10-minute break. Awesome. Chen Xing sighed, recalling how he too had been this eager when reading The Dragon Tribe in middle school, unable to help but chuckle. Every boy hated the unfortunate Lu Mingfei, for they too had once been that kind of unfortunate boy. Although Jiangnan Laozhai was irritating, he truly understood the hearts of the youth. The first class of the morning was physics. Many were left dumbfounded as seemingly simple foundational concepts led to incorrect answers on the teacher's casual questions. Damn, I can't even distinguish between rest and motion. My world has collapsed. After class, Zhang Xiao lamented, holding his head in despair. Me too, I knew physics was difficult, but didn't expect it to be this hard. I scored 86 out of 90 in the entrance exam for physics, but now I feel like an idiot. Wang Qingji shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, Ma Wanya's eyes lit up. The question he had just encountered seemed easy to him. Hearing the two in front of him, he suddenly sensed an opportunity to show off. It's not too bad, let me explain it to you. I guarantee you'll understand right away. Huh. The young man's intention to show off was too obvious. Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao turned their heads in unison, refusing to listen to him. They would rather spend an hour figuring it out privately than give Ma Wanya the chance to show off. Damn. Ma Wanya looked at Chen Xing. Chen Xiao, you need. I got it right. Chen Xing calmly put away his physics textbook and pulled out his English book. Next is English class. Teacher Xia said last week that we would have a dictation. Are you ready? What? Dictation? Ma Wanya exclaimed in shock, tossing aside his intention to show off, and hurriedly pulled out his English textbook to cram. Unfortunately, the results weren't very promising. When English class ended and Xia Rui left the classroom with the collected dictation books, Chen Xing could see the despair in Ma Wanya's eyes. I'm doomed, Chen Xing. I only know 1 out of 20 words. You seem quite surprised that you might fail the dictation. Chen Xing remarked. What do you mean? Are you implying I have no self-awareness? I didn't say that, you said it yourself. Huh. After mocking him, Chen Xing leaped over Ma Wanya. Gotta go. The class monitor is going to check attendance during the break. The break at the second high school lasted a full 25 minutes. Students from the first and second years could return to the classroom after finishing their morning exercises, while the unfortunate third-year students had to run 800 meters instead. This was a major grievance among many students of the second high school. During the less intense study periods of the first and second years, they weren't allowed to run, yet in the frantic moments of the third year, they were made to run. And they kept insisting that running would make them more energetic. The senior teacher Lao Dang was furious. Damn, principal, come, try sleeping only 5 or 6 hours a day, then sitting on a bench for long hours, and see if you can still run without getting tired. But complaints aside, they still obediently followed orders. After all, they had made it to the third year. What good would it do to stir up trouble at this point? In their hearts, they were fervently cursing the school leaders. Of course, Chen Xing was only a first-year student and wouldn't waste his time speaking up for the senior students. He finished the exercises lazily and prepared to head to the cafeteria convenience store for some snacks. No way, during the growth spurt, my cravings are just too strong. Chen Xing. Huh, who's calling me? Chen Xing turned to see a familiar girl smiling and waving at him. While he was still pondering the girl's name, she quickly stuffed a folded note into his hand. Wow, Zhao Jingjing passed you a note? Could it be a confession? Ma Wanya came from behind, half envious and half jealous. What nonsense, I don't even know her. Chen Xing shook his head, claiming to resemble Wu Yanzu daily, but honestly, he hadn't reached the level of attractiveness that could make a girl fall for him after only a week of acquaintance. Hypocritical, are you about to flaunt it to me next? Not at all, forget it, I'm too lazy to explain. Stuffing the note into his pocket carelessly, Chen Xing moved towards the cafeteria. After buying 2 packs of dried fish and a bottle of Kobe drink iced tea, Chen Xing sneakily took a look at the note the girl had given him. It was indeed a confession. Chen Xing felt a little excited for the first time receiving a confession note from a girl, but of course he didn't stay excited for long before folding the note back up. The task is to win the favor of 100 girls, no time limit. Difficulty 5 stars. Reward 5 attribute points to allocate. Progress 2,100. Chen Xing's action of tossing the paper note paused his brows furrowing. If the dog system doesn't want to give me a reward, it should just say, so why issue a task? Do you see this as something I can accomplish? 100 girls favor. There are only about 20 girls in class 12. To have 100 girls means all 5 classes must like Chen Xing. What a ridiculous joke. Does it really think he is Wu Yinzu? Furthermore, Wu Yinzu might not even be appealing in the eyes of these little girls. They would prefer a Korean oppa. Before he could finish his complaints about the dog system, Chen Xing suddenly discovered a blind spot. What is this progress about? Aside from the girl who just handed him the note, could there be other girls who also like him? Who has such keen eyesight? Chen Xing was puzzled, and in the end he could only shake his head in confusion as he returned to the classroom. Just as he stepped into the classroom, Zhao Jingjing, who had been waiting for a long time, cast her gaze at Chen Xing, her heart filled with anticipation. However, upon meeting Chen Xing's slightly apologetic smile, she immediately understood his meaning and lowered her head again. But after a brief moment of frustration, she returned to her usual self and turned to whisper to her deskmate. Unlike the children from the countryside, Zhao Jingjing was born into a well-off family in Huai City with a straightforward personality, brave in love and hate, which is why she confessed to Chen Xing shortly after school began. In her view, I like you is a blessing, and being rejected is not something to be embarrassed about. Even if her confession was rejected, at least it would let the other person know that among the 6 billion people in this world, someone once liked him and held him dear. No matter how much hardship Chen Xing might face in the future, recalling her bold affection would surely warm his heart right. This naive taste of youth is the source of both love and hate, requiring no acquisition, sometimes a touch of regret makes it all the more bittersweet. Zhao Jingjing's unexpected confession was merely a small episode in Chen Xing's high school life, bringing a breeze to the dull study time, quickly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, a month slipped by quietly, and the students of class 12 encountered their first major challenge. The coursework of various subjects had reached its initial point. Mathematics and other science subjects had completed the first chapter, and as for Chinese and English, it goes without saying that exams could be handed out at any time, merely waiting to give everyone time to catch up with other subjects. Thus, a brutally merciless exam week descended. The homeroom teacher and math teacher Wu Yongqiang was the first to take action, entering the classroom early in the morning with a stack of test papers, standing at the podium while scanning the students below with a sharp, stern gaze. Exams pushed the desks apart. During the exam, no whispering or glancing around to cheat. If I catch you, you'll be standing during class. Wang Qingji in front clenched his fists, feeling his soul tremble. Is it finally here? Damn it, I can't escape. Although he had long known that a day of exams would come, when the math test paper was placed before him, he felt as if struck by lightning. The overly ambitious youth Shang Qiming echoed the same sentiment. Is it finally here? It's time for these lowly mortals to realize that class 12 also has a math genius. All my efforts and hard work can finally come to fruition. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Even as the test paper was being passed around, he had already uncovered the first multiple-choice questions trick and accurately found the correct answer. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mathematics. Just that. Chen Xing in the last row appeared remarkably calm. His intelligence was already the most outstanding among several attributes, and with the time he allocated for self-study, he spent the most on mathematics and English, so he was not anxious at all. He listened attentively in class and completed his homework diligently. Since his goal was not full marks, why make a fuss? Beside him, Ma Wangya winked at him, whispering, Chen Xiao, if there's something you can't do, just tap the desk. He'll move the test paper over for you to see. No way, I am honest and trustworthy, and I never cheat. Chen Xing firmly declined. System, then what am I? Chen Xing, you are an auxiliary system, which doesn't count as cheating. Others can use it too if they want. System, all right, that's fair enough. After the math exam, everyone in class 12 was blushing and dumbfounded, clearly still unaccustomed to the difficulty of high school exams. However, the math exam was merely the beginning. In the afternoon, the physics teacher Chen Xing also arrived 5 minutes early during the break. Well, about the exam. The students gaped. What? We have an exam in this class too. Half the class time will be occupied. 50 minutes is enough for physics. Chen Xing smiled and said, Damn, I thought I was lucky that there was no exam in this class, but now we're still having one. Chen Xing, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, how could you do this to us? My physics will be my downfall. You don't care at all. The students muttered softly. Quiet, quiet, this paper isn't difficult. Let's not waste time. Push the desks apart and prepare for the exam. Sigh. After that, the Chinese exam, English exam, chemistry exam came one after another like a relentless barrage, delivering a heavy blow to the students of class 12. The Wednesday evening self-study coincided with the biology teacher's change of class for an exam. All subjects had concluded their exams. After these nightmarish days, finally no more exams. The bell rang, and a student shouted loudly, "Damn, don't compare answers with me. Oh, let me take a breather for one night." Wang Qingji waved his hands, repeatedly shaking off the grinning Ma Wangya. This guy has bad intentions, relying on his good math and physics skills. He kept looking for people to compare answers with. Ma Wangya looked at Zhang Xiao, who retorted, "Bring it on, let's hurt each other. I'll help you with math, you help me with English." "Boring, I'm hungry, and going for a late-night snack." Ma Wangya put away his smile, ready to slip away. Behind them, Chen Xing and the two boys were laughing heartily. On the other side, the girls' small group was also discussing the exam. Math is so hard. Physics is so hard. Why is everything so difficult? Xiao Xiao, how did you do this time? I didn't dare compare answers with them. Aside from Chinese, I'm definitely doomed in the other subjects. Fang Xini heard the classic battle cry from the girls beside her and felt her face pale, regretting not studying seriously in the first month after school started. Xiao Xiao actually thought she did well, but saying it out loud would obviously be a blow to her deskmate, so she gently said, "This exam won't count as a total score. Let's treat it as a little test, and we'll just work harder before the midterm exam." Fang Xini nodded repeatedly. At that moment, what she needed most was someone to tell her that it was okay not to do well on the test. After school, Chen Xing completed a 5-kilometer run on the playground, realizing he had once again finished the physical strength main mission. He silently thought to open the interface. A translucent attribute panel unfolded before him. Host Chen Xing, charm 71, intelligence 73, physical strength 67, wealth 8. Unlocked this month. Physical strength increased by 2 points, intelligence by 1 point, a fruitful harvest. With a silent thought of anticipation for the future, Chen Xing, drenched in sweat, picked up his backpack left under the tree and went home. The dim kitchen light was still on, and without thinking he knew Zhao Qin was heating up food for him again. If there is one woman in the world who will treat you unconditionally, it can only be one, dear mom. It is precisely because Chen Xing has a loving mother that even though he scoffs at feminism, he wouldn't strike at men proactively. Where did this bicycle come from? He hadn't noticed it when it got dark, but as he approached the landlord's yard, he saw a white mountain bike beside the rental house. Could it be? While Chen Xing was still hopeful, Zhao Qin came out of the kitchen and mentioned it. "Your dad bought you a new bicycle." She hadn't even untied her apron, arms crossed, slightly disdainful, as she said, "Bicycles sold to students are so expensive now, casually over 1,000. I suggested your dad buy an electric bike, but he insisted a bicycle is better for exercise." Touching his new bike, a smile blossomed on Chen Xing's face. Although Zhao Qin always claimed she didn't want to buy him one, she was quite honest behind the scenes. He knew very well that the financial power of the household rested with his mom. Without Zhao Qin's approval, how could Chen Wang get this bike? "This bike is so cool, I'll take it for a spin." Regardless of the type, a man's love for vehicles cannot be changed. As Chen Xing said this, he was about to hop on. Zhao Qin hurriedly stopped him, scolding, "It's so late, what are you testing for? Hurry up and eat. The bike can still run tomorrow morning." "Fair point, dear mother." Chen Xing would behave obediently for a moment when he got a bargain, showing no signs of rebellion, washing his hands and sitting down to eat. In the next rental unit, Jiang Song watched this scene enviously. Not only did he have to share a room with his mother, but the bicycle he rode was also secondhand. "Forget it, everything will be better once I get into college." Comparing oneself to others brings fear. Jiang Song felt a slight pang of disappointment in his heart, but quickly immersed himself in a sea of questions. A single pen is enough to break the emptiness of a bare household. The next day, Chen Xing rode his new bicycle to school. The parking lot at the second high school was on the west side, while Chen Xing's home was on the east side, so he parked his bike by the roadside like others. In the classroom, someone had copied the English answers onto the blackboard. Each student entering the room gasped, and then anxiously took out their papers to compare with the answers. "These answers must be wrong. How could I have so many mistakes?" A student stared at their English test paper, which had more wrong marks than check marks, lost in deep thought. "Oh no, I only scored 60 out of 125. How could I possibly fail?" Others were similarly tense, frowning and covering their faces, inwardly cursing their fate. Only one person, while checking answers, had increasingly brightening eyes. Ma Wangya felt today was his lucky day. He got all the listening questions correct. All reading answers correct. All fill-in-the-blanks correct. Holy crap, I got a perfect score. I don't even need to write the essay to get 100 points. Counting myself among the 5 perfect scores, I can definitely watch a movie. Ma Wangya shouted excitedly from his seat, not noticing that Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao in front were about to laugh uncontrollably. "Don't laugh, we are professionals. No matter what happens, we won't laugh unless we can't help it," Wang Qingji said, covering his mouth to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao nodded. Wang Qingji took a moment to calm his desire to burst into laughter, then turned back and pretended to be surprised. "Ma, Xiao, you got them all right." "Impossible, right? I saw others make so many mistakes. They lack English skills and luck compared to me." Ma Wangya, knowing his own limitations, could only attribute this miracle to luck. "Impressive. Wang Qingji gave a thumbs up. Then seeing Ma Wanye's expression of glee similar to that of someone who had just passed an exam, he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Ma Wanye asked in confusion. Nothing. Nothing. Hey, Chen Xing is here. Wang Qingji, seeing Chen Xing entering through the back door, suppressed his laughter and said, Chen Xing, check the English answers on the blackboard. Ma Wanye got all the multiple choice questions correct. All correct. Chen Xing sneered, knowing that Ma Wanye's language skills were akin to the Savage Friday from Robinson Crusoe. If he could get all correct, then even a sow could climb a tree. Without even looking at the answers on the board, Chen Xing already knew what was going on. He patted Ma Wanye on the shoulder and said, you fool, those answers on the blackboard were copied from your paper. One sentence woke the dreamer, and Ma Wanye instantly realized. Indeed, who would be so lucky to get all multiple choice questions correct? One must know he was essentially guessing, what are the odds of getting them all right, like 25 to an exponent? Someone is treating him like a Japanese. Ma Wanye glared at Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao. You two bastards, is it you? Seeing they were found out, Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao stopped pretending and burst out laughing. Ma Wanye was furious, getting up to pummel the two. Run! Wang Qingji shouted, rushing towards the aisle. Zhang Xiao unfortunately was caught by Ma Wanye and pressed against the table. I'm sorry. Zhang Xiao, pinned down, was laughing so hard he almost couldn't breathe. Luckily, Chen Xing came out just then to mediate. Ma Xiao, you should wipe off the answers on the blackboard first, otherwise everyone will know how many points you scored. Ma Wanye realized the logic, giving Zhang Xiao's rear a hard slap before letting him go, then hurriedly went to the podium to erase the answers. Meanwhile, Wang Qingji, who had run away, was outside boasting about his good deed to the classmates inside. Soon everyone knew what was going on, and while they breathed a sigh of relief, they also began to laugh at Ma Wanye. Damn it, you better not come back to your seat during class. Haha, I won't go back. Wang Qingji made faces outside, and the classroom was filled with a joyful atmosphere. As everyone knows, too much joy can bring sorrow. Behind Wang Qingji, a bald man with a dark expression stood without anyone noticing. The homeroom teacher Wu Yongqiang had arrived early to inspect the classroom. Wang Qingji was not a fool. Seeing the other students in the classroom putting away their smiles and pretending to study, he realized he was in big trouble. With a bitter face, he turned to meet Wu Yongqiang's deathly gaze. At that moment, he would rather go back to his seat and be rubbed by Ma Wanye than shiver under Wu Yongqiang's watchful eye. Wu Yongqiang pulled out a stack of papers from behind and said blandly, Wang Qingji, did you do well on your math exam? Wang Qingji, did you score exceptionally well on the math exam? Wu Yongqiang's voice was low, even slightly hoarse, yet it nearly brought Wang Qingji to tears. Sometimes one truly must not get too cocky. Karma will strike back. I want to let out a triumphant howl. Wang Qingji, the wretched scoundrel, has finally been brought to justice. For the first time, Wu Yongqiang's face looks benevolent and serene. Perhaps it's because he's just done something deeply satisfying. A moment later, Wu Yongqiang re-entered the classroom, but Wang Qingji did not. He now stood guard at the door like a security officer for class 12 assigned this duty by Wu Yongqiang. Yet, clutched tightly in his hand was a test paper unearthed by Wu Yongqiang. Two bold red numbers glaring from its surface. 79. No wonder Wu Yongqiang said that. I failed. Wang Qingji's face turned ashen. Once again, Wu Yongqiang's stern warning echoed in his mind. Fail again next time, and I'll call your parents. With Wu Yongqiang's public reprimand of Wang Qingji serving as a sobering buffer, students sat docile and obedient. Even before their papers were distributed, they dared not provoke trouble. They feared it, and silently pleaded for mercy. Running a hand over his gleaming bald head, Wu Yongqiang wasted no words. Before morning reading began, he started calling out scores. Yao Jun, 86 points. Class monitor Yao Jun was the first named. Upon hearing his score, his cheeks flushed crimson. As he stepped forward to collect his paper, Wu Yongqiang remarked coolly, didn't quite pass, did you? I've surely disappointed Teacher Wu. Yao Jun wrestled inwardly with profound guilt. Indeed, Wu Yongqiang felt a quiet dissatisfaction. Perhaps he'd been too hasty in appointing Yao Jun class monitor at the start of term. After all, as the highest-ranking class cadre, Yao Jun needn't top every student, but he should at least rank solidly above average. How else could he set an example? I'll give him one more chance. If he falters again, I'll replace him. Wu Yongqiang mused silently, his gaze flickering faintly. Zhang Xiao, 95 points. Huang Zichen, 103 points. Fong Sini, 91 points. Did I pass? Fong Sini bit her fingers in disbelief, turning the paper over and over, her face radiant with delight. Ruan Xiao, 107 points. Class 12 was an ordinary class. Most students scored between 90 and 100. Ruan Xiao's mark was so far the highest Wu Yongqiang had announced. Impressive, Xiao. Fong Sini's unexpected success lifted her spirits, and with elation came chatter, let me see your paper. Ruan Xiao had intended to review her mistakes privately, But Fong Xini snatched the paper away, leaving her no choice but to smile indulgently. Zhao Jingjing, 92 points. Shang Qiming appeared outwardly calm in his seat, but inwardly anxiety gnawed at him. Why hadn't Wu Yongqiang called his name yet? Every second earlier meant another second to shine before the class. Shang Qiming, 134 points. At that number, every eye in the room turned towards Shang Qiming, the previously unremarkable student, quietly branding him a prodigy. Exhilarating. Absolutely electrifying. Shang Qiming even feigned deafness, prompting Wu Yongqiang to repeat his score, before rising slowly, as if receiving a medal to approach the podium. 134 points. A touch careless. You could have hit 140, Wu Yongqiang remarked, handing him the paper with a nod. Well done. Well done. His teacher was secretly at Sundara. Shang Qiming accepted the paper and adjusted his glasses, asking calmly, Teacher, am I the top scorer in the class? Having already announced most scores, only one student had surpassed 120, and Shang Qiming's 134 stood head and shoulders above the rest. Yet he needed to ask. He required Wu Yongqiang's explicit acknowledgement of his supremacy in mathematics. No. Wu Yongqiang seemed mildly surprised, but answered without hesitation. No, not really. Struck dumb, Shang Qiming staggered back to his seat, the word no echoing endlessly in his ears. Who else? Which hidden master has been lurking among us? A curious classmate scanned the room left and right. Ma Wanya, 148 points. Ignoring the ensuing commotion, Wu Yongqiang continued announcing scores. Whoa, incredible. How could he possibly score that high? A beast, absolutely undeniably a beast. Chairs scraped backward. With theatrical flair, Ma Wanya tossed his short, immovable hair and strode confidently toward the podium. Muttering under his breath, this paper was so simple, I didn't even get full marks. Must have forgotten to write the units. Infuriating, yet impossible to counter. Even Wu Yongqiang chuckled warmly. Yang Jun, 106 points. Chen Xing, 141 points. Two prodigies in one subject. Another score above 140. Yet after Ma Wanya's staggering 148, Chen Xing's mark stirred only mild surprise. Boys really are outstanding at math. Fong Xini sighed wistfully, chin resting on her palm. Wan Xiaoxiao's luminous eyes shimmered as she murmured softly. It has nothing to do with gender. They simply study harder and solve more problems than we do. Impossible. Shang Qiming raged inwardly. He'd assumed someone had merely edged past him by a point or two. Surely at 134 he'd still be ranked second. Now he realized. He was nothing but a fool, a mere stepping stone beneath others' feet. Where on earth did Ma Wanya come from? A monster. He'd never seen him study seriously. Yet here he was scoring 148. And Chen Xing, arriving late every day? Shang Qiming spent an extra hour each morning studying. So how dare Chen Xing score 141? How? Why? Bewildered, Shang Qiming remained lost in thought, until a nearby conversation caught his ear. Math is garbage. I wonder how everyone did in other subjects. A boy remarked. Same here, but I doubt the others went any better. Another sighed. Other subjects. Right, other subjects. Shang Qiming straightened his slumped posture, his eyes reigniting with renewed hope. There's still time. Chen Xing and Ma Wanya can't possibly dominate every subject. If they did, why would they remain in an ordinary class? They're clearly specialists, unbalanced geniuses. The more he analyzed, the more convinced he grew. I'm well-rounded. Excelling across Chinese math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. A true hexagonal warrior. There's no reason to despair over one subject. True strength lies in mastery across all 6 subjects. Only total score supremacy is real supremacy. Confidence once shattered now coalesced anew within Shang Qiming. Unlike Shang Qiming's tense vigilance, Ma Wanya and Chen Xing, seated in the back row, teased each other with easy laughter. Not bad, Comrade Chen. You're almost close enough to catch my exhaust fumes. Ma Wanya grinned mischievously. Chen Xing scanned his errors. Chapter 1 of the math exam posed no difficulty. Only the final multiple-choice question baffled him. The remaining 4 points were lost to calculation errors in the problem-solving section. Showboating. Let me send you flying. Having identified his mistakes, Chen Xing sneered. How dare you speak to me, the undisputed top math student in this class, so disrespectfully? Because English morning reading starts soon, and I suspect our English papers will be handed out then too. Oh, in that case, never mind. Ma Wanya instantly softened, temporarily retreating, waiting to reassert himself once physics scores were revealed. Chen Xing chuckled dryly. Sometimes only foreign tools could tame such a boy. Due to the decline in mathematics scores, no one was interested in memorizing English vocabulary during the morning reading session. Instead, they whispered among themselves while the teacher was away. The scores of Ma Wanya and Chen Xing were also discussed by many. Only Shang Qiming had very few people paying attention to him. After all, everyone knows that the highest peak in the world is Mount Everest, and they might also know that the second highest is K2, but for the name of the third highest peak, most people certainly wouldn't know. For a middle school boy seeking attention, this was a significant blow. No one knew. Chen Xing was distracted for the first time in class, anxiously waiting for the English teacher's arrival. Tap, tap, tap. The exquisite black high heels appeared in front of everyone before the person did. As the English teacher, Xie didn't need to carry a stack of test papers like other teachers, as she only needed to hold a small stack of answer sheets. The scores are out. Xie shook the answer sheets in her hand, wearing a puzzling smile on her youthful face. Teacher, just tell us the scores directly, let's get it over with. Because Xie had a quirky personality, she had quickly become familiar with everyone over the month, so a bold boy immediately shouted. Don't be impatient, I have OCD and must announce the scores from lowest to highest, Xie said, then smiled playfully at the boy who just spoke. However, Su Ziyan, you shouldn't have to wait long, it'll get to you shortly. Su Ziyuan's smile froze. Being announced from lowest to highest meant that soon it would reach him. Teacher, you might as well just say I got the lowest score directly, no need to beat around the bush. After teasing the boy, Xie placed the answer sheets on the desk, moved a chair over, sat down, crossed her legs, and began the main event. The first is Ma Wangye, 65 points. Ma Wangye, there he was again, the top performer in both math and English. But this time it was the lowest score. Everyone burst into laughter, and Chen Xing felt like champagne was popping inside him. Just as he expected, Ma Wangye and Chen Xing were merely legendary students who excelled in only specific subjects. In other subjects, they were complete novices. The throne of first place still belonged to him. The strongest man in class 12, Chen Xing. Ma Wangye bashfully scratched his head and jogged over to the podium, bowing his head for Xie to handle him. You're quite something, I heard you got first in math, yet you ended up with the last place in English. Is it because I haven't treated you well that you have some grievances against me? Xie lowered her head to meet Ma Wangye's eyes, but he was already struggling to hold it together. He had anticipated scoring low in English, but not this low. Especially when he thought about Wang Qingji copying his answers on the blackboard this morning, making everyone almost think English was going to be a disaster. He couldn't help but want to laugh even more. Laughing, Xie squinted her eyes, already sentencing this boy to death in her heart. No, teacher, I was just born with a smiley face. Ma Wangye quickly explained. Unfortunately, his trembling apple cheeks betrayed his inner turmoil. Please come to my office after class, you can go back now. Xie said. Ma Wangye forced a bitter smile. Okay. Teacher. He hadn't returned to his seat when Xie continued announcing the scores. Yan Wen 76. Tian Wenjie 79. Slowly the scores reached the 90,100 range, and Chen Xing noticed that Chen Xing's name hadn't been announced, yet causing him to feel on edge. English can pass too. This is interesting, but I'm a man who scores above 125 points, Chen Xing thought confidently. Zhao Jingjing 109. What? Over 110 points. Chen Xing thought this was bad. Even if his English was higher than Chen Xing's, the sum of their math and English scores seemed to still be lower than Chen Xing's. Archrival. How infuriating. Soon Xie had only a thin layer of answer sheets left in her hand, and she smiled, saying, the exciting moment has arrived. Oh, let's see if there are more than 5 students scoring above 125 points. Fang Xini noticed that Ruan Xiaoxiao hadn't received her answer sheet yet, so she looked around for other classmates whose names hadn't been called. Do you have your answer sheet? I do. What about you? I don't think I heard your name. In the fourth one you probably forgot because I announced too early. Like the host on I Am a Singer, Xie kept the students in suspense as she slowly said, Zhou Xian 126. A cute girl with short hair shyly stood up to retrieve her answer sheet. Cui Jun 126. What a coincidence, they tied. At the level above 125 points, every additional point is hard-won, so this situation wasn't surprising. Chen Xing sat in his seat with a dark expression, not knowing what to say. Although his name hadn't been called, neither had Chen Xing's. Chen Xing 128 points. What a pity you were so close to 130. Keep up the good work next time, Xie smiled. Forcing a smile, Chen Xing felt like crying without tears. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. His English score was even lower than Chen Xing's. On the podium, Xie looked at Chen Xing's answer sheet, her lips slightly curling up, surprised by this kid. Clearing her throat, she announced, Chen Xing. 131 points. Rising, she walked to the podium to retrieve the answer sheet, with Chen Xing being watched by the entire class. Having good grades is undoubtedly one of the most admirable traits in school, as the most common thing everyone encounters is studying. Chen Xing had long had a rough idea of his score, so he wasn't particularly surprised. He merely raised an eyebrow at Ma Wangye after sitting back down. Practice more if you're weak. Barking. Have the guts to compare with physics. Ma Wangye refused to back down. Can your physics score be 66 points higher than mine? Damn. At this moment Xie spoke again. There's one more answer sheet left. Exactly 5 students scored above 125 points. Ruan Xiaoxiao won 39 points. She looked at the beautiful girl walking over with a smile praising. As expected of the class representative, I chose truly impressive. All the students had received their answer sheets, and Xie didn't retract her decision. This class didn't review the papers, but instead pushed aside the blackboard. She started a movie. Long live the teacher. Yage. Regardless of whether their scores were good or bad at this moment, everyone forgot everything. To enjoy a moment of happiness was the principle of high school students. Of course, there were a few individuals who weren't in the mood, such as Chen Xing. He hung his head, his previous pride gone. Even though 4 subject scores were yet to be announced, he dared not guarantee he would definitely surpass Chen Xing. Both science and arts are so strong. Where did this heaven's favored child come from to our small, ordinary sect to fish for glory? How shameless. Chen Xing couldn't help but complain. He didn't believe that Chen Xing had given his all during the entrance exam. Language, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, biology. The results of the 6 subjects were all announced on Friday, and Chen Xing's high school grades were quite satisfactory. Although most subjects only tested the simplest content from the first chapter and were not comprehensive exams considering the average level of the regular class, Chen Xing's scores were quite indicative. Chinese 105 points. Mathematics 141 points. English 131 points. Physics 79 points. Chemistry 82 points. Biology 83 points. Although Wu Yongqiang did not say these scores would be total, the score of 621 points would likely place him in at least the top 3 in the class, and probably in first place. Chen Xing immediately understood how important the system-mandated 2 hours of self-study were among a group of students who had just entered high school and were still being pushed to study by their parents and teachers. He had risen from a mid-level score in the high school entrance exam to the top of the class in just a month. Of course, this was also related to his intelligence score of 73. An intelligence score of 60 is the standard for an average person, while 73 could certainly be considered high intelligence. Moreover, since the content in high school was completely different from that in junior high, he was able to smoothly consolidate his foundation and aim for high scores. If studying can yield such results, that would be quite impressive, Chen Xing thought to himself. After a whole morning had passed without him needing to promote himself, there were already classmates who loved collecting and summarizing others' scores, astonished to discover that his total score was 20 points higher than the second place. Wu Xian, who called himself the class know-it-all, hand-wrote a ranking list and then went around spreading it. Scholar. A definite scholar. Although Wu Xin's own score was just outside the top 20 in the class, boasting about Chen Xing's score felt like boasting about himself. The second place, Chen Xing, only scored 601 points. Chen Xing is a whole 5 tiers above him. A curious classmate nearby asked, why is it 5 tiers? Oh, just a casual remark, don't take it too seriously. We're looking at the third place. Wu Xian became more and more animated as he spoke, even standing on someone else's chair, gesturing with his hands and starting to direct traffic. Oh right, there's also a peculiar character, Ma Wanya, whose math and physics scores are even better than Chen Xing's, but his English and Chinese scores are below 150. He's quite the oddball, a bit too specialized. Everyone laughed. Ma Wanya suddenly popped up, grinning widely, and said, don't slander me, I just focused all my talents on the sciences. I worked hard on English and Chinese, alright. Is reading novels considered hard work? Wang Qingji mocked from behind. Having finished reading the first 2 volumes of the Dragon series in a month, Ma Wanya was in a bad mood. His favorites Lao Tang and Xiao Long had been killed off by the old thief Jiang Nan, and Wang Qingji, not knowing when to stop, immediately found his sore spot. Ma Wanya glanced at Wu Xin's paper and found his score of 21st was still ahead of Wang Qingji's 27th, so he grinned and said, Wang Qingji, how dare you laugh at me? With my scores in English and Chinese, I could easily crush you. Scoring 9 points higher is considered crushing. You really have no shame. Wang Qingji retorted. Just ask who is higher. Let's compare again in the midterm exam. I was just testing the waters this time. You won't do well in the midterm either. Is it about how well I do, or just about talking? Aren't you just talking now? The two of them quarreled as they left the crowd surrounding Wu Xian. Suddenly a classmate remembered something and looked at Wu Xian, asking, how did the others do? Do you know Wu Xian? This statement piqued everyone's interest. Even as an ordinary disciple in a regular sect, everyone was always curious about the comparisons between their own sect and the masters from other sects. Yeah, I heard several classes in class 11 have had exams recently. Wu Xian smiled confidently and slowly said, I actually know a bit of inside information. A classmate of mine from class 11 said their highest total score was still below 600 points. Are the exam papers the same? Yes, they are all distributed uniformly by the school. Oh, what I meant was for the regular classes. The Olympiad class is already halfway through their mandatory subjects, and their pace is different from ours. Everyone accepted this without objection, tacitly agreeing that the Olympiad class was special compared to the regular classes, as they were the core disciples of the second school not ordinary students could match up to. With Chen Xing scores, he should also have a place in the Olympiad class, right? Wu Xian thought for a moment and shook his head. The Olympiad class is full of fierce competitors. This exam wasn't particularly difficult, and the scores are somewhat inflated. If we were to compare seriously, Chen Xing would probably only rank at the tail end of the Olympiad class. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock, thinking about their own scores. If they encountered an Olympiad class student, they would probably be annihilated without a trace, right? Have you finished talking? Hurry up and get off. Oh, who allowed you to stand on my chair? Wu Xian, who was enjoying the feeling of being surrounded, was shoved hard and nearly fell. Turning around, he was surprised to see it was the class monitor Yao Jun. It turned out this was his chair. Sorry, monitor, let me clean it up for you. Wu Xian, aware of his fault, apologized sincerely as he prepared to wipe the chair with his sleeve. Who asked you to clean it? The more you wipe, the dirtier it gets. Yao Jun said with a dark face as he pushed Wu Xian away again, his tone very unfriendly. Are you unhappy, monitor? Wu Xian noticed something was off and quietly said, whatever. Okay. As an old hand, Wu Xian was unwilling to get into a conflict with Yao Jun, so he laughed it off and hurried away. The others also scattered upon seeing this. Chen Xing, who had been discussed for a long time, was not in the classroom. He went to Xie Rui's office. As soon as he entered the office, a cool breeze wafted over from inside, and Chen Xing couldn't help but marvel at how nice it was to be a teacher with the air conditioning still running in October. At that moment, Xie Rui had no classes and was using her phone to watch a drama. Chen Xing's sudden cough startled her. Seeing the usually imposing English teacher startled, Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chen Xing, what are you doing here? Xie Rui's face turned red almost comically, as she had never been startled by Chen Xing, but was instead startled by him. Rich people tend to forget things, or are you using your phone? Teacher, you haven't forgotten, have you? Chen Xing innocently spread his hands. Hearing this, Xie Rui finally remembered the bet from the first week of school. I'm so eager, huh? You must be thinking about your phone. Oh dear, the naughty woman wouldn't try to go back on her word, would she? Chen Xing blinked. Teacher Xie, you can't say that. I'm studying diligently every day. Recently, I've wanted to learn some things online in advance, but don't have a phone, which has severely impacted my motivation to study. You're quite the fibber, but don't worry, I don't want your phone. Xie Rui chuckled and bent down to take out Chen Xing's phone from the drawer next to her and handed it to him. Chen Xing's face lit up. My iPhone 13 Pro. Online forums, your emperor has returned. Xie Rui looked at the cheerful Chen Xing and warned, I gave you the phone, but I didn't tell your homeroom teacher. Just make sure you don't mess up your midterm exams, or you'll be in big trouble. Wu Yong, the homeroom teacher of class 12, appeared indifferent about the overall scores, but secretly took the opportunity to chat with several teachers in their offices to check on the grades across all subjects. Chen Xing ranked near the top in almost every subject, and Wu Yong was well aware of who the class panda was. No worries, just relax. Chen Xing patted his chest in assurance and grinned, saying, even if my scores drop in other subjects, I will definitely do my utmost to maintain my English score. You're quite the smart one, Xie Rui said with a smile as she took a bag of broad beans from her desk to share with Chen Xing. Do you want some? Chen Xing grimaced. If you give them, you should give them all. Who would want leftovers? I don't want to get my hands dirty. No way. If I give them to you, you have to hold them. Xie Rui shot him a fierce look. Yielding to her pressure, Chen Xing fell silent as he watched her pour most of the beans into her own hands, then nod in satisfaction, saying, don't you dare throw them away. Okay. Chen Xing turned and ran, fearing Xie Rui would come up with another idea. Hey, don't forget to share some of the broad beans with my class representative. Xie Rui laughed and shouted from behind, forget it, you think I'd share? Chen Xing scoffed disdainfully. Even if he were to share, who would want what he had touched? Except for that unpicky guy Ma Wanya, who else would want them? Miss Ruan Xiaoxiao, with her obvious cleanliness, surely wouldn't. As if she could read his mind, Xie Rui shouted from behind. Next time Ruan Xiaoxiao brings her homework, I'll ask her. If she didn't get any, she can just wait to suffer. Damn. Chen Xing turned back incredulously, only to find Xie Rui quickly retracting her mischievous smile. He knew that this troublesome girl was definitely up to no good. She was being too petty. Chen Xing hadn't meant to scare her. Back in the classroom, Chen Xing looked at Ruan Xiaoxiao, who was quietly sitting in her seat, troubled by a physics problem. Her delicate brows were knitted, and she occasionally poked her face with a ballpoint pen. Her face, much like a boiled egg, was left with round impressions, but once the pen was removed, it immediately returned to its pristine state. Quite adorable. Chen Xing chuckled to himself and walked closer to her. Ruan Xiaoxiao was so engrossed in her thoughts that she completely missed Chen Xing's arrival. Knock, knock, knock. The desk was tapped rapidly a few times. 3 short taps, no long ones. Moi. Ruan Xiaoxiao adorably lifted her head, her clear eyes reflecting innocence, yet she was another girl tormented by physics. Poor child, she should snack a little to nourish her brain. Here the English teacher asked me to bring this for you, Chen Xing said with a smile. He dared not disobey the orders of the troublesome woman, for Xie could very well ask Ruan Xiaoxiao whether he had given her the broad beans. For me, Ruan Xiaoxiao replied. Yes, teacher Xie said, this is a reward for the top 2 in English. We both scored 73 points. Okay, a special reward. Ruan Xiaoxiao displayed a naive expression and carefully picked out a bean from the pile Chen Xing offered. I'll just have one. How did someone grow so big without enjoying food? A peculiar talent. Chen Xing looked at her oddly and helplessly said, take a few more, otherwise teacher Xie will accuse me of embezzlement. Ruan Xiaoxiao wasn't one to refuse others easily. When Chen Xing insisted, she took a few more. The spicy flavor was actually quite nice. Fong Xinyi returned from the restroom and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this scene. Chen Xing, you specifically came to deliver snacks to my Xiaoxiao. No need to make it awkward. This is just a teacher's task. Chen Xing glanced at her. Do you want some? Of course. I'll have one to see if I can catch a bit of the top student's luck. What do you mean I'm a top student? The real top students are in the Olympiad class. To us, you're already impressive. Don't be too modest, young man. Chen Xing smiled helplessly and said, stop taking one bean at a time. Just take a handful, and do you think I'm a tray? I don't want to get my hands dirty. Yours are already dirty, so it's okay to be a little tired, Fong Xinyi said, then turned to Ruan Xiaoxiao and asked, Xiaoxiao, don't you think? Xinyi, just let him be, class is about to start, Ruan Xiaoxiao said. Oh dear, how considerate of you, Xiaoxiao. If I were Chen Xing, I would definitely fall for you. Don't talk nonsense. Ruan Xiaoxiao's face flushed, rolling her eyes at her blunt classmate. Fong Xinyi, after teasing Ruan Xiaoxiao, turned back and grabbed a handful of broad beans. Thanks. The broad beans are quite delicious, she said. Haha, be careful not to fart. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Go away. A fairy wouldn't fart. Chen Xing chuckled. Fairies drink dew, you should return the broad beans to me. Fong Xinyi took a half step back, immediately entering protective mode over her snack. No way. Haha, just kidding. I couldn't finish them anyway. With only one hand full left, Chen Xing placed all the broad beans in one hand and prepared to use 2 fingers from the other hand to take out a tissue to wipe his hands. Hey, I can't reach it. The disadvantage of having deep pockets was just showing. Forget it, licking them clean would have to do. Chen Xing gave up the struggle and walked towards his desk. Wait a moment. Chen Xing turned back to see Ruan Xiaoxiao handing him a pack of tissues that smelled quite pleasant. Is it Scott? This is what a rich young lady is like. A pack of tissues could buy Ma Wangye a dog's life. Chen Xing was slightly surprised and then took 2 sheets to thank her. You're welcome, Ruan Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. Beside them, Fong Xinyi turned into a gossip enthusiast, glancing back and forth between the two, already imagining various romantic novel scenarios. Why do you look so love-struck? Chen Xing asked curiously. With such a sharp tongue, Chen Xing could not possibly be the male lead in a novel. Fong Xinyi glared at him and said, mind your own business. I haven't even asked you whether you washed your hands after using the restroom. I'm not sure about these broad beans. The pure-hearted boy Chen Xing walked away without looking back. Talking about such topics with unfamiliar people, especially girls, is certainly off-putting. Boys are like mangoes. They appear green on the outside, but are yellow on the inside. However, that inner yellow cannot be easily revealed, unless the conversation partner is also a mango. Back at his seat, Chen Xing heard Ma Wangye and 2 boys at the front whispering and occasionally bursting into lewd laughter. If he leaned in a little closer, he could hear names of famous teachers like Hebei Kaihua and Brother Feng. Shrimp head, shrimp head, shrimp head. This group is worse than shrimp heads. Compared to them, I am nothing but a pure and flawless white lotus, Chen Xing lamented. You little brat, what are you pretending to be? Ma Wangye shot him a disdainful glance. Haven't you seen it? Chen Xing remained silent. This question was hard to answer. Saying he had seen it would invite ridicule, and saying he hadn't seen it would invite even more mockery. No solution. At what age did you start watching it? Wang Qingji suddenly asked the group. Too much to say is all tears. Back in middle school, I liked reading novels, pirated ones. You know how browsers are full of ads. Once I accidentally clicked on something, and from then on I fell into the abyss. Ma Wangye unabashedly recounted his experience of falling into the wrong path. You might not believe it, but when my brother introduced me to these, I was only in the 3rd grade and didn't understand anything then. Zhang Xiao rubbed his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Your brother is quite a character, you owe him one. Ma Wangye and Wang Qingji mocked. Crawl, crawl, crawl. After sharing their respective awakening moments, they all turned to Chen Xing. What about you, Chen Xing? Chen Xing expressionlessly pulled out a math exercise book. I need to start studying now, please don't disturb me. Damn, this dog heard our stories and pretended to be dead, revealing nothing about himself. Wang Qingji looked at him in shock. Damn it, if you're not going to speak, let's get him. Ma Wanya hugged Chen Xing and shouted to Wang Chengji and Zhang Xiao, hurry. Time for punishment, tickle him. Okay. In the corridor outside, Wu Yongqiang was approaching the classroom with a math textbook. The common problem with homeroom teachers is that they either arrive too early or too late, but never right on time. Before he even reached the back door, Wu Yongqiang already heard the ghostly cries coming from the classroom. He quickly straightened his face and frowned. As soon as he entered, he was confronted with a heart-wrenching scene. The national treasure panda of class 12, Chen Xing, was being bullied by 3 boys surrounding him, and the source of the ghostly cries was right there. Stop it right now. Wu Yongqiang rushed forward, loudly reprimanding what he perceived as bullying. Damn, the old teacher is here. Upon seeing Wu Yongqiang's furious expression, Ma Wanya and the others quickly stopped their actions, obediently sitting back down with their heads lowered. This is too much. Wu Yongqiang stood next to Ma Wanya, ready to scold him, but suddenly recalled Ma Wanya's math grades and softened his stance, moving to Wang Chengzi's side instead. Although his grades were failing, he was a valid target for verbal attacks. Recalling Wang Chengzi's math score, Wu Yongqiang's gaze sharpened as he scolded, class is about to start, and you're still here bullying your classmates. Have you prepared for the new lesson I am about to teach? Will you repeat the mistakes from the last class? Do you even resemble a student anymore? After venting on Wang Chengji, he started on Zhang Xiao. And you, while Chen Xing is diligently studying, you insist on bullying him out of jealousy, because he performs better than you. You don't even bother to channel your thoughts in a proper direction. Ma Wanya didn't dare to speak, fearing he would be next in line for a scolding. Chen Xing, however, felt increasingly uneasy, wondering, when was I bullied? Chen Xing, did they bully you? Don't worry, tell me. Oh, I saw everything just now, and I definitely won't let them off the hook. Wu Yongqiang put on a self-satisfied smile and looked at Chen Xing. Teacher, we were just joking, they didn't bully me. Chen Xing explained. What a good boy, such a good boy. His heart was so pure, even when bullied, he still defended them. Wu Yongqiang's gaze toward Chen Xing softened even more. In his mind, Chen Xing was a model student with good grades, but a slightly weak character. How about this, you switch seats with Dong Yuan? He asked me last time to sit in the back. Wu Yongqiang suddenly suggested. In his mind, this was a good solution. It satisfied Dong Yuan's request, while allowing Chen Xing to move to a more central position for better studying. Chen Xing was dumbfounded. The seat he had worked so hard to claim at the start of the semester was about to be swapped just like that. I have an early class at 8. Teacher. He barely opened his mouth before being interrupted by Wu Yongqiang. No need to thank me. This is what I should do as a teacher. Damn. Thinking he had moved Chen Xing with his noble teaching spirit, Wu Yongqiang smiled slightly, directing, let's make the switch after this class. After saying that, he walked to the podium to start the lesson. Chen Xing was left speechless, struggling for a long time, but ultimately swallowing his words. No choice. He was the homeroom teacher, the emperor in the classroom, and a single word could exile him. Chen Xiao, I don't want to break up with you, Ma Wanya said with a pained expression. Whom can I blame? Just accept your fate. Chen Xing sighed helplessly. The old teacher is such a fool. It's been a month, and he still can't see we are good buddies. It was just a joke earlier. Then you go explain it to him. I won't go, I'm afraid of getting beaten up. Then why are you complaining? Chen Xing shook his head disdainfully, glancing at irresponsible Ma Wanya, and began to focus on the class. After class, a chubby boy approached Chen Xing holding a book. Chen Xing, the teacher asked us to switch seats. Dong Yuan. Yes, do you want me to help you move? Dong Yuan was in a good mood. Wu Yongqiang really let him change seats. You should know that students and teachers think differently. Front row and middle seats are considered good spots in the eyes of teachers, but to students they are just trash. The back row is truly the best. Whether you want to study or slack off, the back row always dominates the front. Dong Yuan eagerly stared at Chen Xing, who felt awkward, refusing to leave, muttering to himself about his bad luck as he began to pack his books. Once packed, Chen Xing asked him, by the way, where were you sitting? Dong Yuan pointed to the middle, there behind Wan Xiaoxiao. Chen Xing was taken aback, silently distancing himself from the chubby boy. Dong Yuan wearing glasses. This guy. Could it be that he has a crush on her? Logically, the class flower Wan Xiaoxiao should be someone all the boys want to get close to. Surprisingly, a boy behind her did not want to sit there. He began to worry about Ma Wanya. Is this type of Ma Wanya considered a little lowly in the eyes of Nantong people? Hello, Chen Xing. As Chen Xing moved his belongings to Dong Yuan's spot, Fong Sini turned around with a cheerful smile to greet him. Wow, what a coincidence, Chen Xing replied with a smile. So can I ask you for help with questions I don't understand later? Fong Sini asked. Sure. Xiao, did you hear that? Hurry up, don't you have a physics question you don't understand? Just ask, Chen Xing. Fong Sini patted Wan Xiaoxiao's shoulder excitedly, saying. Wan Xiaoxiao didn't expect today to be so miraculous, as Chen Xing inexplicably sat right behind her, which was quite surprising. But isn't it a bit rude to ask others for help right off the bat? Seeing Ruan Xiaoxiao hesitating, Chen Xing joked with her, "Feel free to ask if you have questions. I could charge you a couple of sheets of paper as a fee, but since you've already paid for today, just ask away." This statement eased the atmosphere well, and Ruan Xiaoxiao smiled, no longer holding back, turning around to show Chen Xing the question she didn't understand earlier. This was a conceptual question, and misunderstanding it could easily lead to choosing the completely opposite answer. Well, this one, it'll teach you. After glancing at it casually, Chen Xing quickly understood where Ruan Xiaoxiao's thought process had gone wrong, grabbing the pen from her hand and starting to scribble on the paper. Ruan Xiaoxiao listened intently while he explained seriously. Their heads unintentionally drew closer, and the breeze from the window ruffled a few stray hairs. When Chen Xing explained, he transformed into a different person, speaking softly, his magnetic voice resonating in Ruan Xiaoxiao's ear. "Did you understand after that?" Chen Xing gave an example expressing the concept in an accessible way. "I think I get it." Ruan Xiaoxiao paused for a moment and said with pursed lips. Actually, she still didn't understand, but for some reason, she didn't want Chen Xing to think she was foolish. "Think you get it?" Chen Xing frowned. "Understanding means you understand, not understanding means you don't. The worst thing in studying is this ambiguous understanding. If you gloss over a concept in physics, it will only get harder to grasp later." Out of good intentions, his tone was a bit stern. "Oh." Ruan Xiaoxiao felt a bit wronged after being lectured, her fair face puffing slightly. Chen Xing paid no mind to that, determined to help her, thinking that since he promised to teach her, he had to follow through. "Let me think about how to explain it more clearly." While pondering how to organize his words, he habitually made a gesture of biting the pen. After chewing for a few seconds, he suddenly realized something was off. "Crap, this doesn't seem to be my pen." Looking up at Ruan Xiaoxiao, she also wore a shocked expression, feeling even more wronged. It was her favorite pen, the one that felt comfortable when poking her face, and now. Private matters. It was so awkward that Chen Xing shyly returned the pen to her. Ruan Xiaoxiao gazed at the pen, which looked unchanged, lost in thought. Although it seemed harmless on the surface, it had already been bitten by Chen Xing. How could she use it to poke her face in the future? Using it would be like Chen Xing biting her. Ruan Xiaoxiao was startled by her own thoughts, her cheeks turning bright red in an instant. "What the heck? Why am I so worked up?" Chen Xing was equally dumbfounded, wondering how Ruan Xiaoxiao suddenly turned into a blushing tomato. Would she take the pen and turn into a Yordle champion to smack him next? "They'll buy you a new one. It really wasn't intentional. It's just a habit of mine." He scratched his head and sincerely apologized again. It's fine. This pen is a gift for you. Consider it payment for the next lesson." Ruan Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hand to explain, realizing Chen Xing misunderstood that she was angry. "Just now it was only a random thought. I wasn't angry." "Isn't that inappropriate?" Chen Xing scratched his head, feeling it wasn't reasonable to get a free pen after making a mistake. "No problem, I have plenty of pens." You can go ahead with the explanation." Ruan Xiaoxiao pointed to the physics paper, eager to end this pen exchange. Oh, all right." Chen Xing, taking the opportunity to brush off the previous awkwardness, rubbed his chin and began to rethink. "Let's put it this way. Look." Their heads leaned together again, and this time Chen Xing finally helped Ruan Xiaoxiao understand. I understand now." Ruan Xiaoxiao adorably nodded her head. Just then the class bell rang, and she thanked him before turning back to the front. In Chen Xing's hand, the pen still held warmth. "You actually got a relic just after sitting down. Wow, what the heck?" Chen Xing instinctively complained, then suddenly tensed up. Who is speaking?" He looked left and right, suddenly noticing his deskmate was leaning on the desk watching him. Hiss. It turned out he had a deskmate he hadn't noticed for quite some time. Such a low presence. Perfect for being an assassin. Chen Xing turned to look at him. The boy had long bangs, his pale face appeared slightly malnourished, and he was thin, likely weighing less than 100 pounds. "Hello, I am Chen Xing, right? I know, but you probably don't know me." The deskmate smiled and continued, "My name is Jiang Xiaoshu. Oh, we'll be deskmates from now on. Please take care of me." Chen Xing stated a pleasantry. "Sure." After saying that, Jiang Xiaoshu lowered his head again, seeming indifferent to the fact that class had already started. Perhaps due to his low presence, the teacher didn't even notice him during class. That evening, Chen Xing rode his bike home. As soon as he parked the bike at the door, he casually pulled the latest test paper out of his backpack. "Mom, come look at how many points your big boy scored." "I want, look, keep it for yourself to gloat." In class, he didn't boast about his grades, but at home, Chen Xing wanted to make a big deal out of it. If he did well, Zhao Qin would be happy, and if Zhao Qin was in a good mood, Chen Xing would have a comfortable life at home. "I'm sad I won't score that high next time." "You dare?" "Hee, I wouldn't dare. But since I did so well, can we have better food lately?" "You eat meat every day, what more do you want?" Zhao Qin scoffed. "Should I go catch a dragon from the sky for you to eat?" "That wouldn't be impossible. I've never had dragon meat." Chen Xing laughed. "Dream on." Zhao Qin set a plate of stir-fried meat on the table, untied her apron, and said, "Eat if you like." How could they treat a national treasure of class 12 like this? How awful. Oh, it's just the mother of a national treasure, then it's fine. After the first exams in various subjects, the students of Class 12 all breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had shed a heavy burden and welcomed a relatively relaxed period. New lessons were introduced, assignments were given, and problems were discussed. Days passed in a repetitive cycle. Every day consisted of attending classes, teaching Yuan Xiaoxiao some problems she couldn't solve, snacking a bit, jogging after evening study sessions, and studying for 2 hours at home. On weekends, he would call Shi Hongdou and Meng Yuan to go shopping, which was quite pleasant. Life as a high school student was so monotonous that everyone became more abstract after entering university, having bottled up their emotions for too long. As soon as something unusual happened in the class, someone would seize the opportunity to chat. Chen Xing didn't come to school today. Who is Chen Xing? He's the boy whose overall score is just lower than Chen Xing, a bit of a top student. If Chen Xing were here, he would surely be in tears. Finally, someone acknowledges that he is also a top student. How hard it is. Oh, what does it matter that he didn't come? Not much, just curious about why he didn't come. He must be sick. Possible, but I guess something's up at his home. What a weirdo, why guess that? Why not say he died? A boy rolled his eyes. Everyone was so bored they could grow maggots, even caring about someone who didn't show up. The first student to speak sighed, hey, if he really kicked the bucket, would we get a holiday? Are you crazy? If you jump down, maybe we would get a holiday. How about you help us out? Well, that won't do. If I jump down and you guys could have a few more days of class, then I might consider it. You're ridiculous, you idiot. Please call me handsome. As the class bell rang, the few students who were chatting scattered back to their seats. Wu Yongxiang walked in looking not too happy. After teaching half a lesson, Wu Yongxiang suddenly had everyone start self-study, telling them to find some problems to consolidate what they had just learned. He then paced around the aisle in the middle of the classroom. Everyone must have noticed that Chen Xing didn't come today. No one dared to respond to his sudden statement, and the air fell silent for several seconds. Wu Yongxiang continued, Chen Xing's mother asked for leave for him last night. The reason is that Chen Xing spends too much time studying each day. According to her, Chen Xing has been getting up at 4 every morning since the first exam, starting to study at 4:30 in the classroom, and studying until midnight, or even later, sleeping very little each day. Yesterday, he found his eyes hurt badly and had to go to the hospital for an examination. Wu Yongxiang spoke expressionlessly, and the students below started to murmur among themselves. What time? Getting up at 4. That's pure madness. I would call him the little Kobe of Huiqing. Learning the Mamba spirit. Lauda, I miss you. Wu Yongxiang twitched his mouth. Had he grown old? How could he not understand what the students were saying? Forget it, better focus on the matter at hand. He cleared his throat twice, and everyone immediately fell silent. The authority of the class teacher was undeniable. What I want to convey with this matter is an important lesson. While studying is crucial for high school students, one must also maintain balance and not harm their own health. Overstudying is wrong. After finishing, Wu Yongxiang felt he was somewhat rambling. Overstudying. Among these ordinary class students, it would be remarkable if half of them even touched a book at home. He had never encountered a student like Chen Xing in all his years of teaching. The most critical point was that despite Chen Xing's hard work, he still couldn't outperform Chen Xing in exams. Sometimes he truly felt pity for such students who worked hard but lacked talent. Sigh. Let's have self-study. The midterm exams are next week, so do more problems and make full use of the time while at school. Wu Yongxiang waved his hand, then went alone to the corridor to smoke. With his back to the classroom, some students immediately became restless, secretly chatting, and others were passing notes. Of course, there was also a small portion who spoke openly, taking advantage of the opportunity. Chen Xing, can I ask you about a problem? Yuan Xiaoxiao turned around holding a workbook, genuinely seeking help. Good polite talk, would you turn back if I said no? Chen Xing replied with a smile. Yuan Xiaoxiao revealed a shallow dimple. Of course not. Since she often asked questions, and Chen Xing frequently shared snacks with her, they had established a kind of trade, and their relationship naturally became closer. Now even jokes were being exchanged. Let me see what problem has stumped our class flower. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes, and wow, isn't this a physics problem? NTR, right. Writing physics during math class. Yuan Xiaoxiao tilted her head in confusion and asked, what is NTR? Kids shouldn't ask so many questions, you would just look at the problem for now. Chen Xing cleared his throat, almost exposing that he wasn't pure enough. But was Yuan Xiaoxiao really that innocent? After looking for 2 minutes, Chen Xing had already formulated a strategy for the problem, so he patiently explained it to Yuan Xiaoxiao. Behind him on his right side, a pair of jealous eyes were fixated on him. Yao Jun clenched his fists, feeling extremely displeased. As the class monitor, he should have been the most prominent boy in class 12, but then Chen Xing appeared. Not only was he good-looking, but he was also tall and played basketball well while excelling academically. Damn it, why did he get all the good things? The most critical point was, why did he get to sit behind Yuan Xiaoxiao? Every day watching the two laugh and talk together made Yao Jun's heart bleed. He and Ruan Xiaoxiao were from the same middle school. Although they were not in the same class, they were next door, and he had long liked Ruan Xiaoxiao. Damn Chen Xing, doesn't he understand the order of things? No way, I need to warn this kid. Watching Ruan Xiaoxiao smile at that kid again and secretly take out a bag of snacks to give him made Yao Jun furious. Bang! With a moderate force, he slammed his fist on the table. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Quiet. Focus on your self-study. Fortunately, Yao Jun reacted quickly and hurriedly added a sentence. However, these days his position as class monitor hadn't earned him everyone's respect. First, his own grades were not high in the class, and second, he also had a bad temper. This could be seen from the small friction he had with Wu Xin, who was the most popular in class. So after he finished speaking, he didn't know who scoffed, and then others started to laugh until Wu Yongxiang turned back at the sound, and everyone held back their laughter to continue studying. In his seat, Yao Jun's face turned red. He blamed all his embarrassment on Chen Xing. If one day I fall in love with your wife, and your wife loves me too, brother, please don't cry out loud. I will definitely not let her suffer. After the evening self-study session, Chen Xing hummed a popular song as he walked out of the school gate. Hey, where's my bike? Looking at the empty roadside, Chen Xing was surprised to find that his beloved bike was missing. I clearly parked it here. Chen Xing approached and searched around, but still couldn't find it, his brows furrowing in frustration. After nearly 10 minutes, Chen Xing finally spotted his bicycle lying on the ground in some weeds a few meters away from the parking spot. What the hell? Anger surged within him as he rushed over to lift the bike and check for any damage. Fortunately, the frame was just dirty with some mud, while the chain and other parts were intact. Which fool did this? I need to clean it. Chen Xing couldn't help but curse. He couldn't understand why someone would push his bike here and leave it. Was his bike blocking the road? It shouldn't have been. Filled with doubt, Chen Xing rode home in displeasure. There was no choice. After all, he had parked by the roadside, and there were no cameras nearby. It would be impossible to catch the idiot if he got serious. But little did he know things were far from over. The next evening, Chen Xing discovered his bicycle had been tossed into a pile of weeds again, and this time the chain had come off. Hey, have I offended a ghost? Chen Xing was baffled. Besides attending classes and eating, who could he have possibly offended? If he had to pinpoint someone who might hold a grudge, it would be the little thug he had beaten up over 2 months ago at the milk tea shop. But this person's way of seeking revenge was too childish, taking it out on his bike rather than confronting him. It seemed a bit deranged. Sighing, Chen Xing realized he could no longer leave his bike parked there. So for the next few days, he rode a bit further and parked it in the school's parking lot. I don't know if this camera works well, but it should serve as a deterrent, right? Chen Xing murmured as he looked at the camera above the rain shelter. Hey Chen Xing, what are you doing here? A surprised voice came from behind as Ruan Xiaoxiao pulled up on her light green electric bike. Oh, what a coincidence. Chen Xing turned around and saw the nurse greeting her as they walked side by side towards the classroom. They were relatively familiar with each other in class. Isn't your home to the east? Yes, but my mom said it might rain these days, and I didn't want my bike to get wet, so I parked it here. Really? I didn't bring an umbrella. Ruan Xiaoxiao's small face instantly turned sour. Don't worry, I brought one, Chen Xing casually replied. But if I lend you the umbrella, how will I get home, eh? Wait, who said I would lend it to you? You just said not to worry. If it rains, I have an umbrella, so I truly have nothing to fear. Chen Xing spoke earnestly. Ah, I see. All right. Ruan Xiaoxiao forced a smile, feeling awkward inside. That annoying Chen Xing. Ruan Xiaoxiao silently decided to cancel the dried fruits she had planned to give him today. No, she would cancel tomorrow's too. The midterm exam is tomorrow. How are you preparing? Chen Xing casually asked. It's going okay, I guess. With Chen Xing, her human-shaped homework helper, Ruan Xiaoxiao could quickly solve any problem she encountered, so she had made considerable progress in her weaker subjects like physics and mathematics recently. But Chinese people are all modest, so Ruan Xiaoxiao gave a midly off-the-road response. It's okay. This time Shang Qiming is absent. Aren't you going to get the short end of the stick? Short end of the stick. Ruan Xiaoxiao's little head was filled with big question marks. As a somewhat naive girl who didn't surf the internet much, she didn't quite understand the lingo used by Chen Xing and his friends. It means being second place. After playing too much PUBG and chess, he unconsciously referred to the first place as chicken dinner and the second place as chicken butt. Side gaming has ruined me. I once had such clear eyes. Every time Ruan Xiaoxiao innocently questioned him, Chen Xing felt like his mind was tainted by the internet, too much useless info swirling around. While you're quite confident, first place is certainly yours, Ruan Xiaoxiao teased, catching the underlying meaning in Chen Xing's words. Do you want to challenge me? No, your opponent should be the students from the Olympiad class, don't compare yourself to me. He cheerfully boasted about bullying the weak. Chen Xing chuckled, but didn't dare to voice his true thoughts. Yuan Xiaoxiao then asked, do you think you can make it into the top 100 in the midterm exam? With 4 Olympiad classes and 200 students getting into the top 100 meant surpassing at least half the Olympiad class students. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively. Not possible. What I mean is there's no need to say more, I'll handle it myself. Chen Xing flashed a confident grin showing off his white teeth. Yuan Xiaoxiao laughed too, making a fist with her delicate hand. She cheerfully said, then good luck. Don't embarrass our class 12. As they entered the classroom, they suddenly noticed someone sitting in Shang Kaiming's previously empty seat. Isn't he supposed to be in the hospital? How did he come back? Chen Xing was slightly surprised, not expecting Shang Qiming to smile at him, though his hand was comically covering his left eye. Chen Xing, this time I will definitely defeat you. Lowering his head, Shang Qiming silently vowed within himself. He was willing to go to any lengths for this. Even if his mother advised him to rest his eyes and continue his leave, he refused because he knew that if he missed this midterm exam, proving he could outperform Chen Xing in front of everyone, would have to wait until the final exam. He couldn't wait. Endless studying day and night only to wait for a few months until the final exam felt like a death sentence. Of course, he wasn't foolish. He understood the dangers of straining his eyes. Even the Sharingan has its limits. As long as he closed one eye while using the other, it should be fine, right? Amaterasu. He recalled Sasuke's signature move from Naruto and felt that he looked incredibly cool right now, a rare smile appearing on his face, complete with the classic Nike grin. Watching him, Chen Xing twitched the corner of his mouth. It seemed Shang Qiming was not fully recovered. Maybe he should suggest that he stay in the hospital until he was better. The classmates of Class 12 showed great enthusiasm towards Shang Kaiming's return, which made him, who was not very familiar with the others, feel somewhat unadapted. A boy casually placed his hand on Shang Kaiming's shoulder and asked, Lauda, why do you always turn a blind eye? I am not your boss, so just call me Shang Qiming instead. Oh, you don't like that title? Then call me Black Mamba or Study Bobby. Whatever you prefer. Shang Qiming was a typical Chinibyu in private, yet he exhibited a hint of social anxiety in reality, and he let the other person keep calling him that without protest. Are you cosplaying Sasuke? Another short-haired girl asked curiously. I am Sasuke. Shang Qiming thought this in his heart, but what he said aloud was quite different. No, it's not that, I just overused my eyes, and this helps a bit. While what the class teacher said is true, you study so hard. Shang Qiming blushed and touched his nose, feeling as if a flower was blooming in his heart. A compliment. It was a compliment. A girl's compliment. You should take care of your eyes. The short-haired girl smiled sweetly and said, I will. What a joke. How could I have developed a habit of turning red just from talking to a girl? In Shang Kaiming's mind, a little figure was kneeling on the ground, holding its head in despair with a look of agony. Everyone surrounded him, chattering away. Although it might have just been to use him as a topic for conversation, the concern from many classmates still warmed his heart. Go for it. I believe in you. Take down Chen Xing. Suddenly, a boy jokingly made a remark that struck right at Shang Kaiming's heart. This time he did not stutter, but nodded earnestly. I will win. I will win the midterm exam. Wait, isn't that a bit unlucky to say? Never mind, I've already said it. The boy who spoke earlier was also taken aback, thinking Shang Qiming was joking, so he did not give it much thought. Since tomorrow was the midterm exam, the teachers no longer introduced new lessons, but instead had everyone review the content learned before. Wu Yongxiang emphasized at the podium, the midterm exam is different from regular tests. It does not just cover a single chapter's knowledge, but includes everything we've learned so far. It's a comprehensive exam. When you enter the exam room, make sure to think carefully about the topics and determine which knowledge points they are testing, then recall the questions we've worked on to see if there are any clues. The midterm exam was not only crucial for the students, but also a test of his capability as a class teacher, so Wu Yongxiang was very concerned. For this exam, his reliance was naturally on the panda Chen Xing, who had even strolled by his side twice during self-study. You haven't been too tired lately, have you? The sudden concern was the most feared. Chen Xing was taken aback and looked up. No. Just focus and maintain a calm mindset. Wu Yongxiang patted his shoulder and then turned to leave. Damn, you tell me to stay calm, and what are you doing? Isn't this just adding pressure? Chen Xing pouted. Wu Yongxiang had originally planned to go out to smoke in the corridor, but after thinking about it, he ran over to Shang Qiming and said the same thing. Unlike Chen Xing's indifference, Shang Qiming felt invigorated by his encouragement, eager to open his left eye, which was currently closed. With the intention of serving the emperor on the golden platform, I will carry the jade dragon to death for you. Wu Yongxiang was essentially the emperor in the class. His encouragement was something only 2 people could receive. One was Chen Xing, and the other was Shang Qiming. Shang Qiming naturally believed that he held the same status in Wu Yongxiang's heart as Chen Xing. I will not betray your trust. Determined, he temporarily lifted the seal, opened his left eye, and used both eyes simultaneously. He had come this time to tell everyone that everything he had lost would be reclaimed. The next day, everyone left their seats with their stationery after the morning reading. The midterm exam was a school-wide examination, and the school had designated exam rooms, with each class accommodating only 30 candidates. What to do if there weren't enough classrooms? No worries, someone donated a building, Ifu building. The exam room numbers and seat numbers were naturally arranged according to the results of the previous major test, which was based on the rankings from the high school entrance examination, and Chen Xing happened to be assigned to class 12. This was comfortable. He didn't even have to move and could read for an extra 10 minutes compared to others. Win big. Also in the same exam room was Ma Wangye seated behind him on the left. Chen Xiao, can you take a peek at the English during the exam? Ma Wangye asked with a grin. Chen Xing glanced at him. Everyone knows your English level. If you suddenly improve, do you think the old teacher will let you off? Why can't it be good luck for me? Your luck can only hit on the national highway during exams. It seems your luck hasn't even reached the average level. Damn, your words are really hurtful. He just telling the truth. Ma Wangye had not intended to copy the answers, and he changed the topic, asking, Chen Xiao, how does it feel to sit behind a class flower? Very nice. Oh, every day I smell her body fragrance and enjoy the little snack she gives. How can I describe it, but as beautiful? Damn, are you so infatuated that you've forgotten your friends? You really should be ashamed. Ma Wangye knew Chen Xing was exaggerating, but he still felt a bit sour. You don't need to envy me. Next to you is a trash can, and it has a scent too. Are you a dog? The invigilator looked at the two, laughing and joking, frowned, and shouted down, Quiet, the papers will be distributed soon. Do not whisper to each other. For students in the back of the exam room, the invigilator instinctively thought the two were planning how to cheat, so he memorized their faces to keep a close watch on them. However, during the first math exam, neither of them made any small movements, and their speed in answering questions was extremely fast, leaving the invigilator dumbfounded. All correct. Standing behind Ma Wangye and seeing his messy handwriting, his mouth dropped open. Then he looked at Chen Xing. Also all correct. Damn, is this still the exam room of class 12? He was secretly astonished and quietly glanced at the class the two had filled in. Who was the math teacher for class 12? It seems to be Wu Yongqiang. Has that old Wu improved so much? Will he suddenly be transferred to Feiqing No? One high school, or Feiqing No? 168. Damn, I originally thought that those who got into the civil service would just slack off, but I didn't expect old Wu at such an age to still be so competitive. That's too despicable. In the first year of high school, the integrated science exam is not held separately for physics, chemistry, and biology, so over the next 2 mornings, 2 subjects will be tested each day. On the first day, math and physics will be tested in the morning, followed by Chinese in the afternoon. The second day, we'll have chemistry and biology in the morning and English in the afternoon. Then, unsurprisingly, the combination punch of math and physics caught many off guard right from the start. What a joke. With just 2 subjects tested, many people feel like they are already halfway underground. What else is left to test? No wonder the college entrance examination scheduled Chinese as the first exam. The Education Bureau clearly had their considerations. Half an hour before the afternoon exam, class 12 seating arrangement was still in disarray, and some students were even waiting on chairs outside the corridor to go to the examination room. Ruan Xiaoxiao anxiously asked Chen Xing, Do you think the physics and math papers are difficult? Young lady, you asked the wrong person. If the answer I provide will only hurt you. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Chen Xing immediately knew that she didn't perform well in the morning exam. After pausing for a moment, he replied, It's quite difficult. The average score this time should not be high. Chen Xing said. He was still too kind-hearted and didn't want to discourage Ruan Xiaoxiao. Our naturally handsome group has an inherent ability to cherish others. Since Chen Xing found it difficult, it must be very challenging. Hearing his response, Ruan Xiaoxiao's mood visibly improved, her cheeks showing a small dimple as she turned to confidently memorize classical poetry. Meanwhile, Wang Qingji in the corridor asked the same question. Ma Wangye, did you find the morning exam difficult? Difficult? Not at all, it was too easy. If I weren't afraid of running into the old class teacher, I would have turned in my math and physics papers early. Ma Wangye shook his head with an air of disdain for the exam papers. Damn. All right. Wang Qingji forced a bitter smile, feeling 1,000 points of impact in his heart. He regretted asking. It was all his own fault for being so cheeky. No, rather than blame himself, he should blame others. It's all Ma Wangye's fault for lacking emotional intelligence, not knowing how to gauge his expression. If Chen Xing were here, he would definitely chuckle and say, Old Wang, you can only blame yourself for not being a beautiful girl. Others wouldn't show mercy. If it were me, I would also hit you hard. The afternoon Chinese exam turned out to be quite easy, providing a small comfort to everyone's young hearts. After preparing for the next day's exam, during evening self-study, Chen Xing left school late due to running. Leaving his bicycle in the parking lot was indeed much safer this time, though it hadn't been tossed around by anyone. However, out of caution, Chen Xing still checked his beloved bike, and only after confirming that no one had placed needles on the seat did he feel relieved. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden one. Oh, it seems this approach isn't a solution. Riding his bike and pondering, Chen Xing suddenly braked 100 meters from the school. He was blocked by someone. At the corner where the streetlight was broken, the chain of Chen Xing's bicycle made its last clicking sound. Four dark figures surrounded him after spotting him. The lead one kicked over a discarded soda can which rolled along the asphalt, the words Coca-Cola gleaming mockingly in the moonlight. For people for a bottle of cola, faker right. Damn it, where is this going? I'm about to get beaten. Chen Xing shook his head, already certain that they were coming for him. His expression instantly darkened. If losing his bicycle was a minor issue, then having someone block him was a bit excessive. What grudge do I owe you? I haven't hunted any mothers in the canyon recently. Lend me some money for cigarettes, top student. The leader with yellow hair walked over with his hands in his pockets, speaking disdainfully. Dumb mute. Our military brother is asking you a question. What are you thinking? Seeing Chen Xing silent, another tall, skinny boy with a perm scolded him. Chen Xing was thinking about the possibility of accelerating and crashing into these idiots. Chen Xing murmured to himself. Forget it. I'm riding a bicycle, not driving a truck. Charging over is not very feasible right now. With that thought, Chen Xing sat on his bike with both feet on the ground, reaching into his pocket to pull out 50 yuan while his right hand grasped the keys to his rented apartment, pinching them between his fingers. Unfortunately, there were only 2 keys, barely making a subpar weapon. I have only 50 yuan on me. If I give it all to you, can I leave? He still wanted to avoid conflict as much as possible, so he made a good start. 50. Do you think I'm ill just giving away money? The yellow-haired boy was furious, yet he honestly snatched the green Mao Zedong bill. Although Yao Jun had given him 500 yuan to teach Chen Xing a lesson, 50 yuan was still to be demanded. So what do you want? Chen Xing tightened his fist, the sharp edge of the keys glinting coldly in his pocket. It was impossible to passively get beaten while waiting for his bike. If a conflict arose, Chen Xing would not be cowardly. Should I avoid his sharp edge? I want to teach you a lesson. Oh, I heard you've been quite arrogant at school lately. Do I know you? How do you know I'm arrogant? Chen Xing retorted sharply. I don't care how I know, but someone asked me to warn you to stay away from Yuan Xiao. Understand? What? I thought it was the Korean oppa who liked Shi Hongdou and challenged me to basketball, but it turns out to be Yuan Xiaoxiao's suitor. Not bro. I just occasionally eat some snacks from Yuan Xiao and keep it clean with her. If you like her, go pursue her. Why take it out on me? Who sent you to find me? I have my professional ethics, all right. The yellow-haired boy glared. So there's nothing to discuss then. First let me beat you up before we talk. The yellow-haired boy grinned menacingly and waved his hand. Several obvious delinquents from other schools, despite having fought many times, had no skill. The boy with the perm directly launched a flying kick. Faced with this situation, Chen Xing couldn't care less about protecting his bicycle. He nimbly dismounted and dodged, but the kick from the perm boy hit the bike frame. He let out a pained cry as his ingrown toenail threatened to explode. The yellow-haired boy and the other 2 surrounded him, and Chen Xing quickly received 2 punches. Adrenaline surged through him, and in anger he retaliated with a heavy blow to the yellow-haired boy. The keys jabbed into him, making him yelp in pain and nearly lose his combat ability. Little brat, playing dirty, huh? 4 against 1 and still calling me dirty. Are you asking to die? Unexpectedly, after the conflict escalated, Chen Xing's words became sharper, making the yellow-haired boy feel embarrassed. Damn, let's get him. Chen Xing panted heavily, narrowing his eyes, unsure if the bloodshed would end this scuffle. Maybe he should run. In the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best strategy. Just as he was about to take off, someone suddenly shouted from behind, "Stop fighting. Don't fight anymore." Lin Xiu, not knowing when she had passed by, saw Chen Xing being beaten and immediately rushed to stop them anxiously. Initially thought to be a savior, it turned out to be a fragile senior sister, leaving Chen Xing dazed. Senior sister, are you here to deliver a head? The 2 chapters for today will be posted later. Something came up. Senior, run. Chen Xing shouted, ready to drag Lin Xiu away with him. After all, she had stepped up to defend him when he was being beaten, and he felt guilty if she were to be harmed. If anything happened to the senior, I'd be ready to explode on these guys. With the golden iron beast's power activated, I needed to use his defective claw to deal with each of them. But just as Chen Xing grabbed Lin Xiu's arm to take her away, he noticed that 4 or 5 boys had emerged behind her. He hadn't seen them clearly in the dim light before, but now he noticed that all the boys were tall, and one of the shorter ones had a muscular build with a broken right eyebrow, looking fierce, as if he was used to fighting. Oh, so the senior wasn't just shouting for nothing, there really are people. Chen Xing thought to himself, instinctively halting his steps. Don't be afraid, Chen Xing. The usually gentle face of the senior was now filled with determination, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. She absolutely despised bullies. Xiao Juner, the boy with the broken eyebrow, stepped forward from behind Lin Xiu, surprisingly recognizing the leader of the 4 thugs, Huang Mao. Lili Gu. Upon being called by his nickname, Huang Mao was about to get angry, but upon seeing the person's face, he was taken aback and stammered. Why is Li here? And he knows. Chen Xing, his brother Xiang, who is a top figure at our school. Oh no, oh no. Huang Mao was instantly covered in sweat, clutching the spot that Chen Xing had hit, wanting to make a quick getaway. Why are you running? Didn't you come to bully people at our school? Why do you look so cowardly now? Xiang Li stepped forward and grabbed Huang Mao by the neck from behind, sneering as he spoke. Li Gu, it's just that I didn't know that kid knew you. Huang Mao was almost in tears. Why was he so unlucky? Yao Jun, why didn't you say earlier that Chen Xing had this connection? I can bully students I don't know. Didn't my brother tell you not to cause trouble near our school? Does he know you're looking for trouble at our school? Our school is the best high school in Huai City. Just picking anyone might lead to a student from a prestigious university, so the top figures have always stressed not to fight near our school. In other places, as long as neither side calls the police, it's usually fine, but the Education Bureau stands behind our school. With Xiang Hu backing him, Huang Mao dared not meet Xiang Li's gaze, and hurriedly explained, I was too short on cash this time. It was a spurofement decision. Li Gu, please don't tell Hu Gu. If you want me not to tell Hu Gu, let's ask this little brother if he agrees. Xiang Li pointed at Chen Xing as he liked Lin Siyu and naturally wanted to give her the face. Lin Siyu's brother is his brother. The initiative was handed over to Chen Xing, who hesitated for a moment before deciding to let Huang Mao go. There were two reasons. First, he didn't know Xiang Li at all. He was just eager to show off because of Lin Siyu. If he really offended Huang Mao, what if he secretly caused trouble next time? Second, Huang Mao was just a guy who stirred up trouble for money, not the real mastermind. Chen Xing wanted to know who was behind it all. Let it go, he didn't gain anything from this. We'll call it even this time. Chen Xing's words relieved Huang Mao, who immediately became polite. Thank you, Li Gu, can I leave now? Wait, I still have questions to ask. Chen Xing suddenly said. Huh. You can ask. Huang Mao quickly replied, even if Chen Xing asked what color underwear he wore today, he would answer honestly. Who sent you to block me? Just this. Yao Jun. Huang Mao answered without thinking. His professional ethics were worth nothing at this moment. He was a thug. Does professional ethics matter? His gaze darted between Chen Xing and Xiang Li, and after confirming he could leave, Huang Mao quickly waved his hand for his henchmen to escape with him. The few left in a sorry state, and Xiang Li kindly picked up the bicycle that Chen Xing had knocked over, showing none of the fierce demeanor he had when he was with Xiang Hu. Chen Xing, are you hurt? Lin Siyu asked with concern, seeing that the situation had calmed down. I took a couple of punches, it's nothing serious. Chen Xing touched his head. He had just been teasing Lin Siyu last time, and here she was so eager to help. Wasn't the senior too kind? Chen Xing suddenly remembered a task he hadn't started yet, and vowed to complete it in a couple of days to repay the senior. At this moment, Xiang Li walked over and smiled at Lin Siyu, saying, Class monitor, it's all good, so we'll take our leave now. Lin Siyu nodded and returned to her gentle self. Be careful on the way. Okay, bye. Receiving Lin Siyu's concern, Xiang Li instantly transformed from a school bully into a well-behaved puppy, happily leading the other boys away. They lived to the west. They had only come over after hearing Lin Siyu's shout. Senior, you're not like those female gang leaders in the movies, are you? Pushing his bicycle while walking with Lin Siyu, Chen Xing couldn't help but ask. Lin Siyu found it somewhat amusing and rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? We're just classmates. I'm the class monitor and they are athletes. The homeroom teacher recently asked me to help them with their studies. Oh, so that's it. But how can there be such a big difference even among class monitors? Thinking of his own class monitor, Yao Jun, Chen Xing sighed. Lin Siyu lived near the school. Judging by the location, the landlord should be the owner of the nearby supermarket. Let's go. Lin Siyu waved her hand, her slender figure wrapped in the school uniform, her snow-white neck swaying slightly under her high ponytail. The senior must be the white moonlight of countless boys. Chen Xing couldn't help but exclaim, then hopped on his bicycle and returned home. The next day, Chen Xing wasn't affected by last night's events and continued with his exams as usual. Now that he knew the mastermind was Yao Jun, he felt more relaxed. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. The students in Class 12 returned their seats to their original positions, and the answers turned into a chaotic mix of crying and laughter. Chen Xing silently left his seat and walked towards Wu Yongxiang's office. Cough, cough. 10 years is still a bit late. He was notoriously petty. After explaining last night's events to Wu Yongxiang, although there was no substantial evidence, Wu Yongxiang still looked serious and believed Chen Xing's words. Don't worry about this matter. I will definitely deal with it strictly after finding out the truth. Touching his national treasure during the midterm exam wasn't that hitting Wu Yongxiang's bowl of rice. Severe punishment. Must be severely punished. Yao Jun, how many multiple choice questions did you get wrong? I only got 3, haha. In the classroom, his deskmate shook his Chinese test paper, proudly pointing at the answers on the blackboard and asking Yao Jun. Oh, what did you say? Yao Jun, lost in thought, was suddenly called out, shivering as he stuttered. The multiple choice questions, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, I was just lost in the test paper. Yao Jun didn't dare to tell the truth, shaking his head and pretending to check the answers. At this moment, he regretted it immensely. Why did he act so impulsively to find someone? He was truly blinded by foolishness. The key was that the person he found was unreliable. How could Chen Xing be completely fine? Today he still appeared at school lively and energetic. That scoundrel Huang Jijun had no professional ethics at all, just took his 500 yuan and did nothing, not even replying to messages. Was he trying to drive him crazy? Yao Jun felt a mess in his heart, especially noticing that Chen Xing had disappeared from the classroom without a trace, making him even more anxious. He must have gone to the restroom. But why would it take so long? Was he doing something serious? There's no way he went to tell the teacher. How could he possibly know it was me who found Huang Jijun? Yao Jun tried to use self-suggestion to calm himself down, but Murphy's Law took effect invisibly. The more he feared, the more likely the unwanted events were to occur. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xing spoke from behind. Yao Jun, go to the homeroom teacher's office. The teacher wants to speak with you. What? Yao Jun turned around abruptly, a smile on his face that looked worse than crying. What does the teacher want with me? Chen Xing sneered inwardly. What did the teacher want? To collect you. However, on the surface he pretended not to know and simply said, come with me. He wanted this feeling of uncertainty to envelop Yao Jun, making him tremble with fear on the way to the office. Yao Jun followed behind, constantly murmuring to himself that it was over, but what good did that do? Now that he knew to be afraid, why hadn't he thought of that earlier? Chen Xing led him to Wu Yongxiang's office, coldly staring at him from the side. He wouldn't let Yao Jun off just because he was young and acted impulsively. One must bear the consequences for their mistakes, especially for something so disgusting. Yao Jun, this. You know why I called you here, right? Wu Yongxiang took a sip of tea and asked while sitting in his chair. No, I don't know. Even if there was a sliver of luck, he could never admit to hiring someone from outside to bully a classmate, so he stubbornly shook his head. Wu Yongxiang, who had perfected the ability to read expressions after so many years of teaching, could see the fear written all over Yao Jun's face. Having already believed most of Chen Xing's words, he finally confirmed it, letting out a disappointed sigh. Wu Yongxiang looked at him plainly and said, did you ask someone to block Chen Xing yesterday? Stop lying. Be honest, and you'll have leniency. I'll resist, and you'll face strict consequences. 3. Really didn't. Chen Xing stepped forward, staring into his eyes. Didn't you? Should I go find Senior Lin Siyu or Senior Xiang Li in the second year? They heard that little punk explicitly name you as the mastermind last night. Or do you have a grudge against that yellow-haired boy, and he came to set you up? I don't know. Maybe it's true. Yao Jun didn't dare to meet Chen Xing's gaze, lowering his head to look at his feet and stubbornly keeping his pride. Well, I remember there's a camera in that area. If you don't admit it, I can only call the police to arrest that yellow-haired boy and have him confront you in public. Chen Xing used his trump card. He wasn't sure how much influence the police had under this traditional education system, but he knew Yao Jun nearly wet himself at the mention of the police station, immediately starting to beg for mercy. No, it was me who found him. I acted impulsively. Ooh, please don't report me. My dad will kill me. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Yao Jun's face turned pale as he repeatedly bowed to Chen Xing. Was that it? If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? If he hadn't encountered Lin Siyu and Xiang Li yesterday, Chen Xing estimated he wouldn't even be able to attend the midterm exam today, and he felt no compassion at this moment. He turned to Wu Yongxiang. Teacher, you see, Yao Jun admitted it was him. Wu Yongxiang's expression was also not good. After all, Yao Jun was from his class, and he was the class monitor. He didn't want this family shame to be exposed to the police. But it seemed there was no reason to stop Chen Xing, and he was caught in a dilemma. How about this? I'll remove Yao Jun from his position as class monitor, and Chen Xing, you think about whether to call the police. Give him another chance. Wu Yongxiang pondered for a long time and slowly spoke. Chen Xing hadn't planned on calling the police anyway. That would be too troublesome and not in line with his character. The main reason for saying this was to set up the next demand. As the saying goes, aim high and you'll achieve the middle ground. By threatening to report him, he would surely be able to achieve his goals smoothly. If you want me not to report you, Yao Jun, you have to transfer classes. I'm afraid next time I won't know where to offend him, and he'll come to find someone to beat me. Chen Xing said expressionlessly. Transfer classes. Yao Jun was momentarily at a loss, looking to Wu Yongxiang for help. Wu Yongxiang met Chen Xing's resolute gaze, sighed helplessly, and compromised with the best student in the class. He said to Yao Jun, I think it's a good idea. You talk to your parents, and I'll help you find another class. Yao Jun was still hesitating when Chen Xing directly greeted Wu Yongxiang and then walked out of the office. Let them discuss the subsequent matters. He didn't care how they would transfer classes or where they would go. He just didn't want to see Yao Jun in class anymore. Wu Yongxiang was quick in handling matters. Within 2 days, Yao Jun moved out of class 12 seemingly to class 9. Many were confused about this, and Wu Yongqiang only used the excuse of Yao Jun wanted to move to explain, even by Xiaosheng Wu Xian didn't know the real reason. However, Yao Jun had average popularity in class, and many students, seeing they couldn't find out the reason, lost interest. Some even secretly rejoiced. Could they have a chance to become class monitor? But unfortunately, there could only be one class monitor. Chen Xing privately rejected Wu Yongqiang's appointment. He'd rather play around as a physical committee member than waste so much effort on a position that wouldn't even reflect on a resume. In the end, Su Zian was elected class monitor with 36 votes, narrowly defeating Ma Wanye by 3 votes. Don't cry, Ma Xiao, or I'll vote for you next time, Chen Xing said with a grin. What's the use of your vote? Those girls only care about looks. It's so ridiculous. But only the 3 of us boys voted for you. Damn, if you say it like that, how can I find a way out? Okay, it's mine. The weather gradually turned cold in December. That noon, a beautiful lady suddenly appeared outside the classroom window. Wan Xiaoxiao's mother Dong Hui came to the school. In the classroom, Wu Yongqiang's printed midterm exam score sheet was passed around among the students. Unsurprisingly, Chen Xing ranked first. With a total score of 613, he topped his class and placed 68 school-wide, the only student in his class to break into the top 100. Shang Qiming ranked second, scored only 581, 156 school-wide. Damn it, still impossible. Shang Qiming murmured to himself at his desk, though he felt utterly spent. Why was the gap widening? He had given his all, yet still could not prevail. Why was Shang Qiming born if Chen Xing must also exist? A crushing sense of helplessness, like facing an invincible overlord, slowly eroded his passion for study. Should I continue vying for this throne? Shang Qiming pressed his forehead, sinking deep into contemplation. Ma Wanye remained the undisputed sovereign of lopsided academic performance. Yet his class rank had climbed several places, and his school-wide standing now stood at 480th. Traditionally, students ranking within the top 500 at No. 2 high school qualified for admission to first-year universities, so his mood was exceptionally buoyant. Worth every moment I skipped the Dragon Raja. Midterms are finally over. Now I can surreptitiously read the Dragon Raja 3 Tide of the Black Moon during class. Bliss. Absolute bliss. Beaming with delight, Ma Wanye rubbed his hands together, peeled off the plastic wrapping of his newly purchased copy of the Dragon Raja 3 Tide of the Black Moon, inhaled deeply the rich scent of fresh ink and paper, then opened the first page as if unveiling a long-buried treasure. The carnival of a fantastical world had begun. Within his heart, Ma Wanye whispered a fervent prayer, Mei Jiang, and spare the blade this time. No more tragic deaths like Lao Tang Xiaomi or the beloved characters from the Dragon Raja 1 and 2. Last time he'd raged inwardly, cursing the author as old villain. Wan Xiaoxiao placed 9th this time, 2 spots higher than before. Indeed, the mathematics and physics sections of the midterm were unusually demanding. Class averages dropped by 7 and 5 points respectively. Thus her scores in both subjects not only avoided decline, they appeared to have improved. Yet as she gazed upon Chen Xing's scores in those 2 columns, 139 in mathematics and 85 in physics, her cheeks puffed ever so slightly. Didn't he say it was difficult? Then how did he do so well? Is he being modest? Or, recalling that Chen Xing might have downplayed the exam's difficulty to spare her feelings, Wan Xiaoxiao's face flushed faintly, her ears warming with quiet embarrassment. Humph. Next time she'd bring him extra chocolate. Inside, her heart fluttered like she'd just savored candied plums, sweet, tender, and lingering. Your mother. Chen Xing suddenly tapped her shoulder with his pen from behind. When she didn't react, he repeated softly but clearly. Your mother. Why are you insulting me? Just as Wan Xiaoxiao turned to confront him, she spotted her own mother waving outside the classroom window. How mortifying. Truly it was her mother. Dong Hui, spotting her daughter's startled gaze, stifled a giggle, then glided gracefully toward the podium with light, quick steps. Wan Xiaoxiao wore a look of utter bewilderment. What on earth was her mother doing? The classmates, equally stunned, mistook Dong Hui for a new teacher and fell instantly silent, mouth sealed tight. Hello everyone. I'm Wan Xiaoxiao's mother. Dong Hui's warm introduction eased the tension, yet sparked collective surprise. Is there a parent-teacher conference today? I had no idea. My mom's still playing mahjong at home. Your mom is stunning. Fong Xini nudged Wan Xiaoxiao gently, her expression starstruck. She wasn't exaggerating. Dong Hui wore a high-necked wool sweater beneath a soft pink cropped jacket, youthful, radiant, and utterly unlike the mother of a high school senior. Some students scrutinized her outfit, then gasped in awe upon realizing the ensemble alone cost no less than several tens of thousands. Not counting the handbag. Instantly a question bloomed in their minds. Wan Xiaoxiao. Does your mom have a boyfriend? Even at this tender age, they dreamed of feasting on easy fortune. I've come today to invite each of you to my daughter Xiaoxiao's birthday celebration this Saturday. All are warmly welcome. I'll prepare plenty of delicious treats. elegant, poised, and gracious. Dong Hui's speech won immediate affection. A boy shouted enthusiastically, "Auntie, don't worry. I'll skip class tomorrow if I have to. Auntie, I'll steal my grandma's pension to buy the English class representative a gift. Auntie, when's your birthday?" Dong Hui burst into unrestrained laughter at the boy's antics, while Ruan Xiaoxiao buried her face in her hands, utterly defeated by her mother's effortless social brilliance. "Hee, Xiaoxiao, aren't you thrilled? Surprised? Don't you think I'm simply magnificent?" Dong Hui asked, playfully leaning close beside her daughter. "I don't want to speak to you right now." Ruan Xiaoxiao huffed, arms crossed. She knew her mother all too well. This stunt was surely born of sheer boredom at home. "Did you finish your latest Korean drama?" "Huh, how did you know?" "It releases only one episode per week. It's agonizingly slow." Dong Hui blinked, momentarily puzzled, then confessed openly. "Figures." Ruan Xiaoxiao sighed inwardly. "Who among us truly understands? My mother is even more childish than I am. You're Chen Xing, right?" Dong Hui, noticing Ruan Xiaoxiao's stubborn silence, turned instead to Chen Xing, who had been watching curiously, and asked. Chen Xing sat up straight and replied politely, "Yes, Auntie, I'm Chen Xing. Xiaoxiao told me you often help her with problems at school. Thank you so much." "It's nothing, though I do charge." He gestured toward the half-eaten mango strips on his desk. A soft chuckle escaped Dong Hui's lips, warm and luminous. "Are you free this Saturday? You must come to our place. I'll make sure Xiaoxiao gives you the largest slice of cake." Mom stopped talking. Ruan Xiaoxiao's cheeks burned crimson as she reached instinctively to cover her mother's mouth. MMPH. Fine. I'm leaving. At the rear door, Dong Hui turned once more and called out brightly, "Chen Xing, don't forget to come." "Ugh." Ruan Xiaoxiao stamped her foot in exasperation. Dong Hui winked mischievously and slipped away. "Your mother is rather charming," Chen Xing remarked to Ruan Xiaoxiao. "Don't believe a word she says. She's practically a little girl herself." Ruan Xiaoxiao sighed. "So, does that mean my presence isn't welcome at your birthday party?" Chen Xing gazed at her, eyes twinkling. No, not at all." Ruan Xiaoxiao hastened to clarify, "Of course I'd be delighted if you came." "Oh." Chen Xing paused thoughtfully. "Do you have anything you especially like?" "Nothing too expensive. I'm on a modest budget." "No need. I really don't expect a gift." Ruan Xiaoxiao tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, her voice soft, with shy sincerity. "Then I'll choose freely. And if you dislike it later, don't blame me." Chen Xing smiled lightly. "How could I? I'd love anything you pick," she added silently in her heart, then turned away, absently sketching meaningless patterns across her notebook page. Suddenly, her mother's impromptu appearance no longer felt so infuriating. After all, she hadn't known how to ask Chen Xing in the first place. On Saturday, under a cloudy sky, the evening was pleasant without any evening classes. Laughter filled the air as everyone walked home, the atmosphere rich with sweet scents. Chen Xing rode his bicycle to the commercial street, intending to buy a birthday gift for Ruan Xiaoxiao. He couldn't go empty-handed to her birthday party. The budget is within 50. Don't say he's stingy. After all, they are just classmates with no deeper relationship, and even a slightly higher budget wouldn't be considered expensive in front of a wealthy young lady. It's the thought that counts. As for what gift to buy, Chen Xing strolled around the commercial street, ignoring a group of couples still in their school uniforms, and then stopped at a store selling plush toys. How about a small backpack keychain? This idea was quite cute, so he stepped inside. With the clerk's suggestion, Chen Xing picked a keychain featuring a Stitch plush toy. Balance 36. With the gift purchased, Chen Xing didn't hurry to Ruan Xiaoxiao's house, but instead turned his bike towards a nearby pet hospital. That's right, the notoriously stingy Chen Xing was ready to complete the task of buying a dog. For the past few days, Chen Xing had been timing his departure from school just to create an opportunity to bump into Lin Xiyu, and then he needed to casually extract information about the puppy during their pretend conversations. No wonder women love surprises. Creating a surprise takes too much time and effort. At Lu Pet Hospital, Chen Xing glanced at the sign, confirmed that this was the hospital he was looking for, and entered after rubbing his nose. The pet hospital in the small county not only treated pets, but also sold them. The store was lined with cages on both sides, housing all sorts of cats and dogs. Shiba Inu, Alaskan Malamute Ragdoll. Wow. And this one? With wise eyes, it's undoubtedly a husky. The skin is very dark. The butt is big and perky. After looking around, he recalled Lin Xiyu's comments about the puppy Duodua, and his mind suddenly jolted. Is this dog the Kardashian of the dog world? He was curious to see just how perky that dog's but really was. Noticing a tall boy in the know, two middle school uniform walking in, clerk Han Jing put down her phone and smiled as she stood up to greet him. Hello. Oh, hi. Seeing the suddenly appearing clerk, Chen Xing returned a smile. He didn't have a pet with him, so Han Jing quickly guessed he wasn't there for a pet's medical treatment. You can look around freely. If you're not afraid, you can touch them too. Thinking he was just a dog-loving boy passing by, Han Jing smiled and said, she had encountered quite a few high school students who couldn't afford pets at the moment, but after graduating from the college entrance exam, they would insist on getting a pet to play with for 2 months during summer vacation, only to leave it with their parents when college started. In her eyes, these were all potential customers, and being enthusiastic wouldn't hurt. Thank you. Chen Xing politely nodded, then leaned closer to the cages, carefully searching for the Kardashian. After about 3 minutes, Chen Xing found a black dog named Duo in one of the inner cages. Wow, it really is that perky. No wonder the pet hospital would take it, it was truly gifted. Looking at the little black dog's round and plump, but resembling 2 firm black buns, Chen Xing stifled a laugh and looked at other cages. He casually pointed at a Shiba Inu and asked, Miss, how much for this little bakugu? Was he really here to buy a dog? Han Jing was slightly taken aback, but maintained her composure and replied, this one is of good quality, has all its vaccinations, priced at 1,800 yuan. More valuable than Meng Yuan, forget it. Daily task of humiliating Meng Yuan accomplished. Chen Xing's eyelids twitched, and he asked about another dog. How much for this one? Golden shaded 1,500 yuan. And this one? 1,200 yuan. After asking several, Chen Xing revealed his true goal. How much for this little black dog? Han Jing patiently explained, this is a Chinese rural black dog, a look how perky its butt is. As the saying goes, a round dog, but means a full grain store. So how much is it? 1,500 yuan. Meng Yuan, your worth has dropped a rank again. Chen Xing cleared his throat a couple of times and looked at Han Jing seriously, saying, Miss, I'm a student. Han Jing's smile faded. Oh, what kind of student? He wouldn't want to get a freebie, would he? That wouldn't be possible. Can you give me a discount? I've saved for a long time, but it's still not enough. Phew. Han Jing let out a long sigh, realizing he just wanted a discount. She smiled again and nodded, saying, okay, I'll give you a 10 discount. That's the maximum I can do. Him just a store clerk after all. All right then. As a high school student, daring to haggle already put him ahead of many others. Chen Xing seized the opportunity and quickly paid his smooth and swift actions, making Han Jing's eyes widen. Wasn't he short on cash? What about the stack of red bills in his pocket? As Chen Xing finally left the store with the little black dog, Han Jing watched his figure and murmured, are boys so young now that they can lie? Holding the Kardashian, Chen Xing straddled his bicycle, pressing it against the frame with one hand while steering with the other, and set off again against the cool breeze. Arriving at Lin Siyu's door, Chen Xing peered through the window and saw her resting her chin on her hand, pondering a problem. Lin Siyu wasn't home, seemingly out. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Siyu snapped back to reality from the complex math problems at the sound and pouted her lips before opening the door to the rented room. Senior. What met her eyes was a familiar face grinning wide, and his goofy demeanor made her chuckle. What brings you here? Did someone block you again? Oh, Senior, you can crack jokes now. Chen Xing chuckled. Don't worry, Senior, if I really got blocked, I wouldn't come here. I'd feel guilty for dragging you into it. No need, no need. I'm just dropping off something for you, and then leaving. Though sitting at Senior's place would be nice, Chen Xing still had to attend Wan Xiaoxiao's birthday party, so he didn't have much time. A gift for me. As a token of gratitude. Chen Xing squatted down and brought the little black dog who was digging in the dirt up to Senior, smiling. Duo. Lin Siyu exclaimed in delight, completely unfazed by the dirt on the little black dog, and embraced it in her arms. Watching the little black dog bark and rub its head against Senior's chest, Chen Xing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Damn, little black dog, you're enjoying yourself. Do you understand rubbing? Let me have a turn. Chen Xing, how did you bring it out? I stole it. Lin Siyu was startled, urging Chen Xing to return Duo quickly. Just kidding, I bought it, it's a gift for you. Chen Xing scratched his head, and without waiting for her to refuse, turned and ran off, shouting back, Senior, I'm a rich second generation. Please don't turn me down. If you really don't want it, just toss Duo in the trash can. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xing had run far away, leaving Lin Siyu stunned for a moment before breaking into a smile. What do you want to go back to the hospital or to the trash can? Woof! Lin Siyu chuckled lightly, and then suddenly spotted a blue little toy about 10 meters ahead of her. It seemed to be the backpack keychain that Chen Xing had hurriedly dropped earlier. She picked it up and mumbled, what's with this backpack charm in Chen Xing's pocket? It appeared to be recently bought. I'll return it to him next time we meet, Lin Siyu thought as she closed the door. Ding. Quest restore Lin Siyu as Duo, the dog's rightful owner, completed. Reward, 3 charm points. Chen Xing summoned his personal stat panel in his mind. Host Chen Xing. Charm 74. Intelligence 76. Physique 70. Wealth 8. Locked. Over the past few months, every attribute had risen by several points. Another step closer to becoming a true stat-obsessed prodigy. Neither complacent nor impatient, he pressed onward. Chen Xing mused contentedly. Yeyuan Tianfu Residential Estate. Thanks to Dong Hui's prior arrangement with the security guard Chen Xing, was granted immediate entry upon stating his purpose. Though Huai City was merely a county, its proximity to the provincial capital Fei City had drawn an extraordinary number of affluent residents. Its average housing price soaring to 9 yuan per square meter, rivaling that of many third and even second-tier cities. And Yiyuan Tianfu, the very residential estate where Ruan Xiaoxiao lived, was Huai City's most prestigious enclave, a collection of standalone villas, each with its own private courtyard available in 3 sizes, 300, 400, and 500 square meters. When Ruan Xiaoxiao reluctantly revealed her neighborhood and villa size, her classmates burst into collective exclamations of awe. Still untouched by the realities of adulthood, they barely grasped the significance of a 500 square meter villa priced at 15 yuan per square meter, responding only with unrestrained teasing. Some might dismiss an 8 million yuan villa as unremarkable. After all, in Shanghai or Beijing, that sum would barely secure a modestly respectable apartment. Yet there is a world of difference between an 8 million yuan property purchased under mortgage and a fully paid-for standalone villa. Not to mention the chasm between urban and county-level living costs. In short, Ruan Xiaoxiao's family wielded undeniable influence and affluence. Ahead lay a winding path of smooth river stones, a fearing discomfort. Or worse, Chen Xing dismounted and pushed his bike forward on foot. Upon arriving at Ruan Xiaoxiao's courtyard, Chen Xing realized he was among the last few to arrive. Even those girls who had earlier protested, "I don't want to go," were now present, and every one of them had rushed home to swap their school uniforms for fresh, carefully curated outfits, dressed as though preparing for an elite business summit. The guests had naturally divided into 3 small clusters, each encircling a spread of snacks and treats. Chen Xing's here. Ma Wangye's uncanny canine nose detected Chen Xing's charisma first. He raised his right hand and shouted enthusiastically. This sly fellow had somehow procured a pair of suspenders and meticulously styled his hair into a sharp 3/7 part, exuding an air so absurdly traitorous that Chen Xing nearly lost composure. Ma sang, "Back home the cherry blossoms have bloomed." All classmates turned toward Chen Xing at once. He offered a casual greeting and moved to sit beside Ma Sang. "Young Master Chen, why so late? What kept you?" Ma Wanya asked. "Something came up. What could possibly take so long right after school? You didn't even have time to change clothes." Ma Wanya scoffed. A girl nearby covered her mouth, teasing, "Did you go shopping for Xiaoxiao's birthday gift?" They'd all presented their gifts to Ruan Xiaoxiao upon arrival, so they assumed Chen Xing must be suffering from indecisive paralysis, agonizing over his choice for hours. "Oh." At those words, students from the other 2 clusters also swiveled around, joining the chorus of exaggerated, drawn-out ohs, a wave of playful mockery. Ugh, what do a bunch of virgins who've never even held a girl's hand think they're oh-haying about? Wait, haven't I ever held a girl's hand either? Does holding Do's hand as a child count? Probably not. Becoming the center of light-hearted ribbing, Chen Xing wore a helpless expression, until Ruan Xiaoxiao emerged from the villa carrying several elegant boxes of chocolate. "Perfect. I'll give her the gift now." Thinking this, Chen Xing reached into his pants pocket, only to freeze in stunned silence. "Hey, where's my school bag clasp?" He glanced back at the gate. No sign of it there. Could Kardashian the dog have snatched it? That wretched mutt. Chen Xing blamed everything and everyone, except his own carelessness in leaving the clasp behind at Lin Siyu's house. More critically, what now? His pockets held nothing but a few banknotes and his front door key. No gift whatsoever. Hand Ruan Xiaoxiao, the scion of immense wealth, a 200 yuan red envelope. Preposterous. And the front door key. Absolutely out of the question. That would earn him a beating. "It's urgent. What do I do?" Sweat beaded across Chen Xing's brow, the most harrowing detail being that Ruan Xiaoxiao was already walking straight toward him. "I thought you weren't coming at all." Her upper body was draped in a warm ivory turtleneck, knit sweater elegantly accentuating her figure. Her chest, far surpassing peers in development, rose proudly beneath it, crowned by a delicate snowflake brooch. Below, she wore a caramel-toned houndstooth wool skirt, its high-waisted cut elongating her silhouette, while the sculpted pleats at the hem lent her an air of spirited youthful grace. Now she truly embodied the refined, noble heiress. So radiant was Ruan Xiaoxiao tonight that even Chen Xing, who had just seen Lin Siyu, found himself momentarily breathless. "Hey, spaced out again." The young woman waved gently before his eyes, a quiet thrill flickering within her. "Oh, happy birthday." Chen Xing snapped back to reality, scratching his head awkwardly. That's it." Ruan Xiaoxiao blinked expectantly, her large eyes fixed on him. "Ahem, anything else?" Chen Xing feigned ignorance, deliberately averting his gaze. Ruan Xiaoxiao sniffed softly, her lips instinctively pouting, then noticed his still unchanged school uniform and quietly surmised he must have been delayed by some urgent matter, leaving no time to prepare her birthday gift. "No worries. Have some chocolate." With a light laugh, she tore open the box's wrapping and handed Chen Xing a Ferrero Rocher. Thank you. Chen Xing knew Yuan Xiaoxiao had dropped the subject solely to spare his dignity, and felt deeply grateful. As she continued distributing chocolates to others, he quietly returned to his seat. Whoa, Chen Xing, did you seriously forget the class beauty's birthday gift? Not even a pen. Old Ma's gonna lose all respect for you. Ma Wangya blurted it out without a shred of tact. Get lost. Chen Xing rolled his eyes, refusing to engage, his heart heavy with both frustration and guilt, frantically searching for a solution. Moments later, Dong Hui and Yuan Xiaoxiao's father Yuan Qingyang stepped outside, greeting everyone warmly, followed closely by an auntie pushing a towering cake trolley. A 6-tiered cake. This spectacle stirred wistful envy among the handful of classmates who, having never tasted a birthday cake in their lives, gazed on in silent wonder. What wonderful parents Yuan Xiaoxiao had. Dong Hui placed the birthday crown upon Yuan Xiaoxiao's head, then lit the candles herself. Shall we all sing the birthday song together? She asked with a gentle smile. Yes. Beaming with joy, Yuan Xiaoxiao stood before the cake, hands clasped and eyes closed in quiet wish-making, surrounded by the tender, harmonious chorus of happy birthday to you. She blew out the candles. Applause erupted. In that instant, she was pure, unadulterated princess bliss. Yet one person present remained utterly distracted. Arriving late and losing the birthday gift meant for her. How could Chen Xing possibly feel joyful? Here you go. He looked up at the sound. Yuan Xiaoxiao smiled down at him, holding out a perfectly sliced piece of cake. It's fine. How about you sing me a song later? She whispered, leaning in slightly. Stunned, he met her gaze, then noticed the slice in his hand was the third piece served. Meaning, aside from Dong Hui and Yuan Qingyang, Yuan Xiaoxiao had given him cake first. Woman, are you trying to make me drown in guilt? Chen Xing sighed inwardly. The birthday cake is the tombstone of youth. A soft voice came from behind. Ma Wangya blinked and said, it seems the class bell is rather special to you. Shut up, you idiot. Using a foul mouth to hide your emotional tremors? Damn you, Ma Wangya, do you think you're some kind of psychologist? Chen Xing rolled his eyes. He had meant to keep teasing but thought of something, smiled, and asked, Ma Xiao, where exactly did long since see? Why should I care? Ma Wangya took a step back, sensing that Chen Xing's gaze had grown strangely intense. What is that hint of pity supposed to mean? Curiosity? I'm just asking. Not telling you. Ma Wangya, who had just finished reading a rousing escape tale, curled his lips. Haha, fine, forget it. Judging by his look, he probably hadn't been told the worst yet. When Ma Wangya later reached the part about Hui Li's withering, he would inevitably writhe in agonized delight, would he not? Chen Xing suddenly lost interest in attacking Ma Wangya. He took a bite of the cake in his hand and discovered the cream was not cloying at all. Yuan Xiaoxiao had even made sure to cut the portions with the most chocolate and fruit for him. Because there were so many people, Yuan Xiaoxiao was still cutting the cake. By tradition, this was the moment when a close, mischievous friend would smear cream on the birthday girl's face while she reached for a slice. But no one dared, or rather no one felt willing, to do it. Yuan Xiaoxiao looked so beautiful today that everyone tacitly agreed she was to be admired from afar, not toyed with. After a while, almost everyone had a slice and began eating. Chen Xing, having arrived late, still felt hungry after finishing his cake, so he found a spot to eat some barbecue. There is truth in the proverb that a full stomach makes work easier. During this meal, Chen Xing sketched out in his mind a plan to remedy his earlier carelessness. Anyone up for karaoke? Fang Xini called from the crowd, and quite a few classmates interested immediately followed her. Of course, some who knew they were hopelessly tone-deaf chose to remain in the yard to chat and eat. Chen Xing had intended to be one of them, but to his surprise, Fang Xini, with a stern little face, trotted over and dragged him away. Don't even think about running. Big sister, I can't sing. No one can. It's just for fun. Really. Are we about to be graced by Mini Wang Fei or Tiny Zhou Jieluan? Haha, what are you scared? A little, just a tad afraid. A mansion is a mansion. Wan Xiaoxiao's house even had a private karaoke room of some 30 square meters, roomy enough for 20 or 30 people. Just as Chen Xing was looking for a corner to sit, Fang Xini snatched the microphone and shouted at him. Who sings first is the question. How about we order the turns by grades? I agree. Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao, who had somehow drifted in, pretended the microphone was a megaphone and egged everyone on as soon the crowd was in accord. Damn, so this is targeting me, huh? Fine, just make me go first. If they were handing out gold in the village, make me the first to claim it. Chen Xing was speechless, but the birthday girl's eyes shone as she looked at him, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and go on. Hee Chen Xing, tell me what you'll sing, and he'll cue up the BGM for you. Fang Xini sat at the song machine with practiced ease and laughed. Can you do an original vocal accompaniment? Not a chance. Chen Xing fell silent. He did not know many songs, and most of what he could sing were melancholy ballads. Finding one that suited the occasion and that he could actually perform was no easy task. After thinking for a while, Chen Xing told Fang Xini, he'll do Chun Feng Chui. By Fong Datong. Okay. Lively music began, and Chen Xing nodded slightly to the rhythm without realizing it. It blows the peach blossoms red. It blows the green leaves greener. On the road you always comfort someone. It wakes the frogs, it wakes the swallows. In the city I am precisely missing someone. Fortunately Chen Xing listened to this song often and did not sing off-key. Coupled with the pleasant timbre of his voice, the performance was unexpectedly pleasing. Ruan Xiaoxiao smiled at him, a small, encouraging wave of her hand. In the end, fortune favored him. He did not become one of the socially ruined that evening. Oh wow, that was beautiful, another song. Wang Qingji began to heap insincere praise, but Chen Xing wary shot him a look and hurried off. The next to go up should have been Shang Qiming, but he was outside, so Fong Xinyi dropped the pretense and let anyone who wanted take the stage. The earlier rule had clearly been tailored just for Chen Xing. Women can be delightfully wicked. One by one classmates took their turns. The karaoke room grew ever more lively, alternating between good-natured mockery for the off-key singers and warm applause for those who impressed. No one noticed that Chen Xing stepped outside to make a call, returned, slipped beside Wan Xiaoxiao, and quietly led the birthday girl out. On the pebble path, Chen Xing asked, "Where are you taking me?" Wan Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. "To sell you." "Don't joke." "All right, I'm taking you to see your birthday gift." "Huh, a birthday gift?" Wan Xiaoxiao had already resigned herself to Chen Xing for getting a present. Now, she felt a sudden sweet sense of recovery. But why would a birthday gift require going outside? Chen Xing said nothing. Wan Xiaoxiao could only press down her anticipation and follow quietly at his side. About 500 meters from the complex on the roadside, Chen Xing finally relaxed when he saw neat boxes of fireworks laid out. Money did wonders. After offering a little extra, the fireworks vendor had everything ready in less than half an hour. It helped that Chen Xing's recently sharpened memory had kept the shop's phone number from the sign they had passed earlier. In short, it was not too late. "Fireworks!" Ruan Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight. "Correct, right," Chen Xing replied. Chen Xing took the lighter the shopkeeper had left on the fireworks, told Ruan Xiaoxiao to stand a little back, and deftly lit all 3 boxes. "Burn on my precious yuan," he thought ruefully, but a glance at the girl's reaction made him feel the expense was suddenly worthwhile. He found himself grasping a little of what motivated kings like Shang Zhouwang and Zhou Yuang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fireworks shot into the sky and erupted, dyeing the black night in a riot of color. The explosions painted Ruan Xiaoxiao's small face with hues of a rosy dawn. She lifted her head to the heavens. Besides joy, another softer emotion began to spread through her chest. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" Chen Xing smiled. "I even threw in a free song for you." She could not help but think this fellow had somehow forgotten his earlier negligence, and that the fireworks must have been planned all along. "Thank you. I really like it." The dimple on Ruan Xiaoxiao's cheek deepened as if it could hold a candy. She was genuinely happy. Huai City was a small county, not a metropolis, where the ban on fireworks had yet to be enforced. Here, setting off fireworks remained an ordinary, unremarkable affair. Yet fireworks lit solely for one person were rare indeed. As the two gazed upward at the blossoming bursts, Ruan Xiaoxiao unconsciously drew closer to Chen Xing and stole a glance at the boy's sharp jawline and prominent Adam's apple. Chen Xing wasn't posing deliberately, he was simply stunned. A crisp chime echoed inside his mind, the system's voice once again. "Congratulations. The hidden quest has been triggered and completed. Move 2 female characters, each with charm exceeding 85 points, to tiers within 24 hours. Reward system update in progress. NN reward system update complete. NN note: in addition to the standard fixed point reward, a new randomized reward option is now available. Type and value both entirely random. The host may choose either reward type at will." NN ugh. "NN, if things get any more confusing, just hand me the system manual. Otherwise my brain really will overload." NN word by word, Chen Xing read with the solemn focus of a student taking a final exam, until at last the meaning crystallized in his mind. In essence, the system now offered not only the familiar fixed-point reward, but also a high-stakes gambler's choice, a randomized bonus. The randomized value could be immense or negligible, and might even augment an attribute he hadn't intended to strengthen. And who knows whether this random is truly random, or merely a rigged illusion. If it operates like Tencent's notorious lootbox algorithms, he'd be utterly doomed. And no gambling. Not today. Not ever. Starting with me. And Chen Xing's gaze hardened with resolute determination. And though whether he'd ever yield to temptation in the future, that only heaven could say. And after all, gambling is thrilling. And the fireworks erupted near the residential compound, so close that not only the students in the courtyard witnessed the spectacle, but even the group singing indoors faintly heard the distant booms. "Someone's setting off fireworks. Shall we go watch?" A girl suggested. And yes. And another instantly agreed. The karaoke session had grown tiresome. Xiao Xiao, are you coming? And just as the girls prepared to invite the birthday girl Ruan Xiao Xiao, they suddenly realized she had vanished without a trace. And did she go to the restroom? And Fong Xini scanned the room. No sign of Ruan Xiao Xiao. Strangest of all, Chen Xing was gone too. And a keen shipper's intuition prickled Fong Xini's senses. And had the two slipped away, secretly stealing a kiss. The thought was bold, but not implausible. And the fireworks faded. 10 minutes passed. Neither Chen Xing nor Ruan Xiao Xiao reappeared, neither in the restroom nor beyond the courtyard gate. Could it be a? And Fong Xini clapped a hand over her mouth. Today had delivered an unexpected delight. Yet Fong Xini wasn't the only one who'd sensed the anomaly. Wang Qingji, the class's most dogged gossip, had already whipped out his phone and begun furiously tagging Chen Xing in the group chat. Orange juice Wang Qingji, chu chu ko ba, where are you? Report your location immediately, or I'll dispatch Xiao Tian Quan Zhang Xiao to apprehend you. Hee. I'm so arrogant, Zhang Xiao. Orange juice Wang, you're the heavenly hound. I'm your father. Orange juice Wang chu chu ko ba. Ignoring messages now. Don't pretend your battery's dead. Confess, where did you take the class beauty? Horse King Wang Ma Wang Ye Whoa. Is something huge about to happen? Did I miss it outside the courtyard? And Taro bubble tea Fong Xini gossip eating emoji. And amid the chat's chaos, Ruan Xiao Xiao, the story's protagonist, finally reappeared from outside. And Xiao Xiao, where did you go? And Fong Xini grinned slyly. And Ruan Xiao Xiao replied truthfully, I just stepped out for a moment. And I knew it. And Wang Qingji dropped his phone shouting in triumph. And he was practically Detective Conan. Chen Xing had spirited away the class beauty. And 2 seconds later his jubilant flailing ceased. Wait, what exactly am I celebrating? And Wang Qingji exchanged a long silent look with Zhang Xiao, then sank into profound contemplation. And Chen Xing might already be holding the class beauty's hand, while he himself was still locked in mortal combat with snack food. And what am I so foolishly happy about? And Fong Xini whispered cautiously, Xiao Xiao, did you and Chen Xing? And Chen Xing. And Ruan Xiao Xiao frowned. What about Chen Xing? And playing dumb. You both vanished at the exact same time. And he went out too. I didn't know. Ruan Xiao Xiao wrinkled her rounded nose earnestly. I stepped out because an old middle school friend came to visit. I went to meet her. And everyone froze. Had they misread the situation entirely? And then where did Chen Xing go? And I don't know. He hasn't even given me my birthday gift yet. And Ruan Xiao Xiao huffed indignantly, then swept her gaze across the group. So, what did you all think we were doing? And awkwardly, everyone scratched their heads. Fong Xini felt her phone vibrate, a reply from Chen Xing. She announced it aloud. All eyes turned to her screen. Choo choo ko ba stomachache, heading home early. Poop hero Imogen Orange, Juice Wang. And Jim, so arrogant. And Horse King Wang. And Taro bubble tea. And Xiao Xiao's fury, Ruan Xiao Xiao. And Orange Juice Wang Xiao Xiao's fury, keep formation. Xiao Xiao's fury sorry. And Xiao Xiao's fury deleted a message. And Xiao Xiao's fury. And Choo choo ko ba Orange Juice Wang. Why tag me in the group? Do you need me to hold your hand while you pee? Ruan Xiao Xiao burst into laughter upon reading Chen Xing's message in the group chat. Wang Qingji watched the class beauty laugh, at his expense, and instantly flushed crimson. His fingers flew across the screen. Orange Juice Wang Choo choo ko ba. I don't believe you went home to use the restroom. Send proof. Take a photo. And Choo choo ko ba, I'm at the restaurant where you eat. Photography is prohibited there. Thanks. Orange Juice Wang old man lying in bed gun emoji. That's your restaurant, not mine. And Choo choo ko ba, fine, my restaurant. I'll whip up 2 dishes for you. Choo choo ko ba photo attached done. And staring at the photo Chen Xing sent. A toilet bowl with its center blurred by heavy black pixelation. Wang Qingji's lips twitched uncontrollably. Had Chen Xing actually gone home just to use the restroom? And in class beauty, Wang Qingji turned face grim. That kid's tongue is razor sharp. Don't ever let your eyes deceive you. Don't fall for him. And Ruan Xiao Xiao blinked slowly. The drawn-out hum left her meaning deliciously ambiguous affirmation. Denial. No one could tell. Wang Qingji recoiled. What kind of non-answer was that? Was the class beauty actually developing feelings for Chen Xing? The thought struck deeper than a blade. His best friend winning her heart would wound him more than death itself. He turned toward Ma Wangye eager to share this chilling revelation. But Ma Wangye had outdone him. Holding a half-finished large bottle of cola, he asked Ruan Xiao Xiao, English class representative, "May I take this home?" "Huh, sure. I'll grab you a fresh one." And no, half a bottle is perfect. More than that I couldn't finish. And Ma Wangye beamed blissfully oblivious. Wang Qingji slapped his forehead in despair. Apparently brilliance wasn't always a blessing. Seeing Peng Shuai with his head down, and everyone silent, Hu Chunjin couldn't help but sneer inwardly, realizing that his mention of Wu Yongqiang had an effect. A group of little kids still thought they could challenge him. After nearly 40 years of teaching, he had seen all kinds of troublemakers. He knew exactly what students feared the most. Perhaps he was genuinely angered, or maybe he was certain that Peng Shuai was just a soft character. Hu Chunjin surprisingly became relentless. If you all feel this way, why should I even teach? You have so many objections to me, so I might as well leave. You can find another teacher yourself. Everyone lowered their heads upon hearing this, exchanging knowing glances, thinking a deal is a deal. Double happiness is coming. Each of you thinks you're so impressive, don't you know your own grades? Scoring so little in chemistry, your foundation is terrible, yet you still think you can self-study. Do you even have that capability? I've worked hard to help you build a foundation, emphasizing the knowledge in textbooks, but you don't pay any attention at all. This person is truly a shameless old man. If one person struggles with chemistry, you can say they're not trying hard enough. But when the entire class struggles, don't they consider their own issues? Answer me. Look into my eyes. At this moment, Chen Xing truly wanted to slam his hand down and point at this old man, cursing him until he was drenched with verbal abuse. Unfortunately, reason triumphed over impulse. Even if he was the top student in the class, the homeroom teacher wouldn't allow him to confront the teacher. Ding. Task: help class 12 change their chemistry teacher. Difficulty: 4 stars, reward 4 intelligence points, or a random attribute point, reward 1 some. Chen Xing was taken aback. If a task was issued, he would have to take the lead in launching an offensive. At this moment, Hu Chunjin was still ranting at the podium, while Peng Shuai's ears buzzed. The unfortunate soul in the front row was sprayed with saliva, and in his mind, only one line of lyrics emerged: when your sky suddenly rains heavily, that's me blasting the dark clouds for you. I'm not attending this class anymore. Whoever wants to attend can go. Peng Shuai likes self-study. Surely he has learned everything I taught, so let him teach you all. Leaving such an irresponsible remark, Hu Chunjin actually threw a tantrum and returned to the office with his book. Damn it, are we supposed to coax him now? Am I here to study or to babysit? After he left, Malwanya blurted out this remark, and the whole class couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. A 3-year-old and 682 months old baby, right? Ha. If he wants to leave, let him go. I don't want to listen to his lecture anyway. What are we going to say to the old class teacher if he finds out? Explain what? I didn't scold him, he ran away on his own. In the corridor, Hu Chunjin heard the laughter from the classroom from afar, growing even angrier. He secretly vowed that if this group of brats didn't come to apologize, he would truly refuse to teach. Hey Wu Yongqiang, your students are too much for me. I can't teach them. Please find someone else. As he descended the stairs, Hu Chunjin pulled out his phone to call class 12's homeroom teacher, Wu Yongqiang. Wu Yongqiang was leisurely sipping tea in his office when he received the call and felt a headache coming on. He knew exactly what kind of person Hu Chunjin was. However, he was just a homeroom teacher of an ordinary class. The good chemistry teachers had been allocated to the earlier classes, leaving only a few older ones with no real skills. He didn't want to accept it, but he had no choice. Just like during the midterm exams, the average score in chemistry for his class was so low that it was impossible for him not to have opinions, but what could he do? Hu Chunjin was about the same age as his father, and he dared not blame Hu Chunjin. He could only casually suggest during hallway chats that Hu Chunjin should keep a closer eye on the students and be stricter with them. Oh, what a situation. Wu Yongqiang sighed deeply, took a sip of bitter tea, and stood up to head towards class 12. Regardless of who was right or wrong, all he needed was the student who confronted Hu Chunjin to apologize in his office, stabilizing Hu Chunjin so that he would teach properly. As for the students, they would have to endure a bit longer. The moment Wu Yongqiang entered the classroom, he switched to his stern face mode, entering without saying a word and applying pressure. When everyone was afraid to even breathe, he slowly spoke. Hu Laoshi just called me. Can anyone tell me what happened? Silence. Hu Laoshi has been teaching in our school for decades, and no one has ever said he isn't competent, yet you all have managed to drive him away. Who was self-studying during chemistry class? Stand up. Wu Yongqiang's last 3 words were spoken through gritted teeth, causing everyone to tense up, secretly thinking it was bad. Peng Shuai trembled as he stood up, not daring to lift his head. Though frightened, he stood up. He would take responsibility for what he had caused. Suddenly, the whole class gasped, and Peng Shuai's back straightened instantly. Were they cheering for me? Surely a warrior is worthy of song. He slowly raised his head, only to be astonished to find that everyone was not looking at him, but at Chen Xing. Not only was he bewildered, but Wu Yongqiang was also stunned. Wasn't it Peng Shuai that Hu Chunjin mentioned? Why was his national treasure standing up too? Chen Xing stood there with a blank expression, locking eyes with Wu Yongqiang, showing no fear whatsoever. Even if Wu Yongqiang wouldn't side with him for pooping on Hu Chunjin's head, just expressing his stance meant Wu Yongqiang absolutely couldn't do anything to him. Teacher, I also did it. Chen Xing transformed into that man, confessing. Let's speak frankly, Teacher Wu. I don't want to joke with my future. Hu Lao's teaching is indeed lacking. I won't comment on how he was before, but the content he teaches now is useless to us. Listening is the same as not listening. This shouldn't be. Hu Lao's lessons are quite good, Wu Yongxiang said, wearily feeling a severe headache. If it was truly good, our class average score in chemistry wouldn't be the lowest in the entire school. Just take me as an example, my grades are decent, right? However, I believe I've put in a lot of effort in chemistry, yet it's relatively weak among my subjects. Chen Xing wasn't lying. During the midterm exam, he scored 81 in chemistry, which barely placed him at the upper level in the school, clearly a weak subject for him. Wu Yongxiang knew well what Chen Xing was saying. He wanted a better teacher, but that required the school's approval. Hu Laoshi was assigned to our class by the school, and it's not a problem for him to teach well. Wu Yongxiang spoke very tactfully, implying he had no other options. Then we can only call our parents to evaluate this, as the college entrance examination is very important. No one wants to waste time on unproductive matters. Chen Xing spoke firmly. Wu Yongxiang's eyelids twitched. What? Calling parents? Isn't that my phrase? At that moment, Chen Xing, still at home, was unaware that his act of gratitude had caused a conflict between Lin Su and her mother, nor did he know that Lin Siu would return the little black dog. The next morning, get up, get up. Chen Xing rubbed his head and climbed up. Because he had to get up early for school every day, his biological clock had gone awry. He wanted to sleep in on the weekend and didn't set an alarm, but ended up waking up inexplicably. Damn it. Chen Xing once again cursed the female members of the school leadership. After washing up, he went out to buy breakfast. Chen Xing ate while doing his homework in his room. Although his grades were far ahead in class, he still had to complete his assignments. Fortunately, he had substantial knowledge in his mind, allowing him to finish quickly without much mental strain. Chen Xing spent about an hour completing assignments for several subjects. Such quality assignments would sell for 10 yuan each in the class group. However, Chen Xing dared not make such a move, as no one could guarantee that there weren't any schemers in the class group like Yao Jun who would secretly target him. Forget it, it's better to be honest. He glanced at the time. It was just 9 o'clock. Chen Xing decided to make a beautiful turn and flew back onto the bed playing games. Timmy. Although it was on silent mode, the appearance of the 4 letters on the screen automatically triggered a familiar voice in Chen Xing's mind. Play a couple of rounds, play a couple of rounds. As soon as he logged in, he noticed many boys from his class, including Ma Wanya and Wang Qingji, were online, which made him happy. All right, all that studying spirit is being devoted to the King's Canyon, huh? He clicked to invite. Ma Wanya didn't respond, so Chen Xing checked his game stats, guessing that he must have fallen asleep after an all-nighter of gaming, but the game was still running. Wang Qingji responded quickly, shouting in the team voice chat that he wanted to 1v1 Chen Xing to avenge his defeat in the language PK in the class group yesterday. No solo bullying elementary school students isn't interesting. Chen Xing chuckled, beginning to queue up. You're just scared. Wang Qingji laughed mischievously, then called out that he would show Chen Xing his Han Xin with a 70 win rate. Then he'll play Yao. Let me see how good you are as a jungler. Chen Xing replied. Get lost, go playing Yo Mo. What do I do in the jungle with you playing Yao? Not my problem, I'm not playing jungle. Chen Xing scoffed, locking in Yao in a second, infuriating Wang Qingji, who slammed his thigh. My battle power in the 93rd Han Xin of Huiqing. If I drop down, it'll be the end of you. The two bickered and played together for 7 or 8 matches. At around 11 o'clock, Chen Xing said he was done. Taking a break. How long have we played? You can't handle it. Not enduring at all. I have something, let's reschedule for another day. What could be more important than playing games with this young master? Going to mooch KFC from a pretty girl. Keep dreaming. If you can get a beauty to treat you to KFC, then I must be Lu Yifei's secret boyfriend. You should cut back on those meals. I see signs of addiction. Chen Xing teased Wang Qingji, then put away his phone. He greeted Zhao Qin and rode his bike to the entrance of Shi Hongdou's residential area. The annoying Shi Hongdou claimed to be directionally challenged, so every time they went out to play, she would ask Chen Xing to guide her to her residential area. Yet she was still the creditor, and Chen Xing couldn't refuse. This was supposed to be a service only my future girlfriend could enjoy, yet you got to experience it first. Chen Xing rode his bicycle, while Shi Hongdou rode an electric bike, the two side by side on the road. So what? Shi Hongdou huffed, her fair swan neck exposed to the air. My debt to you must be reduced a bit. Ha, Chen Xing, does your brain only care about money? I'm starting to look down on you. If I don't care about money, what should I care about? Should I care whether you slept well at night? Should I care whether you ate enough this morning? That's what your future boyfriend should do, not my obligation. Chen Xing shook his head and said, Tisk. Stop riding the electric bike. Riding a bicycle, like me, is better for exercise. I see you've gained some weight. Chen Xing joked. Upon hearing the words, gained weight, Shi Hongdou instantly flared up angrily, saying, No way. Your eyes must be crooked. She had only made a simple outfit today, a blue and white baseball jacket paired with washed denim jeans, her long, delicate legs resting together on the electric bike. Glancing at the slender and graceful figure of the girl, Chen Xing reluctantly said, "There really is, I never lie. I suggest you eat a bit less KFC today, and let me take on the task of finishing hamburgers and fried chicken." Your intentions are quite exposed, aren't they? Shi Hongdou chuckled, then prepared to tease Chen Xing back. She glanced at Chen Xing, who was riding with one hand, and suddenly froze. Why does he seem to look better again? Unlike Ma Wanya and Wan Xiaoxiao, who met Chen Xing almost every day, Shi Hongdou typically went out with Chen Xing once a week, so she could distinctly feel the changes in his appearance. His nose seemed to have sharpened, and the contours of his face had become much clearer. Was it because of his persistence in running? Shi Hongdou was aware of Chen Xing's habit of running. Why does a boy need to look so good? Shi Hongdou thought curiously, and in her distraction, she lost control of the handlebars, causing her electric bike to veer towards Chen Xing. Wow, a female driver. Chen Xing retracted his legs while extending his hand to help Shi Hongdou straighten the handlebars. Do you really want to kill me? Can't you wait until I finish mooching KFC before you run me over? He rolled his eyes in disbelief. Shi Hongdou's face flushed, and for once she did not retort, but obediently said, "Oh." Fortunately, imagine. If it were someone clumsier or shorter like Meng Yuan, they'd already be on the ground waiting for an ambulance. I wasn't paying attention. Not paying attention while riding. What were you thinking just now? Chen Xing questioned with a raised eyebrow. It's none of your business. Shi Hongdou pouted. I'm done. You really can't reason with girls, they only care about your attitude. Chen Xing pouted, muttering. What did you say? Shi Hongdou, not hearing his whispered words, asked curiously. It's nothing. I was just saying I want to eat 10 egg tarts later. You have enough money, right? Don't worry, I brought enough. Shi Hongdou proudly patted her pocket. All right, then hurry up. Meng Yuan didn't come today reportedly because he vomited in class and didn't want to go out to play, so only Chen Xing and Shi Hongdou were at one table in KFC. Shi Hongdou's demeanor was still relatively elegant while Chen Xing was devouring his food with full force, even entertaining the thought that he shouldn't be eating breakfast this morning. They unexpectedly ran into another girl near the school. Senior. Chen Xing's address to Lin Xiyu made Shi Hongdou stop her bike, and they exchanged a glance. Lin Xiyu squatted by the roadside, cradling the little black dog Duo in her arms. She had originally hoped to run into Chen Xing nearby, just a stroke of luck, and if she did, she would return Duo to him and let him keep the dog. And indeed, she had run into him. But now he stood beside a beautiful girl. Were they a couple? Lin Xiyu hesitated, instantly uncertain whether she should call out to Chen Xing. She feared the girl beside him might misinterpret her relationship with Chen Xing, so she furrowed her brow tightly in quiet distress. To her surprise, Chen Xing spotted her from afar and immediately called out senior sister, as if utterly unbothered by the girl at his side. Puzzled, Lin Xiyu rose gently and said with soft warmth, Chen Xing, are you out for a stroll? I'm heading home. Chen Xing nodded, then suddenly remembered something and pointed toward Shi Hongdou. Senior sister, this is my maid. Her name is Shi Hongdou. Huh. Shi Hongdou instantly bristled, hopping off the electric scooter's seat to deliver a playful pink-fisted punch. Then turning to Lin Xiyu with a friendly smile, she added, hello. I'm actually his creditor, not his maid. Don't believe his nonsense. Creditor. Lin Xiyu's mind instantly flashed to the money Chen Xing had spent buying Duo. Had he borrowed it from this lovely girl? Being a creditor doesn't exclude being a maid. Chen Xing grinned mischievously, then tilted his head curiously. Senior sister, what exactly are you doing squatting by the roadside? And no, nothing at all. Lin Xiyu jolted, shaking her head vigorously. Noticing her odd expression, Chen Xing refrained from pressing further. He crouched down, gently ruffling Duo's head, then gave the dog's plump, perky rear a light pat. Bouncy, bouncy. Looks like you've got real talent, you little rascal. Chen Xing chuckled, his hand quickening as he scratched the dog's head. Duo yelped indignantly, woof, 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 from the pavement. Shi Hongdou watched envious and crouched down too, to join the torture of the little black dog. Why is it so black? Just like Chen Xing. She glanced playfully at Lin Xiyu. A soft snort escaped Lin Xiyu's lips. Oh no, it's not that Chen Xing is dark at all. He's quite fair-skinned. Chen Xing's eyes welled up. Only senior sister knew how to soothe his heart. Shi Hongdou, you're just, never mind. I won't hold it against you. Calling Shi Hongdou dark-skinned would have been outright fabrication. Even Chen Xing couldn't bring himself to utter such a lie. Shi Hongdou huffed, continuing to stroke the dog's head. Little fellow, did you steal Monk Tang's kasaya? That was the black bear spirit, not the black dog spirit. I know, but he looks just like him. Well, resemblance doesn't equal identity. If I look like Wu Yinzu, does that make me Wu Yinzu? Chen Xing declared shamelessly. You. Chen Xing, your face is truly thick. I need some distance from you. Senior sister, do I look like Wu Yinzu? Humiliated by Shi Hongdou's mockery, Chen Xing instantly turned to Lin Xiyu, seeking solace. Quite like him. Senior's sister remained kind-hearted. She granted him dignity, though silently appended a quiet qualification in her thoughts. After all, we're both male, same nose, two eyes, mouths. So yes, in those respects, he's remarkably similar. Surely that didn't count as lying. At most a white lie, well-intentioned and harmless. Lin Xiu consoled herself thus. Otherwise her conscience would not rest easy. Look at senior sister, then look at you. Shi Hongdou, can't you be honest for once? Is it really so hard to admit I resemble Wu Yanzu? Fine. It is more like him. Shi Hongdou finally broke stifling laughter as she pointed her jade-like finger at Duo. The shameless dog instantly sprang upright on his hind legs and flashed an unmistakably human-like grin. Aw, so adorable. Her inner girlhood surged forth. She lunged to scoop Duo into her arms and smother him with kisses. Chen Xing's eyelid twitched. In a flash, faster than lightning, he snatched Duo away and pulled him close. Phew, that had been dangerously close. Closer even than when Shi Hongdou nearly collided with him at noon. He'd almost let this wretched dog get cozy with the pretty girl first. He hadn't even held either Lin Xiu or Shi Hongdou yet. How could this dog possibly beat him to it? Absolutely not. Woof. Duo, who'd just been moments away from being embraced by a beauty, now dangled helplessly by the scruff of his neck, suspended midair. The chasm between heaven and hell provoked furious, indignant barks. This pup won't stop yapping, must be hungry. Senior sister, did you bring a sausage? Chen Xing asked. I've got half a king of king sausage left. Lin Xiu retrieved it from her pocket and handed it to him, watching intently as he fed it to the dog with evident delight. Let me feed him. Give it here. One bite each, no grabbing. I'm afraid you'll eat it yourself. Chen Xing, you're dead. Another flurry of punches landed on his back, and he burst into peals of goose-like laughter. They wrestled playfully over who got to feed Duo, while Lin Xiu's gaze flickered with an unreadable emotion. She'd have to return Duo to Chen Xing eventually. Why not tell him now? She'd already sensed that Shi Hongdou and Chen Xing were likely not a couple, merely close friends of opposite genders. Returning the dog wouldn't jeopardize their bond. Chen Xing, do you like dogs? Lin Xiu asked casually. Yeah, I do. Back home, there was a big yellow dog. Saved my childhood friend's life once. Chen Xing replied offhandedly. How about I give Duo to you then? Great. Wait, what? What did you say? Chen Xing snapped his head up, stunned disbelief flooding his face, while Shi Hongdou turned to Lin Xiu equally astonished. Senior sister, you're joking, right? You don't want him anymore. Duo, you fool. Has senior sister grown tired of you already? After just one day? Woof. Duo, I beg to differ. I remain irresistibly charming. Lin Xiu pressed her lips together, her voice dropping low and quiet. My mother doesn't want me to keep him. So, I'll give him to you instead. If you don't want him, you could always take him back to the animal hospital. Ow. Chen Xing's expression shifted instantly. He realized with dawning horror that his well-intentioned act might have backfired. Had he inadvertently caused an argument between senior sister and her mother? He felt like a criminal. Well, all right, senior sister. I'll take him home and ask my mom. As it happens, our big yellow dog stayed behind to keep dad company, so mom's been alone in our rental apartment. She could use some company. Chen Xing paused thoughtfully before speaking. Shi Hongdou remained silent beside him. She'd secretly wanted to adopt the puppy, but living with her aunt made it impossible. Reluctantly, she let the idea go. Then may I visit Duo later? Lin Xiu blinked. Of course, you're welcome to pet his bottom anytime. Chen Xing chuckled. Lin Xiu and Chen Xing exchanged tips on dog care, the little black dog's habits, preferences, quirks, as conversation flowed effortlessly between them. Shi Hongdou stood quietly apart, suddenly feeling like an outsider. A faint, unfamiliar pang stirred within her, like something precious was slipping away. You'll leave Duo in your care then. Although Lin Xiu felt a deep reluctance, she ultimately entrusted the little black dog Duo to Chen Xing. Be good, okay? She gently patted the little black dog's head and reminded him tenderly. Hanging out with Chen Xiao means going hungry 3 times a day. I believe in you. Lin Xiu chuckled softly as she watched Chen Xing hold the puppy in one arm, riding away on his bicycle. Shi Hongdou rode alongside, snorting as she said, You're quite impressive. When did you get to know such a beautiful senior sister? And she even gave you a puppy. You two must be really close, huh? Chen Xing shot a curious glance at Shi Hongdou, wondering if he was misreading the situation, as a sour scent seemed to linger in the air. Could it be that this little childhood friend of his was feeling jealous over this? Let me test it. Chen Xing cleared his throat and deliberately said, My relationship with Senior Lin is indeed quite good. Mainly because she's pretty and has a great personality. Who wouldn't like a gentle girl? Yes. Shi Hongdou narrowed her eyes internally, wishing to bite Chen Xing. Was he suggesting she wasn't gentle enough? After all, she had treated Chen Xing to KFC just that morning. Seeing Shi Hongdou smile, yet remain silent, Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, realizing that she might actually be jealous. Could it be that Shi Hongdou likes me? That seems unlikely. It should just be a small sense of possessiveness that girls have. Once the thought arose, Chen Xing quickly shook his head internally to dismiss it. Sigma Man's 1/860H principle: never assume a woman's small gestures mean she likes you until she explicitly expresses her feelings. Treat it as if it doesn't exist. These are just bait thrown out by bad women used to lure you in. If you bite, you fall for it. With this thought, Chen Xing's eyes immediately cleared. However, considering Shi Hongdou's role as a creditor to him, a little compensation would still be acceptable. He cleared his throat twice and said, "Of course, it's not just gentle girls who are cute. Lively and cheerful girls are quite nice too. All girls are cute. Who asked for your opinion?" Shi Hongdou clearly appreciated Chen Xing's words, but her naturally proud demeanor caused her to lift her chin and huff. "Hey, you don't think I'm talking about you, do you?" As he laughed, Chen Xing asked, amused by how she reacted. "Am I not cute? Everyone who meets me says I'm cute." Shi Hongdou tilted her head at Chen Xing, as if ready to unleash her little fists if he were to say she was not cute. Hey, look ahead, don't look at me. Are you trying to crash into me?" Chen Xing shouted. "I know there's no one ahead. Look at you, a boy with such a small heart. Clearly you're just being careless. I suggest the government issue a notice forbidding Shi Hongdou from riding her bike." Ha ha ha. "You wish? Do you think you're the county head? Who knows? I saw online that if you take the right steps you could become a provincial leader by the age of 50. What a great notion. If everyone in the country gave me $1 ID, instantly have one. For billion. Wow, I actually thought about that. I thought it was a niche idea." Chen Xing exclaimed in surprise. Puffed he. Shi Hongdou was clearly an easy girl to coax, and moreover she really had no reason to be jealous. After all, she and Chen Xing were merely good friends, so along the way Chen Xing successfully cheered her up. After parking the bicycle, Chen Xing placed Duo on the ground and gently kicked its rear. "Come on, let's go meet the queen. Only with her approval can you stay at my house. Without it you'll have to rest in the trash can." Woof! The little black dog wagged its tail incessantly, seemingly signaling that it would behave well. Since it wasn't mealtime, yet Zhao Qin stayed in the house looking at her phone, sending a message to Chen Xing's aunt, and then calling her grandmother. To be honest, if it weren't for accompanying Chen Xing to high school, she wouldn't have come to this completely unfamiliar place with no relatives or friends around. Most of her day was spent in a state of boredom. I wonder where that kid has run off to this time. Zhao Qin put down her phone and stretched her neck. Being older, sitting for a while made her back and waist ache, but she didn't know where to go if she went out. Sigh. "Mom, I'm back." The sound of the door opening, Chen Xing peeked in mischievously. "Where did you go to play this time?" "I went out for a stroll with Shi Hongdou." "Oh, where's Hongdou? Why didn't you bring her back for dinner?" "There's no reason to invite her over every week. If you don't get tired of her, I certainly do. Look, this time I brought home a new one." Chen Xing laughed, moving aside to make room. The little black dog trotted in, looking at Zhao Qin sitting on the bed and barking once. "Where did this dog come from? It's as black as coal." "Hee, I picked it up on the way. How about we keep it at home to keep you company?" "No way, I don't like dogs." Zhao Qin pouted. Taking care of Chen Xing was exhausting enough. She didn't want to raise a dog too. "Well, Mom, if you say that, our big yellow dog at home will be sad." "That's because your dad wanted to keep it, or just right, we have leftovers at home with nowhere to dispose of them, so I agreed." "Now you eat like a starving ghost, licking the plate clean. How can I give it anything to eat?" Zhao Qin still shook her head. "Don't be like that, it'll eat less. Look how cute this dog is. But is even perky. While I'm at evening self-study, you can take it out for a walk by the river in the county. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Chen Xing grinned, holding the little black dog and promoting it again, even making it spin in his hands to showcase its remarkable rear-end talent. Zhao Qin had originally maintained a stern face, but upon seeing the little black dog being played around by Chen Xing looking dazed and silly, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Don't say it, it looks just like you did when you were a child, and just as dark as you were back then." "Are you attacking me?" Chen Xing's smile froze, secretly thinking how could someone as handsome as him possibly resemble a dog. His mom was talking nonsense again. Really, was I not cuter than it when I was a child?" "About the same. Neither of you is particularly cute." Zhao Qin reminisced about Chen Xing's childhood photos with a hint of nostalgia. "So are we really not keeping this dog? If we don't, we'll just leave it by the roadside. What if it gets run over by a car? Are we not going to care?" Zhao Qin shot him a glance and paused before saying, "Let's give it a try. However, I must make it clear beforehand you will have to scoop its poop when you return from school." "No problem, I guarantee it will learn to use the toilet. If it poops everywhere, I'll just cut off its rear end." "Woof!" Zhao Qin huffed again, emphasizing, "Do as you wish, but I really don't like dogs." Yet another painful Monday. "No." Chen Xing grimaced as he climbed out of bed. The weather was getting colder, making it increasingly difficult to get out of bed. In the south, there was no heating, and his family wouldn't indulge in the luxury of air conditioning while sleeping. He wondered how effective electric blankets were. Rubbing his head in a daze, Chen Xing sighed and obediently went to wash up. On his way to school, he took his phone with him. Compared to the risk of his phone being discovered at home by Chen Xing felt it was safer to keep it on him. What? Keeping it on him would make it easy for the teacher to find out. What a joke, he was the strongest in class 12. Chen Xing smirked, biting into a fried bun as the cold wind whipped around him. He had heard that eating in the wind could lead to a stomach ache, but he didn't believe in such superstitions and was determined to take on the challenge. Since the matter with Yao Jun had been resolved a long time ago, Chen Xing no longer needed to walk a few extra steps to park his bicycle in the bicycle lot. Parking his bike under a small tree, Chen Xing hummed a tune as he stepped through the school gate. Coincidentally, Meng Yuan was not far ahead. He was easy to recognize, being over 6 feet tall and the only one from the entire high school carrying a small blue backpack. Chen Xing quickly finished off the fried bun before accelerating to catch up. Ma Xiao, don't lower your head, or your crown will fall off. Seeing Meng Yuan looking half asleep and drooping his head, Chen Xing patted his shoulder playfully. How could this happen? How could this happen? Chen Xing's teasing didn't register with Meng Yuan, who kept muttering to himself. Heartbroken. Chen Xing was surprised, though. After all, Meng Yuan had never been in a relationship. Where did this heartbreak come from? What's wrong with you? Did your online romance fail? How could this happen? Chen Xing, how could this happen? What do you mean? Just say it. I finished reading the second volume of Dragon 3 over the weekend while I had time. Hearing this, Chen Xing instantly understood. Poor kid. Once again you've been toyed with by your Uncle Jiangnan's story. Why is Lu Mingfei such an idiot? He has a girl like Hui Li who likes him so much, and yet he belongs only to her. Chen Xing chuckled as he listened to Meng Yuan venting all the grievances that every reader would share. Lu Jun is the red wine from Takamagara good. Did all that drinking drown your cowardice? Why aren't you talking? As Meng Yuan was halfway through his complaint, he realized that Chen Xing had fallen silent as well. He suddenly understood that Chen Xing had already read Dragon 3 and didn't warn him about the knives in the story, immediately scolding. Damn it, no wonder you asked me which chapter 1 was on last time. You already knew, didn't you? Yeah, but I can't spoil it. Dragon Tribe is a good book, it just doesn't develop the plot according to our wishes. Chen Xing shrugged. Then let's curse Lu Mingfei together, and I'll forgive you. Why curse Lu Mingfei? I don't think he has any problems at all. He hasn't. If he had been a bit more timely, Hui Li wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Meng Yuan exclaimed, agitated. But he likes Nua, and Hui Li is just a girl he met a few days ago. It's normal to not want to give up a quarter of his life. Meng Yuan looked as if he had heard something amusing, widening his eyes. What's there to hold on to about a quarter of a life? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be like Lu Mingfei. Oh. Chen Xing smiled slightly. Like many others, Meng Yuan had no concept of a quarter of a life. It should be noted that at that time Lu Mingfei had already used up 2 quarters, so to say he had to pay half his life was not an exaggeration. Would you be willing to pay the price of losing a hand for a girl you've only known for a few days who loves you, but whom you don't love back? Chen Xing rephrased the question. Meng Yuan wanted to immediately answer yes, but he suddenly hesitated. A quarter of a life sounded unimportant, but losing a hand. He actually felt a bit reluctant. Lu Mingfei was already brave enough. After all, he ultimately used that quarter of a life. Moreover, not once did he use his life for himself. He is a real man. Of course, he was also a real sycophant, Chen Xing said lightly. How do you see this so clearly? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Because I have already harshly criticized Lu Mingfei and Jiangnan before, and I have now recovered from it. Chen Xing thought this in his heart, but what came out of his mouth were pretentious words. It's because you're too naive to see the essence beyond the surface. Whenever you mature like me, you'll understand, young man. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Damn, how pretentious can you be? Aren't you afraid of choking? Meng Yuan saw through Chen Xing's pretentiousness in a second, directly locking his throat. Cough, cough, cough. I was wrong. Chen Xing laughed as he begged for mercy. I thought about it again. If there really were girls like Hui Li, I might be reluctant to lose a hand, but I'd truly be willing to give a quarter of my life. Meng Yuan spoke with a sense of loss as a small virgin like him found a beautiful girl who only liked him to be too powerful. Don't worry, Ma Xiao, no one will want your life. You won't encounter a girl like Hui Li. Chen Xing laughed heartily. Get lost. Can you encounter one? Can you encounter one? He was getting anxious. I never said I wanted to encounter one. If I can't, then I can't. Chen Xing shrugged. The anxious person was most afraid of the indifferent attitude of the other party, and Meng Yuan almost turned into the king of Gigi. You're really despicable. I'm just speaking the truth. What era are we in now? Where are there still such foolish girls? A girl like Hui Li clearly only exists in novels. It's as if you're omniscient. How can it be impossible? It's not that it's impossible, it's that all conditions make it impossible. Think about it. If a girl is as beautiful as Hui Li, she wouldn't lack love from childhood to adulthood, and naturally, she wouldn't be easily moved by a loser like you. For Dao Pu, I beg you to stop talking. I have a buddy who will really break down if he hears this, Meng Yuan said, clasping his hands together. Out of nothing, Chen Xing smiled as he continued. If a girl really likes you, has a good character, but isn't good-looking, and has a large physique like Feiju, would you like her? Don't say it, don't say it. Ma Wangye's inner self was gradually collapsing. He sprinted away, trying to shake off Chen Xing's blaring voice. Interesting. Seeing that his offensive had successfully shattered the pure-hearted little virgin, Chen Xing felt pleased and followed Ma Wangye into the classroom with a cheerful stride. Upon entering the classroom, Chen Xing could see many students hunched over their desks, deeply engrossed in writing something. Those unaware of the situation might think that Class 12 had a great atmosphere for studying, with everyone diligently solving problems. In reality, let me copy. I got it from Su Peng. If you want to copy, find someone else. Why don't you just put it in the middle? I want to copy the big questions. You can copy the multiple choice questions. It's too much of a hassle, and class is starting soon. There's no time. You're so selfish. De Huang Qiutian. Chen Xing sat down, and the girl in front, Fong Xini, immediately turned around. Chen Xing, did you finish the math homework? Let me see. Want to copy me? 5 yuan each, thank you. I'm not copying you. I did it myself, and just want to check the answers. Chen Xing was so authoritative now that everyone accepted his answers as the correct ones. Is it necessary? It won't be graded. He pouted, but still took out the paper to show her. Chen Xing, how come there are no traces of you working on the multiple choice questions? This test was simple. Oh, I just doodled on the draft paper. I don't like to mess up the test paper too much. Fong Xini blinked, thinking that the academic achievers were indeed different from someone like her who struggled in school. She preferred to have traces of her work all over the test paper, as it gave her a sense of achievement and made her feel comfortable inside. For question 11, I chose D. Why did you choose C? Did I get it wrong? Boo-hoo. Let me take a look. Chen Xing leaned over and immediately pointed out Fong Xini's mistake. This is a classic error, a textbook 0. Huh. Teach me. Chen Xing nodded and took out a black pen to demonstrate on her paper. Having often tutored Wan Xiaoxiao, Chen Xing had become quite adept at being a teacher, clarifying the problem for Fong Xini in just a few strokes. Check it yourself. Oh, I won't help you with the calculations. Chen Xing casually twirled his pen. Fong Xini nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Boys who excelled in their studies were simply too charming, especially for girls like her who struggled academically. Fong Xini felt a surge of admiration. At this moment, Chen Xing shone brightly in her eyes, sparkling. Sometimes she thought to herself, if only she were as beautiful as Wan Xiaoxiao, then she could chat and interact with Chen Xing without any reservations. Even in the future, if she wanted to consider dating, she wouldn't have to worry about being unworthy. But alas, there are no ifs. She was just an ordinary girl, and her future life would likely be ordinary as well. A boy like Chen Xing, who was good-looking, academically gifted, and tall, could only be considered a legendary crush. Most people's youth is plain lacking in extraordinary experiences or standout performances, filled only with teenage acne and piles of test papers. This is also why so many people read novels. Everyone's reality is far less exciting than the strange worlds and novels filled with unwavering love, poetry, and distant dreams. Everyone has nothing. Fong Xini felt that having a boy she had a crush on was already very satisfying. As for whether he belongs to her, she never dared to hope. Just being able to watch him proudly from the side was enough. Suddenly the noise in the classroom diminished as Wan Xiaoxiao walked in wearing a purple sweatshirt, her exquisite and beautiful face gleaming radiantly. A match made in heaven. Fong Xini lowered her head, feeling strangely guilty about the thoughts that had just popped up in her mind. As if she were stealing someone else's person. What the heck? She covered her face with her hands, silently scolding herself for being so enchanted. That was close, almost late. Wan Xiaoxiao sat down, patted her chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. Almost being late means I wasn't late, just right. Fong Xini answered somewhat sheepishly. True. Wan Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly, then took out several small packages of seaweed from her bag to share with Fong Xini and Chen Xing. And Chen Xing's deskmate Jiang Xiaoshu. If Jiang Xiaoshu hadn't raised his head, Wan Xiaoxiao wouldn't have even noticed him. After glancing at Jiang Xiaoshu for a bit longer, Wan Xiaoxiao genuinely feared that one day, while walking on the street, she wouldn't even recognize this classmate who sat so close to her. Jiang Xiaoshu sheepishly grinned. I'm sorry for not being memorable enough for the class flower. After the 2 morning classes, the students, like wild horses released from captivity, rushed eagerly to the playground. In an instant, the hallway was bustling with people, and the entire staircase was blocked with students. As Chen Xing squeezed into the 5th floor staircase, he looked at the dense crowd before him and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. As he slowly made his way down with the crowd, every step felt a bit laborious. Finally reaching the 1st floor, Chen Xing thought he could finally breathe easy. However, the moment he stepped out of the teaching building, he realized that the true battlefield was just beginning. The playground was packed with people, students flowing in and out like a tide, with noise and shouts rising and falling. Are they planning to attack Pinggan County? Chen Xing teased. With so many people, isn't there anyone like my Hui Li Ye? Ma Wanye's voice came faintly. This guy was still lost in his fantasies. Kid, you're out of luck. There are plenty bro girls like Hui Li Yi are abundant. Seeing Chen Xing joking again, Ma Wanye immediately scolded. Get lost, don't mention Hui Li Yi, you'll find her myself. During the flag-raising ceremony, Class 12 was positioned more towards the inside, so Chen Xing and Ma Wanye needed to pass through the crowds of several classes to get there. Class monitor Su Zian was counting heads, and according to him, the principal would come out to speak today and announce something important. Is the second high school closing down? The school is government-run. How could it possibly close down? What nonsense are you thinking? Then what is he going to say? It can't be that they're canceling evening self-study, right? Well, you dare to think of everything. But I support this idea. If you ever think of becoming the principal, I'll vote for you. The students below were chatting idly until the national anthem played, when everyone straightened their posture, expressions serious, and saluted. After the flag-raising ceremony, the principal indeed took the stage to speak. He rambled on for a while, summarizing it all into one sentence. This year's New Year's Eve party would be held together by the whole school, no longer separately. Hold it together. Doesn't that just mean a talent show? A student questioned. Sure enough, the next second the principal announced the cancellation of this year's talent festival. Damn, I knew it would be bad news. Why is it that the talent festival gets canceled right when we just started high school? The senior girls won't dance for us to see. Principal, why don't you come dance for us? Someone in the dispersing crowd started cursing. Canceling the talent festival is equivalent to losing a day off. Ooh, rounding it up, I've lost $1 billion. He really deserves to die. Jiang Nin should write him into a book. Ma Wanye said resentfully. You want him to kiss Hui Li Yi? Chen Xing asked. Damn it, Chen Xing, you're dead today. Not even Jesus can save you, I swear. This sentence immediately broke Ma Wanye's defenses, and he shouted for Wang Qingji to help him deal with Chen Xing. I'm out of here. Chen Xing nimbly turned and sprinted toward the classroom. Retreat. Retreat. Chen Xing had teased Wang Qingji last weekend and offended Ma Wanye today. He knew all too well he must not be caught by them, for otherwise Aluba would stand no chance of escape. He had no desire to be humiliated. Using his long legs, he shot up the stairs 3 steps at a time and was the first back into the classroom, hands clutching the desk as if for dear life. Damn it, you bastard thinks this will work. Qingji, let's carry him out and shame him. Ma Wanye sneered, twisting his wrist while Wang Qingji rubbed his fists in anticipation. Chen Xing's mind raced, but he found no answer to these two. He had behaved like a cad, suffering the consequences seemed only natural. He pressed his forehead to the desk and begged in a small voice, could you spare me this once? Then he promised drinks, 1 bottle of Kobe drink for each of them. They shouted crude battle cries and lunged. The two of them seized him and began a frantic tugging. Chen Xing's physique was respectable, but Ma Wanye was no pushover, and Wang Qingji stood at his side. 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Despite his desperate resistance, Chen Xing was slowly being hauled toward the doorway. Could you let us pass, please? Ruan Xiaoxiao had just returned to the doorway and stumbled upon the 3 of them grappling, as she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Are boys all like this? If girls tore at each other's hair, it would mean a bad relationship, but when boys fought like this, it often signified closeness. The rougher the play, the deeper the bond. Oh, all right. The class beauty had treated them to a birthday feast only a day ago. The moment she spoke, the 2 jerks immediately straightened up and leaned against the wall like well-behaved children. Is this at all sensible? I reckon you two are on the fast track to becoming Fei Yangyang. Chen Xing practically melted at the sight of Ruan Xiaoxiao. Like a saved sparrow, he slunk away from the desk and hid behind her, nearly ready to cry out for his mother. Ruan Xiaoxiao, step aside, don't get hurt. Perhaps Chen Xing had wronged them deeply, so deeply that they were willing to forsake their respectable acts before the class beauty to make him pay. Don't go, Xiaoxiao, I've taught you so many problems. Now it's time for you to repay me. Someone barked orders about where to stand. Nonsense nicknames flew, but in the end Chen Xing truly relied on the girl this time. Damn it, Chen Xing, have you no shame? If you've got the guts, don't hide behind Ruan Xiaoxiao. I won't. Chen Xing met them with a provoking look while Ruan Xiaoxiao stayed put, wearing a fond, almost maternal smile as she watched the 3 of them. The break was nearly over, and it was almost time for class. Ma Wanye ground his teeth and spat, fine, you're lucky. Thanks for the compliment, Chen replied. Ma Wanye and Wang Qingji retreated to their seats. Chen Xing suddenly noticed Ruan Xiaoxiao watching him with a smile. What are you looking at? He muttered. He wondered not without alarm whether she was a Fujoshi dreaming up a boys' love novel starring him and Ma Wanye, so he decided he ought to keep his distance. Fujoshi paired men in fantasies as straight men found them intimidating. It's nothing, Yuan Xiaoxiao said, shaking her head. Watching him carry the desk back, she murmured, "You're rather endearing like this." What? Was she baiting him again? He pretended not to hear and returned to his seat, determined not to take the hook. The bell rang. The next lesson was chemistry. The chemistry teacher, Hu Chuangin, was older than their Chinese teacher Qian Heping. This class was his last cohort, and no one dared provoke him. Not the head teacher, not even the principal. But age alone is no guarantee of teaching skill. Experience is often trumpeted, while inflexibility and an inability to adapt are the real troubles. At retirement age and long since bored of pedagogy, Hu Chunjin merely punched the clock each day and occasionally bragged about his daughter studying and working in Hong Kong. With hair grown gray and a slight forward tilt to his neck, Hu Chunjin stepped onto the podium and began with the usual formulas, calling several students to the board to write the answers to the exercises at the back of the textbook. Chen Xing could not fathom the point other classes were buying group tutoring materials while they still diligently worked through the textbooks and problems. Worse, Hu Chunjin's accent was peculiar, perhaps from an era before teachers were required to pass a Mandarin proficiency test. After 2 minutes, Chen Xing felt a headache forming and lowered his head to study the supplementary chemistry notes he had bought. Since his results were well known in class, Hu Chunjin frowned but said nothing. Others who also ignored the lecture and studied on their own were not so lucky, who singled them out as examples and mocked them, nearly tearing their books in the process. You haven't even understood the textbook questions, and you want to tackle the extra materials. You need to learn to walk before you can run. Enough with the preaching, enough. Stop the sermon, teacher. Chen scowled, suppressing the urge to retort. Other students exchanged weary, silent eye rolls. Diligence is a virtue, yes, but after so many classes still insisting on the same humdrum approach, one could not help but plead for broader horizons. In the last midterm, class 12 fared above average in most subjects among ordinary classes, except in chemistry. They were dead last, their average 3 points lower than the next worst class. The students' resentment had built for a long time. They were trapped between silent endurance and an inevitable outburst. A boy who had long borne the ridicule suddenly erupted, voice breaking with emotion. Don't you know your own level as a teacher? Your lessons are terrible, yet you forbid us to self-study. What will you do if we fail the college entrance exam? Chen Xing glanced at the boy in surprise, recognizing him as Peng Shuai, a top 10 student in the class. Indeed, the name suited him. That outburst was handsome and for many deeply satisfying. Hu Chuangin, who had been delivering his moralistic lecture, froze at the shout. For a moment he was stunned, then blood rushed to his face, and he roared with fury. How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Have you no respect? This is infuriating. You'll consult your head teacher and see who is right and who is wrong. Peng Shuai's youth and temper had carried him away, and now ashamed, he hung his head in regret. It had felt good in the moment, but dragging head teacher Wu Yongqiang into it could spell disaster for him. It was not only Peng Shuai, the other students who had quietly enjoyed Huss' embarrassment blanched at the mention of the head teacher's involvement. The pressure in the classroom dropped like a tangible weight. Silence settled over the room, heavy and uneasy, as everyone waited for what would come next. Seeing Peng Shuai with his head down, and everyone silent, Hu Chunjin couldn't help but sneer inwardly, realizing that his mention of Wu Yongqiang had an effect. A group of little kids still thought they could challenge him. After nearly 40 years of teaching, he had seen all kinds of troublemakers. He knew exactly what students feared the most. Perhaps he was genuinely angered, or maybe he was certain that Peng Shuai was just a soft character. Hu Chunjin surprisingly became relentless. If you all feel this way, why should I even teach? You have so many objections to me, so I might as well leave. You can find another teacher yourself. Everyone lowered their heads upon hearing this, exchanging knowing glances, thinking a deal is a deal. Double happiness is coming. Each of you thinks you're so impressive, don't you know your own grades? Scoring so little in chemistry, your foundation is terrible, yet you still think you can self-study. Do you even have that capability? I've worked hard to help you build a foundation, emphasizing the knowledge in textbooks, but you don't pay any attention at all. This person is truly a shameless old man. If one person struggles with chemistry, you can say they're not trying hard enough. But when the entire class struggles, don't they consider their own issues? Answer me. Look into my eyes. At this moment, Chen Xing truly wanted to slam his hand down and point at this old man, cursing him until he was drenched with verbal abuse. Unfortunately, reason triumphed over impulse. Even if he was the top student in the class, the homeroom teacher wouldn't allow him to confront the teacher. Ding. Task: help class 12 change their chemistry teacher. Difficulty: 4 stars, reward 4 intelligence points, or a random attribute point, reward 1 some. Chen Xing was taken aback. If a task was issued, he would have to take the lead in launching an offensive. At this moment, Hu Chunjin was still ranting at the podium, while Peng Shuai's ears buzzed. The unfortunate soul in the front row was sprayed with saliva, And in his mind, only one line of lyrics emerged when your sky suddenly rains heavily. That's me blasting the dark clouds for you. I'm not attending this class anymore. Whoever wants to attend can go. Peng Shuai likes self-study. Surely he has learned everything I taught, so let him teach you all. Leaving such an irresponsible remark, Chen Xing actually threw a tantrum and returned to the office with his book. Damn it, are we supposed to coax him now? Am I here to study or to babysit? After he left, Meng Yuan blurted out this remark, and the whole class couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. A 3-year-old and 682 months old baby, right? Ha. If he wants to leave, let him go. I don't want to listen to his lecture anyway. What are we going to say to the old class teacher if he finds out? Explain what? I didn't scold him. He ran away on his own. In the corridor, Chen Xing heard the laughter from the classroom from afar, growing even angrier. He secretly vowed that if this group of brats didn't come to apologize, he would truly refuse to teach. Hey Wu Yongxiang, your students are too much for me. I can't teach them. Please find someone else. As he descended the stairs, Chen Xing pulled out his phone to call Class 12's homeroom teacher, Wu Yongxiang. Wu Yongxiang was leisurely sipping tea in his office when he received the call and felt a headache coming on. He knew exactly what kind of person Chen Xing was. However, he was just a homeroom teacher of an ordinary class. The good chemistry teachers had been allocated to the earlier classes, leaving only a few older ones with no real skills. He didn't want to accept it, but he had no choice. Just like during the midterm exams, the average score in chemistry for his class was so low that it was impossible for him not to have opinions, but what could he do? Chen Xing was about the same age as his father, and he dared not blame Chen Xing. He could only casually suggest during hallway chats that Chen Xing should keep a closer eye on the students and be stricter with them. Oh, what a situation. Wu Yongxiang sighed deeply, took a sip of bitter tea, and stood up to head towards Class 12. Regardless of who was right or wrong, all he needed was the student who confronted Chen Xing to apologize in his office, stabilizing Chen Xing so that he would teach properly. As for the students, they would have to endure a bit longer. The moment Wu Yongxiang entered the classroom, he switched to his stern face mode, entering without saying a word and applying pressure. When everyone was afraid to even breathe, he slowly spoke. Hu Laoshi just called me. Can anyone tell me what happened? Silence. Hu Laoshi has been teaching in our school for decades, and no one has ever said he isn't competent, yet you all have managed to drive him away. Who was self-studying during chemistry class? Stand up. Wu Yongxiang's last 3 words were spoken through gritted teeth, causing everyone to tense up, secretly thinking it was bad. Peng Shuai trembled as he stood up, not daring to lift his head. Though frightened, he stood up. He would take responsibility for what he had caused. Suddenly, the whole class gasped, and Peng Shuai's back straightened instantly. Were they cheering for me? Surely a warrior is worthy of song. He slowly raised his head, only to be astonished to find that everyone was not looking at him, but at Chen Xing. Not only was he bewildered, but Wu Yongxiang was also stunned. Wasn't it Peng Shuai that Chen Xing mentioned? Why was his national treasure standing up too? Chen Xing stood there with a blank expression, locking eyes with Wu Yongxiang, showing no fear whatsoever. Even if Wu Yongxiang wouldn't side with him for pooping on Chen Xing's head, just expressing his stance meant Wu Yongxiang absolutely couldn't do anything to him. Teacher, I also did it. Chen Xing transformed into that man, confessing. Let's speak frankly, Teacher Wu. I don't want to joke with my future. Hu Lao's teaching is indeed lacking. I won't comment on how he was before, but the content he teaches now is useless to us. Listening is the same as not listening. This shouldn't be. Hu Lao's lessons are quite good, Wu Yongxiang said, wearily, feeling a severe headache. If it was truly good, our class average score in chemistry wouldn't be the lowest in the entire school. Just take me as an example. My grades are decent, right? However, I believe I've put in a lot of effort in chemistry, yet it's relatively weak among my subjects. Chen Xing wasn't lying. During the midterm exam, he scored 81 in chemistry, which barely placed him at the upper level in the school, clearly a weak subject for him. Wu Yongxiang knew well what Chen Xing was saying. He wanted a better teacher, but that required the school's approval. Hu Laoshi was assigned to our class by the school, and it's not a problem for him to teach well. Wu Yongxiang spoke very tactfully, implying he had no other options. Then we can only call our parents to evaluate this, as the college entrance examination is very important. No one wants to waste time on unproductive matters. Chen Xing spoke firmly. Wu Yongxiang's eyelids twitched. What? Calling parents? Isn't that my phrase? How could anyone possess such audacity? Peng Shuai looked at Chen Xing with the same sharp appraisal one might imagine Cao Cao casting upon Yuan Shao. Facing a figure of sweeping authority, Dong Zhui here, meaning Wu Yongxiang. He actually dared to meet him hidden. Peng Shuai almost blurted out, "May I be your dog, Chen Xing?" Teacher, we understand your difficulties, but please understand us. Most of us will only sit the Gaokao once. We do not want our efforts to be all for naught. As for someone like Hu Chungan, it would be bad enough that his teaching is inadequate. The real affront is that he forbids self-study. It would be nothing short of unjust if he were not removed. Chen Xing's words wormed into Wu Yongqiang's ears like a spell. He fell silent for a long moment, then sighed. Teacher who is getting on in years. Everyone do not go too far. He coughed twice, scanned the room, and said, study on your own now. We still have half a class. In truth, Wu Yongqiang's stance was already clear. By refusing to take anyone's side, he effectively sided with the students. His silence spoke plainly. I will not intervene. If you want to involve parents, take it up yourselves. If this reaches the school level, it is no longer my affair. At the same time, a furtive hope stirred within him. What if the students actually succeeded? Could the class's chemistry average yet be salvaged? Might his year-end bonus also have a glimmer of hope? The surrounding students erupted in praise. Brilliant, brother. Chen Xing, you are ridiculously brave. Holy, like Bo Ran. Someone exclaimed. Is this the face-off between a sect scion and the sect master? The crowd buzzed with dramatized comparisons. Before Chen Xing had even sat down, the onlookers were already murmuring admiration. Even the usually taciturn Jiang Xiaoshu gave him a thumbs up. Keep it low-key. Chen Xing smiled and accepted the compliments, cheerfully pretending it was all public service. Inwardly, he thought, damn, wasn't this just to complete the system task? Still playing the part. Of course, there were clear-headed classmates. Wan Xiaoxiao, curious, asked Chen Xing, what exactly do you mean by contact the parents? I think if we truly want a new chemistry teacher, we should tell our parents. Let one family's parents take the lead, and together go to the principal, apply pressure, and force the school to agree to a replacement. Chen Xing said this calmly. The students exchanged looks and thought it made perfect sense. There is strength in numbers. If a whole class's parents united against the school, could the principal stand firm? How could he possibly withstand that? He's no hydraulic jack. I think it's fine. I support your idea. I'll discuss it with my mother at home. Wan Xiaoxiao was the first to offer immediate assent. One by one, more students nodded in agreement, each deciding to tell their parents and rally support. So, is any parent willing to lead? Chen asked. Peng Shuai's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and shouted, my mother used to work on the village committee. She can act as the parents' representative. He had already lost to Chen in the classroom confrontation. He could not afford to lose the mom power contest too. Lose that, and people might forget he was the one who lit the spark for this whole affair. He reminded everyone of his historical contribution to Class 12. So it's decided. Tonight we'll discuss it in the class group and see how many parents are willing to participate. Okay. Meanwhile, Hu Chunjin sat in his office, sulking and unaware that this time he might truly be in serious trouble. The students no longer swallowed their grievances as before. Instead, they united to give him a powerful push. That evening back home, Chen saw Zhao Qin teasing the little dog Duo with her foot. Duo seemed to sense he was being tested. He performed heartily, hopping to Zhao Qin's rhythm, his tail wagging like a small fan. Woof, woof. Zhao Qin smiled and said, hey, the little rascal's pretty clever, then dropped a piece of rib onto the floor. Eat. Chen, who had just entered the kitchen, widened his eyes. He thought, I haven't even had my first bite yet, and that stupid dog got there first. HM, you're back. Zhao Qin reclaimed her smile the moment she saw Chen return, as if she had not just been playing with Duo moments before. Dinner's ready. I'll serve myself, Chen said with a grin, grabbing the bowl, and began to tell Zhao Qin about what had happened that morning. Your class's chemistry teacher has such a temper. Yes. His teaching is poor. If he continues, your Qingbei dream will be in jeopardy. What do you think, Mom? Should we go to the school and see? Chen asked. Puff, Qingbei dream, Zhao Qin teased. I'd be happy if you just get into a 985. Zhao Qin joked as she scolded. Her expectations for Chen had risen from the ordinary top tier to a 985, and she felt quietly proud at the prospect. Of course we'll go, Zhao Qin said, arms folded. Chen knew her well. His studies came first in her mind, and she would intervene at anything that threatened them. I'll add you to the group later. Other parents are planning to go to the school as well. Not only Zhao Qin's students from Class 12 went home, and with a touch of embellishment, told their parents what had happened. The parents in near unison resolved to confront the principal. For Chinese-style parents, entrusting an unreliable teacher with their children is a sure way to provoke them. They acted swiftly. The next morning, while Chen and his classmates were still in class, the parents moved. A delegation led by Peng Shuai's mother Lin Xiaowei stormed into the principal's office, leaving him flustered and half expecting an invading army. The fluent mothers unloaded a barrage of complaints. The principal felt his head might burst and pleaded, calm down. Please, parents, calm down. What is the purpose of your visit? Lin Xiaowei answered, give Class 12 a new chemistry teacher. If teacher who wants a peaceful retirement, that is his business, but our children cannot be held back by him. But there's no precedent for changing a teacher. The principal protested. Several parents' faces went cold. Teacher who is incompetent and quick to anger. He mocks and humiliates students in class. If you do nothing, we will report this to the Education Bureau. If there's no precedent for replacing a teacher, there is precedent for replacing a principal, one mother suddenly said, reducing the principal to a clammy sweat. A chime sounded. Task helping Class 12 replace their chemistry teacher. Completed. Reward 4 intelligence points or 1 random attribute reward. Chen Xing, seated at his desk, brightened. The parents had been remarkably effective. Was the task already finished? So the question remained which reward to choose. Without hesitation, steady, as ever, Chen Xing made his choice. Random attribute reward, select. Everyone knows that being a gambler is wrong, yet everyone wants to be one. Who knows if they'll hit a jackpot someday? Chen Xing thought to himself. After all, obtaining the rewards wasn't too difficult, so why not give it a try? If the random attribute rewards turned out to be a scam, he would have learned his lesson and simply not choose them next time with no loss incurred. Optimistic people always have good luck. The moment he confirmed his selection, a pleasant voice from the system echoed. Ding. Random attribute reward selected. Gained 2 points in intelligence, 2 points in stamina, and 1 point in charisma. A total of 5 points. That's a small profit. Chen Xing happily looked at his attribute panel. Host Chen Xing, charisma 75, intelligence 78, stamina 72, wealth 7. Unlocked, feeling good, moving towards becoming a hexagonal warrior. In the future, if anyone calls him a numerical freak, he would just smile and say nothing. How come he never encountered a numerical freak while playing as a bare iron man every day? Putting away the panel, Chen Xing returned his focus to the lecture when suddenly a sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Peng Shuai's mother Lin Xiaowei led the parents to the window, gesturing an OK sign with her fingers, and everyone instantly understood. Got it. Goodbye, Hu Chunjin. In the biology class of the kind-hearted Shun Hongmei, the students of Class 12 felt the immense power of teamwork for the first time, and smiles appeared on their faces. Not only the students wanted to laugh, but at that moment Wu Yongxiang, who had just hung up the call with the principal in his office, couldn't help but smile, even fantasizing about selecting a chemistry teacher for himself. I can't laugh, absolutely can't laugh. Wu Yongxiang pressed down the corners of his mouth frantically, reminding himself that as an adult he should first comfort Hu Chuingen, then feign reluctance to accept the principal's arrangements. In this way he wouldn't get blamed and could replace Hu Chunjin as he wished. Rubbing his soft old face, Wu Yongxiang lowered his head and walked towards Hu Chunjin's office. In the innermost part of the chemistry office, Hu Chunjin was rubbing his thigh, feeling uneasy. Something was off. Based on past experience, he had already called Wu Yongxiang, and those students, even if they hadn't come to apologize yesterday, should have shown up today, right? But the current situation was that he hadn't seen a single student, and Wu Yongxiang hadn't called either. Feeling inexplicably anxious, a bad premonition slowly emerged as Hu Chunjin contemplated whether he should attend the chemistry class later. If he went, wouldn't that mean he was bowing down to that group of unruly kids? I can't go. If I do, where would I put my old face? Hu Chunjin thought of his past unyielding success among the students and silently resolved. So engrossed in thought, Hu Chunjin didn't even notice Wu Yongxiang had approached him. Teacher Hu. Wu Yongxiang put on a sad expression and called softly. Yongxiang. Hu Chunjin snapped back to reality, and upon seeing Wu Yongxiang, the stone in his heart finally fell. Surely it must be that group of students feeling too embarrassed to come, and Wu Yongxiang had come to apologize personally. He's not having it easy either, why not give him a way out? Hu Chunjin thought to himself, feeling quite proud of his supposed generosity. Teacher Hu, the principal just called me and said to pause your teaching for Class 12. I forgive him. Huh? What? Hu Chunjin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up to look at Wu Yongxiang. He never expected that he would be the first to be removed. The principal won't let me teach Class 12. I refuse to believe it. I need to go find him for an explanation. Hu Chunjin's old face turned red, feeling utterly humiliated, and with an angry flick of his hand, he was ready to rush out of the office. Hey, teacher Hu, don't be in a hurry. The principal isn't at school. It seems he's gone back for something. Wu Yongxiang quickly stopped him. The principal of the second high school was indeed a clever person. Pressured by the parents to make a decision, he knew Hu Chunjin would definitely confront him, so he simply left the school first to avoid the situation. Hu Chunjin said in a deep voice, Yongxiang, I've known you for so many years. Just be honest with me, what on earth is going on here? How could the principal make such a decision? Teacher Hu, let me tell you, this time you really can't blame the principal. He had no choice. You don't know, a large group of parents from Class 12 came this morning rushing into the principal's office, threatening him to replace you. The principal desperately explained, refusing to budge, but the parents weren't having it. They insisted on reporting to the Education Bureau if he didn't comply. Sigh. Wu Yongxiang shook his head, looking utterly helpless. Hu Chunjin listened in shock, stuttering as he asked, what? How did it come to this? Is it really that serious? Teacher Hu, you don't know, times have changed. Those students aren't as obedient as before. They can't stand even the slightest grievance. Yesterday, when you called me, I rushed to the classroom and scolded them, but they pretended to repent on the surface, and when they went home, they secretly told their parents about it, adding fuel to the fire with some bad things about you. Wu Yongxiang spread his hands, indicating he was powerless. At that moment, the Oscar-winning actor award was waving at him, and a dazzling star in the history of cinema was rising. So I was wronged to death, Hu Chunjin said resentfully. Did the principal say what will happen to me next? He can't just dismiss me, right? I won't agree to that. You know I'm about to retire in a year, and things can't go wrong at this crucial point. Teacher Hu, don't worry, the school is definitely on your side. It's just that there were too many parents, and that's why such a decision was made. The principal told me he'll arrange a lighter job for you to ensure you can retire peacefully. A lighter job? Yes, our school is still short of an information technology teacher, and the principal means. Information teacher. I'm not even proficient with computers. No worries, as long as you can use some office software, it's fine. Wu Yongqiang saw that he was about to convince Hu Chuingin, so he immediately intensified his efforts, seriously analyzing the pros and cons of being a chemistry teacher versus an information teacher. Finally, he concluded that, with the same pay, the information teacher could teach in an air-conditioned computer lab without needing to prepare lessons or grade papers. It was simply tailor-made for a retiring old man. Damn it, I'm even tempted to become an information teacher. Once I retire, I will definitely switch to teaching information technology. Wu Yongqiang muttered as he left Hu Chunjin's office. The fourth class of the morning was scheduled to be chemistry, but Mr. Hu Chuinging, as expected, failed to appear. Mr. Wu Yongqiang stood stern-faced before the class and solemnly announced the devastating news of a teacher replacement. One moment Class 12 lingered in melancholy farewell, the next a mischievous student leapt up to ask, Teacher, who'll be teaching us chemistry now? Is it a new teacher? Ahem. Well, I'm not entirely sure, Mr. Wu Yongqiang replied, barely concealing a smile. All right. Let's follow the school's arrangement for now. Open your textbooks. Thus, under a mutual current of quiet delight, both teacher and students alike, the math class, which ought to have been grueling, unfolded with unexpected ease. The school could hardly leave Class 12 without a chemistry instructor indefinitely. Should the principal dare attempt such negligence, parents would likely stage a second swift assault on his office. So before long, Class 12 welcomed its new chemistry teacher. My name is Shi Hongdou. I'll be your chemistry instructor from now on. Since it's our first lesson and I'm still unfamiliar with all of you, I'll begin with a brief diagnostic overview. At the podium stood a middle-aged man, balding yet strikingly charismatic, standing roughly 168 meters tall, with a pronounced beer belly that betrayed a life rich in banquet banter and hearty feasts. Most striking of all was his leather trousers, a detail that prompted Chen Xing to suspect with considerable justification that he might be a devoted fan of rock musician Wang Feng. Fortunately, though outwardly unconventional, Shi Hongdou soon revealed formidable pedagogical mastery. With just a few incisive questions, he seamlessly wove in multiple pivotal concepts, then with effortless flourish chalk danced across the blackboard as his voice sketched, clear, concise, and commanding, the overarching framework of the chapters Class 12 had thus far covered. He's truly exceptional. Chen Xing's sharp eyes instantly recognized the teacher's extraordinary caliber, and with a subtle blink settled into attentive silence. 45 minutes vanished like a sigh. Shi Hongdou tossed the chalk, perfectly arcing into the chalk tray, and smiled. Today I've merely outlined the structural skeleton of our subject. Beneath it lies a wealth of depth awaiting our joint exploration. There's no rush. We'll uncover it layer by layer in the lessons ahead. With that, he strode out of the classroom, hands clasped behind his back, head swaying lightly to an unheard rhythm. No overtime. Truly a rare gem of a teacher. Students sat rapt. Many who'd previously felt indifferent, even hostile toward chemistry, now found themselves genuinely captivated. He's incredible. His lectures are absolutely electrifying. Hu Chunjing doesn't even compare to a single hair on him. Don't insult Teacher Shi. Hu Chunjing isn't worthy of being mentioned in the same breath. I know him. I have a classmate in the Olympiad chemistry class too. He said their chemistry teacher is fascinating, and his name is Shi Hongdou. Must be the same person, right? Definitely the same. He's likely the only Zacer-named teacher in the entire school. Though if Teacher Shi hadn't told us himself, I'd have mispronounced his surname as Hua. You illiterate. An Olympiad class teacher. Wow, impressive. So he'll be our permanent chemistry teacher, won't he? He won't vanish again, will he? We absolutely cannot let him slip away. Lock the door. Release Yongqiang. Are you implying our homeroom teacher is a dog? Brace yourself for divine retribution. Ha ha ha. Though designated an ordinary class 12 comprised students rigorously selected for No. 2 high school via the provincial high school entrance exam, where academic excellence remained paramount. Thus acquiring an outstanding chemistry teacher brought universal joy. Chen Xing, what do you think of our new chemistry teacher? Feng Sini turned around to ask. Wan Xiao didn't turn, but leaned back slightly, clearly attuned to their conversation. Not bad at all. I almost feel like I belong in the Olympiad class when listening to him, Chen Xing replied with a light-hearted scratch of his head. You're too modest. Your grades are more than competitive with theirs. Fong Sini covered her mouth laughing. Heh, heh, I deliberately downplayed myself just to hear you say that. Now I feel thoroughly praised and utterly satisfied. Chen Xing teased. Wow. Wan Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. She adored listening to Chen Xing converse with others. She felt her own speech lacked charm, yet found his exchanges endlessly engaging. His words never failed to lift her spirits. By the way, the class monitor is collecting performance entries for the New Year's Gala. The sign-up sheet just reached me. Are either of you planning to perform? Wan Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected, handing Chen Xing an A4 sheet. He glanced at her and accepted the paper. Few had signed up. Only 2 entries appeared, one for the class monitor's solo vocal performance, the other for Wan Xiaoxiao. You play the guzheng? He asked, astonished. The guzheng in his mind belonged exclusively to graceful young women draped in hanfu. I was originally slated to learn piano, but my mother believed the guzheng held greater artistic merit, so I began practicing it from childhood, Wan Xiaoxiao explained. I'm envious. I excel only in academics, ranking first in class, yet possess no other skill whatsoever, Chen Xing joked, passing the A4 sheet to Zhang Xiaoshu. Ugh, Chen Xing, you're insufferably self-absorbed. Fong Sini scoffed. Honestly, I truly lack any talent. The New Year's Gala will rest solely on Xiao Zhao's shoulders to bring glory to our class. Don't say that. It's only preliminary registration. Our performances still require audition selection. Wan Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Who would dare deny our class beauty the stage? She's the very face of No. 2 high school. Surely the judges possess discerning taste. Fong Sini encouraged her warmly. I'll give it my all. Chen Xing gave Wan Xiaoxiao a supportive fist bump, then turned to his desk-mate Zhang Xiaoshu. Brother Shu, why don't you sign up? Hardly anyone has. Zhang Xiaoshu had already been startled when Chen Xing handed him the A4 sheet. Now being asked to register left him utterly bewildered, a giant question mark hovering above his brow. Nah, I'd probably vanish mid-stage. Honestly, I've got 0 presence. Exactly. That's your unique superpower. Imagine, you stride on stage, execute flawless invisibility artistry, and descend to find a line of awestruck boys kneeling before you. Brother, the crowd outside was overwhelming. I prostrated myself. Teach me this art. Chen Xing ribbed. No, please, no. Zhang Xiaoshu hastily passed the sheet backward, only for the student behind to remain oblivious, noticing the paper on his desk several seconds later with genuine surprise. Do masters of rare talents always embrace such profound humility? Chen Xing shook his head, reflecting wistfully. Truth be told, he longed for a skill of his own, yet had never trained in any instrument nor possessed even passable singing or dancing ability. Without his system, he'd likely remain nothing more than an anonymous extra. Right. What about the 100 Girls Admiration Quest? With no performance slot at the New Year's Gala, how could he possibly complete it? His world remained confined to home and classroom. Even if every girl in class developed affection for him, it would still fall woefully short. Chen Xing suddenly recalled that long idle quest, staring blankly at the disheartening progress bar, 7,100. Due to the unfinished task, Chen Xing had not paid much attention to it, but this time, he happened to think of a program for the New Year's Eve party. Yet he suddenly discovered that the progress originally at 1,100 had changed to 7,100. Which 7 girls had such good taste to pick out Huai City's Wu Yinzu at once? He felt a surge of curiosity in his heart, but thought carefully and felt there was no problem. With the system enhancing his attributes, it was no surprise that he could gain favor from the opposite sex. Moreover, the favor described in the task might not necessarily mean love, it was more likely just a level of goodwill. Otherwise, he should have received more love letters. Besides, there were indeed quite a few girls who favored him. With the limited number of people they interacted with daily, Chen Xing really hadn't attracted the instant love of other girls. Did they really think it was like in novels where there are campus beauties and handsome boys, and everyone secretly loves them? In reality, most classes didn't even have a class beauty elected. Only Shi Hongdou and Wan Xiaoxiao, with their level of attractiveness, could gain unanimous recognition as the prettiest girls. This is indeed a bit difficult to handle. Chen Xing scratched his head. He was very tempted by those 5 attribute points. After all, they were distributable attribute points. However, one cannot rush. He couldn't just stop girls on the street and say, "Do you like me?" Maybe it would be a miracle if he didn't get photographed and ridiculed online. Forget it, let's take it slow. If not, I could also participate in a talent show and debut as a star. First in the voting, Chen Xing. Second in the voting, Kai Shukuan. Sorry, Gidge, I have my eyes set on your center position. After evening study, Chen Xing ran his usual 5 kilometers. On his way back by bicycle, he was suddenly called out. Chen Xing. Turning around, he was surprised to see Shi Hongdou, so he slowed down to let the small electric scooter catch up. Why are you home so late? Did the teacher call you in for a talk? Chen Xing said half-jokingly. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Shi Hongdou snorted. I was just rehearsing with my classmates. Rehearsing? For the New Year's Eve party. Chen Xing frowned. Correct. But too bad there's no reward. Didn't they just announce the party not long ago? You're already starting to rehearse. The liberal arts class is indeed quite free. Climb, climb, climb. Shi Hongdou glared at Chen Xing. Why did he always belittle their liberal arts class? It was so unfriendly. Is your science class doing well? Not every aspect of the science class is better than the liberal arts class. In terms of girls' looks, your liberal arts class has the advantage. Chen Xing analyzed, seriously unaware that Shi Hongdou beside him was already showing a hint of murderous intent. Chen Xing, where are you going? Sorry. As a science student, I'm used to analyzing problems. My bad. Chen Xing smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic, asking, what program did you sign up for, singing or dancing? Singing. Wang Fei's Red Bean. What do you think? Aren't you looking forward to it? Shi Hongdou is singing Red Bean. It must be her signature song. Isn't it interesting? When the host announces the program list, they'll definitely be flabbergasted. Just thinking about it is funny. Shi Hongdou seemed particularly cheerful today, chuckling to herself. Your main task now is to go to the hospital for a checkup. I feel like your brain isn't quite right. Chen Xing felt speechless. How do you talk to your creditor? Damn, is that the only line you have? What does it matter what tactic I use? As long as it works, it's fine. Shi Hongdou raised her chin. You must clap for me vigorously after I finish singing. I'll be watching you. Shi Hongdou pouted. That's not acceptable. I'm not in your class. I have to cheer for my own class's program. What program did your class sign up for? Did you participate? Shi Hongdou asked curiously. Do I look like someone with talent? Chen Xing glanced at her. Our class has singers and someone playing the guzheng. Guzheng? Is it a girl? Yes. Is she pretty? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Xing replied, she's okay. What do you mean by okay? Pretty is pretty and ugly is ugly. Why are you asking so much? Isn't it good enough to be as unattractive as you? Chen Xing replied helplessly. Am I unattractive? Shi Hongdou squinted her eyes slightly. Although she knew Chen Xing was joking, she still wanted to hit him. Just average. Chen Xing pretended not to care. He noticed that Shi Hongdou's face puffed up and her beautiful eyes narrowed when she was angry, which made her particularly cute, so he decided to tease her more. Seeing the intersection ahead, Chen Xing waved his hand. I'm off, bye-bye. Stinky Chen Xing. Your eyes are all crooked. Shi Hongdou huffed as she watched his back and lightly twisted the dragon, head disappearing into the night. Back at home, Chen Xing found that the little black dog Duo had gotten the first bite of his late-night snack again. Damn, you little thing, want to steal my throne, huh? Chen Xing squatted down and rubbed Duo's head vigorously, and Zhao Qin immediately gave him a scolding. Eat your food, why are you competing with a dog? Partiality. Absolute partiality. Didn't you say you didn't like dogs? As New Year's Day approached, the weather gradually turned cold. Many students who were weak and afraid of the cold had already felt the chill and changed into thick clothes, with some even wearing short down jackets. Tomorrow I'll be able to see your guzheng performance, Xiao, Fang Xini said with anticipation. Wan Xiao felt a bit embarrassed, as she hadn't expected that she was the only one from class 12 to pass the preliminary selection for the program, so she was forced to be the lone contestant. Xiao, don't worry, and Fly will always be with you, Chen Xing said cheerfully behind her, unconsciously twirling a pen in his right hand. I'll do my best. What outfit are you wearing tomorrow? In traditional Hanfu. Fang Xini blinked, rubbing her hands together in an exaggerated manner. You'll know tomorrow. It's a secret for now. Wan Xiao's little face turned slightly red, but inside it felt like a rabbit was bouncing around. Just thinking about how surprised everyone would be when she took the stage in the carefully prepared outfit made her dimples appear. Would Chen Xing think it looked good? Ugly. Absolutely hideous. Wearing that double-breasted coat makes you look like a pig standing upright. Chen Xing's reply and mockery cut like blades. They struck deep into Ma Wanya's chest. What kind of taste is this? Everyone says I look like a Korean oppa in this outfit. You damn slanderer. Time erases all wounds. Ma Wanya had gradually emerged from the shadow of Hui Li's death, and on New Year's Eve he wore his newly purchased coat. Alas, he ran into Chen Xing. Sorry bro, I just love speaking plain truths, Chen Xing chirped, channeling his inner comedic persona with cheerful irreverence. Get lost, you mutt. Ma Wanya roared, but his face was alight with laughter. Male camaraderie is peculiar. Those who treat each other with stiff formality are often merely acquaintances. Only true brothers dare hurl vulgar banter freely. And the cruder the insults, the tighter the bond. If someone calls you Turtle's son, mongrel, or pup, then rest assured, they're your closest brother. Since the New Year's Eve gala featured performances, Wan Xiao had been absent from class since afternoon. Ma Wanya slipped quietly into her seat to chat with Chen Xing and wait for the gala's opening. The classroom was sparsely populated, and many students had already carried their chairs down to the playground, claiming their favorite spots. Games erupted across small clusters. Sanguisha truth, or dare 5 ever susviv king of glory. Teachers and school administrators turned a blind eye. After all, the New Year's Eve gala existed precisely to let students unwind, so they might as well enjoy themselves fully. They were no heartless beasts like those instructors at No. 3 high school who ruthlessly squeezed every second from students to inflate college entrance exam averages. Nor did they wish anxious youths to scale the rooftop in despair, a minor yet sobering concern lest a single tragic leap shatter both a young life and an educator's career. 20 minutes left, shall we head down? Ma Wangya glanced at his mechanical watch and called out. Let's go. Chen Xing nodded. He delayed descending only because of the biting cold. Now with time drawing near, it was finally sensible to go. He refused to believe anyone who'd rushed down early, braving the icy wind with their chairs, hadn't already regretted it. Besides his own chair, Chen Xing also carried one for Wan Xiaoxiao, a prior agreement between them. After all, she wouldn't perform the entire evening. She'd play for a few minutes, then rejoin her classmates to watch the rest. Well, our class beauty entrusted you with such a vital task. Ma Wangya opened his mouth, and Chen Xing instantly knew what nonsense would follow, so he shot back a withering eye roll. You want it? Fine, I'll hand it over. No thanks. Carrying my own chair is far more effortless, Ma Wangya replied, hoisting his chair aloft with one hand. Idiot. Go, let's roll. How rich black coffee tastes. I'll settle for soda's lightness. Ma Wangya hummed Deng Chao's whimsical hit, his spirits soaring. Chen Xing silently sidestepped, increasing the distance between them. I'm not walking with him. Not at all. Seriously, not at all. Only the stage area was lit, elsewhere the playground lay pitch black. It took the two boys considerable effort to locate Class 12's designated spot. Ruan Xiaoxiao's chair. Here you go. Chen Xing placed the chair he held in his right hand beside Fong Xini and gestured with his chin. Fong Xini, mid-conversation with a group of girls, turned with a smile. Got it. I won't thank you on her behalf. I'll make sure she does it herself after her performance. She stressed the word herself, and her tone sent the surrounding girls into stifled giggles, minds undoubtedly racing with vivid, mischievous imaginings. Oh, for heaven's sake. Speechless, Chen Xing hastily retreated from the gaggle of giddy girls and settled his chair among the boys. Ma Wangya, you really do look like a sow standing upright in that double-breasted coat. Wang Qingji delivered his verdict on Ma Wangya's ensemble. Chen Xing, just seated, nearly collapsed laughing. Indeed, brilliant minds share not only impeccable taste, but also fearless candor. At those words, Ma Wangya's face darkened instantly. Had only Chen Xing mocked him, he might have brushed it off as jest. But coming from Wang Qingji too, he could no longer deny it. His outfit had truly flopped. I'm having a meltdown, folks. Please stop. Ma Wangya groaned, his expression pained. Don't fret, young master Ma. Your fashion disaster has gifted us joy. You should open the gala. Headliner. Absolutely headliner. Just standing there, your comedy gold. Guidi gang. A mere footnote beside you. Zhang Xiao fanned the flames beside him. Hearing these two dogs still taunting him, Ma Wangya lunged, launching a full-body tackle. Die for me. Whoa, this pig's heavy. Time for slaughter. Even pinned beneath him, Wang Qingji and Zhang Xiao kept up their honeyed barbs. Chen Xing watched the commotion until a sudden microphone test echoed from the main stage. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Once the audio system was confirmed functional, a pair of impeccably dressed young men and women stepped forward to deliver the opening address. Distinguished leaders, esteemed faculty, dear fellow students. The New Year's Eve Gala officially begins. Let us welcome our first act, Xiangxing, performed by Jin Xingyu and Yang Lisin of Grade 10 Class 1. As the inaugural performance, many students respectfully set aside their phones. What virtue do we ordinary disciples possess to warrant a performance by a core disciple? Whoa, Olympiad class elites performing live. I must stand to watch. It's not Lu Benway, you can stand all you like. All top students have such perfect features. They're practically cast from the same mold. Whispered a girl from Class 12. Not true. Chen Xing is quite handsome. Hee. Has your heart begun fluttering? Useless though. Chen Xing is clearly dating our class beauty. You'll have to settle for daydreams. Nonsense. Who said anything? I've got Ma Jieqi and Ding Qingxin to keep me company, thank you very much. Chen Xing rubbed his temples. His enhanced physical conditioning seemed to have sharpened both sight and hearing. These days he rarely wore glasses and could even catch hushed conversations nearby. Ma Jieqi, what on earth is that? The teenage boys team, we love you. On stage, two top students performed energetically, yet only their own classmates watched. Everyone else quickly lowered their heads to play on their phones. It was hardly surprising. These two academic stars likely had no time to rehearse, buried as they were in endless studying. So their performance was painfully awkward, stale jokes, awkward pauses, and stilted delivery. Naturally, no one felt inclined to waste time watching. After all, smartphones were far more entertaining. snapping photos while flooding the class group chat with memes. Whoa, got to steal this dragon milk meme with the headshake and tongue lol. This little crocodile meme is adorable. I'm saving it to my favorites. Of course you can. Though darling, you're even cuter. A student scrolling through Bilibili furrowed his brow glancing around, and suddenly spotted a hidden couple within the class. To his left front, a boy and girl from class 12 sat with their chairs drawn close, their heads tilted toward each other, both gazing intently at the same phone screen. The boy was Huang Zichen, handsome and poised. The girl's face remained indistinct in the dim stage lighting, so Chen Xing couldn't recognize her, but that didn't stop him from muttering under his breath. Seriously, school hasn't even reached midterm and you've already landed a girlfriend. So you're the romance king of no. Too high now. Are you even legally an adult yet? And please, don't go kissing right in front of us singletons, or I'll land 2 solid punches, one for each of you. Chen Xing curled his lip, though he had no intention of reporting them to the teacher. What if he himself slipped into early romance someday? Better to leave room for grace. Tomorrow's another day. Just as he bowed his head, Zhang Zhao's voice rang out beside him. Dude, how do you all have phones? I begged my mom for hours and she still refused. Please, stop playing. I'm green with envy. Let's play Sangua Shao instead. Zhang Xiao turned first to Ma Wangya, rebuffed, then to Wang Qingji, just as swiftly dismissed. I could play with you. If we're just 2, what roles do we take? You as ruler, me as rebel. Xuanwu Gate Duel A. Wang Qingji didn't even glance up, fingers flying across his screen, playing piano tiles. At once Zhang Xiao dashed over to Chen Xing. Bro Chun, wanna play Sangua Sha? Restore the Han Dynasty. Intriguing, I'm in. Chen Xing smiled faintly. He used his phone daily, so its allure held little urgency for him now. Hearing Chen Xing's reply, Zhang Xiao lit up, grateful, almost tearful, then immediately turned back to Wang Qingji. We've got 2 now? Qingji, we've got Chen Xing and me. So will you join? 3 actually, Jiang Xiaoshu's in 2. Chen Xing shifted his chair slightly. He'd noticed Jiang Xiaoshu's quiet fascination with Sangua Sha earlier, though Zhang Xiao had missed it entirely. Fine, 3 it is. Wang Qingji jostled as Zhang Xiao rocked his chair, mistapped again, and rolled his eyes. All right, I'll play 2. 4. Ma Xiao, joining or not? If you skip out, I'll Aruba you tomorrow. What you're threatening me. Wait till I come after you with a machete. Ma Wangya slammed his phone down, scowling fiercely. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Xiao pulled out the card box and scanned the other boys. Several quickly volunteered to join. Unexpectedly, Shang Qiming, the so-called Sasuke of class 12, also approached. May I be the ruler, he asked. Roles are drawn by chance. Whatever you draw, that's what you play. Zhang Xiao replied. Fair enough. Shang Qiming had nearly insisted he only wanted to be ruler. He was after all born to carry the spotlight. But recalling how little he knew these classmates, he swallowed the remark. Let's begin now. On stage, acts followed one after another. Below, class 12's Sangua Sha battle raged ever more fiercely. Whoa, did Jinji just get her period? Everything's red. Bro, you think that's bad? I played Bagua Array, and every judgment card came up black. Ma Wangya wore a face of utter despair. Huh. Wang Qingji, playing Lu Meng, chuckled beside him. Chen Xing as ruler could bear it no longer. Wang Qingji, what the hell are you laughing at? Load the Qilin Bao. I'm killing your horse. Get lost. You clueless ruler. Can't even tell friend from foe. I've been helping you this whole time. Wang Qingji snapped back. Chen Xing sneered, coldly activating Huang Gai's ability, sacrificing health to draw cards. Whoa, first card's Zhuge crossbow. Attack. Chen Xing pointed straight at Wang Qingji. Shit, dodge. Attack again. Dodge again. One more. Wang Qingji exhausted his dodges. Shielding his life points with his character card, he growled, lose 1 point. Fine. You've got guts. Kill me, and watch your entire hand explode. Enjoy that. Muttering nonsense, attack. Chen Xing never second-guessed a target. With decisive precision, he moved in for the kill. Wang Qingji nearly fainted. Go ahead, keep attacking. Nobody save me. Chen Xing scoffed again. Keep pretending. Little double agent. 6 consecutive attacks reduced Wang Qingji's health to 0. He flung his hand onto the table, revealing 3 peaches nestled among the cards. Tyrant. Tyrant. I surrender. I dare you to regret it. Whoa, you're the loyalist. Chen Xing scratched his head, baffled. Who knew his Lu Meng would turn out to be a true loyalist? Drop your hand, now. Wang Qingji gritted his teeth. That idiot Chen Xing had chosen Huang Gai as ruler, sacrificing health for cards, and then slaughtered the very loyalist who'd saved those peaches for him. I swear, I'll never trust a man again. Wang Qingji snatched up his phone and retreated into silent despair. Chen Xing's hand lay empty, his loyalist slain. In moments, the rebels, led by Ma Wangya, claimed victory. You broad-browed, clear-eyed fellow, you're the rebel? Chen Xing stared speechless. Ha ha, seeing you as ruler put my mind at ease. Too easy. You're just that clueless. Ma Wangye gave a flamboyant little shimmy. Shang Qiming, also a rebel, felt elated, having just exposed Chen Xing's fatal weakness. Sanguisha is my black hole of mastery. He's weaker than I am. That's one victory. One victory outweighs 0. That's 2. 2 outweighs 0. That's 3. Chen Xing simply doesn't measure up. Shang Qiming's lips curled upward, confidence fully restored. On stage, the host announced after the previous act, "Next, please welcome Ru Xiao from grade 10 class 12 performing the classical piece Plum Blossoms in triple variation." Game's over, game's over. Our class flower's about to shine. They all declared in unison, straightening their postures instantly. Family support was non-negotiable. A guzheng was carried on stage, and Ru Xiao followed, stepping forward with serene grace. Instant cheers erupted, not staged, but purely spontaneous, driven by the boys' genuine admiration. Ru Xiao looked absolutely breathtaking tonight. The entire playground fell silent for a moment as both boys and girls turned their gazes towards the stage. Wan Xiao wore a water blue skirt embroidered with golden peonies at the hem, her flowing sleeves cascading like a stream of clouds. The white shawl draped over her arm slipped slightly as she leaned forward, the warm light accentuating her skin like fresh snow. Her dark hair was partially pinned up, adorned with a golden and turquoise hairpin, and delicate tassels hung by her temples. For tonight, she had asked Dong Hui to apply light makeup, her cheeks lightly brushed with blush, and her willow-like brows framed her exquisitely painted eyes. Of course, Ruan Xiaoxiao's stunning face was the essence of it all. Oh, everything else was merely embellishment. I can tell at a glance whether the guzheng is played well or not. A boy below exclaimed with wide eyes, "Why am I not in class 12? It's all because of my mistakes in the high school entrance exam. I accidentally ended up in class 1. How frustrating." A prominent figure from class 1 slammed his thigh. July Shi. So wealthy. The girl's attention was focused on Ruan Xiaoxiao's attire. "I feel that after this performance, the class flower can be crowned the school flower of No. 2 high school," Wang Qingji said dazedly. "Me too. Unmatched. This is our class 12's average beauty." Chen Xing silently took out his phone, opened the camera, and zoomed in. As a qualified back row student, he felt it was his duty to capture the charm of the front row student at all times. Ruan Xiao slowly sat down, her heart racing rapidly. Though she was not one to fear grand occasions, she felt inexplicably nervous tonight. Fortunately, her upbringing and wealth had instilled in her excellent emotional regulation skills. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hands on the guzheng. Her fingertips gently plucked the strings, the light shifting, illuminating her profile, like jade, her nose delicate and straight, her eyes slightly raised, casting a faint shadow with her eyelashes. In Chen Xing's phone, her face appeared stunningly beautiful. "I am truly a genius. The angle is perfect. I could practically make a career in photography." As he was feeling pleased with himself, Fong Sini suddenly called out to him. "Chen Xing. Chen Xing." He turned his head. "What is it?" "Oh, you. Why are you calling me?" "Our teacher wants you to go up and present flowers after Ruan Xiao finishes her performance." "What? I didn't know there was this segment. I just said it. Several classes before us have done this. Our class can't be left out, so I asked the teacher, and he told me to borrow a bouquet from another class to make it more presentable." "Then you should just go." "Why do I have to go?" Chen Xing frowned, uncertain if Fong Sini was serious or joking. He had been playing a game with his back to the stage and hadn't seen anyone presenting flowers. "Come on, the teacher said so, and you are the top student in our class, plus you're handsome. It makes sense for you to represent our class." As Chen Xing pondered with his head down, Fong Sini exchanged frantic winks with her friends Ma Wangye and Wang Qingji. The few boys caught on immediately, with Wang Qingji stroking his chin and saying, "I think I saw someone go up to present flowers earlier." "I saw it too." The teachers didn't say anything. Ma Wangye nodded. "Hurry up, Chen Xing, or Xiao will finish playing." Fong Sini was truly acting like a dramatic actress, her expression resembling someone on the verge of tears, and the other girls echoed her sentiments. Chen Xing glanced at Wu Yongqiang in the distance. Wu Yongqiang smiled and nodded at him, seemingly confirming the situation. "Final go then, where are the flowers?" she asked eagerly, pulling out a bouquet of sunflowers and bluebells from behind. "Hurry, hurry," Fong Sini shouted from behind, and when Chen Xing disappeared into the crowd with the flowers, she finally burst into laughter. "Wow, Fong Sini, are you treating Chen Xing like a Japanese character?" Ma Wangye and Wang Qingji laughed. "No way, I just exaggerated a bit. There actually was someone who presented flowers, but it was just girls giving flowers to girls. What if the school authorities don't catch Chen Xing and make an example of him?" "Impossible. Chen Xing is a great candidate for the dance club." "Absolutely." The sound of the guzheng gradually faded away, and Ruan Xiao finished her performance. Chen Xing went up. "Quick look." A girl reminded, and everyone curiously leaned out to see the unfolding scene. Chen Xing walked across the entire playground, feeling the eyes of many students upon him, and the sense of wrongness grew stronger. Damn, could it be that I'm being played? But since I'm here, He gritted his teeth and stepped onto the stage, appearing before Ruan Xiaoxiao in the last second of the gushing sound. Wow, wow, wow. Awesome, dude. Bold move, dude. What a tough guy, absolutely tough. Fong Xini and Ma Wanya were the first to exclaim, while stirring the emotions of the audience, as everyone excitedly watched the scene of Flower presenting on stage. On the other side, where the teachers and school leaders were, Wu Yongxiang felt a wave of dizziness. No way. Is his national treasure about to give him a major surprise? Which class is this boy from? The principal sitting in the center asked casually with fingers interlaced. This is bad. Wu Yongxiang stammered, Principal, that's Chen Xing from our class 12. After a moment's thought, he added his grades are pretty good, top 100 in the school, and he's good friends with the girl on stage. If it were any other student, Wu Yongxiang wouldn't care, but if it was Chen Xing under the principal's watch, he had to explain. Oh. The principal's expression was inscrutable, and while Wu Yongxiang was still anxious, he suddenly smiled. Not bad, young people nowadays. Huh. Wu Yongxiang was dumbfounded. Is this something a principal should say? Just now he said the school forbids early relationships, so why is he reminiscing about youth now? The principal didn't elaborate. He recognized Ruan Xiaoxiao at a glance, as her father had donated 50 computers to the school. As the performance concluded, Ruan Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze, her breath momentarily caught. The youth stood against the light, the sunflowers in his arms shimmering with a golden glow under the stage lights. As Chen Xing stepped forward, the hem of his white jacket was gently lifted by the breeze, revealing a slender silhouette at his waist. This is for you. Chen Xing smiled as he handed her the flowers. When Ruan Xiaoxiao instinctively caught them, their fingertips accidentally brushed against each other, and she felt a warmth. The fragrance of the flowers mingled with the faint scent of laundry detergent on the boy, causing her to momentarily forget how to breathe. Thanks. Thank you. Ruan Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly, her bright eyes sparkling. Chen Xing gave me flowers. What does he mean by that? Hello, two students. A photographer invited by the school suddenly peeked from the side curtain. Come closer, let me take a picture of you two. The photographer smiled brightly, not expecting such a delightful surprise today. The most yearned for the sweetest breath of youth. And then let's take a picture. Chen Xing looked toward Ruan Xiaoxiao. The girl shyly nodded in agreement. The photographer changed angles. All right, it'll count to 3 and you both smile at the same time, okay? 3, 2, 1. Perfect. The photographer gazed at the frozen figures in the viewfinder. Chen Xing's slightly leaning posture seemed to be guarding a precious treasure, while the girl holding the bouquet had ears so red they might melt, embodying the archetype of a campus romance novel. Chen Xing instinctively looked down, only to find that Ruan Xiaoxiao was also secretly glancing at him from the corner of her eye. In that moment of eye contact, the girl suddenly buried her face in the bouquet, revealing only her flushed earlobes. This was their first photo together. Nearby the stage, the photographer excitedly asked Chen Xing and Ruan Xiaoxiao, "Can I upload this photo to my social media account?" Her tone carried a mix of excitement, eagerness, and a hint of pleading. Chen Xing and Ruan Xiaoxiao were clearly taken aback by her question, hesitating as she pulled out her phone to show them her account with tens of thousands of followers. Wow, she's quite the little internet celebrity. Could you send us the photos from just now? Ruan Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. No problem, I can give them to you for free. The photographer responded immediately, showing Ruan Xiaoxiao the pictures on her camera. The two nodded in satisfaction at the photos and the camera, and eventually everything went smoothly. Ruan Xiaoxiao agreed to let her post the photos online, and in return she promised to send Ruan Xiaoxiao the pictures for free. But what about me? Chen Xing felt confused. He hadn't even spoken yet. Wasn't anyone going to ask for his opinion? Did they not see the tall guy standing there? At that moment he felt a sense of powerlessness, like when he went shopping with his girlfriend and she bargained with the store owner. He truly had no say at all. Chen Xing was about to speak, but the photographer, smiling, turned to him and said, "Classmate, this photo of you is absolutely stunning. You look so youthful. If you're this handsome in your first year, I can't imagine how many girls will like you in 2 more years. Ahem. All right then." Chen Xing immediately changed his expression. It was fine to indulge the photographer, who spoke so honestly. Ruan Xiaoxiao took out her phone and added the photographer on WeChat, then waved goodbye to Chen Xing as they left. Not wanting to attract too much attention, they didn't walk straight through the crowd, but instead circled around the playground, planning to return to class 12 from the back. "What made you think of giving me flowers today?" Ruan Xiaoxiao asked, her hands behind her back, her steps light and quick. As she asked, she tilted her head, slightly stealing a glance at Chen Xing's profile. But Chen Xing, being a straightforward guy, honestly replied, "It wasn't my idea. Fong Xini said the teacher asked me to give them. Other classes are doing it too." Ruan Xiaoxiao's smile faltered, her dimples fading slowly. After a long silence, she managed to squeeze out a response. "Oh, With that expression, did no one from other classes give flowers?" "No one else did. You were fooled by Xini and the others." Ruan Xiaoxiao puffed up her cheeks in annoyance, but still proceeded to explain to Chen Xing. "Darn, I've always been clever, yet today I fell for their tricks again. Chen Xing was gritting his teeth in frustration. Again, Yuan Xiaoxiao caught the flaw. Ahem, the first time was when I misidentified someone while playing the game Three Kingdoms Kill, leading to a 6-kill streak that took out the loyal minister. Yuan Xiaoxiao chuckled, her beautiful eyes blinking as she said, "It seems I can't sense any regret from you. In fact, you seem a bit excited about it. Is a woman's intuition really that sharp?" Chen Xing was taken aback. Although he did eliminate a loyal minister, Chen Xing felt that taking down Wang Qingji, that scoundrel with the Zhuge crossbow, was quite satisfying. "All right, you got me there," Chen Xing shrugged. "So, did you really not suggest sending me flowers today?" Yuan Xiaoxiao was still not giving up and asked again, "Then what else could it be?" Chen Xing looked at her strangely. He had already lost a fortune buying fireworks for her birthday last time. How could he afford to buy her flowers again? Did she really think he was rich? Spending money like that was something he would only do once in his life for a woman. For one woman. After secretly making a mental note, Chen Xing and Yuan Xiaoxiao returned to class 12. "Oh, Fang Xini, you dare mess with me, bullying an honest person." Chen Xing rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Fang Xini, looking like he was ready to take action. His fists were charged and poised for a remarkable display. "Handsome, I'm sorry." Fang Xini immediately transformed into a pitiful puppy begging for mercy as she saw Chen Xing approach angrily. "You should be grateful you are a girl, or else I would have to teach you a lesson," Chen Xing warned her. Hee. At that moment, Wang Qingji quietly reminded, "Chen Xiao, girls can also be taught a lesson." Oh, Chen Xing was surprised that Wang Qingji was this kind of person. Did he casually harm women? "Then you come." Chen Xing extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Forget it. Wang Qingji scratched his head. He only intended to stir up trouble and watch the fun, not actually get involved with girls. Hee, if you don't attack her, then I'm going to attack you," Chen Xing chuckled coldly. "Ma Xiao Zhang Xiao." Wang Qingji just mentioned that he misses the taste of a lesson. "Oh, what do you think we should do?" "Get him." The boys, eager to do mischief, wasted no time. As soon as Chen Xing shouted, Ma Wangya and Zhang Xiao sprang into action, pinning Wang Qingji down, while Chen Xing laughed and lifted him up. "Help! Help!" Wang Qingji watched helplessly as he was carried off by the three guys towards the trees by the playground, screaming in fright. Meanwhile, Shi Hongdou, who was about to go on stage to sing, was lost in thought as she looked at the frenzied discussion among her classmates in the class group. Did a boy from class 12 give flowers? The photo is so blurry. Why does this boy look so much like Chen Xing? No way, I must be overthinking. Chen Xing would probably rather mooch off his own KFC than spend money on flowers for a girl. Wait, there's a clearer photo. Why does it look even more like Chen Xing? And the girl is quite beautiful. It wasn't until a little detective in the group found out the name of the boy who gave the flowers and posted it that Shi Hongdou confirmed. That boy is indeed Chen Xing. A strange emotion spread in Shi Hongdou's heart, and she felt a bit unhappy. What does it matter if Chen Xing is dating? Shi Hongdou stood up, sniffed, and heard the host on stage call her name. Today she was dressed very stylishly in a gray coat paired with a black skirt. Her expressionless, delicate face presented a cool and stunning Shi Hongdou to the crowd. Wow, the astonished gasps at her appearance were reminiscent of Yuan Xiaoxiao's earlier entrance. The older students from grades 10 and 11 were dumbfounded, or were all the younger girls of such high quality? Some from the second year knew of Lin Xiyu, while the seniors were truly envious, crying out at the beauty issue. Wasn't it said that there were no beauties in their school? It turned out it was just their class. She sang Red Bean not on a whim. Her voice closely resembled Wang Fei's, ethereal and tinged with a hint of sadness, making her performance a resounding success. After the song ended, even the school leaders applauded vigorously. Wang Fei was undoubtedly a goddess of their generation, and it was surprising to see students still enjoyed her songs. Facing the enthusiastic applause, Shi Hongdou didn't feel particularly excited as she couldn't spot Chen Xing in the audience. If there's time to give flowers to other girls, is there no time to applaud for oneself? Shi Hongdou gently pressed her lips together, her expression cold as she walked off the stage. Chen Xing felt very aggrieved. He was currently busy ensuring Wang Qingji enjoyed Aruba, completely forgetting about Shi Hongdou's singing. Staring at the disappearing figure of Shi Hongdou, a boy from class 12 whispered, "I originally thought the class bowtie's looks were unmatched, but who is this formidable woman? I genuinely like this one. I want to be her dog," a boy who loved to play cards sighed. "No way, I'm from class 12. I must support the girls from my own class. If I have to choose the most beautiful girl in the school, I vote for the class beauty. As a connoisseur of beauty, fairness is necessary, right? The prettiest one has to be the girl from just now." Suddenly a boy cautiously said, "Am I the only one who thinks the English teacher is the most beautiful?" It was actually Chao Zai. "You're unbeatable. Who would have thought your taste leans towards the married type?" The topic of girls always opened the floodgates for the boys, and many groups like class 12 were debating who was prettier between Shi Hongdou and Yuan Xiaoxiao. In a certain area of the second year, Xiang Li looked at Lin Siyu's high ponytail, his eyes filled with admiration. What Shi Hongdou and Wan Xiaoxiao are far inferior to the class leader's beauty, Xiang Li thought to himself. As Shi Hongdou returned to her classroom area, her good friend Jiang Xiaoqian immediately surrounded her, chattering, "Hongdou, your singing was so beautiful. You can't escape the title of our school's little Wang Fei. I recorded how you sang just now on my phone. Do you want to see it? Send it to me tonight. I'm a bit tired now." Shi Hongdou forced a smile as she spoke. "Hey, are you not happy?" Jiang Xiaoqian keenly sensed Shi Hongdou's disappointment and asked curiously. "No, it's just that I waited too long just now and am a bit tired." Shi Hongdou shook her head, found her chair, and sat down, her long eyelashes fluttering as her heart grew increasingly heavy. She decided to ignore Chen Xing completely. She had clearly told him in advance, yet all his thoughts were on other girls. How infuriating. If Chen Xing were in front of her, she would definitely let this guy who forgot friends for beauty have a piece of her mind. Moreover, was her appearance really worse than that girl's? The thought made Shi Hongdou even angrier. At the edge of the playground, Chen Xing, Ma Wanya, and Zhang Xiao laughed heartily as they helped Wang Qingji crash into a tree, finally tossing him to the ground and shouting, "Run," as they slipped back to the Class 12 area. Sitting on the ground, Wang Qingji was dazed for a few minutes, seemingly stunned by Aruba. The poor kid braced himself to stand up, shouting, "Shi ini I go die," as he charged toward the three. He had only one thought: he must settle the score with these three scoundrels, at least in a one-for-one exchange. The first target would be, of course, Chen Xing. This guy is the worst. Taking him down alone would be worth it. "Chen dog, come here." They returned to the center of the playground and tussled for a while longer, panting as they sat back down in their chairs, but their eyes remained vigilant, scanning each other, afraid someone might launch a surprise attack. On stage, the New Year's Eve celebration program was nearing its end. The two hosts showed signs of fatigue on their faces, yet they remained professional, enthusiastically announcing, "Next, let us welcome tonight's grand finale, teacher Lu Guoquan from the Political Education Office with camel bells." Is this it? The smiles of the audience instantly faded, and some clever ones even prepared to sneak out of the school. For a grand finale, they should at least have a beautiful senior or junior dancing, or at the very least a group of handsome boys performing a dance right. You come out with camel bells, and there's zero excitement. If there's no performance, you might as well bite a lighter. The last part was a big letdown. Everyone shook their heads, just about to leave, when the class leader Suzy Yuan stopped them. "You can't leave. The old teacher said there will be a roll call soon. Damn, forcing us to endure this. How shameless." Ma Wanya showed no mercy and directly commented, "It's the same every year. The school leaders are fond of this, so there's nothing we can do." The nice guy Suzy Yuan sighed, raising his hands. What a letdown. So unlucky. Everyone shook their heads and turned back helplessly. Then our beloved teacher Lu Guoquan sang a song in very non-standard Mandarin at a loud volume, full of emotion, devoid of technique. I suspect the event was pushed just so teacher Lu could get a chance to sing himself. Don't say it, he needs to save face. Around 7:30 in the evening, the event finally ended, and everyone happily moved their chairs back to the classroom. There was no evening self-study, and another day off tomorrow. Awesome, really awesome. Internet cafe, internet cafe. Ma Wanya excitedly growled. "Are you of age?" Chen Xing glanced at him. "Whether I am of age or not doesn't matter. As long as the internet cafe boss is of age, that's fine. Anyway, as long as I pay, his ID card will work for me." Ma Wanya chuckled. "Don't say that you've revealed all the business secrets." Chen Xing laughed along. "Are you going or not? The internet cafe boss has a grandfather. I think you're quite suitable for the role. If you have the guts, say that to the boss's face." "Haha, then I wouldn't dare." On the way back to the classroom, Chen Xing saw a familiar and beautiful silhouette. It was Shi Hongdou. He grinned and took a couple of steps to catch up. He ran to Shi Hongdou's right side and patted her left shoulder. When he saw Shi Hongdou looking left in confusion, Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle. "You're so silly." Upon hearing Chen Xing's voice, Shi Hongdou's expression instantly froze, her small mouth pouting slightly. "Hey, why aren't you talking?" Chen Xing tilted his head to glance at the girl and blinked, asking him. The girl huffed lightly, thinking, why is he bothering her instead of pursuing his crush? Hey, can you see me?" Chen Xing waved his hand in front of her. Shi Hongdou glared at him, pouting, "Go away, you're disturbing my eyes." Before Chen Xing could ask what was wrong, Shi Hongdou kicked him and quickly jogged away. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chen Xing scratched his head in confusion. What's up with Shi Hongdou? Is she already hitting her teenage phase in her first year? Women are really strange.